Grasping Evil Chapter 1202 to Chapter 1218. Ning Fan's Dao heart was in a mess. His Dao heart was also affected by the sorrow of the faceless giant. It was also filled with sorrow and confusion. His Dao was stubbornness and his character was even more stubborn. If a stubborn person's heart was not in a mess, it was almost impossible for him to be affected by the outside world. This was his advantage. At the same time, however, once a stubborn person enters a dead end, it would be difficult for him to get out of it. Currently, Ning Fan was in such a situation. He was at a loss and could not get out of it. He felt a sense of helplessness. For the first time in his life, he felt the terror of reincarnation. The source of this terror was not true or false, 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 but rather eternal loneliness. He had to use his eternal life to find someone, but he could not find that person. What kind of pain was that? Why did the faceless giant want to find that person? It was because he had lost it. He had nothing left. He had lost everything that he wanted to obtain. Is that faceless giant really my future? Or perhaps, I am his future. Am I the master and he follows me, or is he the master and I follow him? If he is my future, then I don't want such a future. How can I avoid it? Or perhaps, I am not his future and he is not my past. I am just the manifestation of a trace of such a powerful being's divine ability. Even my existence itself is fake. All the past and future are fabricated. If that's the case, I won't be me anymore, hee hee. So what if I am me? So what if I am not me? I actually don't care about all of this. I don't have the time to think about it. What I am afraid of is actually the future of the faceless giant. After losing everything, I will face eternal loneliness. How can I avoid this kind of future? Is the future really something that you can avoid just because you want to? Ning Fan sighed. The more Ning Fan understood about samsara, the more he knew that the more you try to escape, the more you can't escape from it. That was why he needed that trace of stubbornness to go against the current and crash into the great circle of samsara. He would not hesitate to do so even if his head would bleed. Perhaps he could open up a chance of survival. Perhaps he could not. However, he would only know after trying. If he could not break it open after one attempt, he would crash it 10 times. If he could not break it open after 10 attempts, he would crash it 100 times. Gradually, the bewilderment in Ning Fan's heart was swept away. However, there was only a trace of sadness that was engraved in his heart and could not be dispelled no matter what. Sure enough, no matter how firm his Dao heart was, he was unable to truly obliterate his feelings. He could sweep away all the confusion in his heart, but he could not sweep away the sorrow in his heart. This was the troublesome part of having the 7 emotions. However, it was only when he had emotions that he could be considered a person, and not just an immortal or a demon. Aunt Lord, I thought I could barely accept the reality of being possessed by you, but you insisted on killing me in my dreams. As expected, I still want to kill you even more. Hey, even that stupid crane couldn't do anything to me. What methods do you have to get rid of me? The most you can do is use your bewitching techniques to threaten me. Come on, come on. This consort dared to kill you in your dreams, so I was already prepared to be tortured by you. You don't say. After being tortured by you a few times, this consort really wants to have a taste. In the past, I have been cultivating in the Hongjun sacred sect, and I have never come into contact with such matters. You have to say, it is quite wonderful. The Ant Master said stubbornly. Stop being so stubborn. You're actually still afraid in your heart. You're afraid that I'll turn your pathetic state into a jade slip and spread it through the entire true world. You are truly shameless. But you don't have to be so stubborn. Do you really dare to run to the true world? I know you don't dare. You only dare to show off in Zido's dreams. It's really meaningless to argue. If I don't try, how would I know that I can't kill you? Ancient Country Trading Formation. Ning Fan set up the Ancient Country Trading Formation. It seemed like he wanted to buy something from the heaven-reaching cult to kill the Ant Lord. Oh? You, a junior from the illusionary world, actually know about the Ancient Country Trading Formation? What a pity. Even though the heaven-reaching cult also has 1 or 2 methods to kill me, those methods are all in the hands of their cult master. Who do you think the heaven-reaching cult master is? He is my 3rd senior brother. Even though he betrayed the Hongjun sacred sect in a fit of anger in the past, our brother-sister relationship is still there. As soon as you say that you want to buy a method to get rid of me, the people of the heaven-reaching cult will definitely know that you want to kill me. After all, my master has only imparted this life-saving method to me in the past. Why are your senior brothers everywhere? Ning Fan was speechless. His mind was connected with the Ant Lord. In his sea of consciousness, the Ant Lord could not lie at all. All of his malicious thoughts would be exposed. After hearing what the Ant Lord said, he really could not buy the method to kill the Ant Lord from the heaven-reaching cult anymore. He could imagine the consequences of doing so in his mind. The small theater in Ning Fan's mind, the heaven-reaching cult master, thief. How dare you want to kill my junior sister? From today onwards, all the transactions of the heaven-reaching cult will no longer be open to you. Cough cough. Third senior brother would never speak in such a tone. He is a person who doesn't like to talk nonsense. He probably won't even be bothered to scold you. Instead, he will directly blacklist your qualification to trade with the ancient country. The Ant Lord could see Ning Fan's memories. Of course, she could see the small theater in his mind. She originally thought that Ning Fan would be a cold and aloof person. Unexpectedly, there was actually such a stupid side hidden deep in his personality. It's hard not to be stained by the aura of a stupid person after staying together with a master like that. Ning Fan thought of the old devil and his chrysanthemum blossom face that was always cheerful. Now that he had already arrived at the northern heaven, he would make some time to visit the Four Majestic sect after eliminating the foreign races in the northern heaven. Then, he would use the passage to return to the rain world to have a look. Mother should have already woken up. If that's the case, father should not have such a stern expression anymore. Master should have already saved mistress. Speaking of which, mistress is Duga's elder sister. Her name seems to be Xiaomei? This isn't a form of address that I can use. Should I call her mistress or elder sister? If I call her elder sister, master will probably vomit blood out of anger. It's better not to anger him. The cultivation base of Jiha's team should not have improved much. After all, they are too lazy and they don't like to cultivate. As for Qiuling, she might be busy planting flowers and composing poems. Thus, her cultivation base did not improve much either. What about Hong Yi? Is she continuing to be the Thunder Sovereign Buzhou, or is she ascending to the ancient devil's abyss as she wished? As for Yu Lingkong, she is still busy planting cucumbers. There are so many women in 7 Apricot City. Did any of them fight when he was not at home? I guess so. There's also little Martin, Big Head and, ding 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 all of a sudden, the ancient country's trading formation rang hurriedly. It was Ning Fan's first time encountering such a situation. Even though he had set up the ancient country's trading formation, he did not activate the transaction as he was worried that his identity as the Lord Ant would be exposed. Thus, he did not know where the sound came from. Idiot. It's the person who has made a private transaction with you. He's looking for you urgently. As long as you have made a private transaction, the ancient country's trading formation will record your world plane. It will be much more convenient for you to make transactions in the future without going through the heaven-reaching sect. I've seen this part of your memories. The other party seems to be a saint of the little mountain world. Little thief Ning, oh little thief Ning. Look at what you've done. Didn't you sell a lot of problematic heavy wood to him? He's probably coming to you for an explanation. The Lord Ant said sarcastically. This was exactly what it meant by a prophecy coming true. Ning Fan cast a hand seal at the ancient country's trading formation. Just as he activated the formation, he heard the angry voice of a lady coming from the other side of the formation. You're finally willing to show your face. Kill. Life. Fox. Fox of Killing Life was Ning Fan's nickname in the heaven-reaching sect. Miss Ling on the other side seemed to be quite angry. She almost roared out those words. She no longer addressed Ning Fan as fellow Daoist like before. Instead, she directly called him by his nickname. How could she not be angry? She had bought a huge amount of 800 million yen heavy wood from Ning Fan. In the end, all of the goods were contaminated by the Tao-nourishing immortal grain. All of them were damaged. Grade. She wished she could peel off the bones of this unscrupulous merchant. Miss Ling, is it? I know what you're angry about. However, can you allow me to explain? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. It was his fault. It was reasonable for her to be angry. Humph. Miss Ling let out a soft snort. However, she did not say anything else. Obviously, she was waiting for Ning Fan's explanation. Before the transaction, I didn't know that there was a problem with that batch of goods. As a matter of fact, I'm also the victim. After that, I also went through a lot of trouble to separate the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from my body. You really don't know? You didn't purposely plot against me with the Tao-nourishing immortal grain? Miss Ling's tone seemed to have become much gentler. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, I can make a great vow of Heart Devil. Ning Fan did not like to make vows. However, he made an exception this time because he was the one in the wrong. The harm of the Tao-nourishing immortal grain was too great. He did not know if Miss Ling on the other side had suffered great harm because of it. If she had, he was willing to bear all the responsibility and compensate her fully. No matter how great the compensation was, to his enemies, Ning Fan could be so ruthless that he would resort to any means necessary. However, to ordinary people, Ning Fan always had his own principles. Even a paranoid person would have his own set of principles. I don't believe in vows, if that's the case, but I believe you. Just as Ning Fan wanted to say some other methods to make Miss Ling believe him, he swallowed all of his words after hearing what she said. If I don't believe you, I wouldn't have waited so long just to ask for an explanation. As expected, you are also a victim. If that's the case, I have a forbidden technique here that can expel the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from your body. I'll pass it to you now. Pay attention when you receive it. Bang Miss Ling's luck seemed to be a little bad. The jade slip that she used to inscribe the secret technique did not succeed in the transaction. Instead, it was destroyed in the space-time turbulence. This was also the risk of making a private transaction. She had no choice but to teleport again. This time, the jade slip was successfully delivered to Ning Fan. Mountain Sea Exorcism Technique. Consume half of your immortal lifespan and half of your cultivation base to forcefully expel any impurities from your body. It was a very powerful secret technique that could expel the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from your body in an instant. However, the price you have to pay was equally great. Compared to the multi-layered soul sealing technique, each of them had its own advantages and disadvantages. Ning Fan had already removed the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from his body. This technique was useless to him. However, the other party's intention and the way she handled things made his heart tremble. His expression changed. This lady is not here to vent her anger on me. This lady is here to save my life. He did not know this woman at all, yet she was willing to go this far for him. Was this her Tao? Even though Ning Fan had never met this Miss Ling before, he felt like he could see her valiant smile and her clean and efficient way of doing things. Why do you believe that I'm not lying to you? Ning Fan sighed. There's no evidence to speak of when it comes to believing in things like this. Only those who have reached the fourth step can jump out of this world. Being in this world, my reincarnation is in the hands of others. There's no way for me to differentiate between what's real and what's fake. If I want to survive, I must believe in something. After all, this is a world that can only exist if you believe in it. So you have complete trust in everyone? Of course not. For something like trust, it depends on the person and the affinity of the eyes. I have a good impression of you. My intuition tells me that you don't have the intention to harm me. Miss Ling answered. Intuition, huh? But sometimes, intuition can be deceiving. If I still get deceived even though I believe in my intuition, then it's a tribulation in my life. Since it's a tribulation, I still have to go through it even if I can avoid it. Hey! Fellow Taoist, don't tell me you're thinking of opening the ancient country trading formation to discuss Tao? The operation of the formation consumes a lot of heavenly Tao gold. In order to plant the trees again, I've spent quite a lot of money recently. If there's nothing else, then Wait. Is there anything else? Miss, were you harmed by the Tao nourishing immortal grain? I'm fine, but the big toad tree that I planted was killed by your polluted wood chi. Miss Ling said sadly. I'm sorry. Forget it. You didn't do it on purpose anyway. If it's the big toad tree, I can just plant it again. Anyway, I've already planted 42 of them. Perhaps I can plant the next one. Speaking of which, why do you want to plant the trees and why do you want to plant the big toad tree? You really want to open the trading formation to chat with me, right? Miss Ling felt a headache coming on. She had very few friends. Thus, she rarely discussed Tao with others. She had a good impression of Ning Fan. It was not a bad decision to discuss Tao with him once in a while. However, the problem was she. No. Money. Got it. In the heaven-reaching cult, the spiritual seedlings of the big toad tree were not cheap. She had already spent a lot of heavenly Tao gold to buy the spiritual seedlings again. In order to buy the unpolluted heavy wood from other world planes, she spent a huge amount of gold and silver again. At this moment, she really did not have much money left to chat with Ning Fan. Asterisk ding 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 asterisk. Just as Miss Ling was about to find an excuse to send Ning Fan away, she suddenly heard a sound coming from the formation. Then, something was teleported over from the other side. It was fine if Miss Ling didn't look, but when she did, she was shocked. Ning Fan actually teleported 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold to her. He is obviously not even a saint, but he's actually so rich. Now, miss, you have enough money to maintain the operation of the trading formation. Ning Fan's laughter resounded from the other side of the formation. Ning Fan was such a person. If someone showed him respect, he would return it tenfold. Since the other party cared about him first, he would return the favor. In addition to the mistake he had made previously, it was not strange for him to give the other party 500 gold taels as compensation. I can't take your money for free? Miss Ling frowned. She did not like taking money from unfamiliar men. It would give her a bad feeling. I don't have any ill intentions with this money. I just want to apologize. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to feel at ease. You seem to have accidentally revealed your surname. The private transactions in the ancient country's trading formation don't allow the two parties to reveal their true identities. This is against the rules. Miss Ling said helplessly. So what if it's against the rules? Those are the rules of the heaven-reaching cult and not the rules between us. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Ning Fan. What about you? Miss Ling felt a headache coming on. Why did she have a feeling that she was being pestered by someone? I'm sorry. I can't tell you my name. Miss Ling said apologetically in the end. Is that so? Ning Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. As expected, the other party still did not want to get to know him. It's not that I don't trust you. Other than being the master of Little Mountain Jia, I also have a secret identity. I am one of the patrolling envoys of the mountain and sea Jia. The names of the patrolling envoys cannot be told to others. There is Yan Ling Xian supervising them. If I break this law, the Li Groundy Yan sect that is supervising this law will burn me. Miss Ling explained. She could have pretended that she did not trust Ning Fan and ended the conversation. However, she still gave him an explanation, as if she was worried that Ning Fan would turn off the transaction formation. Sure enough, she was lonely in her heart, and she also longed to communicate with others. Then I'll just call you Lady Ling in the future. In the future? Do you plan to chat with me often in the future? Miss Ling was surprised. If you're unwilling, then forget it. It's not that I don't want to. Anyway, other than patrolling the mountains and planting trees every day, I have nothing else to do. Speaking of which, you have mentioned planting trees several times. Is this your hobby? I've only seen a girl who likes to plant flowers, but I didn't know there was a girl who likes to plant trees. No, planting trees is not my hobby. This has nothing to do with my hobby. It's something that I have to do. In everyone's life, there are many things that must be done. Take me for example. Planting a big toad tree in this life is all my expectation. What's the reason? I don't know the reason. I just feel that just like how I'm waiting for the big toad tree to sprout, it might also be waiting for me. It's waiting for me to plant it, waiting for me to meet it. It's quite an interesting reason. Is it interesting? The other patrolling envoys all said that I'm a boring person. Miss Ling said in a self-deprecating manner. Speaking of which, I've been troubled by something recently. There are obviously people around me who I can talk to, but in order to prevent them from worrying, I still can't talk to them. Oh? Then why don't you tell me about it? Perhaps I can help you. Miss Ling asked curiously. I saw my future. It should be considered as my future. He's terrifyingly strong. I even feel that he's stronger than some fourth-step cultivators. You're the person who knows how to blow your own horn the best I've ever met. Are you trying to tell me that you're worried that your future will be so strong that you won't have any friends? You've searched all over the 3 realms in search of defeat but failed. You want a suitable opponent? The experts of the 3 realms aren't even worthy of sparring with you? Miss Ling was speechless. I'm not joking. Alright, I believe you. Your future is very, very strong, so strong that it's against the heavens. You can become a saint with a single thought, split the heavens with a single thought, create tens of thousands of mountains with a single thought, and destroy everything with a single thought. It seems like I'll lose everything in my future. I'll keep searching, but I'll never be able to find it. Are you serious? Miss Ling's tone became much more serious. I was a little confused before, but in the end, I swept away all my confusion. My Tao heart will not be destroyed by any setback. No one can make me lower my head, let alone take everything away from me. However, I don't know why, but there's a sadness in my heart that I can't erase. I've tried it. Ordinary methods can't make that sadness disappear. Then let's try an unusual method. What method? N. Miss Ling seemed to clear her throat. This is the first time I'm reciting scriptures in front of others. You're not allowed to laugh. Reciting scriptures, just as Ning Fan was feeling doubtful, he heard a faint voice reciting scriptures coming from the other side of the formation. No, it's not reciting scriptures but humming softly. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva was cultivating in the depths of Prajnaparamita, he saw that the 5 skandhas were all empty, transcending all sufferings. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. It's the same for perception, thought, action and consciousness. Sarira is the emptiness of all dharmas. It's neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, there's no form in the air, no perception, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no will, no color, no sound, no fragrance, and no law. There's no vision or even a realm of consciousness. There's no ignorance and there's no end to ignorance. There's no death of old age and there's no end to old age and death. There's no suffering and there's no destruction of the Tao. There's no wisdom and there's no attainment. Because there's no attainment, there's no bodhisattva. Because of Prajnaparamita, there's no worry in the heart. There's no fear, there's no hindrance, there's no illusion, there's nirvana. All the Buddhas of the 3 worlds obtained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi through Prajnaparamita. Therefore, Prajnaparamita is the great divine mantra, the great bright mantra, the supreme mantra and the unequaled mantra. It can get rid of all suffering and it's real. Therefore, the Prajnaparamita mantra goes like this: uncovering the truth, 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 uncovering the truth. Ning Fan was in a dilemma. She's actually singing Buddhist scriptures for me. He didn't believe in Buddhism. In other words, it was impossible for any ancient devil to believe in Buddhism. Therefore, he didn't like Buddhist scriptures as it went against his Tao. However, Miss Ling's voice was so pleasant that he couldn't help but want to listen to it a few more times. No, it's not simply pleasant. It's a desire that came from the depths of his soul. He wanted to listen to it one more time. He wanted to listen to it one more time. Otherwise, he might not be able to hear it again after tomorrow. Is it nice? After the song ended, Miss Ling asked nervously, as if she was very concerned about the audience's evaluation. It's nice. You believe in Buddhism? I don't. Miss Ling answered straightforwardly. Then why are you still singing Buddhist scriptures? Ning Fan was speechless. Can't I sing it if I don't believe in it? It's fine as long as it's nice and effective. Take a look at your Tao heart. Is it still sorrowful? Is it really not sorrowful anymore? I've heard of this Buddhist heart sutra before. It doesn't seem to have such a miraculous effect. Ning Fan was surprised. Of course. Don't you know who's singing it? If you ask a third-step saint to sing for you, the effect will be incomparably miraculous. If you go to an old nun in a mortal temple to sing for you, it will be useless even if you sing for 10,000 times. Miss Ling said proudly. Thank you. All right. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. However, it's time to water my sapling. Let's talk another day. If your heart is disturbed in the future, you can come and find me. If you can't find me once, you can try a few more times. If I happen to have the ancient country trading formation open, I will receive your contact and help you again. After turning off the ancient country trading formation, Ning Fan's Tao heart no longer felt uncomfortable. He had to admit that Miss Ling's chanting was really effective. He really wanted to listen to it a few more times even if he did not believe in Buddhism. Impressive, little thief. You actually have the ability to coax the 6th era saint to use his samsara power to sing for you. You're quite capable. The Ant Lord said sarcastically. Is the price very high? Ning Fan frowned. If Miss Ling had to pay a huge price just to sing this sutra, he would have a new layer of guilt. It's not a big price, but it's definitely not easy. Someone who doesn't believe in Buddhism has to use the third step Buddha art. Of course, her primordial chi will be greatly damaged. After that, she will have to rest for a long time to recover. The Ant Lord said gloatingly. Ning Fan's expression became a little unpleasant. He wanted to immediately reopen the trading formation and send some items to Miss Ling to replenish her primordial chi. However, he smiled bitterly at the next moment and stopped that thought. She was a saint. She might not lack what he had. Besides, she was still busy watering her sapling. It was not appropriate for him to disturb her. I'll send her some recovery pills that are more valuable the next time I contact her. After Omniscient Old Man regained his senses a little, Ning Fan talked to him again and asked him about suppressing the Ant Lord. Omniscient Old Man could not remember why he suppressed the Ant Lord in the past. However, he still remembered the method of suppressing the Ant Lord very clearly. It was a method of suppression passed down by the Yin and Yang sect. What it suppressed was not the Ant Lord's physical body or undying soul but the Ant Lord's existence. Suppressing the existence of the Ant Lord also required a powerful existence. Since it was a method of the Yin and Yang sect, it involved both Yin and Yang seals. The male quasi-saint ant of the Light Ant clan was the Yang seal that suppressed the Yang existence of the Ant Lord. The female quasi-saint ant of the Light Ant clan was the Yin seal that suppressed the Yin existence of the Ant Lord. Suppressing an existence, Ning Fan shook his head, indicating that he could only understand a little bit of it. He could not understand the deeper things. Obviously, this kind of suppression method was not something of the 2nd step but something of the 3rd step or even the 4th step. **** little friend Ning, what should I say about you? Not only did you kill a quasi-saint ant of the Light Ant clan, but you also killed an important Yang seal like the Corpse Slave King. You even captured 2 of the 4 great Yin seals that I placed in this place and destroyed their cultivation bases. Fortunately, you haven't done anything to Mother Yin and Huagu. Otherwise, once the Ant Lord escapes, I will have to spend a lot of effort to suppress her again. You should know that this is suppressing a saint. I'm not afraid if she fights back, but what about the Yin people of your purple battle illusory world? Haven't you heard of this saying? When immortals fight, mortals suffer. When I suppress this bitch again, hee. I'm afraid your purple battle illusory world would have already been torn to pieces. Ning Fan smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, he did not really do anything to Mother Yin and Huagu. Otherwise, he might become the sinner of the purple battle illusory world. However, you still destroyed quite a lot of the Yang and Yin seals, weakening the power of the seals. Now, this old man has to nurture new Yang seals and Yin seals. You feel good plucking a quasi-saint and killing one is easy, but do you know how much time and energy I need to spend to cultivate a quasi-saint? Little friend Ning, please don't hurt these little ants again, okay? Can you give this old man some face? Okay. However, it's not as if you didn't do anything good. You actually moved away the Ant Lord's mountain of Tao. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a place to deal with it. This is good, very good. As for the Ant Lord's scattered soul in your sea of consciousness. Sigh, I can only bear with it for now. Wait for this old man to come up with a new method before I try to get rid of her. Before that, don't try any random methods, lest you destroy your own sea of consciousness before you can even kill the Ant Lord. Yes. As this matter concerned the survival of the illusionary world, Ning Fan had no choice but to give up on the idea of plucking Mother Yin and Hua Su. Of course, not being able to pluck them didn't mean that he couldn't do anything. After knowing the bottom line of suppressing the Lord Ant, he no longer had any worries. That night, he punished Mother Yin Mu and Hua Sua, and also planted a seed relic in the two girls. Even if he did not pluck their primordial yin, he still obtained the primordial yin of two quasi-saints. Ning Fan's magic power that had skyrocketed previously had completely stabilized and even improved a little. Then, he released Hua Hua and Hong Lian back to the Light Ant clan and handed them over to Omniscient Old Man to be nurtured again. At this point, the 4 female leaders of the Light Ant clan were all controlled by the relic. They could no longer have the intention to harm Ning Fan. A few days later, with the help of the merit points of the true world, the curse of the sludge monster was successfully lifted. However, Ning Fan did not witness the specific process. After that, when the sludge monster returned the heaven-opening jade book to him, the merit points on it were reduced by 600 points. The strange thing was that even though the curse was lifted, the sludge monster still maintained its mud body. Ning Fan did not know if it was intentional or not. There were still 11,800 merit points left on the heaven-opening jade book. Another 10 days later. After devouring the immemorial yin wind that Ning Fan had collected, old ancestor Lei Zai's magic power had improved by 100 tribulations while his injuries were fully healed. He finally walked out of the wind pouch and Ning Fan returned it to him. Brother Ning, you really are my lucky star. This time, I have broken through a small bottleneck. In the future, I won't be restrained by the bottleneck for a long period of time. I will usher in a new period of improvement in my cultivation base. Ha ha ha. I really don't know how to thank you. Before old ancestor Lei Zai could thank Ning Fan properly, he saw Omniscient Old Man standing beside him. Then, under Ning Fan's puzzled gaze, the old ancestor of Lei Zai rubbed his eyes and burst into tears of joy. He directly knelt down in front of Omniscient Old Man and heavily kowed out a few times. Martial Uncle He? Is it really you? When you disappeared mysteriously, we were all very worried about you. So you didn't die, didn't I? Lei Zai, an in-name disciple of the Yangyi sect, greets Martial Uncle He. As it turned out, Lei Zai Patriarch was once an in-name disciple of the Yangyi sect's Divine Master Nangong. Divine Master Nangong and Omniscient were of the same generation, so it was reasonable for Lei Zai to call him Martial Uncle. Move aside. Who's your Martial Uncle He? Don't try to make connections. This old man doesn't know any 2 instruments sect or 3 instruments sect. I don't even know anything about lightning or rain. Omniscient Old Man said with a look of disdain. Martial Uncle He, have you forgotten? Back then, you were the one who taught me to smell senior sister's underwear. You are my great benefactor. Have you forgotten all about the important experiences we went through together? Lei Zai Patriarch said with a pained expression. Underwear, underwear. Omniscient Old Man's eyes flashed. He seemed to have remembered something. Also, you even brought Martial Nephew to Yihong brothel to drink and discuss Tao. If it wasn't for Martial Uncle He, Martial Nephew would never have understood that there are so many secrets on women, Yihong brothel. The secrets of women. Omniscient Old Man seemed to have thought of something. His nose suddenly became hot and 2 streaks of blood flowed down. He seemed to be really remembering the past. But in the end, his incomplete sea of consciousness made him unable to remember those things. This old man doesn't know you. Omniscient Old Man sighed. So that's how it is. Martial Uncle He's sea of consciousness is actually so broken. No wonder, you don't remember, although this old man doesn't remember you, since you call me Martial Uncle, then you can't call this little friend Ning brother anymore. You have to call him Little Martial Uncle. Call him Martial Uncle? This doesn't make sense. He's just the inheritor of our sect for countless generations. How can a martial nephew call him martial uncle? Isn't that a difference in seniority? It's more appropriate for him to call me martial nephew ancestor. Just call him if he wants you to. Why do you have to talk so much? Are you not going to listen to martial uncle's orders? Omniscient old man's face turned stern. Xianxia gave in out of habit. Martial uncle, don't be angry. I'll call him. All right? Sigh. Isn't it just acknowledging one more martial uncle? It's not a big deal. Please don't let your anger affect your health. Just like that, Ning Fan gained a new martial nephew out of nowhere. He had underestimated omniscient old man's influence on old ancestor Xianxia. Initially, he thought that old ancestor Xianxia would not take omniscient old man's crazy words seriously. However, he was wrong. As omniscient old man gave his order, Xianxia actually treated him as his martial uncle. When Ning Fan was standing, Xianxia did not dare to sit down. When Ning Fan was sitting, Xianxia stood at the side and served him like a servant. His attitude was respectful when he spoke and courteous when he acted. The only thing he lacked was to let Ning Fan rest in the morning and sleep on an ice-warm mat. On this day, when Ning Fan was chatting with Bei Xiaoman, Xianxia came to him again. Disciple Xianxia has something to ask little martial uncle. As soon as he arrived at Ning Fan's door, old ancestor Xianxia actually had the intention to kneel down. Is he going to pay his respects to Ning Fan? How could this be? Ning Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea. Bei Xiaoman, who was standing at the side, was also so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Grandpa Bing had just recovered and he still needed to rest. Recently, she had been busy taking care of Grandpa Bing. Thus, she did not know much about Ning Fan and Xianxia. Now that she saw Xianxia kneeling to Ning Fan, her view of the world changed. She had always thought that Ning Fan was just a small void refinement realm cultivator. What about old ancestor Xianxia? He was one of the 3 great quasi-saints of the 4 mystic sects. In the northern heaven, he was already a supreme existence. A dignified quasi-saint of the 4 mystic sects actually addressed Ning Fan as little martial uncle. Moreover, he even kneeled to him as soon as they met. Am I dreaming? Bei Xiaoman pinched her own face in a daze. She found it unbelievable. It actually hurts a little. I'm actually not dreaming. Don't be silly. Senior Xianxia must be joking with me. Ning Fan pointed a finger at Xianxia from his sleeve and stopped him from kneeling no matter what. Joking? What kind of joke would make a quasi-saint kneel to avoid refinement realm junior? Ordinary people would not believe such words. However, Bei Xiaoman believed it. After all, a woman who is in love would usually have her IQ reduced to a negative value. She would believe the words of the man she likes without a doubt. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't kneel here and there. Ning Fan said helplessly. Yes. Little martial uncle, the sect competition of the Northern Heaven sects is just around the corner. As a quasi-saint of the 4 mystic sects, I need to attend the second round of the competition. Thus, I can't serve you for the time being. Little martial uncle, please allow me to do so. Old ancestor Xianxia said respectfully. Senior, I already have a headache with an omniscient senior acting like a lunatic. You should stop adding to my troubles. Don't call me martial uncle anymore. I'm not used to it. Ning Fan said with a headache. Little martial uncle. You are my senior. How can you call me senior instead? Aren't you torturing your martial nephew? You can call me martial nephew or just call me by my name. Then, fellow Taoist Xianxia, you can't call me fellow Taoist. My 2 rights sect has strict rules. You are the martial uncle, so you should scrupulously fulfill your duty and strictly abide by the sect rules. This seniority must not be messed up. It's already a mess, okay? I'm the descendant of the Black Demon sect, a little disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect who knows how many generations later. You're the senior, okay? Instead, you have to call me martial uncle. Forget it. I'll just call you Xianxia. Ning Fan was too lazy to argue with him anymore. So be it, Aunt Master. In any case, he wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage. Then, martial uncle, can you allow me to leave temporarily? You may leave now. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Oh right, Martial Uncle, do you want to join the second round of the competition? I don't think I can go. When I represented the Black Demon sect in the first round of the grand competition, I violated too many rules of the Northern Heavens and even violated the rules of the grand competition. According to the rules, the Black Demon sect will be disqualified from the second round. Disqualification? Who would dare? You're the little Martial Uncle of my laissez. If anyone dares to disqualify you, I'll slaughter his entire sect. If little Martial Uncle wants to participate in the second round, you can naturally come. At that time I will prepare the best seats for the Black Demon sect to welcome you. This time it was Bei Xiaoman's turn to be happy. Little Fan, you also want to participate in the Northern Heavens Grand Competition? Which sect are you representing? Black Luo sect? Or Blackwood sect? I didn't hear it clearly. It's the Black Demon sect. Ning Fan smiled. He knew that Bei Xiaoman did not know about his background. After all, she had only found out about his real name some time ago. Black Demon sect? It sounds familiar. It doesn't seem to be a big sect. Forget it. That's not important. Little Fan, in the second round, can you be my chess soldier? Chess soldier? What's that? You actually don't know about chess soldier? You really don't care about the grand competition of the sects of our Northern Heavens. Seeing Ning Fan's blank expression, Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt superior in terms of intelligence. She explained the rules of the second round to Ning Fan. Unlike the first round, all the sects of the Northern Heavens who participated in the second round would need to use the identity of a chess soldier to find a person among the cultivators of the Lost World Palace to be their chess master. The Northern Heavens Grand Competition was also known as the Battle of the Three Palaces. From the second round onwards, it would be a civil war between the North Palace, South Palace, and West Palace of the Lost World Palace. All the sects who participated in the Northern Heavens Grand Competition were just chess soldiers of the Lost World Palace. The disciples of the three palaces of the Lost World Palace would choose their own chess soldiers to help them fight for a place in the second round. I don't understand. Ning Fan was not interested in these complicated rules at all. He did not have much interest in participating in the second round. It's fine if you don't understand. Anyway, you can discuss with the sect master of your Black Demon sect to be my chess soldier in the second round. Although your Black Demon sect isn't a strong sect, it's your fault for having an affair with me. For your sake, I will also protect all of you. It turned out that the reason why Bei Xiaoman wanted to recruit Ning Fan as her chess soldier was because she was worried that Ning Fan's cultivation base was too low. That was why she wanted to use her relationship to secretly protect Ning Fan in the second round. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He realized that Bei Xiaoman's misunderstanding of him was getting deeper. Actually, the current sect master of the Black Demon sect is me. What? The Black Demon sect is actually so weak that they have to hire a Void Refinement Realm cultivator to be their sect master? Bei Xiaoman was shocked. Then, her motherly love overflowed and she held Ning Fan's hands tightly. But don't be afraid. You are my chess soldier. You are my man. If I want to protect you, even those powerful beings like Du Zhen and Shi Kong would not be able to hurt you. Du Zhen? Shi Kong? Powerful beings? Actually, I'm stronger than many quasi-saints. Ning Fan explained helplessly. I know. I understand. Your skills in bed are indeed unparalleled. But you have to know that a battle between cultivators isn't like playing with women. The second round is far more dangerous than you can imagine. But no matter how dangerous it is, I will protect you. After all, you are so strong. I can't bear to see anything happen to you. Bei Xiaoman said with a blushing face. Forget it. Ning Fan did not want to explain anymore. The truth would prove that he was not only stronger than ordinary quasi-saints in bed. Originally, Ning Fan was not interested in participating in the second round of the grand competition. However, if he could become Bei Xiaoman's chess soldier and help her a little, he would not mind continuing to participate in this grand competition. Even if he did not even know what a chess soldier was, the second round of the grand competition would only begin in a few months. Ning Fan did not need to go to the Lost World Palace so early to participate in the grand competition. On the other hand, old ancestor Lei Zhe needed to go to the Lost World Palace in advance to supervise the preparations for the grand competition. Bei Xiaoman also needed to go to the Lost World Palace in advance. After all, her identity in the Northern Heaven was a little special. The significance of this grand competition was also very special. Thus, she must go to the Lost World Palace in advance. She had yet to be rescued from the Guangzhou Earth Abyss by old ancestor Lei Zhe after such a long time. The Lost World Palace should already be in a mess. It was time for her to return to the Lost World Palace with old ancestor Lei Zhe. Little Fan, you have to protect yourself. I will wait for you at the Lost World Palace. Until the very end, Bei Xiaoman was still worried about Ning Fan's safety. She was afraid that he would be in danger if he stayed in the Guangzhou Earth Abyss alone. However, only her grandfather's stone warrior and the stone puppets she brought with her knew how insanely strong Ning Fan was. After being modified by Omniscient Master, Stone Warrior's cultivation base was already at the Immortal King realm. In the Northern Heaven, all immortal kings were old ancestor-level existences. However, when he stood next to Ning Fan, he felt that the gap between their cultivation bases was even greater than when they were in the Rain World. What cultivation realm have you reached now? Stone Warrior was filled with emotions and asked. I'm just an immortal king realm like you. Not bad. After getting your new puppet body, you are much stronger than before. If that's the case, you must protect Xiaoman well in the future. Ning Fan also felt emotional. He smiled and patted Stone Warrior's shoulder to encourage him. He used to be Stone Warrior's master for a period of time. Now that he saw Stone Warrior's complete body, he was actually very happy. However, he did not express it too much. I heard that it was you who helped Omniscient Master modify my puppet body. I, Stone Warrior, will never forget your kindness. Hey, Grandpa Stone Warrior, I also helped you, alright? Why did you only help Xianxia fan? Bei Xiaoman curled her lips. Besides, don't believe him. He's not an immortal king. Even though his innate talent is extremely high, his bone age is still young. Even though he can become an immortal king in the future, he is still a small void refinement realm cultivator right now. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate him just because he is just a void refinement realm cultivator. He is very strong. He is invincible against those who are at the same level as him. I'm afraid he is also invincible against those who are one realm higher than him. Bei Xiaoman continued. Miss, you're wrong. Of course, I won't believe that he is an immortal king because he is much stronger than an immortal king. If I didn't know him well, I would definitely suspect that he was hiding his identity as a quasi-saint realm cultivator in the Rain World. Forget it. When the second round begins, you will know how powerful your husband is. I'm afraid the entire Northern Heaven will be shocked. The past was still vivid in his mind, making Stone Warrior sigh. In the past, Ning Fan, who dared to capture him with just a nascent soul realm cultivation base, had now become the strongest expert in the Northern Heaven. People say that the new generation surpasses the old one. However, Ning Fan was not a wave at all. It was clearly a tsunami. Not to mention surpassing the old one, it directly drowned the entire land. The geniuses of the same generation as him are really pitiful. They won't be able to stand out in this lifetime and will forever be suppressed by him. Even after Bei Xiaoman left, Ning Fan did not leave the Guangzhou Earth Abyss. The reason he stayed here was to fulfill his promise to Omniscient Master to conduct some experiments on him. Although it was said to be an experiment, Ning Fan's daily life was really no different from having fun. He always had the Een Mother and the 4 ants to serve him. Besides, he also had the Sludge Monster and Black Devil to play with. His days were very leisurely. Every day, he would be able to consume a large number of spiritual herbs and pills. Those medicinal fruits were not used to improve his cultivation base. Instead, they were used to develop his body's potential. Ning Fan could feel that his strength was growing every day. However, his ancient devil essence chi did not increase at all. It just became a little more solid every day. Senior Omniscient, can I ask you what kind of experiment are you conducting on me right now? Ning Fan asked curiously. Extreme. Omniscient Master only answered Ning Fan with a single word. This single word made Ning Fan confused. Extreme? What's that? It's Master's Dao. Master's Tao is to return all techniques to their origin. There's nothing he won't do. Extreme is divided into yin and yang. It also has two completely different directions of development, life and death. The experiment that you're doing now is to prepare for the true extreme state. The muscles of a mortal will never be able to unleash their full strength. At most, they can only use 10 to 20% of their strength. The same goes for immortals. Be it their physical body, primordial spirit or spirit sense, out of self-protection, they will never be able to unleash their full strength. Otherwise, they will harm themselves. Some immortals created secret techniques in order to break through the limits of their bodies. They can increase their cultivation base rapidly within a short period of time. Those secret techniques don't increase their cultivation base. Instead, they break through the limits of their bodies. Therefore, these secret techniques usually have side effects. With this degree of breaking through the limits, they can only unleash 30 to 50% of their cultivation base. Normally, when someone gives up everything and explodes their primordial spirit, that person will be able to completely break through the limits and unleash 100% of their cultivation base. That's why the power of the self-explosion is usually earth-shattering. It's a method that will only be used when they're facing certain death. Master's extreme is not as simple as breaking through the limits of the body. The limit of the body is the 100% of one's cultivation base. Master's Tao is the part that exceeds 100%. You should have felt it. Although your strength is increasing every day, what's supposed to come will still come. Your strength has risen to a bottleneck. This bottleneck is not given to you by anyone. It's set by your body instinctively. This bottleneck is the self-protection mechanism of your body. The experiment that I'm going to do next is to help you forcefully break through this limit. You have to be careful. Once the limit is lifted, you will be able to unleash 100% of your cultivation base. Therefore, you have to control your strength. If you overexert yourself, your body will not be able to withstand the backlash and self-destruct. When all the self-protection restrictions in his body were removed, Ning Fan felt unprecedentedly strong and also extremely uncomfortable. The upper limit of his strength, spirit sense, and magic power flow had all increased by more than 10 times. Green veins bulged on his face, making him look a little too ferocious at first glance. The ancient god's heart was beating at a frequency of 6 to 7 times per breath, as if it would explode at any time. Under the influence of the yin and yang qi, the blood in his body became like a broken dam. It crashed in his blood vessels and went out of control. Senior, did you use the yin and yang qi to remove the self-protection restrictions in my body? I never knew that the yin and yang qi could be used like this. Ning Fan said with surprise. Hee. There are still many things that you don't know. How is it? How does it feel to remove all the restrictions? Omniscient old man asked with a smile. Very strong. My cultivation base did not change at all. However, my strength has risen to the limit of my current cultivation base. I'm not asking whether you've become stronger or not. I can tell with my eyes how strong your qi has become. What I'm asking is whether the side effects of your body are strong or not. It's all right. Ning Fan felt that he was like a ball that was constantly being pumped with air. His physical body was extremely strong. Therefore, the ball could contain more qi without exploding easily. Do you see that, native? Omniscient old man suddenly pointed at a yellow giant in the distance. The place Ning Fan was currently in was a space of a world treasure refined by omniscient old man. This world was specially used for practicing techniques. Yellow giants that were 1 million zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall could be seen everywhere in this world. These yellow giants were not living beings. Their appearance was similar to mud statues and their function was similar to that of targets. That yellow was not an ordinary material. It was an immortal material of the true world called armor mud. The hardness of this kind of armor mud was unusually high. However, because it could not flow magic power, it could not be used to refine weapons or puppets. The cultivators of the true world often used this kind of armor mud to pile up yellow mud statues as cultivation targets. I see it. Ning Fan answered. This native is made of armor mud. Even though it is not alive, its sturdiness is well known in the true world. Moreover, Due to the unique fusion property of the armor mud, the bigger the mud statue is, the stronger its defense will be. The earthen golem that was 1,000,000 feet tall could take on a quasi-sage divine art without being damaged at all. Give it a try. With your current strength, you might be able to shatter 1,000,000 feet tall earth giant with a single punch, omniscient old man said. Could he do it? After all, it was his first time pushing his body to its limit. Under such a condition, even he himself had no idea how much power his body could unleash. Cross-shaped halo, activate, immemorial true body, activate. Ning Fan turned into a body of golden flames and dashed towards the yellow giant like a ray of golden light. Then, he threw a punch at it. He didn't use any divine power in this punch. Even so, the power of the punch was still more than 10 times stronger than before. This ordinary punch was almost equivalent to the ancient demon mountain breaking strike that was normally executed. When such a terrifying punch landed on the yellow earth giant's body, it only made the giant shake violently. After a while, it stopped shaking. The surface of its body did not even leave a single mark on it. On the other hand, after Ning Fan's fist was rebounded by the giant, the webbing between his thumb and index finger was shattered and blood was flowing out from his palm. No. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was not as simple as the rebounding force. If a casual rebounding force would hurt his body, Ning Fan must have suffered countless severe injuries when he used the ancient demon mountain breaking strike in the past. This was not a rebounding force. This was a backlash. This backlash was not caused by external injuries. Instead, Ning Fan's body was injured internally. The power of his ordinary punch was comparable to the ancient demon mountain breaking strike in the past. Such a huge increase in strength naturally came with a price. That price was that his body could not withstand the full force he exerted at this moment and was injured by the backlash. This was the reason why the body of a cultivator had self-protection restrictions. Removing the restrictions was an action that would harm one's enemy but also oneself. It was a method that risked one's life. No. That's not right. You still had some scruples in that punch and you couldn't help but hold back your strength. Your body's restrictions have been removed but your mind's restrictions have yet to be removed. Are you afraid of getting hurt? Even though I asked you to hold back, I didn't ask you to hold back at all. Could it be that the punch you threw just now was your full strength? I can help you restrain your body but you have to release the restrictions in your mind by yourself. Is there any moment in your life that you can't be defeated, lose, or lower your head? Omniscient old man asked with a frown. Yes. Is there any great enemy that you must kill? Is there anyone who is willing to protect it with their life? Yes, remember the moment when you were the weakest and most desperate. Treat this yellow earth giant as the great enemy that made you despair and kill it with all your strength. But Senior asked me to hold back just now, hurry up. Kill Hong Jun. He is curling his finger at me. Kill him. Omniscient old man went crazy again. He pointed at the yellow earth giant in the distance and ordered Ning Fan to kill it. Sigh, facing a mere yellow earth giant, Ning Fan really could not bring himself to go crazy. However, in order to stop omniscient old man from going crazy, he decided to fulfill his wish and destroy the yellow earth giant. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He looked at the earth giant as if he was looking at a great enemy. After that, he threw another punch at the yellow earth giant. This time, he did not use his normal fist force. Instead, he used the ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Under his current extreme condition, a normal punch of his was equivalent to the ancient devil mountain breaking strike in the past. When he used the ancient devil mountain breaking strike, its destructive power was naturally even more terrifying. It was almost equivalent to 800 consecutive strikes in the past. As soon as the force of his punch spread, the shadow of a devil mountain appeared between heaven and earth. Then, the mountain collapsed. That was not an ordinary landslide. It was the eruption of a volcano from the inside out. Boom. Ning Fan's punch finally left a few cracks in the shape of a spider web on the yellow earth giant's body. Since he used too much strength in this attack, the backlash was naturally more severe than the previous one. Ning Fan's entire fist bone was shattered. Even if it's just to stop Senior Omniscient from going crazy, the price I have to pay is just too great. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to use his self-healing method to heal his fist bone, Omniscient Old Man acted first and healed him. Four symbols appear. Water Immortal Ding, come out. As Omniscient Old Man muttered an incantation, a large amount of yin and yang qi floated around his body. The yin and yang qi rose and fell from time to time. Eventually, the yin and yang qi turned into an endless lake and sea. Omniscient Old Man stood on the lake and sea. At this moment, his appearance suddenly changed under the influence of the yin and yang qi. He actually turned into a child who was 6 or 7 years old. That child had his hair tied into a bun. His appearance was very similar to Omniscient Old Man. He was just like a younger and shrunken version of Omniscient Old Man. The only difference was that when Omniscient Old Man was old and clumsy, he was just a nascent soul realm cultivator. After he turned into a child, his cultivation base was so profound that Ning Fan could not see through it. Sage. Ning Fan's expression changed. Even though he could not see through the level of Omniscient Old Man's cultivation base, he could sense that the boy's chi was definitely much greater and boundless than the Ant Lord in his dream realm. If he was stronger than a sage, wouldn't he be a sage? You're wrong. I'll say it again. I'm not a sage. I'm just a small nascent soul realm cultivator. However, I'm different from ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators. I've cultivated for a total of 44 eras of reincarnation to the nascent soul realm. Since ancient times until now, no one has ever waited longer than me in the nascent soul realm. If not, I wouldn't dare to call myself the strongest nascent soul realm cultivator since ancient times. Omniscient Old Man explained. 44. It's just one less than 43. Ning Fan's first reaction was not to be shocked by Omniscient Old Man's profound cultivation base. Instead, he was actually paying attention to some inconspicuous things. If it was an ordinary person who said 44, he would not pay attention to it. After all, this number was too common and there was nothing good about it. However, Omniscient Old Man had his own karma. In that case, when Ning Fan looked at Omniscient Old Man's 44 eras of reincarnation, it was just like how he looked at the 42 volcanoes of the Black Devil sect. He seemed to have gained enlightenment. However, he did not fully understand that kind of enlightenment and he could not describe it in words. In a daze, he recalled the encounter he had when he went to the wild world for the first time. He remembered that when he just arrived at the wild world, there were 42 regions. The heavenly Tao spirit of the wild world, Black Devil, also had a deep karma with him. At that time, he would not think deeply about why there were 42 regions in the wild world. Now, however, he thought about it further. 42, 43, 44. These numbers that were similar to each other seemed to have the existence of karma. As a result, Ning Fan, who saw the karma, became absent-minded. He actually did not hear what Omniscient Old Man said next. Little friend Ning. Did you hear what I said just now? If you heard it, can you give me a reaction? Omniscient Old Man said with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry. Senior, please say it again. Just now, I said that my water immortal image is extremely good at healing. As long as the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth are not exhausted, I can guarantee your life. So, you don't have to be afraid of Hong Jun beat this bastard to death. Break his bones and cripple him. I will treat you from the back. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Then, Omniscient Old Man performed a hand seal. The yin and yang qi of heaven and earth immediately turned into starlight and sprinkled down. It looked like an astrology technique, but it was not. The only thing Ning Fan knew was that after the yin and yang qi sprinkled down, the bones of his shattered fists were healed in an instant. Ning Fan originally thought that the Black Star technique of the Heaven Sovereign was already very powerful. However, this Omniscient Old Man's yin and yang qi healing technique seemed to be not any weaker than the Heaven Sovereign's. With Omniscient Old Man treating him at the side, Ning Fan naturally did not need to worry about getting hurt from the backlash. He struck out more ancient Devil Mountain breaking strikes. The cracks on the yellow earth giant's body increased and the spider webs became denser. The more he used the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strikes, the stronger its destructive power would be. However, since Ning Fan's power was not restricted at all, the backlash from each of his punches would naturally be stronger than the previous one. During the 1,000 consecutive strikes, each of Ning Fan's punches would destroy one of his arms. during the 3,000 consecutive strikes, the backlash from each of his punches would make him lose half of his body. During the 6,000 consecutive strikes, each of his punches would destroy his entire physical body, leaving only his primordial spirit. During the 9,000 consecutive strikes, each of his punches would make half of his primordial spirit dissipate. It was just too dangerous to fight someone at his limit. If it wasn't for omniscient old man's heaven-defying healing technique that was helping him at the side, Ning Fan would not be able to hit 9,000 consecutive strikes at all. Perhaps he would not be able to endure the accumulation of injuries after hitting 100 or 200 times and die from the backlash. When Ning Fan hit 9,000 consecutive strikes, even he himself was shocked by the power of his punches. What kind of destructive attack was that? It was a power that even many second-level quasi-saints could not achieve. The yellow earth giant, which was 1,000,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall, was finally destroyed by Ning Fan's punch. Seeing that, omniscient old man laughed out loud as if he had really seen Ning Fan kill Hong Jun. However, after laughing out loud, his eyes became blank again. He touched the bun on his head, not really understanding why he was laughing just now. Then, he noticed that the yellow earth giant was destroyed by Ning Fan and was greatly shocked. Are you crazy? Why did you have to risk your life to fight against a mere native out of nowhere? Didn't I tell you to restrain your attacks? What kind of terrifying backlash would there be for an attack that could destroy the native? If you were directly destroyed by the backlash, wouldn't you die an unjust death? Ning Fan was speechless. You were the one who forced me to destroy the native, alright? Why do you always look for me to take the blame every time your memory becomes messed up? Do we have a grudge against each other? Speaking of which, why can't I remember anything even though I have already manifested the 4 symbols? Omniscient old man said blankly. I have already understood Ji. Senior has mentioned the 4 symbols twice. What are they? Ning Fan removed his eternal true body and the cross-shaped halos and returned to omniscient old man's side and asked. The 4 symbols are. What are the 4 symbols again? I don't remember. Omniscient old man's memory was indeed unreliable. After a moment of confusion, omniscient old man suddenly shouted. Wait. Wait. Let me calm down. What did you just say? During the short period of time you destroyed the native, you have already comprehended what Ji I was talking about? It hasn't even been the time for an incense stick to burn, right? Yes. Tell me, what is this Ji that I'm talking about? In the past, it took this old man 500 years to go from hearing about it to understanding it. Even so, the Heaven and Earth sect has already said that my aptitude is heaven-defying. If you can really comprehend it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, wouldn't your aptitude be 1,000 times better than mine? This is impossible. Ning Fan did not answer him. He just smiled faintly and formed a sword with his fingers. Then, he wrote 2 huge words on the surface of the lake that was transformed by omniscience. Ripples spread out, but the words did not disappear. Taiji Wuji gave birth to Taiji, Taiji gave birth to Yin and Yang and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. This mantra often appeared in cultivation books. Omniscient old man was a disciple of the 2 forms sect. Since he kept mentioning the word Ji and the 4 symbols, Ning Fan would naturally associate it with the concepts of Tai Chi and limitless Tao. This was not because his comprehension ability was amazing, but because the omniscient old man had given him too many hints in his deranged state. In the past, when Ning Fan read this sentence in the ancient records, he was also puzzled about what Tai Chi and limitless were. Today, however, he seemed to have understood it a little. Tai Chi was the pinnacle of a cultivator, limitless Tao was the pinnacle of Tai Chi, above limitless Tao was limitless Tao. Therefore, the path of cultivation would never have a limit nor an end. If there is really someone who cultivates to the pinnacle of limitless Tao, allowing limitless Tao to have a beginning and an end, that person would probably have the strength to look down on all the saints in the world. He would then be able to point his sword at the 4th step of Saint Defire, heaven opening. Perhaps the founding ancestor of the 2 forms sect, the 2 forms saint, could do it. Perhaps he couldn't. Ning Fan had never met the 2 forms saint before. Thus, he could not be sure about this. Also, he was too lazy to inquire about this secret. You actually understood it. You really understood it. Omniscience suffered a great blow. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had accomplished something that he would take 500 years to do. For the first time in his life, he doubted whether he was a little stupid or not. No. Actually, I don't really understand it. Little friend Ning, you don't have to be humble. You don't have to care about my feelings. I know that you are smarter than me and your brain is better than mine. That's why my master valued you more than me in the past. Omniscience old man began to talk nonsense again. He would forget some things as he spoke. When he was done talking, he did not even remember what he had said. Where were we talking about just now? Wait. Let me calm down. You actually broke the natives into pieces. Do you have to be so crazy? Do you have to risk your life like that? This is just a cultivation session. It's not a battle of life and death. Do you really want me to worry about you? Do you really want to kill yourself because of the backlash? Ning Fan remained silent. As expected, he could not have a pleasant conversation with Omniscience old man. Oh yeah, you asked me what the 4 symbols are just now. Do you really want to know? The topic had subtly returned to the main topic. Yes. Have you heard of this saying before? Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang give birth to the 4 symbols. Yes, I have. Eh? Who wrote the 2 words Tai Chi on the surface of the water? The handwriting is so ugly. It looks like a dog is crawling on the water and a crane is gnawing on it. Speaking of Tai Chi, we have to talk about Yin and Yang. The so-called Tai Chi is exactly what I want to teach you. Previously, I removed all the restrictions on your body and allowed you to reach your limit. That's true, but it's far from Tai Chi. Tai Chi has 2 directions, life and death. It can't be called Tai Chi without the balance of Yin and Yang. In life, there is death, and in death, there is life. This is the pinnacle of cultivation. What you experienced just now is the life realm of Tai Chi that was created by the Yin and Yang Chi. It's a pure life realm without any restrictions of the death realm. Next, I will let you experience the death realm. How magical. The topic had returned. Omniscience old man shouted and a large amount of Yin and Yang Chi floated around his body. 4 symbols appear. Fire devil bee, come out. Under the influence of the Yin and Yang Chi, Omniscience old man's appearance changed. The surrounding terrain also changed. The lake disappeared and turned into a sea of fire. Omniscience old man turned into a middle-aged cultivator, standing in the sea of fire. The middle-aged Omniscience old man's body was condensed by flames. He was completely a flaming man. His appearance was still similar to Omniscience old man. His cultivation base was also heaven-defying, giving Ning Fan the feeling that he was a sage. However, Omniscience old man claimed that he was not a sage. He was just a nascent soul realm cultivator. Considering that his memory was messed up, Ning Fan really could not believe that a nascent soul realm cultivator could be stronger than a sage. You. Who are you? Who am I? Omniscience old man became even crazier. This time, he had forgotten who Ning Fan was. He even forgot who he was. Ning Fan really did not have the strength to complain. Hee hee. I was just joking with you. Actually, I know you. You are my junior brother. What a joke. You really have a leisurely mind. You are my junior brother. I am Han. Han, what's your name again? Forget it. It's not important. Let's continue talking about the Taiji death realm. You still can't enter the Taiji life and death realm on your own. Therefore, I will give you a hand just like before and force you to enter the death realm. The death realm is easy to understand. It is the opposite of the life realm. The life realm can stimulate all of your potential while the death realm is the opposite. It will make all of your strength return to nothingness. As Omniscience old man displayed his ability, a gush of Yin and Yang Chi rushed towards Ning Fan's face, reversing the life realm and his body to the death realm. The situation of Ning Fan who was in the death realm was completely opposite to the life realm. At this moment, the upper limit of his strength, spirit sense, and magic power flow had shrunk to less than 1/10,000th of his original strength. His face was lifeless and listless, as if he had not slept for 80,000 years. The the ancient god's heart beat once every 10 breaths. Ning Fan's breathing became incomparably long, even close to the breathing of a turtle. Under the influence of the yin and yang qi, the blood in his body seemed to have solidified and almost stopped flowing, weak. Too weak. Under the death realm, Ning Fan could feel how weak he was. The life realm gave him the strength to crush the yellow earth giant, while the death realm made him so weak that he could not even defeat a cultivator from the Duzhen realm. Under the death realm, he was unprecedentedly weak. However, Ning Fan felt that he had become stronger in some aspects that he could not notice. The life realm and the death realm were exactly the opposite of each other. When he was in the life realm, even though he was strong, every punch he threw was a life-risking attack. If it is the opposite in the death realm, could it be? Before Ning Fan could make a guess, omniscient flaming man had already taken out his treasure sword and slashed at him. It was a high-grade innate treasure sword, the Yin and Yang sect protecting sword. It's actually a high-grade magic treasure. Why does Senior Omniscient want to kill me? Wait a minute. Wasn't this sword broken? When did it get repaired? Is it that easy to repair a high-grade innate treasure after it is destroyed? Is this related to the sword's low durability? Ning Fan instinctively wanted to dodge Omniscient Flaming Man's attack. However, Omniscient Flaming Man only said one sentence which made him suppress the thought of dodging. Trust me. Ning Fan naturally trusted Omniscient Old Man. That kind of trust was deep in his bones. He did not know where it came from. Therefore, even when Omniscient Flaming Man made a move to kill him, he still did not dodge. It was an attack from an innate treasure, and the person who used it was Omniscient Flaming Man, whose chi was even stronger than the Ant Lord. Such a slash was probably enough to kill an ancient great cultivator instantly. However, the strange thing was that when the sword slashed Ning Fan's body, it was as if it had slashed a black hole. All of its power was devoured and turned into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Ning Fan was unscathed. He stood still on the spot and took a high-grade innate treasure sword of a saint head-on without suffering any damage. What is this Taiji Death Realm? It is actually so powerful. The strength of a life realm cultivator skyrocketed. The death realm cultivator was immortal and immortal. If there is destruction in life and life in destruction, then one's strength could skyrocket and also immortal and immortal. That was the pinnacle of cultivation, the Taiji life and death realm. What Omniscient Flaming Man wanted to impart to him was actually such a terrifying ultimate technique. Who was it? Who was the one who slashed you? I will kill him. I will kill him. Omniscient Flaming Man lost his memory in just a second and went crazy again. Eh? Little friend Ning, you actually entered the Taiji death realm on your own? This doesn't make sense. The yin and yang qi in your body are obviously not enough to achieve this. How could you do this? Could it be that your innate talent is so heaven-defying that you can achieve this without using the yin and yang qi? Omniscient Flaming Man continued to act like a fool. Senior, you are the one who slashed me. Ha ha ha. Little friend Ning, you always like to joke. Why would I slash you out of nowhere? You are not the enemy who took my father away. Omniscient Old Man really did not remember anything. Forget it. I have already understood what Senior wants to impart to me. Although I understand it, I still can't enter the Taiji life and death realm with my own strength. The amount of yin and yang qi needed to achieve this is too huge. I don't know how many years I will need to cultivate such a large amount of yin and yang qi. Ning Fan sighed. What are you afraid of? My senior brother brought you to destroy the sect. Logically speaking, it should be my master who brought you to destroy the sect. But who exactly is my master? Sigh. I can't remember. Destroy the sect? Ning Fan's spirit soul trembled slightly. These two simple words triggered a certain emotion that was hidden deep in his heart. Yes. Destroy the sect. This is the tradition of my two-way sect. Let's leave the earth abyss and take a stroll in the northern heaven. But doesn't Senior have something to do to suppress the Lord Ant? From what Senior said just now, it seems like we can't leave the earth abyss. Otherwise, it will cause the Lord Ant to wake up. Oh my. I accidentally forgot about this matter. What should I do? Since I can't bring you to destroy the sect myself, I can only send someone to bring you there. Who should I send? Brother Xiang is an important part of Yang Feng. Brother Donkey has yet to be fixed. Brother Condor's cultivation base is too weak. Brother Pineapple was eaten by me a few days ago. Brother Pufferfish is at a crucial moment in his cultivation of poison. As for Daughter Mud, her curse has just been broken recently. She can't help her much and it's not suitable for her to go to battle. Sure enough, it's better for you to go alone, junior brother. Here. Take this list. Kick all the sex on it aside. Grab all the immortal materials on the list. Not a single one less. Come, let senior brother put a bloody handprint on this list. Do you know what this handprint is? This is called the blood oath. If you don't destroy all the sex, senior brother will violate the blood oath and self-destruct. In order to not let senior brother die, you must destroy all the sex one by one and seize all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the list. Ning Fan was speechless. Which senior brother in this world would threaten his junior brother with his own life just to force him to rob something? He had seen all kinds of devils and had rich experience in dealing with all kinds of idiots. However, he was helpless against the omniscient old man. It was not that he did not know how to deal with this idiot. It was just that he could not be ruthless when facing this person. There were many methods that he could not use. Are you kidding me? Why would he go to the northern sky and plunder the sex to protect the life of an unfamiliar old man? Why would he go and defend the entire northern sky on the eve of the second round of the competition? He is sick. Really? What? Who took my hand and put a blood oath on this list? Could it be Hong Jun? What a despicable baldy. You're the #1 expert of the profound gate, but you actually schemed against a nascent soul realm junior like me. You don't even care about the slightest bit of friendship? Hong Jun, you're not worthy to be the master of the revered Saint Defier. Ning Fan held his forehead and sighed. So, it's ancestor Hong Jun's turn to be the scapegoat this time. Why did he feel like laughing at his misfortune? Junior brother, save me. Hong Jun wants to kill senior brother. You can't just watch and do nothing, can you? Go and plunder and protect senior brother's life. Omniscient old man pleaded with tears in his eyes. You won. Ning Fan heaved a heavy sigh and took the list. In a flash, he flew out of the earth abyss. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his sexual orientation. So, this was the first time he went through fire and water for a man. How embarrassing. The moment he flew out of the earth abyss, dozens of cultivators of the Light Clan immediately surrounded him. When they saw that Ning Fan's appearance coincided with the portrait on one of the wanted posters, their expressions turned hostile. Take him down. This person is the person that the water sect wants to capture. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. There was no lack of female cultivators among the cultivators of the Light Clan who surrounded him. As soon as he activated the mind-reading technique, he directly obtained some information from their minds. It turned out that when he was foolishly staying in the earth abyss for omniscient old man to study, the Taoist child of the water sect, Fu Suchen, had actually issued a bounty for him across the entire northern heaven. Kill the person in the painting and you will receive the 3 promises of the water sect. Fu Suchen did not tell the outside world about Ning Fan's identity. It was not important, he also did not promise extra rewards. He just gave the 3 promises of the water sect as a bait. However, this was already more tempting than any reward. What did the 3 promises of the water sect mean? Those who were not immortal emperors could ask the old ancestor of the Xian water sect to help them attain the sovereign realm. Those who were not quasi-saints could ask for help to comprehend the bottleneck of the quasi-saint realm. Even a first-level quasi-saint could ask for help from the water sect. After all, the old ancestor of the water sect was a dignified second-level quasi-saint. Moreover, he was one of the strongest second-level quasi-saints. As long as they kill a nobody like Ning Fan, they would receive the 3 promises of the water sect. With such a great reward, there would naturally be brave men who would be willing to encircle and kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes scanned through the name list given by Omniscient. What a coincidence. The Light Clan is actually on the list to plunder as well. If Ning Fan still had some reservations about plundering for no reason in the past, he no longer had any concerns now. Why do others have to bully me but I am not allowed to retaliate? The Light Clan offended me first. Thus, they must pay the price. Of course, seeing that the Light Clan had sent out all their experts to defend the border river for the survival of the northern heaven, Ning Fan could show some mercy to the Light Clan in order to preserve his reputation as a hero. However, he still needed to intimidate them. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone in the entire Northern Heaven think that Ning Fan was weak and easy to bully? Unfortunately, his Tao was to fight force with force and fight force with force. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would retaliate with the same bloody method. A shrewd person would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, I, Ning Fan, am going to the Light Clan to take something. You are blocking my way. Get lost. Ning Fan let out a devil roar. Those cultivators of the Light Clan who were planning to capture him were instantly forced to retreat while coughing out blood. Each of their physical bodies collapsed while they were being pushed back. Only their primordial spirits were not killed. This was showing mercy. If Ning Fan willed it, the destructive power of this roar could directly kill half of the low-level cultivators of the Light Clan. It was a roar that contained the magic power of 17,000 tribulations. As the roar spread out, the mountains and earth within the territory of the Light Clan began to crumble. Countless old monsters of the Light Clan who were in seclusion broke out of their seclusion. Their faces were filled with anger. Of course, those old monsters could sense that the enemy was a quasi-saint with 17,000 tribulations. But so what? They were a dignified secret race. How could any doomsday quasi-saint provoke them? I would like to see which ignorant ant of the dream realm dares to cause trouble for my Light Clan. A coffin suddenly flew out from the depths of the Light Clan's territory. Then, a skinny old man walked out from the coffin. He was a quasi-saint with 11,000 tribulations. Even though his cultivation base was not the highest in the Light Clan, he was extremely experienced. He was an existence who had lived from the Zido immortal region until today. As he was hiding in the heaven-avoiding coffin, this quasi-saint of the Light Clan could not go to the battlefield in the border river. He could only stay behind to guard the clan. Initially, he thought that the so-called staying behind was just to cultivate in seclusion. He did not expect that there would really be a fool in this world who dared to challenge the dignity of the Light Clan. Hee. What a reckless fool. I'm not going to ask who you are. I just want to ask you one thing. Are you going to surrender obediently or do you want me to beat you up until you can't move? The old man said arrogantly. He was a quasi-saint of the secret race who had a distinguished identity. There was no need for him to be polite to a nameless quasi-saint in the Doomsday era. The Light Clan was different from the other cultivation clans in the Northern Heaven. The cultivators of this clan would use their surnames first before their given names. Most of the members of this clan had names like Guang or Guang. This quasi-saint of the Light Clan was named after Shintu Guang. In the era of the Zido Immortal Domain, Shintu Guang was considered a somewhat famous figure. When he was young, he was also ranked in the top 800 of the immortal emperors under Zido. Unfortunately, time was merciless. His immortal lifespan had long been exhausted. Now, he could only linger on in the heaven-avoiding coffin like a cripple. This person was short and skinny like a skinny monkey. The long robe that was woven with light was shining with the pattern of an ancient ape praying to the sun. His appearance was unattractive. Due to the exhaustion of his chi and blood, his chi seemed lifeless. However, his eyes were full of vigor and they shone like the sun. Indistinctly, there was fire burning in his eyes. The moment Ning Fan made eye contact with this person, he felt a burning pain in his eyes. Even though this person was arrogant, he did have some capabilities after all. It's old ancestor Shintu. He has made his move. As Shintu Guang appeared, cheers immediately resounded in the territory of the Light Clan. Countless cultivators kowtowed to him. There were also tens of giants of the Light Clan who were dressed in yellow scarves. They were carrying a six-edged long hammer that was as large as a small mountain and walked out with difficulty. That long hammer was too damaged. It was unknown how many years it had been through. Its spiritual light was severely damaged. However, it was covered with blood rust and it still gave off a strong killing intent. It was a mid-grade innate magic treasure. Please forgive us, old ancestor. We have spent 300,000 years but we still can't completely repair the immortal shattering hammer. We can only barely restore 60% of its power. The group of yellow scarves apologized. It's all right. 60% of its power is enough to deal with a doomsday quasi-saint. Shintu Guang said arrogantly. He took a step forward and his body shone brightly. Within the light, he turned into his 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall true body. He held the immortal shattering hammer in his hand and smashed it at Ning Fan. This immortal shattering hammer had the weight of 30 cultivation planets. When it smashed down, the entire starry sky shook violently. It was hard to imagine that Shen Guang, who had exhausted all of his qi and blood, still had the strength to wield such a heavy weapon. Even though his qi and blood were exhausted, he was definitely not weaker than a first-grade immortal stone quasi-saint. In the face of this person's brute force attack, Ning Fan chose to evade it. However, the problem was that he had clearly dodged Shen Guang's giant hammer attack. Yet, for some unknown reason, he was still sent flying. It was as if he was struck by 30 invisible cultivation stars at the same time. That kind of destructive power directly shattered his defense. Without revealing his true form, Ning Fan's physical body was directly destroyed. In an instant, the entire Light Clan was filled with cheers. Too strong. Shen Tu Patriarch only used one strike to kill the invading quasi-sage. This is the consequence of going against the Light Clan. This outsider demi-saint only has this much strength, and yet he dares to speak so arrogantly about stealing the treasures of the Light Race? How laughable. Not all the Light Clan cultivators were cheering. Some were puzzled. How strange. Are quasi-sages that easy to kill? Even if Shen Tu Patriarch is very strong, he should not be able to kill his opponent in one strike. Shen Guang narrowed his eyes. Of course, he did not think that Ning Fan could be killed so easily. When he saw Ning Fan's physical body exploding and turning into sawdust that filled the sky, his expression became slightly startled. He finally understood. It's actually the wood clone. When did this person use his clone? I didn't even notice it at all. Could it be that this person actually has the wood title or the wood lord position? Otherwise, it is impossible for me to not sense the qi of his clone. To his surprise, the broken sawdust in the air suddenly gathered together. In an instant, Ning Fan's body was reconstructed and he walked out from the flying sawdust. Of course, it only looked like his body was reconstructed. In reality, Ning Fan's true body was not broken at all. Thus, there was no need to talk about reconstructing it. At the moment when the giant hammer approached him, Ning Fan transformed into the body of the wood demon clone. His entire body hid inside the shell, using the body of the clone to resist the enemy's attack. The wood demon clone can actually be used in this way. This was also a combat technique that Ning Fan had figured out recently. Since he had the divine lattice of wood, it would really be a waste if he did not develop more wood techniques. I didn't expect your attainments in the wood element to be so high. It seems like I have underestimated you in the past. There are indeed good and bad among the Doomsday Quasi-Sages, but you are definitely one of the best among them. It's a pity that your opponent is me. When I was at my peak, I had also defeated some titled and Palm Sage Realm Quasi-Sages like you. Even though my strength has declined now, it won't be difficult for me to defeat you. You know nothing about the difference in strength between the ancient and current Quasi-Sages. Even though Shen Guang was surprised by Ning Fan's wood element technique, he still refused to admit his mistake. You are the one who knows nothing. I'm not a quasi-sage. I'm just an immortal king. Ning Fan shook his head. When he was not strong enough, he would purposely pretend to have a profound cultivation base to deter his enemies. But when he was strong enough, he did not mind revealing his true cultivation base. There was no need for him to pretend anymore. What? You are an immortal king? An immortal king with 17,000 tribulation magic power? Shen Guang's expression finally changed. A doomsday quasi-sage with superficial magic power was not enough to shock him even if he had cultivated to the Palm Sage realm. However, an immortal king with 17,000 tribulation magic power was really a little scary. He could already cultivate 17,000 tribulation magic power at the immortal king realm. If he becomes a quasi-sage, how strong would he be? Since when did such a monster appear in the Dharma-ending era? Alright. I've already tested your strength. Next, I'm going to seriously challenge your sect. In just a short exchange of blows, Ning Fan had already tested Shen Guang's strength. On the surface, his immortal smashing hammer looked like a hammer treasure. In reality, the light that the hammer gave off was where its attacks were. It was extremely difficult to dodge the attacks of this hammer. A casual hit from this hammer would be a heavy blow equivalent to 30 stars. Just a single immortal smashing hammer was already not easy to deal with. As a quasi-sage, Shen Tuguang certainly had other means. Ning Fan reckoned that if he does not use his trump card, he would probably have to fight a tough battle in order to defeat this person. Then, I'll use my trump card. He was here to challenge the sect. What he wanted was to end the battle as soon as possible and not drag it out slowly with his enemies. Ning Fan did not know what the tradition of the Two Rights sect was. However, he remembered the tradition of the Black Devil sect. Before the Black Devil sect would challenge the sect, they would first smash the sect's gate 3 times to show off their prestige. In a daze, Ning Fan felt like he had returned to the snowstorm in 7 Apricot City, the rain world and the scene when he first challenged the sect with Old Devil. The corners of his mouth curled into a warm smile. However, what he did was not warm at all. He directly summoned the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord and smashed it at Shen Tuguang. Don't worry. I will only smash it 3 times. I won't smash it more than once. Ning Fan's words did not contain any extra emotions. However, in Shen Tuguang's ears, it was no different from a great mockery. I will only smash it 3 times. I won't smash it more than once. Do you think you can defeat me with just 3 moves? Heh. What an arrogant junior. He has the same demeanor as me in the past. Shen Tuguang was so angry that he laughed. He had always been the one being arrogant. Since when did it become someone else's turn to be arrogant in front of him? I don't care if this brat is a heaven-defying immortal king or not. I don't care if this brat has a boundless future. Today, I will destroy all of this brat's future. Light of heaven and earth, listen to my command. Fuse into my hammer and smash this mountain. This Shen Tuguang was really impressive. Even though he was not at the true Light Palm realm, he had barely touched the threshold of the Light Palm realm. He could actually gather the light of heaven and earth with a little bit of the Light Palm realm's power, greatly improving the power of the immortal shattering hammer. At this moment, the immortal shattering hammer seemed to have become even heavier. It had the destructive power of 40 stars. Shen Tuguang's true body held the hammer. With a long roar, he soared into the sky and smashed the Dao Mountain heavily. His true body was so majestic, the light around him was so dazzling, his quasi-saint chi was earth-shattering, his clansmen were looking at him with respect. He wanted to smash this mountain into pieces, he wanted to teach Ning Fan a lesson, he wanted to. Oh my god! Wait! Why did my hammer break? Shen Tuguang's face was filled with shock. When his immortal shattering hammer that weighed 40 stars hit the mountain, it was not Ning Fan's mountain that was broken but his immortal shattering hammer. The immortal shattering hammer was broken. Even if the hammer was damaged and decayed, it should not have broken so easily. That was a mid-grade innate magic treasure. It was not that the immortal shattering hammer was too fragile but Ning Fan's mountain was too hard. It was too heavy. After the Dao Mountain smashed the immortal shattering hammer, it continued to smash Shen Tuguang's body. Shen Tuguang was in a mess. Shen Tuguang nearly cursed out loud. He was just lightly smashed by the Dao Mountain and blood spurted out from his mouth. He fell from the sky, looking like a defeated rooster. It was as if what was smashing him was not the mountain in front of him but hundreds or thousands of cultivation planets. It's too heavy. What kind of mountain is this? How can it be so heavy? The weight of 100 stars? The weight of 1,000 stars? No. This is not the weight of the material realm but the weight of the Dao. This is the Motherf * King Dao Mountain. This is the Motherf * King Dao Mountain of the Sage. There is actually a second-step cultivator in this world who has mastered the suppressive technique of the Sage Dao Mountain. What kind of joke is this? Our old ancestor actually couldn't withstand a single blow from that mountain. The entire Light clan fell into a dead silence. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. Their faith was shattered to pieces. It's fake. It's fake. I don't believe this is the Sage Dao Mountain. My senses must be wrong. While falling, Shen Tuguang forcefully stabilized his body. He let out a furious roar and condensed the light in heaven and earth into a 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, light dragon. He stepped on the light dragon and charged towards the Dao Mountain in the sky again. Boom It was the second time he collided with the Dao Mountain. It was the second time he coughed out blood after being hit by the Dao Mountain and fell from the sky. It's real, Shentu Guang was in despair. This mother of Ker is really the Sage Dao Mountain. How could he possibly be a match for the Sage Dao Mountain? Boom It was the sound of Shentu Guang landing heavily on the ground. Boom 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 It was the sound of the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord falling on the land of the Light Clan, creating countless rifts on the land. The first time the Dao Mountain fell, it created hundreds of intersecting giant rifts on the land of the Light Clan. The second time the Dao Mountain fell, the number of rifts increased to thousands. The third time the Dao Mountain fell, the entire land of the Light Clan was shattered into countless pieces. This was the land of the Light Clan after all. No one knew how many powerful protective formation lines there were in the earth vein. Even a second-level quasi-saint of the northern heaven might not be able to destroy this land. However, the land of the Light Clan was still smashed into pieces by Ning Fan. Shentu Guang was completely powerless to stop all of this. Moreover, if it wasn't because Ning Fan showed mercy, his physical body would have been destroyed. One should know that his physical body and primordial spirit were already like a lamp that had run out of oil. They could not withstand too much damage. If his physical body is destroyed, it was only a matter of time before his primordial spirit perishes. Fellow Daoist, thank you for showing mercy. My Light Clan admits defeat. What do you want from our clan? My clan is willing to give it to you. Shentu Guang crawled out from the ruins and said bitterly. At the same time, a group of cultivators of the Light Clan also crawled out from the ruins. Each of them wore a despondent expression as if they had suffered a heavy blow. However, none of the cultivators of the Light Clan died from the impact. Clearly, Ning Fan had perfectly controlled the area where the Dao Mountain would fall. Similarly, he had shown mercy. Shentu Guang finally decided to admit defeat. The more arrogant his words were just now, the more embarrassed he looked when he admitted defeat. However, he had no choice but to admit defeat. The main forces of the Light Clan were fighting in the Boundary River. Those who stayed in the land of the clan were all young people. They were the future of the Light Clan. If I don't admit defeat, am I going to let the enemy destroy the future of the Light Clan? This young man came in a menacing manner. I wonder what he wants to snatch. As expected, this young man has his eyes on the traveling light secret scroll, right? Or perhaps, he came for the incomplete scroll of the ancient country's transaction formation that our clan keeps. Even though he admitted defeat, Shentu Guang still felt his heart ache when he thought that the precious treasure of his clan was going to be snatched away by Ning Fan. Seeing that Shentu Guang had admitted defeat, Ning Fan no longer attacked him. He casually gave the Ant Lord Dao Shan an order and the latter flew back to the profounding world. After that, he took out the list of materials that omniscient old man gave him and read the names carefully. I want 100 light stones. 100 of them. Not a single one less. It was also Ning Fan's first time hearing about something like light stones. It must be a precious immortal material in the true world. As expected, as soon as Shentu Guang heard that Ning Fan was here to snatch the light stones, he was immediately stunned. Then, his face was filled with grief and indignation. He angrily pointed at Ning Fan's direction, as if he wanted to scold him but could not find the right words. Upon seeing that, Ning Fan frowned slightly. Is this light stone really that important to the Light Clan? Otherwise, why would Shentu Guang be so angry? You said that you are here to snatch the light stones? Shentu Guang finally opened his mouth. His tone was filled with anger. Yes. Just for a mere 100 light stones, you smashed my Light Clan into pieces? Because Shentu Guang was too angry, his tone became a little sharp. Mere? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew that you just wanted the light stones, let alone 100, even if it's 1,000 or 10,000, I would still give them to you. I would still give them to you. Just for that worthless thing, you actually destroyed the earth vein of our Light Clan that we had spent several generations to build. It's not worth it to destroy our clan's land. Shentu Guang lamented. Even if I had told you my purpose in coming here in advance, given your personality, I'm afraid you wouldn't just give it to me, right? As soon as you showed up, you already said that you want to capture me without asking for my name. Ning Fan said disapprovingly. This? Shen Tuguang was speechless for a moment. Indeed, if he did not fight with Ning Fan, he would not know how strong he was. Even if Ning Fan was just a blade of grass, he would not give it to him. Why should the dignified Light Clan lower their head to an outsider? This was a matter of principle and dignity. In the end, Ning Fan obtained more than 100,000 light stones from the Light Clan and returned with a full load. Shen Tuguang watched Ning Fan leave. Only when Ning Fan was so far away that his spirit sense could no longer sense him did he let out a sigh of relief, confirming that Ning Fan had really left. Wait a minute. I seem to have forgotten something important. Who is this peerless expert who can even control the Dao Mountain of the Sage and destroy the land of the Light Clan? I've been in seclusion for too long. I actually didn't know that such an outstanding person has appeared in the northern heaven. Does anyone know who he is? Shen Tuguang asked his clansman with a slightly awkward expression. In reply to old ancestor's question, we also don't know who he is. All the cultivators of the Light Clan wore blank expressions. However, there were a few of them who knew Ning Fan. A few of them happened to watch the grand competition of the Black Devil sect and knew that Ning Fan was a cultivator of the Black Devil sect in the northern heaven. A few of them had seen Ning Fan and old ancestor Lei Zhe entering the Light Ancestor's Earth Abyss hand in hand when they were patrolling. As for the others, they knew about Ning Fan through the bounty notice issued by the Water sect. Shen Tuguang sorted out the information he received from various sources and finally had some basic information about Ning Fan. Black Devil sect? Ning Fan? Challenging the sect? Smashing their mountain gate 3 times? I got it. His identity as a member of the Black Devil sect is just a disguise. He's actually a member of the Two-Way sect. No wonder. No wonder he acted so domineeringly and wanted to destroy the land of my clan just to snatch a light stone. However, he obviously has a sense of propriety even though he is domineering. From the beginning to the end, he did not kill anyone from my clan. This is exactly the style of the Two-Way sect in the past. I'm afraid this person isn't a junior in the declining cultivation era but an old monster of the Two-Way sect who has lived since ancient times until today just like me. However, why don't I remember that there's someone called Ning Fan among the famous old monsters of the Two-Way sect? Sure enough, this name is just an alias. Or perhaps even his appearance is a disguise. The reason he purposely disguised himself is probably because this person is someone this old man was familiar with in the past. He was worried about his reputation when he robbed me, so he concealed himself. There's no mistake, it must be so. One more thing. What exactly is this person's cultivation base? Even though he is an immortal king, is it possible for an immortal king to be this powerful? Sure enough, he lied again. He isn't an immortal king at all. Even if this person isn't a second-level quasi-saint, he is definitely one of the strongest existences among the first-level quasi-saints. Humph. Trying to deceive me? No way. Since he's a member of the Two-Way sect and he showed mercy to my clan, I can only let this go. Who asked my clan to owe the Two-Way saint karma in the past. We can't possibly kill all of his disciples and descendants, right? Listen up, this matter ends here. No one is allowed to take revenge on this old monster who has changed his name to Ning Fan. This person can be rude but we can't be disrespectful. We must remember the kindness that the Two-Way saint has shown us in the past. In the future, when this person enters the Earth Abyss of the Light Ancestor, all of you must treat him as a distinguished guest. Do you understand? Shen Tuguang ordered the members of the Light Clan with a solemn expression. Shen Tuguang's words might sound nice, but if it wasn't because Ning Fan's Sage Dao Mountain was too powerful, he might not even care about the kindness that the Two-Way saint had shown him. Understood. The members of the Light Clan nodded incessantly. Take revenge on Ning Fan? Do they have the ability to do so? Do they have a death wish? Even Shen Tu old ancestor who did not know the cultivation base of a Sage Realm expert was beaten to a pitiful state. As for the bounty orders issued by the Water sect, they were all torn apart by the cultivators of the Light Clan. Do I already have the strength to challenge the secret races? Far away in the starry sky, Ning Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks and sighed. He had once challenged the dark race alone. However, that was just a flattering statement. He did not use his own strength to suppress the entire dark race. Moreover, he was just lucky to defeat Black Rope. This time, however, it was different. He easily defeated Shintu Guang and the entire Light Clan. Alright, the main force of the Light Clan's quasi-saint realm was actually not here. However, it was enough to prove that he now had the strength to challenge the secret races. Don't flatter yourself. You didn't use your own strength to suppress the Light Clan at all. You used my Dao Mountain, alright? Besides, you don't even have the cultivation base to control my Dao Mountain. You just used flowery words to deceive the Dao Mountain. You coaxed her into obeying your every order. If you don't use the Dao Mountain, do you still have the ability to suppress the Light Clan? Absolutely not. In his sea of consciousness, the Ant Lord kept making sarcastic remarks. No. Even if I don't use the Dao Mountain, I can still suppress the Light Clan. I still have 3 Saint Lightning talismans that I haven't used yet. Ning Fan said with a smile. Damn it. Those lightning talismans also belong to me. If you have the guts, you can suppress the Light Clan without using the lightning talismans. The Ant Lord said angrily. What do you mean by yours and mine? Even you are my master's possession. Now that you have entered my master's sea of consciousness, you are his servant. You must remember your identity. This time, the person who spoke was another guest in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, Yingji. How dare you? How dare a mere dust immortal speak so arrogantly? I am a dignified Saint Realm expert. How dare you call me a servant? Even if I am a servant, I will only be Master Hongjuan's servant. The Ant Lord no longer cared about Ning Fan. Instead, she ran to fight Yingji. This was the reason why she did not quarrel with Ning Fan recently. Recently, she was busy quarreling with Yingji. How would she have the time to care about Ning Fan? Today, she only mocked Ning Fan for a while because of a sudden impulse. Who would have thought that she would start quarreling with Yingji after just a few sentences? That's right. I am a dust immortal. However, I am proud. I am proud because I am a dust immortal who was enlightened by a drop of Brother Tier's tear. What about you? You are just an insignificant ant. You are not even as good as me. Yingji said proudly. The Brother Tear that she mentioned was naturally that faceless giant. Humph. I am also an ant enlightened by Master Hongjun. I am also proud. I am also proud. My pride is 1,000 times greater than your dust scum. You should know that my master is not someone your Brother Tear can compare to. The Ant Lord argued. You are not allowed to speak ill of Brother Tear. He is 1,000 times stronger than your Master Hongjun. You are not allowed to speak ill of Master. He is 100 million times stronger than your Brother Tear. Shut up. You are the one who should shut up. I will beat you to death. I will fight you to the death. Ning Fan silently blocked the noise in his sea of consciousness. If he hears these 2 women quarreling every day, how could he calm his mind and do other things? Speaking of which, is this a quarrel between adults? Why does it sound like 2 children comparing whose father is more powerful? It sounds boring and funny. Ning Fan shook his head and got rid of his distracting thoughts. He took out the list of materials and looked at it. Other than the Light Clan, there were no other quasi-Saint Realm forces on the list. The following materials were all very easy to get. The next force to kick is the Ocean Sand sect. Their sect master is Great Emperor Ocean Sand, who is at the 6th Tribulation Realm. What I want is 250 grams of extreme divine sand, in the Ocean Sand sect of Northern Heaven. Today was the day when Great Emperor Ocean Sand would face his major heavenly tribulation. He was already very old, but his cultivation base was still stuck at the 6th Tribulation of Eternal Times. He did not dare to advance to the 7th Tribulation. He did not even have 5% confidence in breaking through the 7th Tribulation of Eternal Times. If he forcefully breaks through, he would definitely die. However, Great Emperor Ocean Sand also did not have much confidence in passing the major heavenly tribulation this time. He only had a 30% chance of success, while the remaining 70% would still result in death. The entire Ocean Sand sect was filled with a tense atmosphere. No one knew whether their sect master would succeed or not this time. In the dark, there were a few great sovereigns of the northern heaven who were staring at the Ocean Sand sect. If Great Emperor Ocean Sand dies in the heavenly tribulation, the status of the Ocean Sand sect would certainly plummet and fall out of the range of immortal emperor forces. By then, there would be countless great sovereigns of the entire northern heaven who would divide the Ocean Sand sect. Why? Why doesn't the sect master pay the price and ask someone to help him pass the tribulation? Wouldn't the success rate be higher that way? At this moment, somewhere in the Ocean Sand sect, a new disciple of the sect asked in confusion. You're a newcomer, so you might not know this. In fact, the sect master was already having trouble passing the major heavenly tribulations in the past few times. All his savings had already been used up. That was why he asked for help and luckily passed the previous few major heavenly tribulations. However, this time, the sect master doesn't have any extra treasures to ask for help. The sect master has gone through the major heavenly tribulations too many times and his strength is already at the final tribulation realm. Without enough compensation, which great sovereign would want to take this risk? Another disciple of the Ocean Sand sect answered. But I heard that true Lord Fuzé has said that he is willing to help without any compensation. Why doesn't the sect master agree? That's true Lord Fuzé we're talking about, one of the few great sovereigns of the Dharma ending era. With his help, even if it's the final tribulation, it would be easy to pass. Are you stupid? How dare you believe true Lord Fuzé's words? Haven't you heard that 10 million years ago, there was also a great sovereign of the northern sky who was facing a difficult tribulation? That person asked true Lord Fuzé for help, but when the tribulation came, his primordial spirit was devoured by true Lord Fuzé and he died a pitiful death. Great sovereigns are afraid of karma and won't easily step into the mortal world. If they step into the mortal world, they must have some ulterior motives. It's impossible for them to be selfless. What? True Lord Fuzé is so untrustworthy. How can he be like this? Doesn't the Four Meridian sect care about this matter? Trustworthy? If he cared about trustworthiness, true Lord Fuzé wouldn't be able to cultivate to his current realm. As for the Four Meridian sect, why would they accuse a great sovereign of a dead immortal sovereign for no reason? Shoo, that's a great sovereign of the quasi-sovereigns. He's not someone we can criticize. Let's stop here. Be careful not to bring trouble to the Ocean Sand sect. Yes. We shouldn't talk about it anymore. The two disciples were about to return to their rooms to rest. Suddenly, they saw a black chi rushing towards the starry sky. Their expressions immediately changed. It wasn't just these two disciples. At this moment, the entire Ocean Sand sect was in shock. Not good. Our sect master's final tribulation is here. The timing isn't right. It's a few hours too early. That's the problem. Our sect master can no longer control the timing of the final tribulation. I'm afraid we won't even have a 30% chance of success this time. What should we do? If something happens to our sect master, our Ocean Sand sect will definitely decline. Shut your crow's mouth. Our sect master will be fine. Our sect master will definitely be fine. At this moment, countless elders of the Ocean Sand sect knelt on the ground, sincerely praying for the Ocean Sand Emperor. Their cultivation level was too low and they couldn't enter the tribulation to help. They could only use this method to pray for the heavens to open their eyes and save their sect master. Everyone in the Ocean Sand sect had a glimmer of hope in their eyes, hoping for a miracle to happen. Only the Ocean Sand Emperor himself was filled with despair and death. 20%, no, not even 15%. Am I really going to die this time? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Boom, a black lightning bolt as thick as a bowl suddenly struck down, aiming at the Ocean Sand Emperor's head. There was no time to despair. The Ocean Sand Emperor understood that he had to calm down and focus on the tribulation to increase his chances of survival. Below the 1,000 layers of tribulation clouds, the Ocean Sand Emperor set off monstrous waves, swearing to fight against the heavens again, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred, a portal suddenly opened between the 1,000 layers of tribulation clouds. Someone had suddenly entered the tribulation. Seeing this, the Ocean Sand Emperor's face turned ashen. If someone else entered the tribulation, it would cause the power of the tribulation to increase greatly. As expected, because of the sudden appearance of this portal, the power of the Ocean Sand Emperor's tribulation had more than doubled. It was originally unlikely for him to successfully pass the tribulation. Now, he was definitely going to die. My life is over, my life is over. It must be my enemy who wanted to harm me and deliberately sent living beings into my tribulation. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Who is it? Who is the one who wants to harm me? The Ocean Sand Emperor cried out in anger. I'm sorry, I didn't expect fellow Taoists to be in the middle of the tribulation and disturb you. Actually, I'm here to destroy your sect. These heavenly tribulations are really annoying. Forget it. We'll talk about destroying your sect later. It's just a mere tribulation lightning. Why don't you disperse it for me? Ning Fan activated his magic power. The magic power of the 17,000 tribulations was like a raging storm, directly dispersing the 1,000 layers of tribulation clouds of the Ocean Sand Emperor. The Ocean Sand Emperor was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. That was his final tribulation. However, it was directly dispersed by the magic power of the person who came. What a vast amount of magic power. This amount of magic power definitely belonged to a quasi-saint. Moreover, it was not the magic power that ordinary quasi-saints could possess. The person who came was actually an expert among the first-level quasi-saints. Master, these tribulation lightning are all final tribulation lightning. Can you feed them to the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul? It'll be a waste to disperse them for nothing. Black Devil's request suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's mind. Sure. Then, Ning Fan did another shocking thing. He summoned the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul and devoured the scattered tribulation lightning power. The Ocean Sand Emperor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That was the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul, a first-class existence among the souls of the heavenly Tao. Why would it obey a cultivator's words like a servant? Even a quasi-saint would not be able to make the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul yield to him. This was too fake. It was not real at all. Thank you, Senior, for helping me transcend my tribulation. I will never forget your great kindness. If Senior has any request, I will definitely obey it. After all, the Ocean Sand Emperor was an old man who had lived for countless years. Even though he was surprised by the capabilities of the person who came, he would not forget his manners. The tens of thousands of disciples of the Ocean Sand sect knelt down and thanked Ning Fan profusely. The miracle they prayed for had happened. Ning Fan is a good person. He's the benefactor who saved the entire Ocean Sand sect. Now, it was Ning Fan's turn to feel awkward. He came to destroy the sect, alright? How did he accidentally become the benefactor of the entire Ocean Sand sect? Under such an atmosphere, how was he going to snatch the treasures? One should never hit a smiling person, alright. I really didn't come to help you. Ning Fan wanted to explain. Even though in such an atmosphere, the other party would probably be willing to give him the items he wanted even if he asked directly, it would not be in line with the tradition of the two-form sect. If the old devil finds out about it, he would definitely be angry. Senior, you're really great when you don't expect to be repaid for your kindness. The Ocean Sand Emperor shed tears of gratitude. The entire Ocean Sand sect was also moved to tears. But I don't have any reason to help you. Ning Fan felt even more troubled. That's right. Senior obviously doesn't have any reason to help me. Why do you want to help me transcend my tribulation? The Ocean Sand Emperor was stunned. Then, he slapped his white-haired forehead and understood everything. He looked at Ning Fan's face in disbelief. He only looked at Ning Fan's face, he could not recognize Ning Fan's appearance. However, why did he find Ning Fan's eyes so familiar? Asterisk plop asterisk this time, the Ocean Sand Emperor directly knelt down in front of Ning Fan. Senior Zhao Jian. It's you. I can't be wrong. It's you. You saved me once in the desolate mountain. Today, you actually saved me again. I've been reborn twice. What did I do to deserve such kindness from Senior? Reason? No need. It's because you're Senior Zhao Jian. Because you're the benevolent and righteous Senior Zhao Jian. As long as your heart is kind, you can sacrifice yourself to save others. You never need a reason to save others. Your nobility makes us cultivators blush with shame. It turned out that the Ocean Sand Emperor had participated in the battle in the desolate mountain and was once saved by Ning Fan, who was possessed by the eyeball monster. He really could not think of a reason why an expert like Ning Fan would save him. Thus, he came up with a reason by chance. What was even more coincidental was that he actually guessed it correctly. Ning Fan was really Zhao Jian. What he said directly exposed Ning Fan's identity that he had been hiding for many years. Ning Fan was speechless. How could he not be speechless? All of the Ocean Sand Emperor's reasoning and logic were wrong. However, he was right in the end. There was actually such a thing in this world. Could it be that Senior isn't old ancestor Zhao Jian? Could it be that I've guessed wrongly? The Ocean Sand Emperor was actually not very sure. When he saw Ning Fan hesitate, he immediately knew that things were not going well. It would be too impolite of him to guess Ning Fan's identity wrongly. Ning Fan sighed. He could keep Zhao Jian's identity a secret. However, if the Ocean Sand Emperor recognizes him, he would not bother to lie. Currently, he already had enough strength to protect himself. Even if he reveals some of his secrets, he would not bring trouble to himself. You've guessed it right. The person who saved you in the desolate mountain is indeed me. No wonder I felt that you look familiar. It turns out that I've met you in the desolate mountain. It's really Senior Zhao Jian. Come, my children. Kowtow to Senior Zhao Jian. Our old ancestor has been relying on Senior Zhao Jian to survive until now. If one kowtow isn't enough, you have to kowtow 100 times or even 1,000 times. The Ocean Sand Emperor shed tears of gratitude again after hearing Ning Fan's words. The atmosphere in the Ocean Sand sect became even more harmonious. Ning Fan was even more reluctant to rob them. It was extremely awkward, in a dark place. A few immortal emperors who wanted to plot against the Ocean Sand sect were so frightened that they could not speak a word. I'm not wrong. It's fine if he can destroy the heavenly tribulation with just a raise of his hand. What's more important is that he can actually control the Tao extermination lightning nascent soul, which is the soul of the heavenly Tao. How can someone who isn't a great cultivator from the ancient times do that? 17,000 tribulations certainly isn't the limit of his magic power. He only used a small amount of magic power to destroy the heavenly tribulation here. He's a great cultivator from the ancient times. I didn't expect the Ocean Sand sect to be acquainted with Zhao Jian, a great cultivator from the ancient times. The world actually doesn't know about such important information. It's laughable that we are still acting recklessly and still want to plot against the Ocean Sand sect. Although that Zhao Jian is ignoring us now, he will certainly come to us one by one to punish us later. When that time comes, our sect will certainly be annihilated. Leave now. Come and apologize to Senior Zhao Jian with gifts. Otherwise, our sect will surely be annihilated. On this day, news after news once again shocked the entire ancient circle of the northern heaven. Shocking. Zhao Jian, a great cultivator from the ancient times, suddenly appeared in the Ocean Sand sect. He selflessly saved people without asking for anything in return. Shocking. A great cultivator destroyed the heavenly tribulation with just a lift of his hand. Who can compete with him? Shocking. The last pure land of the cultivation world. I, Zhao Jian, am the only one who does good every day. Shocking. Even the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant would shed tears when it heard this. It was touched and thus recognized its master. Those immortal emperors of the northern heaven who had been saved by Zhao Jian could no longer sit still. Nearly 100 immortal emperors, immortal kings, and immortal venerables rushed to the Ocean Sand sect with gifts. They wanted to pay their respects to the legendary great cultivator from the ancient times. Last time, Ning Fan left the Pure Yang sect after visiting it, causing many people who wanted to pay their respects to the great cultivator to return empty-handed. This time, however, it was different. Ning Fan was forcefully made to stay by the Ocean Sand Emperor. He must invite Ning Fan to a banquet that lasted for 10 days. Now, all those who wanted to pay their respects to Ning Fan went straight to the Ocean Sand sect. What happened to the sect that I promised? How am I supposed to do it now? Now, every member of the Ocean Sand sect kneels on the ground and thanks me profusely when they see me. I can't do it. Ning Fan really did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had already explained to the Ocean Sand Emperor 100 times that he was not a good person. However, the Ocean Sand Emperor did not believe him. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, not to mention the great kindness of saving his life twice. Even though Ocean Sand Great Emperor was not a kind person, he was not an ungrateful person after all. He was willing to use all of his life savings to repay Ning Fan's kindness of saving his life. He wanted to use the best sea wine and the fattest spiritual fish in the Ocean Sand sect to entertain Ning Fan for 10 days. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have the time to stay in the Ocean Sand sect for long. He was destined not to participate in the banquet for 10 days. Facing the hospitable Ocean Sand sect, Ning Fan really felt a sense of helplessness. However, even though he felt helpless, he must kick this sect. No matter how grateful and respectful they were, he must harden his heart and kick this Ocean Sand sect once. There was no other way. This matter was not only related to the tradition of the Black Devil sect but also the life of the omniscient old man. One should know that the omniscient old man had pressed down the seal of an oath for this absurd matter. If Ning Fan did not kick all the sects on the list of materials one by one and obtain the items on the list through trickery, only God knows whether the omniscient old man would pay a heavy price for the oath. After weighing the two options, Ning Fan could only apologize to the Ocean Sand sect. He must kick this sect. However, there were many ways to trample on a sect. For enemies, he would kick them hard. For people like the Ocean Sand Great Emperor who had no enmity with him, he could kick them a little more gently. He would not smash the entire Ocean Sand sect into a state of ruin like the Light Clan. I am really not the good person you said. I will say it for the last time. I am not here to save you. I am here to kick a sect. Ning Fan hid his helpless smile and pretended to be cold. Kick a sect? Senior has said this for 800 times. However, this junior knows that Senior is just joking with me. Hee hee. Senior is really humorous. As soon as he finished speaking, Ocean Sand Great Emperor turned around and said to his disciples, "Children, Senior is telling us a joke to make us happy. Let's laugh together. Whoever doesn't laugh is not giving face to Senior and not giving face to me." Sha Xianglong. Humph. Seventh brother Lu, why don't you laugh? Are you looking down on Senior's jokes? You are asking for a beating. And you, Su Sifeng. I know that you are practicing the Zen of crying. Once you laugh, you will break through 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. But even so, you have to laugh. You have to give face to Senior. You can't embarrass Senior. Along with the Sea Sand Emperor's order, the entire Sea Sand sect suddenly turned into a sea of laughter, even though most of the cultivators felt that Ning Fan's joke was not funny. Forget it, I don't want to explain anymore. Ning Fan waved his hand, stopping the banquet. He didn't want to waste any more words with Sea Sand Emperor. He had to harden his heart and finish his business quickly. He didn't want to be forced to stay here for some banquet. He leaped into the air and stood high in the starry sky. His cold eyes looked down at the Sea Sand School below him. A vast amount of spiritual power swept out and a murderous aura locked down the entire Sea Sand School. Alright, that cold gaze was all an act. Even if this matter was related to the life of omniscient old man, with Ning Fan's character, he would not really be able to treat everyone in the Sea Sand sect coldly. Respect for a foot, he would return 10 feet. The entire Ocean Sand sect worshipped him as if he was their ancestor. This time, he was the one who owed the Ocean Sand sect. Forget it, forget it. After saving Senior Omniscient, I will make it up to the Sea Sand sect in the future. Dan Fragmentation Cauldron, fall for me. Because he didn't really want to destroy the Sea Sand sect, Ning Fan did not use a heaven-defying item like the Ant Lord's Down Mountain. He only used the Dan Fragmentation Cauldron, which was not that powerful. The Dan Fragmentation Cauldron was Old Monster's magical treasure. It had already been refined by Ning Fan's medicine soul and merged with it. At this moment, the Dan Fragmentation Cauldron he summoned was naturally not a real thing. It was an illusory medicine soul that emitted golden light. Using a 9th Revolution golden grade medicine soul to destroy an immortal emperor sect would cause almost no damage. Only then could Ning Fan feel less ashamed. The surface of the medicine soul of all gold core pill masters would be coated with a layer of gold. Using a medicine soul to form a cauldron, the cauldron would naturally be coated with gold. However, this was not the true color of Ning Fan's medicine soul. if one looked carefully, they would discover that there were actually 5 colors hidden under the Dan fragmentation cauldron. Those 5 colors were the influence of the 5-colored medicine soul. There were also many illusory butterflies floating on the cauldron. Those butterflies were the form of Ning Fan's medicine soul. Following Ning Fan's order, the Dan fragmentation cauldron fell towards a certain place in the Xianxia school where there was no one. Senior, you really want to destroy the school? Great Emperor Xianxia's expression changed. At this moment, everyone in the Xianxia school finally believed Ning Fan's intention. But so what? Great Emperor Xianxia regained his warm smile very quickly. He did not care whether Ning Fan really wanted to destroy the school or not. He only cared about one thing, and that was that Ning Fan had indeed saved his life twice. He firmly believed that Ning Fan did not have any malicious intentions towards him and the Xianxia school. If he had any malicious intentions, with Ning Fan's unfathomable cultivation base, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to destroy the Xianxia school. Why would he waste so much time talking nonsense with him? Why would he use a cauldron that was not that powerful to destroy the school where there was no one? It was obvious that he was just smashing it for fun, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? Great Emperor Xianxia instantly blamed himself and sighed towards the sky. So that's how it is. That's how it is. I originally thought that Senior Zhao Jian's hobby is to tell boring jokes. That's why he strictly ordered his disciples to laugh along. Unexpectedly, Senior's hobby is not that at all. His true hobby is to destroy the school for fun. Destroying the school as a hobby is certainly a little weird. However, it's not like I haven't seen old monsters with weirder hobbies. This is not surprising at all. The one who is wrong is not Senior. It's me. It's me. I said that I wanted to thank Senior and invite Senior to a banquet. However, I didn't even find out Senior's hobby in advance and hastily arranged the banquet. It's no wonder that Senior is not interested in the banquet for 10 days. If I knew that Senior wanted to destroy the school, why would Senior need to do it personally? Naturally, there will be servants to do it for you. As long as I can liven things up for Senior, a mere school is nothing. In ancient times, in order to win a beauty's smile, they did not hesitate to play with the warlords. Sha Xianglong, in order to win a smile from Senior, what does it matter if I sacrifice a school? This analogy seems a little inappropriate. Forget it. It's not important. What's important is Senior. Senior. At this moment, Great Emperor Xianxia seemed to have really become Ning Fan's fanatic believer. Even if Ning Fan destroys the world, he would fill in the gaps and find a proper reason for Ning Fan. Children. Why are you still in a daze? Quickly cheer for Senior. Beautiful. That cauldron smashed beautifully. Old Fifth Zhao, why are you still in a daze? Quickly comprehend the changes of the medicine soul in the cauldron. Aren't you at the critical moment of breaking through to the 9th Revolution Pill Master Realm? Senior Zhao Jian used a 9th Revolution Golden Grade Medicine Soul. If you can comprehend a thing or two from it, it will be of great benefit to you. Of course, don't forget to applaud. Do you understand? Qin Bian. I asked you to cheer for Senior. Why aren't you applauding? How dare you disobey my orders? Alright. I've been in seclusion recently to wait for the tribulation. I forgot that your hands were chopped off by the immortal king of the alien race when you were exterminating the invasion of the alien race a few days ago. Your ability to speak was sealed. Now, you can't applaud or speak. But you can squeeze out a happy expression. Senior will only be happy when he sees that you are happy. Do you understand? Hurry up. Senior is going to smash the 3rd cauldron. Judging from Senior's action of withdrawing his strength, this will be the last one. Therefore, it is also the most crucial one. Everyone held their breaths and carefully comprehended the cauldron. Don't miss this cauldron. Senior is an ancient great cultivator. A casual strike of his contains a supreme Tao law. If you can comprehend half a trace of it, it will be a great fortune. That is. Hiss. What is going on? Why is there the roar of a cloud-life beast below the mountain gate? A moment ago, Great Emperor Hai Sha was still shouting and encouraging his disciples to cheer for Ning Fan's action of destroying the sect. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed to one of shock, and there was even a trace of fear on his face. The ground of the mountain gate that was smashed by Ning Fan's Dan fragmentation cauldron suddenly broke open. Tens of thousands of rays of cloud light leaked out from under the ground. Within the cloud light, there were continuous roars of beasts. Those were the roars of a cloud life beast. There was actually a cloud life beast hidden at the mountain gate that Ning Fan had smashed. Coincidentally, its original form was revealed by Ning Fan's cauldron, and it had no choice but to reveal itself. As soon as they saw the cloud life beast, not only Great Emperor Xianxia was shocked, everyone in the Xisan sect was astonished. One should know that the cloud life beast was not a demon beast of the northern heaven. It was a strange beast that lived in the northern heaven's boundary river. It was one of the alien races in the northern heaven. The cloud life beast race was not the strongest race among the alien races in the northern heaven, but it was the race that was best at concealing secret techniques. Rumor has it that even if a young cloud life beast's cultivation base was not high, it could still hide from the detection of true immortals using its cloud light. Once an adult cloud life beast uses its cloud technique, it could prevent immortal emperors from detecting its presence. If its cloud technique reaches the perfection realm, even quasi-sages would find it difficult to detect its presence. Cloud life beasts were born scouts. Not only did the alien races invade the northern heaven through the ancient devil sect, they also secretly sent a large number of cloud life beasts to spy on the northern heaven. Great Emperor Xianxia did not expect that there would be a cloud life beast hidden in his own sect. No, this is not an ordinary cloud life beast. Judging from the number of cloud marks on its body, it is actually a cloud life beast that has attained grand completion in its cloud technique. Its strength is comparable to a sixth tribulation immortal emperor. There was actually an immortal emperor of an alien race lurking beside his bed. However, Great Emperor Xianxia did not notice it in advance. How could he not be shocked? One should know that he was undergoing the great heavenly tribulation just now. Ning Fan's arrival was just an accident. What if Ning Fan did not come? If Ning Fan did not come, he would not have much hope of successfully overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed, this cloud life beast that was lurking here would probably take advantage of his weakened state to launch a sneak attack on him, so that's why. No wonder Senior Zhao Jian wanted to destroy my sect for no reason. It turns out that he didn't do it for fun. Instead, he wanted to destroy this cloud life beast. He wants to eliminate this enemy for my Xisan sect. What a warm-hearted person he is. Great Emperor Xianxia was extremely touched. The tens of thousands of disciples of the Xisan sect were also touched. They were ashamed, they were despicable, they actually mistakenly thought that Ning Fan was just having fun by destroying their sect. They used the heart of a villain to gauge the heart of a gentleman. What's going on? There is actually an immortal emperor of an alien race hiding here. I actually did not notice it in advance. This beast's concealment technique is really too heaven-defying. At this moment, Ning Fan felt both speechless and astonished. He really just wanted to destroy the sect. He really did not know that he would accidentally create an immortal emperor of an alien race by simply smashing the pill cauldron. He is really a bad person. However, looking at the expressions of the people of the Xisan sect, they obviously did not believe it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. When did such a person appear in the northern heaven? This person can see through my cloud transformation technique. Could it be that he is really an ancient great cultivator like what Xisan Emperor said? Otherwise, how could he do this? In the sky filled with clouds, the cloud life beast's form suddenly changed. It turned from a beast into a half-beast half-human form and spoke human language. At this moment, this cloud life beast immortal emperor's face was filled with fear. It had not been 3 to 5 days since he hid in the Xisan sect. A few months ago, there was a beast tide near the Xisan sect. It was at that time that he took advantage of the beast tide and teleported to this place from the northern world river. His cloud technique had already reached the cloud transformation realm for millions of years. In his clan, he was one of the top 3 experts in cloud techniques. His Dao name was Cloud Freak. Occasionally, there would be some low-grade cloud life beasts who were discovered by others hiding in the northern heaven. However, no one had ever noticed the existence of Cloud Freak. Xisan Emperor even knew nothing about it. The purpose of sending low-grade cloud life beasts to the northern heaven was to gather information. However, a top-grade cloud life beast like Cloud Freak was different. His mission was not to gather information but to assassinate. Relying on his immortal Emperor Realm cultivation base and heaven-defying concealment technique, he would look for opportunities to assassinate the immortal Emperor of the Northern Heaven and weaken the overall strength of the Northern Heaven. Sea Sand Emperor was the first assassination target he looked for. According to his plan, if Sea Sand Emperor succeeds in overcoming the heavenly tribulation, he would take advantage of his weakness to launch a sneak attack. If he fails, it would naturally be easier. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan would suddenly appear and help Sea Sand Emperor overcome the great heavenly tribulation. Now, Cloud Freak's assassination plan was completely ruined. What made it worse was that Ning Fan had not left yet. He did not dare to act rashly as he was worried that he would cause a commotion when he leaves which would attract Ning Fan's attention. Thus, he simply continued to hide in the Sea Sand sect. Cloud Freak was deeply shocked by the profound magic power Ning Fan displayed when he destroyed the heavenly tribulation. However, he still did not believe that he was an ancient great cultivator. Why not? Because other than being good at concealment, the cloud life beasts were also good at reading people's faces and finding out their bone age. How could Cloud Freak not see through Ning Fan's bone age? This person's bone age was less than 200,000 years. How could he be an ancient great cultivator? Even though he was not an ancient great cultivator, his magic power of 17,000 tribulations could not be faked. This matter also made Cloud Freak speculate. In the end, he did not dare to act rashly. He firmly believed that as long as he had patiently and did not take the initiative to expose himself, Ning Fan would definitely not be able to detect his existence. He could wait until Ning Fan leaves the Sea Sand sect and then secretly leave this place to find his next assassination target. However, Cloud Freak did not expect Ning Fan to be able to see through his cloud transformation technique. One had to know that the cloud manifestation art was something that not everyone could see through, even if it was an ancient grand cultivator. From Cloud Freak's point of view, since Ning Fan could see through his technique, how could he just be an ancient great cultivator? He might even be one of the most powerful ancient great cultivators. When did such a person appear in the Northern Heaven? Run. I must run. I must send this person's information back to the Northern Border River. With such an expert in the Northern Heaven camp, it was definitely enough to affect the situation of the Northern Heaven. 8,000 Li Cloud and Moon. As soon as Cloud Freak appeared, he chanted an incantation and turned into a wisp of cloud light to escape. You can't run away. Ning Fan had killed so many foreign races in the Eastern Border River. How could he not see through Cloud Freak's identity? He was a cultivator of the Eastern Heaven. Strictly speaking, the war between the foreign races in the Northern Heaven had nothing to do with the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. However, who asked him to have the intention to get involved in this matter? Now that he had bumped into this unlucky immortal emperor, there was no reason for him to let him go. Besides, he was also very interested in Cloud Freak's concealment technique. It was quite a heaven-defying concealment technique. Even he did not notice it at all. If he did not insist on destroying the sect, he definitely would not know that such a cloud life beast was hiding in this place. Even though Ning Fan did not have the ability to see through Cloud Freak's concealment technique, since he had already shown himself, he was definitely not his opponent. How much effort would it take to kill a sixth tribulation immortal emperor? It was not necessary. The shadow of a tree in Ning Fan's right eye floated. He activated his illusion technique and instantly pulled Cloud Freak into the illusory world of the immemorial rainy night. In the illusory world, a long time passed. In the real world, however, only an instant passed. In this extremely short period of time, Ning Fan easily killed a sixth tribulation immortal emperor in an instant under the dumbfounded expression of everyone including Sea Sand Emperor. To Ning Fan, killing an immortal emperor in an instant was not something praiseworthy. However, in the eyes of others, it was undoubtedly a shocking feat. What was an immortal emperor? Immortal emperors were the peak existences in the Age of Chaos. They were the dream of countless Vipralopa stage cultivators. However, this dream did not live for more than an instant in Ning Fan's hands. This blow was not small at all. If this matter were to spread, the entire Northern Heaven would probably be shaken again. The fall of an immortal emperor was definitely not a small matter. Is this the strength of an ancient great cultivator? He can even kill an immortal emperor with just a wave of his hand. The disciples of Xianxia's sect had different expressions. Some of them were shocked out of their wits. Some of them looked at Ning Fan with even more respect and admiration. Xianxia Emperor was still fine. After all, he was a person who had experienced the great chaos in the desolate world. In the past, he could not even survive for a second in the hands of old ancestor Mo. He had to rely on Ning Fan to save his life. Immortal emperors were supreme? He had long discarded that old idea. Thus, he was the first person to recover from the shock. Plop Xianxia Emperor knelt in front of Ning Fan again. Thank you, Senior, for eliminating a great enemy for my Xianxia sect. This junior has no way to repay Senior's kindness. I only wish to worship Senior's Tower of Luck for the rest of my life and add some luck to Senior. Plop More disciples of Xianxia's sect knelt in front of Ning Fan. If it wasn't for Ning Fan who got rid of the cloud monster, who knows what kind of massacre this immortal emperor of a foreign race would have caused in the Xianxia sect. They knew how to be grateful. They knew how to repent. Before this, they had misunderstood that Ning Fan really wanted to destroy the sect. They were not human. They were not human. You don't have to thank me. This is just a misunderstanding. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. Anyway, you won't believe me. Just think whatever you want. The cauldron had fallen 3 times. The ceremony of destroying the sect has come to an end. Now, I'm going to rob something from you. I want half a kilogram of divining sand. Are you going to give it to me or not? Ning Fan was too lazy to pretend to be cold and indifferent. Divining sand? Why would Senior want such a worthless thing? Xianxia Emperor was stunned. Then, his eyes were filled with tears. He was even more touched. He understood it. He understood it again. Ning Fan had done a great favor for the Xianxia sect. However, he only asked for half a kilogram of sand in return. What he asked for was not the return itself but to cut off karma. He did not want to have anything to do with the Xianxia sect. Was the karma of an ancient great cultivator so easy to owe? If they owed Ning Fan karma, who knows if the Xianxia sect would be implicated by the heavens and be destroyed when Ning Fan gets involved in some kind of danger in the future. However, if they cut off the karma, it would be different. In the future, even if Ning Fan gets into trouble, the Xianxia sect would not be implicated by the heavenly Tao. Senior is afraid that you will implicate us when you get into trouble in the future. That's why you took the initiative to ask for half a kilogram of sand in order to protect our lives. Senior. What kind of kindness is this? You even took into consideration the karma in the future. What did this junior do to deserve Senior's care? This junior is ashamed. Xianxia Emperor was an old man with white hair. At this moment, he was crying like a child. How many years had it been? He had never experienced the warmth of the human world. Other than his parents when he was a mortal, it had been too many years since he had experienced care and love. His inner heart had already been turned numb and selfish by the bloody sea of cultivation. However, at this moment, there was a trace of warmth. It was the warmth that Ning Fan gave him. It was a warmth that only humans could feel. Originally, he avoided breaking through the 7th eternal tribulation like a snake or a scorpion. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of fear. Perhaps it was because his current state of mind was close to the Tao. He actually felt that there was a slight chance of breaking through the 7th eternal tribulation in this life. Therefore, even the slight hope of breaking through the 7th eternal tribulation in this life was given by Ning Fan, wasn't it? Shouldn't he repay Ning Fan 100 or 1,000 times more? However, Ning Fan did not need his repayment. Ning Fan only wanted half a kilogram of sand. What kind of noble character and unquestionable integrity was this? Why are you still crying? Could it be that this lunar divine sand is actually that precious to you? Ning Fan was a little troubled. Even though he cared about Senior Omniscient's life, he was not willing to cause too much harm to Xianxia Emperor because of this matter. What should he do now? While he was still thinking of a solution, Xianxia Emperor had already ordered people to bring over a few hundred carrying poles of the lunar divine sand. Ning Fan knew that he was thinking too much. The lunar divine sand was actually not that valuable. After all, Xianxia Emperor could easily take out a few hundred carrying poles of it. I only need half a kilogram of sand. Ning Fan signaled Sea Sand Emperor to take back the excess lunar divine sand. When Sea Sand Emperor saw that, he was even more touched. He insisted that Ning Fan take away all the sand. Otherwise, he would feel guilty about his Dao heart. Forget it. I'll just take all of them then. I don't want to leave a shadow in your Dao heart in the future and blame me for it. Senior obviously didn't want to take more, but for the sake of our feelings, you went against your conscience. What kind of noble character and unquestionable integrity is this? What kind of? Without waiting for Sea Sand Emperor to say more flattering words, Ning Fan had already left. If he still did not leave, he would really be tortured by Sea Sand Emperor and the others. What a bunch of fools. Talking to fools is really too tiring. However, he unexpectedly did not hate fools like them. It was probably because there were more and more fools gathering around him. Which sect should I kick next? Let me take a look. In the starry sky, Ning Fan paused for a moment. He took out the list of materials and looked at it. Then, he continued his journey. Half a day later, there were old monsters of the northern heaven who rushed to the Sea Sand sect through various kinds of transdomain teleportation formations. They wanted to see the glory of the ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Ning Fan had already left. They did not have the chance to meet him. This was exactly what it meant when they said that they were not fated to meet each other. If that was the case, Ning Fan was actually fated to meet Sea Sand Emperor. Otherwise, how could he coincidentally encounter the other party's tribulation? It was absolutely impossible to say that there was no karma between them. Even if it was not the karma of this life, it could be the karma of the previous life. Even if it was not the karma of this life, it could also be the karma of other lives. The heavenly Tao was boundless. Karma was even more complicated. The more one thought that they understood, the more they did not understand. The more confused they felt, the closer they were to the root of the problem. Ning Fan thought that he was the kind of person who did not understand. Because he did not understand, he was too lazy to think deeply about it. Even if he did, it might not be correct. Perhaps it was because Ning Fan's reputation had spread across the entire northern heaven. His next action of kicking the sects was terrifyingly smooth. In the Void Thunder sect. As soon as Ning Fan arrived at the sect master of the Void Thunder sect was pleasantly surprised. He immediately exposed Ning Fan's purpose of visit. Are you Senior Zhao Jian? Yes. Sure enough. It's the unparalleled benevolent and righteous Senior Zhao Jian. Senior, are you here to kick the sect? The sect master of the Void Thunder sect asked with great joy. Yes. Ning Fan was puzzled. Why was the other party so happy when he came to kick the sect? Heaven has taken pity on me. Senior is actually willing to come to this junior small immortal venerable sect to kick the sect. This junior is really fortunate. Then, can this junior make a small request before you kick the sect? The sect master of the Void Thunder sect fell to his knees with a thud. I'm here to kick the sect. I'm not here to help others. Ning Fan felt that the other party had misunderstood him. Yes. Senior is here to kick the sect. This junior understands. To be honest, this junior was once injured by the enemy's secret treasure. The remaining poison in my body is difficult to get rid of. Only a mighty immortal emperor can treat me. Even though it isn't life-threatening, I have to suffer the pain of having my soul poisoned every day. It's so painful that I want to die. Senior, please show mercy and use your power to save this junior. When the day comes, this junior is also willing to offer you the Tower of Luck, 10 carriages of heavenly jade and 100 pieces of green crystals as thanks. By the way, I haven't asked what Senior is here to snatch. If there's anything you need, this junior will also give it to you. As soon as the sect master of the Void Thunder sect finished speaking, he kept kowtowing. Obviously, even though he said that he understood, he actually did not understand it at all. However, who asked him to be so polite to Ning Fan? Ning Fan was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, therefore, the development of the matter had completely gotten out of Ning Fan's control. While kicking the sect, Ning Fan helped the sect master of the Void Thunder sect get rid of the pain of having his soul poisoned. It was just a piece of cake for an immortal emperor. With his vast magic power, he helped the sect master in less than 100 breaths. After that, under the grateful voices of the tens of thousands of disciples of the Void Thunder sect, he casually smashed the Void Thunder sect 3 times. After that, he not only obtained the items he needed but also a large number of gifts as thanks. Sun sect. As soon as Ning Fan said that he wanted to kick a sect, the sect master of the Sun sect immediately cried tears of joy. He knelt on the ground and begged Ning Fan to help him complete the sacrificial ceremony. He wanted to pray to the heavens for a son to be the successor of the sect. What the hell? Why did he look for me when he wanted to have a son? However, it was just a piece of cake for him, and the other party even kowtowed to him 3 times and 9 times. Zhu Guangzong. As soon as he saw Ning Fan arrive unexpectedly, the sect master of Zhu Guangzong knelt down and cried loudly, begging Ning Fan to help him find the desolate grave of his ancestor. Alright. Ning Fan's Tao of divination was not bad. His perception of the rain technique was also first-rate. It was not difficult for him to find a desolate grave in the vast northern heaven. However, the problem was, why did Sun Long Dianxue also come to find him? He was going to kick a sect. Half a month later, Ning Fan finally finished kicking all the sects in the northern heaven. Unlike what he imagined, he did not have a peerless devil reputation. Instead, his reputation was spread far and wide. Of course, it was not Ning Fan's name that was spread far and wide. Instead, it was the name of the ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian. In the past, even though the name Zhao Jian was deeply worshipped by the immortal emperors of the northern heaven, it was just a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. Not all of them knew about Zhao Jian's noble character and unquestionable integrity. However, this time, the entire northern heaven recognized Senior Zhao Jian's noble character. Whether it was the mortal planets or the cultivation planets, Ning Fan's touching deeds were being spread everywhere. However, it turned out that there were more and more fanatical followers of Zhao Jian like the Sea Sand Emperor. They could not wait to spread Ning Fan's deeds across the entire northern heaven. As a result, when Ning Fan returned to the omniscient old man's side, his face was dark even though he had completed all the tasks. He did not care about his reputation, but he was disgusted by deceiving the world. Even if this kind of thing happened to him and it was beneficial to him, he still felt uncomfortable. Senior is called omniscient. Of course, there is nothing that you don't know. This junior originally thought that it was a crazy decision for you to ask me to go to the northern heaven to challenge the sections. That's why I was worried that I might endanger your life if things go wrong. Now, it seems like this was premeditated by you. You deliberately used this to trick me and make me famous in the world. Only now did this junior realize that the materials that senior required were all worthless things. With your family's wealth, even if you don't have all of these things, it's also impossible for you to lack them. Besides, there are many things that you don't need to challenge the sections. You can buy them in the slightly bigger markets and trading planets in the northern heaven. However, you just want me to go and challenge the sections. It's a waste of effort. Are you trying to trick this junior? As soon as Ning Fan saw the omniscient old man, he said with a half-angry half-smile. He was so angry that he laughed. How could he not be angry after being tricked and deceived by others? However, the omniscient old man did not have any ill intentions. Thinking about it made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Hee hee. Silly junior brother, you finally got it right for once. Senior brother is really teasing you. The traditions of our Yin and Yang sect are not all good traditions. Protecting one's own is a good tradition. Bullying newcomers is a bad tradition. It's the master's mission to lead a disciple to challenge a sect. Bullying a junior brother is a senior brother's mission. Junior brother, you still have a lot to learn. When the omniscient old man saw that Ning Fan was angry, he immediately became complacent. His expression was as infuriating as it could be. Obviously, his crazy behavior when he asked Ning Fan to challenge the sect was just a disguise. Goodbye. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk to the omniscient old man anymore. He put down the things, cupped his fist slightly and turned around to leave. This time, it was the omniscient old man's turn to be anxious. Even though it was fun to tease his junior brother, it would not be nice if he angered him and left. Junior brother, please wait. Wait. Senior brother is wrong. I won't dare to tease you anymore. Eh? Wait a minute. Why do you have the smell of the cloud life beast? Strange. Strange. Junior brother, please wait. Why are you walking further and further away? Junior brother. Seeing Ning Fan walking further and further away, the omniscient old man knew that he had gone too far this time. He had really angered Ning Fan. How could he not be angry? Ning Fan really treated the omniscient old man as his family. That was why he was worried about the omniscient old man's life. That was why he risked universal condemnation and went to the northern heaven to challenge a sect at the most inappropriate time. Challenge a sect? Would it benefit Ning Fan at all? For the sake of the omniscient old man, he was already mentally prepared to offend the entire northern heaven. In the end, he found out that everything was just a prank by the omniscient old man. It was fine if he was deceived by others, but being deceived by his family was the most unbearable thing. It was especially infuriating when the omniscient old man showed a complacent expression. If it wasn't for the fact that he could not defeat the omniscient old man, Ning Fan probably would have beaten this annoying old man up. What an annoying old man. Senior brother, huh? If I really have such an annoying senior brother, I'm afraid I'll have to fight with him all the time. It's strange. With my character, I won't be so angry even if I'm deceived by others. Even if I'm angry, I won't show it on my face. However, I actually lost my composure in front of Senior Omniscient. No. Instead of saying that I lost my composure, it's better to say that I'm at ease. I can do whatever I want without hiding my temper. Because we're family, it's fine for us to joke around and curse each other. After arguing, we can reconcile with each other. Senior brother, could it be that this person and I really have feelings of being in the same sect in one of our reincarnations? Ning Fan did not stop walking, but his heart felt strange. On the other side, when the omniscient old man saw that Ning Fan did not turn his head no matter how hard he shouted, he was really anxious and regretful. The price he paid for turning into his crane form and causing havoc in the 12th level of the Earth Abyss was not light. At this moment, he actually coughed out blood and fell to the ground. Seeing that the omniscient old man was so anxious that he almost vomited blood, Ning Fan did not dare to make him feel anxious again. He immediately turned around and left. Seeing that Ning Fan was finally willing to return, the omniscient old man finally let out a sigh of relief. However, as he was busy suppressing his injuries, he could not talk to Ning Fan anymore. He sat cross-legged on the ground to treat his injuries while Ning Fan stood aside with a complicated expression, watching him treat his injuries. When he saw that the omniscient old man's injuries were stabilized, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother, are you not angry anymore? After a long while, the omniscient old man's chi finally stabilized. Then, he asked carefully as if he had done something wrong. I don't dare to be angry anymore. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He really did not know what to do with the omniscient old man. He had already forgotten about his pettiness. If he wanted to scheme against him, then so be it. After all, it was not like he would lose his skin or flesh. Since he made a fool of himself just now, he would just treat it as coaxing this old man. Junior brother. Senior brother, you're wrong. But I still don't understand why you are so angry. You have never been so angry before. The omniscient old man said blankly. He seemed to have recalled the past, but at the same time, he did not. Forget it. It's just a small matter. I just don't like being deceived by people close to me. Perhaps to you, it's very normal for a senior brother to tease a junior brother because you have experienced too much and you are already used to it. But to me, it's the first time in my life that I was teased by someone close to me. Ning Fan sighed. Senior brother, huh? In fact, Ning Fan had also addressed a person as senior brother. No, to be exact, he addressed a sword as senior brother. According to the tradition of the Slaughter Palace, the Slaughter Emperors of each generation were all fellow disciples of the same sect. Therefore, Ning Fan once addressed the sacred Slaughter Heavenly Desolate Sword as his senior brother. What was the situation like at that time? Ning Fan remembered the kindness of the 7 generations of Slaughter Emperors. He had feelings for the Slaughter Palace and the sacred Slaughter Heavenly Desolate Sword as well. Thus, he was willing to address the other party as his eldest senior brother. However, even though Ning Fan addressed the sacred Slaughter Heavenly Desolate Sword as his senior brother, he did not feel any sense of kinship in his heart. The two words senior brother were more of a formality. When the 7 generations of slaughter emperors were in trouble, the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword, as the eldest senior brother, did not lend a hand. It was not because it was unwilling to do so. It was also because it had an important mission to protect the people of the Northern Dipper sect. When Ning Fan first offended the dark race and made all kinds of great enemies in the eastern heaven, the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword also did not lend a hand. Of course, after Ning Fan became the 8th slaughter emperor, the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword treated him quite well. It was even willing to help him train the 5 sword spirits. However, that was only within the limits of its ability. The sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword's kindness was indeed sincere. However, Ning Fan still felt that there was something missing. He could not explain it clearly. In the past, he did not know what was missing between him and the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword. Only when he learned that the omniscient old man was so angry that he lost his mind to save him did he vaguely understand the true weight of the 2 words senior brother. If the omniscient old man was in the position of the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword, he would not care about the lives of the people of the Northern Dipper sect, the righteousness, himself and the survival of the eastern heaven when he saw that Ning Fan was in trouble. He would certainly kill his way into the dark race and the eastern world river like a madman and slaughter all the people who wanted to harm him. He would be extremely bloody and cruel. He would do everything he could. When Ning Fan thought of that, he did not know why, but he felt an inexplicable sense of sadness. Junior brother, if your senior brother really knows his mistake, will you forgive me? The omniscient old man asked nervously. After that, he returned to being at a loss. He did not understand where this kind of nervousness came from. Silently, tears of regret fell from his eyes. He was even more confused. It's just a small matter. There's no need to forgive. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this old man cry again? It's fine as long as junior brother is not angry anymore. Although the omniscient old man said that, his heart was filled with unspeakable regret. It was as if what he really wanted to hear from Ning Fan was not this sentence but true forgiveness. However, he did not know where this kind of emotion came from. He only knew one thing, that was, if he bullied his junior brother in the future, he must do it discreetly, so that Ning Fan wouldn't be able to detect it. Otherwise, if Ning Fan were to discover it again, he would have to repeatedly apologize and use the trick of injuring himself to gain Ning Fan's confidence. However, it turned out that the omniscient old man still did not understand what was wrong with a senior brother bullying a junior brother. A senior brother was born to bully a junior brother. In this world, only I can bully my junior brother. Other than me, no one else can. If you dare to bully my junior brother, I will kill your entire clan. But who is my junior brother? The omniscient old man felt a pain in his sea of consciousness. Then, his eyes became dazed. When he looked at Ning Fan again, he did not recognize him anymore. Humph. Little friend clearly promised to let this old man experiment. But why did you leave without saying goodbye for half a month? Tell me, where have you been for the past half a month, and why have you come back? Wait a minute, who was the one who threw a pile of rubbish here? Lightstone, Extreme Divine Sand, Desert West Sunflower. Hey, little friend, can I trouble you to do me a favor? Can you help this old man throw away all these rubbish? If so, this old man will not blame you for leaving without saying goodbye. What do you think? The omniscient old man looked at Ning Fan with an expression of "I'm very generous to forgive you." Ning Fan's face instantly turned black. I won't take the blame for leaving without saying goodbye. This pile of rubbish is something that I risked universal condemnation to bring back for you. If you want to throw it away yourself. Seeing that Ning Fan refused to help, omniscient old man had no choice but to do it himself. It took him quite a while to throw all the immortal materials into the waste pile. Although omniscient old man was happy to throw them away, he regretted it not long after. 1 hour later. Suddenly, omniscient old man regained part of his memory. When he saw the extreme divine sand and the other materials being thrown into the waste pile, he immediately became furious and cursed at the sky. Who is it? Who was the one who threw all of the immortal materials that my junior brother had painstakingly snatched back into the trash heap? Could it be Hong Jun again? Wait, why did I say again? One should know that although the extreme divine sand and the other materials were not valuable, they were indispensable for his next experiment. Without a choice, omniscient old man spent another effort to pick out the immortal materials one by one. He carefully cleaned them and removed the impurities from them. While cleaning, he scolded Hong Jun for being despicable and shameless. When he finally cleaned all the immortal materials, omniscient old man's eyes became dazed again and he lost his memory again. After losing his memory, omniscient old man was displeased when he saw the pile of rubbish in front of him. Strange. I have already thrown these rubbish into the waste pile. Why are they still here? Which bastard who gave birth to a son without balls picked them up? Could it be Hong Jun? Forget it, I'll throw them again. Another half an hour passed. Who is it? Who threw these immortal materials into the waste pile for the second time? Wait, why did I say again? I have no choice but to pick them up and wash them again. I have no choice but to wash them and throw them away again. I have no choice but to pick them up and throw them away again. Just like that, omniscient old man tossed and turned the pile of immortal materials back and forth for 6 to 7 days. He was still tossing and throwing them away again and again. He was completely caught in an endless loop and was having a lot of fun. Ning Fan had already developed a certain degree of immunity towards omniscient old man's confusing behavior. Thus, he did not accompany omniscient old man to mess around blindly. He was a normal person and he had serious things to do. Previously, when Ning Fan destroyed the Ocean Sand sect, he accidentally killed an immortal Emperor Realm Cloud-born beast. In the illusory world of the ancient rainy night, he interrogated that immortal Emperor Realm Cloud-born beast for 100 years. Finally, he got what he wanted from it, the cloud concealment technique of the Cloud-born beast clan. The full name of this technique was Heaven Concealing Cloud Technique. It was the most powerful concealment technique that Ning Fan had ever obtained. How powerful was he? With Ning Fan's heaven-defying senses, even a first-level quasi-saint would not be able to hide under his nose. However, that cloud-born beast managed to do so with just the cultivation base of a 6th tribulation immortal emperor. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? A 6th tribulation immortal emperor who had mastered the cloud technique of the stage of transformation was able to hide from Ning Fan's senses. If Ning Fan also learns the realm of cloud technique, would he be able to deceive the senses of even saints? Of course, Ning Fan was interested in learning such a powerful concealment ability. If he had mastered the cloud technique earlier, when he was being chased by the Ant Lord in his dreams, he might have had a chance to hide and escape. With Ning Fan's comprehension ability, it only took him 6 to 7 days to comprehend the essence of the Heaven Concealing Cloud technique. Unfortunately, this technique could not be learned just by comprehending it. In order to truly master it, he still needed to fulfill various harsh requirements. The first requirement was to find a place where ancient clouds filled the air and absorb enough cloud chi. Clouds were actually formed by rising water vapor. The water vapor would turn into clouds and the clouds would turn into rain. In other words, the essence of clouds was actually just a certain stage of rain. Clouds were the starting point of rain and also the final destination of rain. Rain was the end of clouds and also the beginning of clouds. The lifespan of clouds was as short as the life of rain. Of course, this short lifespan was not absolute. Not every drop of rain would return to the ocean. Therefore, not every cloud would turn into rain and dissipate. Since there was an everlasting rain in this world, there would certainly be clouds that would never disperse. What Ning Fan wanted to find was this kind of ancient clouds. The older the better. If he absorbed 1,000 years old ancient cloud, he would need 3 million years to master the cloud technique. If he absorbed 10,000 years old ancient cloud, he would only need 300,000 years to master the cloud technique. 100,000 years old ancient cloud, 3,000 years old ancient cloud and 300 years old ancient cloud. On one hand, Ning Fan wanted to learn the Heaven Concealing Cloud technique. On the other hand, the grand competition of the Lost World Palace was just around the corner. He did not have much time to waste on cultivating the cloud technique. Not to mention 300 years, he did not even have enough time to cultivate the Heaven Concealing Cloud technique. There are a lot of rare and precious immortal materials in Senior Omniscience Laboratory. I wonder if there are any ancient clouds that are old enough to help me master the cloud technique in a short time. Ning Fan wanted to ask Omniscient Old Man, but the latter was in a frenzy. How could he have the time to answer him? Little friend, you need ancient clouds? Then go to my cloud valley and take them yourself. You asked where the cloud valley is? Can't you just spread out your spirit sense and sense it a little? Alright, don't disturb me from doing my proper business. After being interrupted by you, I don't even know whether I should throw these several hundred poles of extreme divine sand back to the waste pile or pick them up. Sigh. Let me think about it. Don't disturb me anymore. Ningfan left silently and went to look for Yungu. As for omniscient old man, I'll leave him alone to have his fun. The Cloud Valley was none other than the place where the sludge monster's immortal cave was located. At this moment, the sludge monster was happily bathing in the misty world. Of course, she was not bathing in a mud body. Instead, she was bathing in her human body. Ever since the curse was lifted, she could freely switch between her human body and the mud body as she pleased. However, the problem was that she had not shown her human body in front of others for too many years. This led to a problem. Her sense of shame was overflowing. She did not have enough mental preparation. She did not dare to show her human body in front of others. She was too thin-skinned. It was also because of this reason that she still used her mud body to interact with Ningfan even after the curse was lifted. Only when there were no outsiders around would she dare to truly release herself. She cupped her hands in the sea of clouds and poured the water vapor on her body. It's so comfortable. Like a mischievous young girl, she gently raised her toes and kicked the clouds. Her fine black hair was covered with water vapor and scattered on her back. The sludge monster pointed her finger and the clouds condensed into a water mirror. She stared at her own perfect face in the water mirror with infatuation. Mirror, oh mirror. Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Phoenix Marsh. It's the Phoenix Marsh. Under the influence of the sludge monster's ability, the water mirror spoke unwillingly. However, it was not the mirror that was speaking. It was the ability that was speaking. Hee hee, the mirror suddenly let out an inexplicable laugh. No, it's not the mirror laughing, it's Ningfan laughing. All of a sudden, the sludge monster was petrified. Wait. Didn't she seal all the entrances to the Cloud Valley? How did Ningfan come in? Wait. Did Ningfan see her human body? No. It's not as simple as seeing her human body. He saw everything. I'm not wearing any clothes. Ah! A woman's scream resounded throughout the Cloud Valley. Under Ningfan's inexplicable gaze, the sludge monster hurriedly turned into a big lump of mud. She looked at Ningfan with teary eyes and felt extremely wronged. You're cold and heartless. You peeped at me while I was bathing. Asterisk sob asterisk if I tell you that I really didn't know that there would be people bathing in the clouds in this world, would you believe me? You've set up a restriction around this place to isolate the senses of spirit sense. I only found out about this after I entered this place. Ningfan spoke nonsense with a serious expression. Actually, he knew everything. However, he just wanted to come in and have a look. It was not because he coveted the sludge monster's beauty. He was really curious about the appearance of the sludge monster. He really didn't expect that his little sludge monster was actually quite good-looking. What was more unexpected was that this lump of mud had such a narcissistic side when it was alone. Mirror. Who's the most beautiful? Hee hee. What an interesting lump of mud. It really pleased him. I don't care. Even if you're a hero, you have to take responsibility for seeing me bathing. The sludge monster said angrily. I have to take responsibility just because I'm bathing? Alright. After I take responsibility for you, I can look at you openly. Ningfan said with a smile. No. No way. I don't want you to take responsibility anymore. I'm going back on my words. The sludge monster was shocked when she heard what Ningfan said. She would directly die of embarrassment if Ningfan looked at her every day. She would literally die of embarrassment. I don't need to take responsibility? So I don't have to bear any consequences when I look at you bathing? Alright then. I'll look at you again next time. You. The sludge monster was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. Ningfan had a lot of twisted logic. What should she do if she could not win against him in an argument? This silly mud monster is really fun. Ning Fan reached out his palm and patted the sludge monster's head. His first move was to touch her head. The sludge monster's breath stagnated. Her heart skipped a few hundred beats. The sludge monster's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. What should I do if my head is touched again? What should I do if I feel a little happy? She seemed to be happy and angry at the same time. Ning Fan, on the other hand, did not care about her anymore. Instead, he scanned the surrounding clouds and estimated the age of the ancient clouds. Not bad. Not bad at all. The ancient clouds here were at least 10 million years old. It was unknown how many of them were hundreds of millions of years old. There were even ancient clouds that were 1 billion years old and 10 billion years old. However, their numbers were a little less. With an ancient cloud of this age, he didn't have to spend much time at all to be able to master the concealed heaven cloud technique. He was really too lucky. After taking a deep breath of the cloud chi, Ning Fan immediately felt that his eyes and ears were clear. The smell of these ancient clouds was really too unique. It was like the growth rings of an old tree, the ruins of the world, and the faint fragrance of a young lady's skin. Ning Fan suddenly felt a little awkward. The growth rings of the old tree and the ruins were just his imagination. However, the fragrance of the young lady's skin was real. But the fragrance of the girl's skin was real. You can't breathe it in. You can't breathe it in. These clouds. These clouds are the bathwater that I used just now. The sludge monster also felt awkward. What should she do? How is Ning Fan breathing in the cloud chi? Ning Fan is obviously drinking her bathwater. It doesn't matter. I've drunk things that are even more shameful. Ning Fan seemed to have recalled some of the past between him and Bei Xiaoman. The awkwardness in his heart was instantly swept away and he gulped down the cloud chi. What bathwater? Why are you thinking so much about it? Ancient clouds are ancient clouds and nothing else. If this stinky lump of mud uses the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation world to bathe, does that mean that every cultivator who absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is drinking her bathwater? Nonsense. As a result, under the eyes of the sludge monster, which was filled with embarrassment, delight and astonishment, Ning Fan only used 6 hours to cultivate the hidden heaven cloud technique to the rudimentary level. At the moment when he mastered the entry level of the hidden heaven cloud technique, the patterns of the auspicious clouds around Ning Fan's body shone brightly as if they were resonating with the hidden heaven cloud technique. The patterns of the auspicious clouds were obtained when Ning Fan was hunting the immortal emperors of the Dragon Horse clan in the Eastern Realm River. It could turn into auspicious clouds to protect one's body and increase one's defense. However, because the amount of auspicious clouds Ning Fan obtained at that time was too little and its use was limited, he had forgotten about it as time went by. Now that he absorbed a large amount of the cloud chi, not only did he master the entry level of the hidden heaven cloud technique, but also the power of the auspicious clouds that he absorbed previously. Both of them were cloud techniques with the same origin. At this moment, they even seemed to resonate with each other inside Ning Fan's body. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in Ning Fan's mind. Why must I cultivate the hidden heaven cloud technique of the Cloud Birth Beast clan? Can't I cultivate a more powerful cloud technique? The one that incorporates the defense of the auspicious clouds into it. What would happen if I incorporate the defense of the auspicious clouds into the hidden heaven cloud technique? This might be difficult for others, but with my second level heavenly being realm Tao comprehension, it's quite possible for me to do it. It doesn't matter even if I fail, as it won't take much effort. However, if I succeed. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Green light shone brightly in his eyes. It was the green light of the second level heavenly being realm. At that moment, he fully activated his heavenly being realm. Within the sea of clouds, the illusory phenomenon of the heavenly being gate was formed. It was not just one heavenly being gate but two. Brother Hero is actually a second-level heavenly being realm cultivator. The sludge monster was greatly astonished. Under its astonishment, it even forgot about the shameful thing that happened just now. Only admiration was left in its eyes. When I look at the hidden heaven cloud technique, it looks like a circle. When I look at the auspicious cloud technique, it also looks like a circle. Ning Fan spoke in a language that the sludge monster could not understand. As he raised his hand, he actually drew the entire sea of clouds into two big circles. he even drew countless strange Tao marks under the two big circles. The meaning of those Tao marks was obscure and not something that the sludge monster could understand. The number of Tao marks increased. The further he drew, the more difficult it became to draw. When the number of Tao marks reached their limit and could no longer grow any further, Ning Fan suddenly clasped his hands together. Then, the two circular sea of clouds violently collided with each other. There was no sound that could destroy heaven and earth. Instead, there was only the fusion of the clouds. At this moment, another strange phenomenon appeared. On one side of the sea of clouds, there was a flickering hidden heaven cloud light, while on the other side, there was a 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall auspicious cloud. However, as the two of them fused together, there was no clear boundary between the hidden heaven cloud light and the auspicious cloud. They truly became one. From then on, Ning Fan no longer had the hidden heaven cloud technique nor the auspicious cloud technique in his body. He did not have either of them, but he also had both of them. Did I succeed? The fusion of the clouds is just like two drops of rain falling together. Rain and clouds. So that's how it should be. That's how it should be. In the past, I was still lacking a little bit to complete half of the big circle of the rain palm position. Now, perhaps I can truly draw the semicircle of rain. It turns out that I don't need to use rain to draw the last stroke. Instead, I need to use clouds. Ning Fan flicked his finger and the sea of clouds between heaven and earth suddenly changed. They turned into dark clouds in the sky and then turned into a heavy downpour. It was the transformation of clouds into rain. The missing stroke was this matter. In the past, he only needed an opportunity to truly step into the rain palm position. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Condense. As Ning Fan gave his order, the rain in the sky suddenly condensed into a huge semicircle. That was the real semicircle of rain. At the moment when the semicircle truly condensed, Ning Fan's rain palm position had officially stepped into the mid-realm of the rain palm position. At the same time, he also saw the path that he needed to take to attain the grand completion realm of the rain palm position. From now on, if he wanted to improve the rain palm position, the key was not to cultivate the rain, but to cultivate the clouds. When Ning Fan cultivated the clouds until they were as powerful as the rain, when the clouds and rain merged into one, he would be able to attain the grand completion realm of the rain palm position. Disperse. As Ning Fan gave his order, the semicircle of rain immediately shattered, turning into raindrops that filled the sky. The raindrops that filled the sky then turned back into clouds again. Then, they turned back into ancient clouds that covered the entire cloud valley. However, everything did not return to peace. The old strange phenomenon dispersed one after another and a new phenomenon suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. That strange phenomenon was like a painting that spread across heaven and earth. The will of the heavens lingered on it. The content of the painting was that of an ancient immortal. It was an immortal whose body was completely condensed from rain. His eyes were like the heavens and his body was emitting an immortal spiritual aura force that was as vast as the mountains and seas. When the sludge monster saw the content of the painting, he immediately exclaimed in surprise. The immortal father of rain. This is the sovereign heavenly diagram. Brother hero, you must be joking, right? You actually cultivated to the mid-realm of the rain palm position just by drinking a few mouthfuls of my bathwater. How is this possible? Don't tell me that my bathwater is a spiritual medicine used to cultivate to the sovereign realm? As soon as he finished speaking, the sludge monster also took a deep breath. Strange. I have also drunk the bathwater, but why can't I feel any increase in the power of the sovereign realm? You are thinking too much. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted the sludge monster's head and stared at the gigantic painting between heaven and earth with a solemn expression. What do you mean by the immortal father of rain and the sovereign heavenly diagram? Brother hero doesn't know these things? You know nothing about the sovereign realm, but you have already cultivated to the mid-realm of the sovereign realm? The sludge monster looked at Ning Fan as if he was looking at a monster. He even suspected that his bathwater had a magical effect that allowed Ning Fan to truly step into the sovereign realm by accident. Only by attaining the mid-realm of the sovereign realm could one be considered as a true sovereign immortal cultivator. I'm not too sure, but I'm not completely clueless about the sovereign realm. I more or less know a few methods to attain the sovereign realm. Tell me, what do you mean by all these? Ning Fan asked again. I don't really know much about Celestial Father and Tea on Tuesday. After all, I've never cultivated to the palm realm. However, when I was in the true world, I heard people say that the sovereign heavenly diagram is both a fated chance and a predestined fate. Whether or not one can seize the fated chance depends on one's own strength. However, if one's strength is not enough, being overly obsessed might also lead to one's own destruction. When it's time to give up, you should give up. Don't fight for it, as you won't be able to win it anyway. Furthermore, not every cultivator who has cultivated to the sovereign heavenly diagram will be able to attract the sovereign heavenly diagram. Most of the sovereign cultivators do not have such an opportunity. I don't understand. Ning Fan decided that it was better not to ask the sludge monster about it. Why would he ask about the sludge monster when there was a ready-made sage around? Clear my doubts. Ning Fan used a commanding tone and said to the Ant Lord in his sea of consciousness. The Ant Lord could see his thoughts. He didn't need to explain to the Ant Master what he wanted to know. The Ant Master knew what he wanted to know. Humph. Little Ant Ning, what kind of tone is that? You dare to use such a tone to speak to a saint? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Wait. Please don't use your charm spell. If you want to clear my doubts, then so be it. Retract your charm spell. Initially, the Ant Lord still wanted to be stubborn. However, when she saw that Ning Fan was going to use his charm spell on her just because of a disagreement, she immediately gritted her teeth in anger. However, she no longer dared to act pretentiously anymore. Thus, she immediately explained everything to Ning Fan. In this world, there were many ways to cultivate to the sovereign heavenly diagram. However, only those who have attained the sovereign heavenly diagram through a perfect method could attract the sovereign heavenly diagram. The sovereign heavenly diagram was a gift from the heavens. The ancient immortals drawn on the sovereign heavenly diagram were usually the immortal fathers who were supposed to control the sovereign heavenly diagram in the immortal spirit era. Ning Fan relied on a perfect method to cultivate to the sovereign heavenly diagram instead of relying on other tricks. Thus, he attracted the sovereign heavenly diagram. The ancient immortal drawn on the sovereign heavenly diagram was the first Rain Immortal Father who was born in the immortal spirit era. He was the ancestor of all Rain Immortal cultivators in the world. If there are no other changes, the immortal Rain Father in the painting would give Ning Fan 3 gifts as a reward for his efforts. These 3 gifts could be magic treasures, pills, Dao fruits, or even secret techniques that were related to the sovereign heavenly diagram. Anything could be given. The quality of the gift would depend on the individual's fortune. The only thing that could be confirmed was that even the worst gift could greatly improve the strength of a second-step cultivator. This was the fortune that the soft sludge monster mentioned. At the same time as the fortuitous opportunity, there was also danger. Every time the sovereign heavenly diagram appears, the cultivators of the same generation and the same sovereign heavenly diagram would be able to sense it. Those people could use the connection of the sovereign heavenly diagram to travel across regions and descend to snatch the immortal father's reward. If Ning Fan's strength was not strong enough and he could not protect his own reward, the other sovereign heavenly diagram cultivators could only benefit from it. So, the cultivators who have also attained the sovereign heavenly diagram are going to descend to snatch my reward soon? Ning Fan's expression immediately darkened. Not only the sovereign heavenly diagram cultivators but also the titled rain cultivators. The titled sovereign heavenly diagram cultivators are of the same origin. If the titled rain cultivators are willing, they can also descend to the sovereign heavenly diagram, but the difficulty will be slightly higher. Even the sovereign heavenly diagram cultivators who also possess the same element of water might have a chance to descend to the sovereign heavenly diagram. Of course, the difficulty will be higher. You should be glad that you did not attain the sovereign heavenly diagram in the true world. Do you know that every time a sovereign heavenly diagram appears in the true world, there will be hundreds or even thousands of cultivators who have the same origin coming to snatch the sovereign heavenly diagram? Even if the immortal father's reward descend to the sovereign heavenly diagram, it won't be given to the cultivators who have attained the sovereign heavenly diagram. Basically, it will be taken away by outsiders. Fortunately, the true world is separated from the illusory world. Thus, the sovereign heavenly diagram cultivators in the true world won't be able to sense your breakthrough. The number of people who will come to snatch your reward won't be as terrifying as hundreds or even thousands of them. It's already good enough if there are only 5 of them. the Ant Lord explained reluctantly. She really wanted to see Ning Fan being humiliated. She wanted to see Ning Fan being robbed by hundreds or even thousands of sovereign heavenly diagram cultivators from the true world. Unfortunately, Ning Fan, who was in the illusory world, was destined not to encounter such an unfortunate event. During the Age of Chaos, the number of cultivators with the title of Rain Palm and Rain Title could be counted on one's fingers. There might be some who came, but there definitely wouldn't be too many. Is it possible for titled Rain cultivators to come as well? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He thought of someone. The Water Sect master who had a grudge against him. The second stage quasi-saint who had obtained the title of Rain Master. If the other party really came, even if it was just a wisp of his divine sense, he definitely could not be underestimated. Would today be the first time he fought with that person, the place where the four great savage seas of northern sky converged? The Water School sect master was at a critical juncture in condensing his sixth dragon. Logically speaking, nothing should be able to disturb him at such a critical juncture. However, right at this moment, a major event occurred that disturbed his mental state. It caused the condensation of the sixth dragon to be slightly flawed, and he had no choice but to temporarily stop. He opened his eyes in disbelief. Besides shock, there was also a trace of greed in his eyes. It's actually the sovereign heavenly diagram. The sovereign heavenly diagram recorded in the ancient records. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. But why didn't such a good thing happen to me when I obtained the title of Rain Cultivator in the past? What kind of rain cultivator is this? How could he have such luck to attract such a legendary phenomenon? Humph. I don't care who he is. No matter what, I want a share of the 3 rewards from this person's sovereign heavenly diagram. Immortal stones. Take good care of my physical body. I'm going to enter a state of hibernation and use the Rain Master's soul-splitting technique. This technique can't tolerate any mistakes since it comes from another domain. If you're careless, I won't forgive you. In the cold ice swamp country of Western Heaven. There was an ice mountain in the cold ice swamp country. An ancient giant Buddha was frozen inside the ice mountain. No one knew how long this giant Buddha had been sealed in ice. However, today, the ice mountain suddenly left. The giant Buddha walked out of the ice and opened his eyes. For a moment, heaven and earth were filled with Buddha light. Countless believers worshipped the giant Buddha. The heavenly diagram of rain? It doesn't seem to be in the Western Heaven. I wonder which realm's rain cultivator actually attracted this item. I don't want to be involved in the mortal world, but if this item appears, I might have to make a trip here. Although the 4 heavens are sealed, if I can use the guidance of the heavenly diagram that contains the power of the immortal realm, I might be able to use it to cross over. It's just that I'll have to pay a heavy price. In the ancient Demon's Lock, where the 3rd mountain was suppressed, under the suppression peak, the Flood Emperor was barely breathing and begging for death. However, when he sensed the heavenly diagram of rain, he felt a trace of excitement. Chance. This is my chance to escape. The suppression of the palm of emotion is strong, but with the guidance of the heavenly diagram, I can leave for a short period of time. Although I can't really leave, it's still a chance. If I can get the treasure from this person's heavenly diagram, I might have a chance to break the 3rd mountain and escape. I can't miss this chance. No matter who drew the heavenly diagram here, the reward from the heavenly diagram must belong to me. In the heavenly demon realm, the true martial clan, the territory of the true martial clan was built on a turtle-shaped continent. There were millions of demon cities and billions of demon cultivators. This continent was too big, and no one knew where it came from. However, something big happened in the true martial clan today. It was something that shocked the entire heavenly demon realm and even the spirit king of the demon race. The vast turtle-shaped continent suddenly came to life. With an arrogant and hoarse voice, it laughed towards the sky. Heavenly diagram. I want it. Ning Fan had no idea how many people were eyeing him right now. To be honest, he was not really interested in the so-called reward of the heavenly diagram. Did he lack cultivation methods and abilities? Did he lack magic treasures? Not really. One should know that he had yet to learn all the powerful abilities that he had obtained from the heavenly diagram. Moreover, he had a bunch of magic treasures that he could not use. He did lack some pills and Tao fruits that could increase his cultivation base, but it was not a must for him. He did not value the reward of the heavenly diagram. However, it was not a reason for others to snatch his things. He was a disciple taught by the Old Devil sect. As the sect master of the Black Devil sect, he had always been the one who snatched other people's things. Since when did it become others' turn to snatch his things? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He stared at the sovereign heavenly diagram above the cloud valley, waiting for what would happen next. The sovereign heavenly diagram in the sky became brighter and brighter. The contents of the diagram became richer and richer. Other than the immortal Rain Father, the mountain and river's pavilion began to appear. When the light reached its peak, Ning Fan suddenly felt an endless suction force that sucked him into the heavenly diagram. The strange thing was that the diagram only seemed to have an endless suction force on him. It did not affect outsiders like the sludge monster at all. Brother Hero. The sludge monster panicked. She did not know much about the sovereign heavenly diagram. How would she know what was going on? When she saw Ning Fan being sucked into the diagram, she thought that he was in danger. She did not care about her own safety and flew towards the diagram, wanting to enter it to save Ning Fan. However, how could she enter the diagram? Instead, the diagram's vast immortal spirit chi shook her body, almost shattering her mud body. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Big Brother Hero, don't let anything happen to you. It's all my fault. If I didn't take a bath here, you wouldn't have accidentally drunk my bathwater and broken through to the Palm Realm. The sludge monster was in tears. She did not understand what had happened. She only knew that she was severely injured when she tried to approach the sovereign heavenly diagram. As for Ning Fan, he was sucked into the diagram. If that was the case, wouldn't his injuries be even worse and he would be trapped in the diagram until his death? Obviously, she did not have the cultivation base to save Ning Fan. Judging from how easily she was injured by the diagram, even a great cultivator from the ancient times might not be able to do anything to it. Master. I have to look for Master. Master must have a way. The sludge monster didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his face. He hurriedly left the Cloud Valley to seek help from Omniscient Old Man. At first, when Omniscient Old Man heard that Ning Fan was in trouble, his eyes were filled with madness. How could he still care about the pile of immortal materials? However, after that, the sludge monster explained the reason why Ning Fan was sucked away by the sovereign heavenly diagram. Hearing this, Omniscient Old Man's madness disappeared, and he calmed down. He then stared at the sludge monster speechlessly. Fengxia, oh Fengxia, I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Your brother Hero is fine, he's doing great. If he was lucky, he could get 3 rewards for free. If he was unlucky, he would at most be robbed of some treasures, and his life would not be in any danger. Alright, this old man still has business to attend to. Don't disturb me before I'm done with this waste. Go down. But Master, the sludge monster wanted to say something, but its face suddenly hurt. It turned out that Omniscient Old Man had thrown a tattered ancient book at her face. It was unknown how long this ancient book had existed. The book was stained with a lot of oil, vegetable juice, and dried rice grains. It seemed like someone had used it to fill the dishes. Go. Read this book properly. After you finish reading it, you won't have to worry about that brat anymore. After you finish reading it, when that brat comes out from the heavenly diagram, teach him to read it too. I'm really impressed by rogue cultivators like you. You don't even know a fart, but you still dare to cultivate to the sovereign heavenly diagram and pry into the origin of Tao. The sludge monster lowered its head and looked at the grease-stained book. She was in so much pain from being smashed. Through the greasy stains, she barely recognized the name of the book and was shocked. Tao Scripture, no, it can't be. Isn't Tao Scripture a supreme treasure that only 4th step immortal emperors can master? How could Master have a Tao Scripture? How could he allow a little cultivator like her to read such a precious scripture? Master, please don't joke. Tao Scripture is an item of the 4th step. Without the permission of the person who wrote it, no one can read it. The Tao recorded in it can't be cultivated by others. It belongs to the person who wrote it. I don't know who the person who wrote it is, and I haven't gotten his permission. Even if I open this book, I'm afraid I'll only see a blank page. It's no different from reading a wordless heavenly scroll. The sludge monster only felt that the Tao scripture in her hand was heavy and extremely hot. Don't worry. This isn't the real Tao scripture. It's a fake Tao scripture. The person who wrote it isn't a fourth-step immortal emperor. He's still one step away from breaking through. However, he's unwilling to take this step. Even if the main sect forces him to, he wouldn't do it. Even if his adopted son forces him to, he still wouldn't do it. So, this is actually a fake Tao scripture. It's not as valuable as you think. It's also not a wordless heavenly scroll. Omniscient old man turned around. The sludge monster couldn't see his expression, but she could feel that his tone was sad and lonely. Fake Tao scripture? What's that? I've never heard of such a thing. The sludge monster was confused. Omniscient old man remained silent. He did not explain to the sludge monster what the fake Tao scripture was. Instead, he suddenly turned around with a blank expression. Who am I? What's the fake Tao scripture? The sludge monster was speechless. She knew that her master's illness was acting up again. She wouldn't be able to get any more information from him. She lowered her head and flipped through the fake Tao scripture. Sure enough, it wasn't a wordless heavenly scroll. It wasn't a Tao scripture that had reached the fourth step. There were no records of any divine abilities or cultivation methods in this book. It only recorded some scattered insights and theories about Tao. In the past, the sludge monster would have a headache whenever she reads a book. Now that she was reading this book, she naturally found it boring. Although it was boring, she still understood what Ning Fan was going through from the few words in the book. It turns out that the sovereign heavenly scroll won't endanger Brother Ying's life. I'm relieved now. The sludge monster heaved a sigh of relief and closed the fake Tao scripture. Then, she ran back to the Cloud Valley to wait for Ning Fan to come out of the scroll. As expected, she was still not interested in reading the book. I think it's better to let Brother Ying read it. A long time after the sludge monster left, Omniscient old man suddenly put down the immortal materials in his hands. He raised his head and glanced at the direction of the Cloud Valley. Even though he said that he would not care about Ning Fan's heavenly scroll, deep down, he was still a little worried. There shouldn't be anyone who can snatch something from that brat. However, if there's a mishap. Humph. If anyone dares to do anything to my junior brother, I'll pay him back 10,000 times. I'll let him die 10,000 times. Inside the sovereign heavenly scroll, there was a world that was formed by immortal chi. It was extremely lifelike. When Ning Fan was sucked into the heavenly scroll, he did not panic at all. It was because the Lord Ant was explaining to him in real time in his sea of consciousness. Thus, he knew that there was not much danger in this matter. The bestowal of the heavenly scroll was carried out inside the scroll. Unrelated people would not be able to enter it. Naturally, there was no way for them to interfere. Those who could come here to snatch Ning Fan's reward could only be those who were related to the Rain Immortal Master. Inside the heavenly scroll world, there was a drizzle that never melted all year round. In the depths of the rain curtain, there was a towering statue of a giant immortal that had existed since ancient times. The Rain Immortal Father, that statue was not made of soil or metal. Instead, it was made of rainwater. The height of the statue was the same height as the height of the heavens and earth. The statue was shaped like an old man who was sitting cross-legged in meditation with his eyes tightly shut. However, when Ning Fan was 3,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from him, the statue suddenly let out a loud rumbling sound and opened its eyes. That pair of eyes were emotionless, devoid of spirit and intelligence. It was a pair of empty eyes without any signs of life. Obviously, the owner of the statue, the first Rain Immortal Father, had already fallen long ago. Only the statue of the rain was still in this world. Divine Spirit. Moreover, its Divine Father. But what is a Divine Spirit? The statue of the rain opened its mouth blankly, speaking in a language that even it did not understand. It was not the real Rain Immortal Father. The real Rain Immortal Father had already died in the long river of time. It had seen through Ning Fan's identity as a divine spirit, but it could not remember what this identity represented. The Immortal Spirit Clan and the Divine Spirit Clan were like fire and water. If it knew that Ning Fan was the #1 enemy of the Immortal Spirit Clan, it would certainly not give him a reward. Fortunately, it did not know. It was precisely because it did not know that the sovereign heavenly map descended and it appeared in this place. Even though it did not know, it still found Ning Fan to be an eyesore after all. It was almost instinctive. At first, Ning Fan was worried that something unexpected would happen after his identity was seen through. However, when he saw that the statue of the rain did not show much hostility other than revealing his identity in the beginning, he felt relieved for the time being and decided to wait and see. So, should I just do nothing and wait for it to give me a reward? Ning Fan asked the Ant Lord in his sea of consciousness. The treasures bestowed by the sovereign heavenly map are divided into 100 grades. The first grade is the highest grade and the 100 grades are the lowest. There are also hundreds of different containers such as boxes, vases, chests, urns, cauldrons, pots and jars which are used to store different treasures. Different containers can store different types of treasures. With your innate potential, you might be able to get something that is above the 50th grade. However, even if you get a treasure of that grade, don't be in a hurry to open it later. The Ant Lord paused and gritted her teeth. Why? Humph. Didn't you get a huge amount of merit points from me? You will be able to use it later. Damn it. If it wasn't because our minds are connected, why would I tell you how to use the merit points? The moment the Ant Lord mentioned the merit points, she became angry. If she knew that the merit points would eventually benefit Ning Fan, she wouldn't have been so frugal in the first place. Just as Ning Fan was about to ask why the merit points were used, a sudden change occurred. The statue of the rain statue suddenly chanted an ancient scripture. Then, its body shone brightly. After that, the rainwater in the world began to gather at Ning Fan's location rapidly, forming 3 huge water balls. The 3 water balls spun in midair. As they spun, they condensed and eventually turned into different forms. At the same time, the rain statue disappeared. Take care. Those were the last words the statue of the rain statue said before it disappeared. There seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in its words. Ning Fan knitted his brows and looked at the 3 rewards. All 3 of them were marked with introductory words. The first water ball became the cursed wooden chest. The treasure grade was 98. The second water ball became the paper bag that fell into the latrine pit. The treasure grade was 96. The third water ball became the paper bag that fell into the latrine pit. The treasure grade was 96. The wooden chest, the paper bag and the pot of urea were not the rewards. It was the things inside that were the rewards. However, the treasure's grades were so low. The things inside were obviously not good. No, even without looking at the grade of the treasures, Ning Fan knew that these rewards were not good. Nonsense. A curse, a latrine pit and a pot of urea. Even an idiot would know that these rewards were trash. Ha 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 ha. The Ant Lord burst into laughter. Why was he laughing? Of course, it was to gloat. The Ant Lord had lived for a long time. She had seen many people being rewarded by the heavenly map. However, no matter how low the rewards were, it would not be as low as Ning Fan's. The rewards that Ning Fan received were definitely not normal. No, it was not appropriate to describe it as abnormal. How was this abnormal? It was obviously a joke. How much did the rain statue left behind by the immortal rain father hate Ning Fan for it to bestow such a lowly reward upon him? A cursed wooden chest. One should know that in the rewards given by the heavenly map, the wooden chests were usually filled with various kinds of immortal materials. Could this chest contain materials that were used to forge cursed weapons? The kind that was used to forge demon blades and demon swords? The kind that would devour the host? Or the kind that would harm the host 10 times for each slash? Hee hee. This is really interesting. A paper bag that fell into a latrine pit. Just by listening to it, I can already imagine the scene. The blueprints inside the bag were probably already stained to the brim. I wonder if little Aunt Ning's hands would feel sticky when he takes out these blueprints. Speaking of which, what is this thing made from the blueprint? Could it be the blueprint of a gong tub? Hee hee. I can't be sure. After all, I picked it up from a latrine pit. The funniest thing was, there was actually a pot of urea. Could it really be a pot of urea? Even if it contained the urea of a 4th-step immortal sovereign, it was still not worth much. Speaking of which, what was the use of urea? Could it be that it could be drunk? Hee hee. It seems like it could really be drunk. Isn't the virginuria a great tonic? If there really is a fourth-step virginuria in this world, it would probably be incomparably nourishing. Little Aunt Ning has made a profit. Little Aunt Ning has made a huge profit. I'm guessing that even though that rain statue doesn't remember what it means to be a deity, it still instinctively dislikes you. That's why it gave you such a reward. So it turns out that I'm not the only one who dislikes you? There are actually other like-minded people. The Lord Ant said with a gloating tone. Don't be angry. If you get angry, my heart will ache. No. Actually, the angrier you are, the happier I am. I'm not angry. Our minds are connected. I have already seen one of the uses of merit from your heart. Since that's the case, why should I be angry? It was absolutely impossible for Ning Fan to not be speechless after obtaining 3 trashy rewards. Fortunately, his mind was connected with the Lord Ant. Even if the Lord Ant did not finish her words, he already understood what the Lord Ant meant by using the merit. The reward of the heavenly map was not something that you had to take whatever the others gave you. It was true for ordinary people. However, there was a group of people who could cheat. What could they use to cheat? To take the merit points of a saint, the cultivators of the true world enforced justice on behalf of heaven. They would be bestowed with merit points. There were countless uses of merit points. It was almost omnipotent. It could even forcefully raise the grade of the treasures rewarded by the heavenly map. There was no other way. Merit points represented special privileges. It could even forcefully raise a person who did not have the potential to become a saint of virtue. It was just that domineering. It was just that special privileges. It was just that they could do whatever they wanted. Damn it. If you have the ability, don't use my merit points to cheat. If you have the ability, take the urea pot that the rain statue gave you home and worship it. The Lord Ant said with hatred. If I can cheat, why wouldn't I? Even though I'm not interested in the reward of the heavenly map, I dislike you taking pleasure in my misfortune even more. Sure enough, when you heard that I'm going to spend your merit points recklessly, you became depressed. We are very similar. Both of us are vile people who take pleasure in other people's misfortune. When I'm unlucky, you'll be happy. When you're angry, I'm actually quite happy too. Ning Fan said with a smile. Don't be too happy. Even if you use my merit points to forcefully increase the grade of the treasure rewarded by the heavenly map, it will only benefit others. Don't forget that there will be others who will come to snatch your treasure later. You might not even be able to protect your treasure. Why waste your merit points? The Lord Ant said angrily. Whether I want to use my merit points or not is none of your business. Ning Fan blocked off the Lord Ant's scolding. Then, he took out the heaven-opening jade book and performed a hand seal on it. All of a sudden, a ray of golden light shot up into the sky from the jade book. Then, it turned into 10,000 specks of light sand and sprinkled on the wooden chest. His original 11,800 Saint Merit points were immediately reduced by 1 point. As the golden light dispersed, the curse on the wooden chest gradually disappeared. At the same time, the quality of the wooden chest also began to change. The grade of the treasure in the wooden chest had increased. The cursed wooden chest turned into a broken fine iron chest. The grade of the treasure had risen to the 97th grade. After opening it, one could obtain an entire chest of low-grade fine iron. Alright. Fine iron was just an immortal material used to forge low-grade magic treasures. It was useless to Ning Fan. Then, he would just raise its grade. Once again, he used 1 point of Saint Merit points. The broken fine iron chest turned into a damaged mithril chest. The grade of the treasure was 96th grade, rise again, an old gung gold chest. 95th grade, rise again, an ordinary immortal jade chest, rise again, a dim Dao crystal chest, rise again, a dazzling bright sunstone chest, rise again. Rise again, rise again. In the beginning, it only required 1 point of Saint Merit points to upgrade the grade of the treasure chest. However, when the grade of the treasure rose to the 70th grade, it would require 2 points of Saint Merit points to upgrade it again. After the 60th grade, it would require 5 points of Saint Merit points to upgrade it. After the 50th grade, it would require 10 points. After the 40th grade, it would require 20 points. After the 30th grade, it would require 50 points. After the 20th grade, it would require 100 points. After the 10th grade, it would require 2,000 points of Saint Merit points to upgrade the grade of the treasure. After spending nearly 2,000 points of Saint Merit points, Ning Fan only managed to upgrade the first treasure to the 10th grade. It would be too expensive to upgrade it again. Ning Fan did not plan to spend all of his Saint Merit points. God knows if there would be another situation like this in the future where he would need Saint Merit points to exercise his special privileges. Speaking of which, where was the cursed wooden chest in front of him? Only the heavenly Dao box of immeasurable fortune was left. Ning Fan used the same method and spent another 2,000 points of Saint Merit points to upgrade the map bag that fell into the latrine pit to the 10th grade, the map bag of superlative workmanship. After spending another 2,000 points of Saint Merit points, the stinky urea pot was upgraded to the jade wine pot of the rain giant. There were still more than 5,800 points of Saint Merit points left in the heaven-opening jade book. Since Ning Fan did not have any concept of Saint Merit points, he was very generous and did not feel any heartache. Even if he kept some of the Saint Merit points, it was just for the occasional need in the future. It was not because he was reluctant to use it. Ning Fan was very satisfied with the result of the upgrade. Originally, he was not interested in the reward of the heavenly map. But now, he was a little interested. The heavenly Dao box seemed to contain some kind of immortal material. It actually emitted a little high-grade innate qi. Could it be a material used to forge high-grade innate magical treasures? Inside the map bag, there was monstrous demonic qi circulating. The reason was unknown and he did not know what kind of map it contained. Ning Fan did not know what kind of powerful wine was contained in the jade wine pot. Just a trace of wine fragrance wafted out and it made Ning Fan's rain sovereign realm improve a little. It was actually some kind of immortal wine that could increase the power of the rain sovereign realm. Putting aside the materials and the map, Ning Fan was determined to get the immortal wine. To him who had just broken through to the middle realm of the rain sovereign realm, it would be extremely beneficial. Ning Fan tried to open the heavenly Dao box, the map bag and the jade wine pot, but he realized that it was extremely difficult to open them. It turned out that the higher the grade of the treasure box, the stronger the restrictions on it. It was not an easy task to open them in a short period of time. Even with Ning Fan's cultivation base, he still needed a long time to open them. Ning Fan tried again, wanting to keep the 3 items into his storage pouch. However, he realized that he could not do it. It was as if he could not keep the treasures before the enemy arrived. Only after the enemy arrived would the sovereign heavenly map allow him to keep the treasures. Sure enough, I can only wait for the enemy to arrive. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a wooden light. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the ground as if nothing had happened, protecting the 3 treasures. After waiting for an unknown period of time, the world of the sovereign heavenly map suddenly rippled. Then, the formation marks of the descent ceremony emerged continuously and spread across heaven and earth. At the moment when the formation marks were completely completed, an ear-piercing dragon roar resounded across heaven and earth. A gigantic dragon that was condensed from green rainwater broke through the formation light and charged towards Ning Fan. This rain dragon was too massive. It was holding a green dragon pearl in its mouth. That dragon pearl alone was already as large as an emperor-grade cultivation planet, let alone the entire body of the dragon. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. This rain dragon gave him a tremendous pressure. However, the source of the pressure was not from the body of the rain dragon but from the top of its head. There was an elderly man standing there with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were half closed. The elderly man's body was illusory. He was also condensed from the rain. His entire body had already become one with the rain. Based on this point alone, Ning Fan's current cultivation base was obviously far inferior to the elderly man. I wonder which fellow Daoist has drawn the sovereign heavenly map to me. I am true monarch North Sea. I have specially come to this world to congratulate fellow Daoist for ascending to the sovereign realm. Although the old man's words were polite, his eyes were not polite at all. There was a hidden iciness in them. It was obvious that he had come with ill intentions and was not here to congratulate. Perfected Lord Beihai had descended following the guidance of the heavenly map, and the process of his descent was similar to a point-to-point teleportation. He wasn't sure where he had been teleported to, but he had the vague feeling that he was still in the northern heaven, not some other plane. In other words, the old monster who cultivated the rain palm and drew down the sovereign heavenly diagram is a cultivator from the northern sky, just like me? Strange, I've never heard of any eccentrics in the lands of the northern heaven who cultivate rain like me. The fish lord's Tao is related to rain, but although he is strong, he has not been able to grasp the position for some reason. The person who cultivated the position of rain shouldn't be him, but who could it be? True Lord Beihai arrived on the dragon. He stood on the dragon's head and looked down slowly. He wanted to see who had done it. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have known, but the moment he saw it, he was shocked. How could it be you? This was impossible. When you defeated the immortal stone, you were clearly not in the rain palm position, but now you have. How long has it been? It turned out that this so-called perfected Lord Beihai was actually the sect master of the water sect. So fellow Taoist is called perfected Lord Beihai? I thought it would be more appropriate to call you the sect master of the water sect. Even though it was his first time meeting the sect master of the water sect, he could still recognize him with the slight reaction from the heaven-battling jade umbrella he was carrying. Hee. You can call me sect master or Beihai. It's just an empty title. You can call me whatever you want. On the other hand, I'm very curious whether I should call you fellow Taoist Ning Fan or fellow Taoist Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator. Hee. What a benevolent and righteous Zhao Jian. Everyone in the world thinks that you are an ancient great cultivator, but I know that you are just a mere immortal king realm cultivator. I know that you have some capabilities. Initially, I didn't want to fight you on the eve of the grand competition. However, since we've met each other this time, I can only fight you. True Lord Beihai's spirit sense scanned the heavenly Tao box and the paper pouch below him. He did not know what was inside them, so they did not arouse his interest. However, when his spirit sense scanned the jade wine pot, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This is actually an immortal wine that can improve the sovereign realm of rain. Even though he was a titled realm cultivator and not a sovereign realm cultivator, he had already come into contact with a trace of the origin of Tao Law when he reached his level. He could use the power of the origin of Tao Law. As long as they have the same origin, this item could greatly improve the power of his titled realm of rain. He was determined to get this item. As for the other two items, he did not really care about them. It would be great if he could snatch them, but it would be fine if he could not. Ning Fan did not know, but he knew that he was not the only water element old monster who would be moved by the sovereign heavenly map in the entire illusionary world. Those people might also come. He could ignore a single Ning Fan. However, if those people also come, he would have to make a choice. Otherwise, he would not even have the confidence to get his hands on the jade wine pot. Fortunately, I'm in the northern heaven and I'm the closest to Ning Fan. That's why I'm the first to arrive. I can snatch the jade wine pot before the others arrive. No matter how bold this Ning Fan is, he won't dare to go against me openly. True Lord Beihai did not plan to waste any more time. With a thought in his mind, he directly rode on the giant rain dragon and crashed towards the ground where Ning Fan was standing. The power of the collision was like an imperial-grade starfield falling on the ground. The rain intent was like Daozi, making Ning Fan's face hurt. Ning Fan was inwardly shocked by the scene. He initially thought that after he broke through to the sovereign realm, the difference between his rain intent and true Lord Beihai's would not be too big. However, he did not expect that his opponent's rain intent was actually this strong. It was at least 30% stronger than him. Unfortunately, his opponent's attack with rain was precisely countered by one of his treasures. Even though your rain intent is strong, I have the umbrella that you dream of. If you want to snatch my item, just this bit of rain intent is not enough. Asterisk bang asterisk. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, the rain dragon crashed into the ground. The entire world of the heavenly map shook violently. The ground gave out a loud rumble and shattered into countless pieces. True Lord Beihai's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not believe that Ning Fan would be hurt by this bit of rain intent. After all, Ning Fan had the supreme treasure of rain cultivators that he dreamed of getting back. As expected, in the middle of the broken land, Ning Fan was holding a green jade umbrella. He was completely unscathed as he blocked all the falling rain. Not a single drop of rain could get close to him. Behind him were three treasures that were also unscathed. Asterisk roar asterisk. The rain dragon let out a furious roar. The rainwater in the universe immediately turned into immortal rain swords and shot towards Ning Fan. However, none of the rain swords could hurt the corner of Ning Fan's clothes. Rain was still rain. Even if it turned into swords, it was still rain. In the end, it would still be blocked by the umbrella. The umbrella was the superior of rain. It was an absolute restraint. Humph. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of rapport with your magic treasures even though you have just obtained the heaven-battling jade umbrella not long ago. You've actually become one with the umbrella. Unfortunately, you don't know that this heaven-battling jade umbrella has been an item of my water sect for generations. Don't you think it's too arrogant of you to fight me with the item of my water sect? Rain technique, umbrella sealing order. As true monarch Beihai let out a cold laugh, something strange happened. At this moment, countless rain patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the heaven-battling jade umbrella. Those patterns were formed by raindrops when Ning Fan used the umbrella to block the rain, be it the ramming rain dragons or the immortal rain swords, they were all feints. True Lord Beihai's real purpose was to make those rain patterns land on the umbrella. Heaven-battling jade umbrella, come back now. As true Lord Beihai gave an order, the heaven-battling jade umbrella immediately broke free from Ning Fan's hand and flew back to him. This person actually forcefully seized the control of the jade umbrella from Ning Fan's hands with the umbrella sealing order. Ning Fan's expression changed. He looked rather shocked as if he did not expect true Lord Beihai to have such an ability. Seeing Ning Fan's astonished expression, true Lord Beihai faintly felt that something was wrong. He was also good at sensing things. He kept feeling that Ning Fan's surprised expression was a little fake and it was not sincere. Could it be? True Lord Beihai glanced at the heaven-battling jade umbrella that flew back to him as ordered. All of a sudden, he understood something. His eyes were filled with shock and coldness. The heaven-battling jade umbrella had clearly flown to his front but he did not use his hand to catch it. Instead, he made a sudden move. With a flick of his finger, several rain slashes flew out from his fingertips and bombarded the heaven-battling jade umbrella. At the moment he made his move, the heaven-battling jade umbrella also shone with a ferocious light. The umbrella sealing order on its surface shattered the rain patterns with a bang. Then, countless raindrops that turned into fine needles flew out from the umbrella and pierced towards true Lord Beihai. If true Lord Beihai were to be careless for even a moment, he would be pierced by these rain needles. Although the power of these rain needles did not seem strong, they were imbued with a trace of palm-rank poison. If he is really pierced by them, he would certainly suffer. Fortunately, he did not have any carelessness. Be it the rain needles or the jade umbrella, all of them were repelled by his slashes. The spiritual light of the jade umbrella dimmed a little and it flew back to Ning Fan. Obviously, the power of the rain slashes that true Lord Beihai casually threw out was not weak. It could even slightly damage a mid-grade innate magic treasure. If this person goes all out, how powerful would he be? It seems like I have underestimated you in the past. It's my first time meeting someone who can make the umbrella sealing order lose its effectiveness. I really don't know what kind of demonic technique you used on this umbrella to make it so obedient that it even dares to disobey the orders of my water sect. True Lord Beihai said coldly. This time, he was really infuriated. He had long known that the heaven-battling jade umbrella was in Ning Fan's hands. However, he was not in a hurry to get it back because he was confident that with the umbrella sealing order, he could retrieve it whenever he wanted. However, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Ning Fan actually used some unknown method to make the umbrella sealing order lose its effectiveness. Now, other than killing Ning Fan for real, he could not think of any other method to perfectly retrieve the heaven-battling jade umbrella. Ning Fan could kill a quasi-saint realm expert. If it's not necessary, he would not be bothered to provoke another enemy. However, if it's for the sake of the heaven-battling jade umbrella. He really wanted to kill Ning Fan this time. Ning Fan remained silent, turning a deaf ear to true Lord Beihai's exclamation. Inwardly, however, he was secretly feeling pity. True Lord Beihai actually saw through such a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Isn't this old man a little too cautious? Could it be that he is born in the year of the rabbit? Compared to his cautiousness, his strength was still acceptable to Ning Fan. After all, true Lord Beihai did not come with his true body. It was just a trace of his divine sense. His strength was only about 1/5 of his true body. which was equivalent to a mid-upper level first-level quasi-saint realm expert. Ning Fan was confident that he could win against him after a hard battle. However, the problem was that true Lord Beihai might not be the only one who came. If there are other experts at the same level as true Lord Beihai, things would be troublesome. Both of them wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Just as they were about to continue fighting, they suddenly stopped. They had no choice but to stop because more people were coming. If they continue to fight now, wouldn't they be the fisherman who benefits from it? At this moment, the rain in the world of the heavenly diagram suddenly condensed into snowflakes. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a golden shadow appeared in a flash and turned into a giant Buddha, standing between heaven and earth. That giant Buddha also came with his divine sense. His divine sense was not any weaker than true Lord Beihai's. Ba. The heavenly diagram's reward is given to those who are fated to get it. The fated ones haven't arrived yet and you two are already fighting each other. Aren't you a little too hasty? Oh? The first one to arrive is actually fellow Taoist Beihai? Could it be that the one who drew the heavenly diagram here is a cultivator from the northern heaven? Otherwise, the first one to arrive should be fellow Taoist Shen Wu, who is the strongest among the water cultivators in the dream realm. The giant Buddha chanted the name of Buddha and said with a compassionate expression. However, he himself probably did not believe that he was truly compassionate. If he really was compassionate, why would he bother to get involved in this mess and increase his negative karma? 8 Frigid Hell Buddha. True Lord Beihai's expression immediately turned unpleasant when he saw who it was. Theoretically, the strength of the 8 Frigid Hell Buddha was almost on par with him. However, this Buddha was not a Buddhist title but an ice palm position. Using rain to fight ice, the result would be the rain turning into snow in this world. True Lord Beihai knew very well that unless his title of rain was far stronger than the other party's ice palm position, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought against him. Rain, snow, ice. True Lord Beihai was not the only one who came. Ning Fan was already mentally prepared for this. Thus, he was not too surprised. What moved him was this person's Tao of ice and snow. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have seen another reincarnation of rain, another kind of fate. Rain and cloud can be the source of each other. Rain, ice, and snow seem to be the same as well. The 3 states of water are ice, water, and cloud chi, aren't they? Originally, Ning Fan thought that he had seen the path to grand completion of the rain palm position and he thought that he had understood the rain. However, at this moment, he realized that he did not really understand the rain. What he knew was just superficial knowledge. The end of the superficial knowledge was the true source of the rain. Starting from that source, the rain could have countless lives. It did not have to turn into clouds and fall into the sea. Oh? Is this fellow Taoist the one who drew the heavenly diagram down? You look a little unfamiliar. The 8 Frigid Hell Buddha was looking at Ning Fan below and his expression suddenly changed. There's actually an uninvited guest here. Both he and true Lord Beihai were surprised. Obviously, the person who came next was not part of their plan. I've escaped. A trace of my primordial spirit has actually escaped. Ha ha ha. Young master of emotions, you've miscalculated. Your third mountain can't crush me to death after all. Unfortunately, this trace of my primordial spirit can't come out for too long. This is my only chance to escape with the help of the heavenly diagram. There's not much time left. Seems like I have to end this battle as soon as possible. It was an elderly man with a red face. Ning Fan recognized whose primordial spirit he was the moment he saw him. He was actually the primordial spirit of the drowning Great Emperor. When he kept the Drowning Realm bottle, he had seen a trace of the drowning Great Emperor's primordial spirit that was hidden inside. He remembered that the primordial spirit of the drowning Great Emperor claimed to be the 11th ranked primordial spirit of the drowning Great Emperor. Its cultivation base was only at the peak Immortal King realm. However, the primordial spirit of the drowning Great Emperor was different. It was much stronger than the primordial spirit of the drowning Great Emperor in the past. Its cultivation base was at the Half-Saint realm. Of course, compared to true Lord Beihai and the 8 Arctic Hell Buddha, the primordial spirit of the drowning realm Half-Saint realm did not seem to be a threat. However, that was just on the surface. Somehow, the sense of danger that the drowning Great Emperor gave Ning Fan was even stronger than the two of them. It was really strange. Why does this young man have the chi of the drowning realm bottle? Could it be? Could it be? The drowning great emperor saw Ning Fan at first glance. His face was filled with surprise and joy. The heavens are helping me. I didn't expect that I would not only obtain 3 treasures in this trip but also find the drowning realm bottle. With this bottle in hand, the day when I break through the suppression of the 3rd mountain is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. The drowning realm bottle, oh the drowning realm bottle. Why aren't you returning to your position after seeing your master? The drowning great emperor was overjoyed. He performed a hand seal and was about to forcefully recall the drowning realm bottle. However, the result made him feel awkward. The drowning realm bottle did not respond. The drowning realm bottle had betrayed its real master and only recognized Ning Fan as its master. This is really interesting. What kind of demonic technique did you use on my bottle to make it insist on betraying its master? As soon as the drowning great emperor arrived, he had already tasted the shock that true sovereign North Sea felt earlier. Thus, he asked coldly. Ning Fan, of course, would not be foolish enough to reveal the truth and tell the drowning great emperor that he had obtained the drowning realm bottle's loyalty through chatting with him. His expression turned slightly unpleasant. Even though he was already mentally prepared for the arrival of many enemies, he still felt unprecedentedly serious when he was really surrounded by 3 powerful enemies. If he were to fight one of the 3 clones alone, he would have a high chance of winning. However, if he were to fight 1 against 2, it would be difficult. If he were to fight 1 against 3, it would be a problem for him to even protect himself. Moreover, judging from the tone of the 8 frigid hell Buddha, the strongest expert of the water element in the illusionary world had obviously not arrived yet. If that person comes again, it would not be easy for him to protect the 3 treasures this time. He might have to use some of his trump cards. It's actually the drowning great emperor who has come personally. We juniors are really lucky to have the chance to witness the glory of an ancient great emperor. Fellow Taoist Ba Cold, how about we stop fighting for now? I know you are not interested in that jade wine pot. What you are interested in are the other 2 items. Let's work together and get rid of the others before fellow Taoist Shenwu arrives. After that, we will divide all the treasures. Isn't that a wonderful thing? True Sovereign North Sea actually suggested to work together. However, his target was not the drowning great emperor. Obviously, he looked down on the half-saint realm cultivation base of the drowning great emperor's clone. That's great. The 8 frigid hell Buddha agreed. Similarly, he did not mention the drowning great emperor at all. It was obvious that he also excluded the drowning great emperor from the bottom of his heart. He had no choice. He was an ancient Buddha while the drowning great emperor was an ancient devil ancestor. Buddha and devil had always been enemies since ancient times. How could they work together? Work together? Ha ha ha. Only the weak will gather together. I prefer to travel thousands of li alone. Not to mention that there are only you juniors here. I have nothing to be afraid of even if there are thousands of troops in front of me. The drowning great emperor did not bother to talk nonsense with true monarch Beihai and the 8 frigid Buddha at all. He suddenly put his palms together and the entire world of the heavenly painting was instantly drowned by the monstrous waves. This person is clearly just a half-step sage realm cultivator. Why is it that a casual attack of his is so powerful? This doesn't make sense. True monarch Beihai and the 8 frigid Buddha's expressions changed. They knew that they had underestimated the true strength of the drowning great emperor. They had really underestimated the strength of an ancient great emperor by using the cultivation base of the Dharma ending era as the standard. The drowning spirit clone is actually able to use the drowning realm technique, which is not any weaker than the drowning vase. If my true self comes here and kills people with the drowning vase, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. He no longer cared about the fact that the drowning vase had yet to be repaired. At once, he took out the drowning vase and absorbed all the waves within 1000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, around him, preventing any of them from getting close to him. The drowning vase constantly let out a sorrowful wail. Obviously, it was extremely difficult for it to face such a powerful water attack head-on since it had yet to be repaired. Its spiritual light became dimmer and dimmer. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan felt guilty. His opponent was clearly just a vase. However, after going through a few life and death situations, he still could not bear to let this vase worsen his injuries. After the incident with the god-exterminating shield, deep in his heart, he had already unconsciously regarded this vase as a companion who would share life and death with him. Thus, he naturally could not bear to hurt it. Seeing that the drowning vase was on the verge of being destroyed, Ning Fan had no choice but to put it away again. As a result, the surrounding waves immediately rushed towards him again. The drowning Great Emperor even used the water escape technique to ignore the impact of the waves and dashed towards Ning Fan. The drowning Great Emperor's body was emitting demonic blood steam. It was the blood steam of the first stage of ancestral atavism. "Give it to me. Otherwise, die," the drowning Great Emperor said arrogantly. He did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. Did he know who Ning Fan was? Why would he care who Ning Fan was? Which one of the devil ancestors who came from the devil conferral peak was not arrogant? He had the ancestral atavism in his hands. If anyone provokes him, he would completely return to his ancestral atavism and kill all the juniors in front of him. In the past, even Zhang Qing could not kill him. These juniors in front of him were nothing. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with pity. In the past few years, he had relied on the drowning Great Emperor's vase to save his life several times. As the saying went, when drinking water, one should remember its source. It was not that he did not have any gratitude towards the drowning Great Emperor. However, all of this gratitude was erased the moment the drowning Great Emperor unleashed his killing intent towards him. The one who helped him was the drowning vase and not the drowning Great Emperor. He could treat the drowning Great Emperor as his comrade, but he really could not have any good feelings towards the drowning Great Emperor. Since he was an enemy, he would not show any mercy. Boom under the deep sea, amidst the turbulent undercurrents, Ning Fan summoned the ocean-defying sword and slashed at the drowning Great Emperor, forcing him to retreat. Could this sword be? The drowning Great Emperor stabilized his body and vaguely recognized the ocean-defying sword. At once, he was enraged. How could he not be enraged? Even if he used his toes to think, he would know how Ning Fan created the ocean-defying sword. He must have used the eternal inextinguishable rain in his vase. Those were his things. All of them were his things. However, Ning Fan had taken advantage of them in the end. His killing intent towards Ning Fan instantly skyrocketed by 10 times, 100 times. In the deep sea, there was also a pair of eyes that noticed the chi of the ocean-defying sword. It was the 8 frigid Hell Buddha. At first, he was still hostile towards Ning Fan. However, the moment the sword appeared, he actually felt a sense of protection towards Ning Fan. Why? Because it was the sword of a high-grade disciple of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect. The chaotic Kuan sacred sect was the ancestor of all Buddhist cultivators in the world. It was the holy land in the hearts of all Buddhist cultivators. The person who wields this sword is no different from the true Buddha in the hearts of true Buddhist cultivators. As for the 8 frigid Hell Buddha, even though he was not a kind person, he had always claimed to be an orthodox Buddhist cultivator. How could an orthodox Buddhist cultivator allow their Buddha to be harmed by others? He, the 8 frigid Hell Buddha, would not dare to snatch the treasures of the Buddha today. If this matter is spread out, how would he continue to live in the Western heaven? His goal had changed. Today, he wanted to protect the Buddha here. As a result, when the Great Water Emperor charged at Ning Fan again, the 8 frigid Hell Buddha suddenly stood in front of Ning Fan, making him feel puzzled. "Oh my Buddha! This disciple was late. Please forgive me, Buddha." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 frigid Hell Buddha replaced Ning Fan and fought against the Great Water Emperor. True monarch North Sea was speechless. He was extremely speechless. Even though he already knew that the temporary alliance of the cultivation world was not trustworthy, he did not expect that the 8 frigid Hell Buddha would betray him in a split second and join forces with Ning Fan. Ning Fan was speechless. Ning Fan only felt puzzled. He who was connected to all living beings could clearly sense the kindness and malice of others. What the hell? Just a moment ago, the 8 frigid Hell Buddha did not hide his hostility towards him at all. Why did he suddenly change his mind and become incomparably respectful towards him? Moreover, why did he address him as Buddha? I'm the same as the Great Water Emperor. We're both ancient devils. I don't think they have anything to do with the Buddha. Isn't this misunderstanding a little too subtle? Just as the 8 frigid Hell Buddha and the Great Water Emperor were engaged in a fierce battle, the seawater that the Great Water Emperor summoned suddenly began to decrease rapidly, as if it was being devoured by some living creature. In just a few breaths' time, the seawater that flooded the entire world was drunk by that gigantic creature. Burp a tortoise that was 10 times larger than the rain dragon let out a burp that was even louder than the void storm. The stench that it exhaled directly blew the Great Water Emperor and the 8 frigid hell Buddha several 100,000 zhang 33 m per zhang away. You guys fight slowly. I won't disturb you nor will I snatch your things. I've just drunk enough water. Now, I'm going to eat the heavenly map. I'll make this clear first. I don't care how you guys mess around. However, if you snatch my heavenly map and eat it, I'll eat all of you. The current Great Emperor Zhenwu had arrived. This giant tortoise was really arrogant. Everyone else came here to fight for the Heavenly Scroll's reward, but this tortoise actually planned to eat the Heavenly Scroll. Hearing this, the Flooding Emperor and the others' expressions changed. The sovereign Heavenly Scroll could be eaten? They had never heard of such a thing. They had never seen such a thing recorded in any ancient book. Even if such a thing existed, no one had actually tried it, right? The celestial force contained in the sovereign Heavenly Scroll was too great. Anyone unrelated to it would be heavily injured if they tried to get close to it, let alone eat it. What was the difference between a mortal eating a treasure? The supreme celestial force in the sovereign Heavenly Scroll's stomach would explode. At the same time, the sovereign Heavenly Scroll contained the will of heaven and represented the heavenly Tao itself. Eating the sovereign Heavenly Scroll meant going against the heavens. Therefore, even if a normal person had the ability to eat the sovereign Heavenly Scroll, they wouldn't rashly go against the heavens. Nonsense. You are such a hypocrite, you thieving tortoise. You are obviously here to fight for the Heavenly Scroll's reward just like us, but you lie and say you are here to eat the sovereign Heavenly Scroll. Do you think I will believe such a clumsy lie? The Flooding Emperor narrowed his eyes at the giant tortoise and snorted coldly. His expression was filled with fear because the giant tortoise's strength was too terrifying. A single burp could blow him and the 8 frosty Buddha tens of thousands of meters away. What kind of strength was this? Even if this giant tortoise wasn't an ancient great cultivator, it was definitely very close to it. Facing such a powerful enemy, the Flooding Emperor knew that unless he went berserk and completely destroyed his celestial nature, he wouldn't be a match for this tortoise. He had to be careful. What does it have to do with me whether you believe me or not? As long as you don't disturb me from eating. The giant tortoise was too arrogant. When it spoke, it didn't even look at the Flooding Emperor. It didn't put him in its eyes at all. It didn't even put the heavenly Tao in its eyes, so why would it care about the Flooding Emperor and the Flooding Emperor? Under the shocked gazes of the Flooding Emperor and the others, the giant tortoise actually opened its mouth and bit down on the world formed by the sovereign Heavenly Scroll. The giant tortoise was eating the sovereign Heavenly Scroll just like how the Heavenly Hound ate the moon. With this bite, a large piece of the sky map's interface collapsed into pieces and was swallowed into his stomach. The fragments contained unimaginably large amounts of celestial force. As soon as they entered the turtle's stomach, they immediately wreaked havoc in the turtle's body and exploded, causing a huge bloody hole that was like a rift in the starry sky to be blasted open on the turtle's enormous body. The gigantic tortoise let out a miserable shriek, appearing to be in extreme pain. After all, it was only a clone that had descended here, and not his true body. Wanting to devour the sovereign heavenly diagram without suffering any injuries was no different from a fool's dream. Not good. The Zhenwu old turtle was really here to eat the sky map. This lunatic. True monarch North Sea was shocked, and his expression turned ugly for a moment. Like the Floodwater Emperor, he didn't believe the giant tortoise's words. But now, he believed half of it. At this moment, the sky map world was destroyed, and the entire world was beginning to collapse. This was not an ordinary world collapse. Given the enormous amount of immortal energy contained within the sovereign heavenly diagram, if it were to collapse, the resulting shockwave would be enough to annihilate ancient cultivators. It hurts. But this heavenly map of Great Master Rain is really delicious. It was not in vain that I risked my injuries to take a bite. This is not a bad deal. The tortoise laughed greedily. He was obviously in a sorry state after being blasted by the immortal energy, but he was still laughing in his heart, as if he did not care about the injuries on his body at all. as soon as he activated his chi and blood, the aura force of the giant tortoise's enormous chi and blood immediately shook heaven and earth, shocking the Floodwater Emperor and the others. What an enormous amount of chi and blood! Even if the chi and blood of everyone on the scene were added together, they would probably not even reach 1% of the giant tortoise's chi and blood. One should know that this was just a clone of the giant tortoise. If its true body came here, wouldn't its chi and blood be even more terrifying? Ning Fan, who had seen many monsters with chi and blood, had the most intuitive judgment about the chi and blood of the giant tortoise. The chi and blood of this tortoise's clone is already not inferior to the corpse slave king. Therefore, the chi and blood of its true body must be even more terrifying. In terms of the total amount of chi and blood, it might be able to compete with the blood god Wu Yu. What are the benefits of having an enormous amount of chi and blood? The benefits are just too great. Previously, when the giant tortoise ate the heavenly map of gluttony, its internal organs were all destroyed by the immortal power of the heavenly map. Its body was blasted with hideous bloody holes. Such injuries were enough to endanger the life of any quasi-saint realm expert. However, what about this tortoise? On the surface, its injuries seemed to be very severe. In fact, its chi was not in any disorder. Obviously, such injuries were almost insignificant to it. The giant tortoise's miserable cries just now were because its body was in too much pain from the explosion. It had nothing to do with the severity of its injuries. As expected, as the chi and blood of the tortoise surged, the flesh and blood of the hideous bloody holes on its body were reconstructed after a few breaths. No, it could not be said to have completely recovered. Compared to before, the appearance of the giant tortoise seemed to have changed a little. On its shell, there was an additional dazzling stripe. At first, the stripe was eye-catching. However, as its brilliance faded, it gradually became no different from an ordinary stripe. However, it was not an ordinary stripe, it was the Tao mark of rain that contained a trace of the power of the heavenly map. True Lord Beihai and 8 Frost Buddha were shocked. How could they not be shocked? There was not just one such stripe on the back of the giant tortoise. There were already thousands and tens of thousands of them. Although the two of them recognized the giant tortoise, they did not know much about it. In the past, when they saw the giant tortoise, they only thought that its stripe was ordinary. Now that they saw the Tao mark of rain on the back of the giant tortoise, how could they not guess that the other stripes on the back of the giant tortoise were similar? This was definitely not the first time that the giant tortoise ate the heavenly map. This old fellow had eaten countless heavenly maps or something similar to them. The wounds disappeared and its body was no longer in pain. The giant tortoise revealed an expression of enjoyment again. It opened its mouth that was like a black hole and bit down again. The stench in its mouth spread out and turned into yellow smoke that filled the world. Unfortunately, it did not bite the interface of the heavenly map this time. This was because its actions were stopped by the flooding emperor. Evil creature. I haven't even gotten the treasure and you want to destroy this world and force me to leave? It wasn't easy for me to find a chance to escape. How can I let you ruin it? The Floodwater Emperor was the first to charge at the giant tortoise. He pressed down with his hand, and the void of the palm of the water palm turned into a blue rope that wrapped itself around the giant tortoise's mouth a few thousand times. He was trying to stop the giant tortoise from opening its mouth again for a moment and a half. The giant tortoise, who was originally happy because of the food, was instantly enraged. He clearly said that he did not want anyone to disturb his meal, but the flooding emperor still did it. He was very angry. He was going to fulfill his promise and eat everyone here, but he could not open his mouth. So uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. What rope was this? Why was it tied so tightly? He was even angrier. Because he was too angry, the giant tortoise's body suddenly started to expand. It became even larger, doubling in size. This kind of enlargement was not a normal transformation of the laws. Its strength actually increased at the same rate. The strength of the giant tortoise's jaw became even more terrifying. He tried to force his mouth open, but because he used too much strength, the tortoise's face almost turned red. But the effect was very obvious. Under the tortoise's brute force, the void rope whimpered and began to break. The rope broke faster and faster until it was out of control. In just 10 breaths of time, the giant tortoise had broken off all the ropes in its mouth and started to curse. I am angry. You are the bastards. You dare to curse me and tie me up. I will eat you all. The giant tortoise's murderous intent locked onto everyone here. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva that drowned the flooding emperor and the others. Compared to the giant tortoise's giant body, it was really just a small mouthful of saliva. But to the flooding emperor and the others, it was not saliva, it was an ocean filled with bad breath. It had a shocking corrosive effect. Impossible. My void rope is not something that can be broken by brute force. Just how terrifying is this tortoise's strength? Could it be that it has touched the threshold of breaking through with brute force? The flooding emperor suppressed the shock in his heart. Now that the giant tortoise had spat out a vast ocean to counterattack, he had to defend himself immediately. How would he dare to be distracted? The others were also affected by the giant tortoise's anger. All of them were under attack. Thus, they also needed to defend themselves. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's obviously fellow Taoist Water who has offended fellow Taoist Shenwu. Why do you have to implicate us and let us be spat at as well? Don't be afraid, Buddha. With me here, I will certainly not let Buddha suffer any harm. The Ba-cold Buddha stood in front of Ning Fan to protect him as usual. When the ocean filled with bad breath approached them, the Ba-cold Buddha raised its hand and summoned the 18 prayer beads in its hand. They turned into 18 gigantic ice mountains and stood in 18 directions around Ning Fan. As such, all the approaching waves were instantly frozen into ice. None of them could get close to Ning Fan's body. Seeing this, Ning Fan kept the sea-calming divine needle back into his sleeve and looked at the Ba-cold Buddha with a thoughtful look. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked at the giant tortoise with a hint of coldness. The one who provoked the giant tortoise was obviously the flooding emperor. However, the giant tortoise also vented its anger on Ning Fan and attacked him indiscriminately. The giant tortoise's actions had really provoked Ning Fan. Everyone came to bully him. Did they think that he was made of mud? Can I call you fellow Taoist Ba-cold? It was Ning Fan's first time speaking to the Ba-cold Buddha. He could communicate with all living beings. Even though he did not know the reason, he could see that the Ba-cold Buddha really did not harbor any hostility towards him. Thus, his tone became much friendlier. Seeing Ning Fan take the initiative to ask him, the Ba-cold Buddha immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, "Buddha, you can just call me Bahanzi. I don't deserve to be called fellow Taoist. I am not the Buddha that you mentioned. On the contrary, I am an ancient devil." Ancient devil? The Ba-cold Buddha was stunned at first. After carefully studying Ning Fan, it nodded its head. I see. Buddha has actually turned into a Buddha from a devil? The ancient people say that one can become a Buddha after laying down the butcher's knife. It sounds simple, but it is actually extremely difficult. For Buddha to be able to do this, I really admire you. Ning Fan felt that he was suffering from a communication disorder recently. There were always some people who could not understand what he said. Xianxia Sovereign was one of them. Ba-cold Buddha was a second-level quasi-sacred realm expert after all. However, he actually could not understand human language. The Ba-cold Buddha was not an idiot after all. At this moment, he could also vaguely see that Ning Fan did not really like the way he addressed him as Buddha. The only thing he recognized was that Ning Fan's ocean-defying sword was real, and he indeed had the identity of a high-grade disciple of the chaotic Leviathan beast. Since the other party did not like being addressed as Buddha, there was no harm in changing the way he addressed him. After all, Buddha was in the heart and not in words. Forget it. I can trust you for the time being, right? Ning Fan said helplessly. Buddha. No, great immortal, if you have any instructions for me, just tell me. I will certainly do my best to fulfill it. This time, he changed the way he addressed Ning Fan to great immortal. I'm going to clean up the invading enemies. You, stay here and help me look after the things. After that, you can choose one of the 3 treasures except for the jade wine pot. It turned out that Ning Fan wanted to ask Ba-cold Buddha to help him look after the treasures behind him. The 3 treasures could not be kept for the time being and they were ownerless. If there is no one to look after them, they would be snatched away by true monarch Northern Sea and the others in the blink of an eye. This matter seems a little. Ba-cold Buddha felt a little awkward. His true body was a second-level quasi-sacred realm expert after all. However, Ning Fan actually asked him to do something as trivial as looking after the treasures. This was not in line with his lofty status as a quasi-sacred realm expert. It was not that he was unwilling to help Ningfan. It was an honor for any orthodox Buddhist cultivator to be able to help heavenly immortal Hun Kuan. However, he wanted to help Ningfan with a bigger favor, and it was not something as trivial as looking after the treasures. Fine. Other than the jade wine pot, the other 2 treasures will belong to you. Since you can cooperate with True Monarch Northern Sea because of this condition, you can also cooperate with me. It's decided then. Ningfan did not care much about the treasures other than the jade wine pot. As soon as he opened his mouth, he gave all of them to Ba Cold Buddha. He thought that Ba Cold Buddha was hesitating because the reward was too low. As soon as Ba Cold Buddha heard that, he became anxious. It was his honor to help heavenly immortal Hun Kuan. How would he dare to take Ningfan's treasures? Even if it's a gift from an elder, he would not dare to accept it. He knew that Ningfan had misunderstood his intention. Just as he was about to explain, Ningfan had already soared into the sky and joined the battle between the Water Emperor, the giant tortoise, and True Monarch Northern Sea. Ba Cold Buddha instinctively wanted to follow Ningfan and protect him. However, Ningfan asked him to look after the treasures. He could not disobey Ningfan's order. In the end, Ba Cold Buddha could only let out a bitter smile. His 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, giant body shrank to the size of an ordinary human. He sat cross-legged beside the 3 treasures and really began to look after them. When Heavenly Immortal is in danger, I will take action. I can't really ignore Heavenly Immortal just to look after some worldly possessions. This Heavenly Immortal seems to be just at the Immortal King realm, right? It's really too dangerous for me to join the battle recklessly. True Monarch Northern Sea was also spat on by the giant tortoise. With his abilities, it was certainly impossible for him to be hit by the ocean of saliva. However, he was truly enraged. At that moment, he no longer cared about snatching Ningfan's treasures. He wanted to teach this detestable giant tortoise a lesson first. Old Tortoise Shenwu. Those who provoke you will be drowned in the water. Why did you spit on me? Do you think I'm a pushover? True Monarch Northern Sea flicked his fingers and sent out countless slashes of rain, cutting the ocean of saliva into pieces. Then, he stepped on the rain dragons and rammed into the giant tortoise's enormous body again and again. The body of the giant tortoise was too huge. This led to a problem. The area that he needed to defend was too large. The speed of his body movement was also very slow. When the enemy's attack comes, he basically could not dodge at all. He could only helplessly endure the attacks. His tortoise shell was hard, but the 4 legs and the tail that were exposed outside were soft. The rain dragon specifically chose these places to ram into the giant tortoise. Every time it rammed into the giant tortoise, it would feel pain. With its enormous blood and chi, the injuries from the collisions were really insignificant. However, it was painful. The giant tortoise was furious. He lifted his clumsy giant leg, trying to stomp the rain dragons that were like small snakes to him. If he could stomp on them, he would be able to stomp True Monarch Northern Sea and his dragon into meat paste with just a stomp with his brute force. However, the rain dragons were agile and fast. How could they be stepped on by the clumsy giant tortoise? The feeling of not being able to hit a fly no matter how hard he tried almost made the giant tortoise's lungs explode. What made him even angrier was that the drowned Great Emperor was also as annoying as a fly. He kept creating giant palm imprints which made him groan in pain. Ancient Devil Sea Steaming Imprint. The drowned Great Emperor transformed into his true ancient devil form. His essence chi turned into a giant palm and hit the soft parts of the giant tortoise's body again and again. The palm imprints were obviously condensed by water element power. However, they were much hotter than many fire element abilities. Every time the palm imprints hit the giant tortoise, the blood in his body would evaporate and his blood and chi would weaken bit by bit. The giant tortoise wanted to stomp on the drowned Great Emperor. However, the drowned Great Emperor also had heaven-defying speed. How could he be stomped on? I'm so angry. All of you are hindering me. All of you are bullying me. I'm angry. I'm really angry. Titled Technique, True Martial Water Prison, the giant tortoise chanted and all the water energy in the world suddenly gathered towards the drowned Great Emperor. The drowned Great Emperor was a Water Palm Realm Great Emperor. Seeing that his opponent was attacking him with water energy, he immediately used his palm position to try and disperse his opponent's technique. However, he couldn't do it. In a battle between two Palm Realm Great Emperors, the stronger one could easily crush the weaker one. Although the drowned Great Emperor and the giant tortoise weren't Palm Realm Great Emperors, there was still a difference in their usage of water. He was the weaker one, and the giant tortoise was the stronger one. Therefore, even though he used his palm position, he could only disperse 70% of the water energy that the giant tortoise gathered. The remaining 30% still hit him. Once the water energy hit him, it immediately turned into a water prison that was 1,000 miles in diameter and trapped the drowned Great Emperor inside. Once inside the water prison, the drowned Great Emperor discovered that his ancient devil essence was completely sealed. He was also powerless and couldn't use much of his physical strength. He wanted to force his way out of the water prison. However, the difficulty of breaking out of the water prison from the inside was 10 times harder than breaking it from the outside. In a short period of time, he was trapped in the water prison by the giant tortoise. However, the giant tortoise couldn't kill the drowned Great Emperor either. The blood vapor on the drowned Great Emperor was too strange. He didn't need to absorb the enemy's blood to heal his injuries. Instead, he only needed to absorb the water energy in the air to heal his injuries. How strange. Although the drowned Great Emperor was temporarily trapped, there was water everywhere in the water prison. As long as there was water, he wouldn't die. The giant tortoise wanted to activate the undercurrent in the water prison to kill the drowned Great Emperor but realized that it couldn't be done. Forget it, I'll just trap as many as I can. Even if I can't kill the drowned Great Emperor, I can still kill the annoying true monarch of North Sea. The giant tortoise used the same trick again and used the true martial water prison. It gathered endless water energy and swept towards true monarch of North Sea. Seeing the water energy, true monarch of North Sea's expression changed as if he remembered something unfortunate. Then, he sneered and let the water energy hit him as if it didn't exist. True martial old tortoise, you're still as powerful as before. You only used one move to suppress the primeval emperor's avatar. However, I'm different from the drowned Great Emperor. Your true martial water prison is useless against me. I'm too familiar with you. I know all your moves and I've experienced all of them once. Do you know that the same water element move can't work on me twice? However, true monarch of North Sea didn't move at all. He only muttered something, as if he was secretly activating a protective technique. It was strange. The true martial water prison was powerful enough to trap the drowned Great Emperor in one move. However, it didn't work on true monarch of North Sea at all. Because the rain dragon was too big, the water prison created by the giant tortoise wasn't a 1,000-mile water prison. Instead, it stretched endlessly and it was hard to see the end. However, for some reason, such a water prison couldn't restrain true monarch of North Sea at all. True monarch of North Sea seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. He rode the rain dragon and swam out of the boundless water prison directly. This scene was as strange as it could get. Seeing that, the giant tortoise sprayed out endless acid rain. The acid rain was made of its stomach acid and was much more acidic than saliva. It could even hurt a sage to be. True monarch of North Sea's title was no match for the giant tortoise's title of true marshal. Therefore, he couldn't avoid the acid rain and could only be drenched in it. The giant tortoise's stomach acid could even corrode the world of the sky map. It was indeed powerful. However, when it drenched him, it seemed to be natural rain and didn't hurt him at all. It couldn't be said that it was completely harmless. True monarch of North Sea's spirit was still deeply injured. The stomach acid on his body was too smelly. He remembered the last time he was drenched in stomach acid by the Zhenwu old turtle. After he escaped, he had to recuperate for 30,000 years before he recovered from the corrosion. Another 3 million years later, he finally got rid of the stink from the stomach acid on his body. This was the second time he faced this technique. He wasn't injured, but the stubborn stink would probably follow him for another 3 million years. Strange. Why is my technique ineffective on you? The giant tortoise didn't understand. True monarch of North Sea, on the other hand, was sneering. He had a huge advantage against the true martial old turtle after so many years. He could ignore the various water element techniques that the latter had used in the past. Today, he was going to settle all the old scores with this old turtle. As for the matter of snatching Ning Fan's treasures, it could be postponed for now. Rain Technique. Rain Dragon Soul Striking Technique. As soon as true monarch of North Sea displayed his technique, the rain dragon under his feet became even more illusory and transparent, as if they had completely lost their physical bodies. Then, they crashed into the shell of the giant tortoise. They didn't crash into the soft part of the giant tortoise but the hardest part of its shell? Is true monarch of North Sea crazy? The giant tortoise was stunned at first. Then, it laughed arrogantly. It laughed at true monarch of North Sea's stupidity. It laughed that true monarch of North Sea's action would only cause it to bleed. However, it miscalculated. True monarch of North Sea's attack penetrated through its shell defense for some unknown reason. Then, it went through its body. After being penetrated by true monarch of North Sea, the giant tortoise's physical body did not feel any pain. However, its true spirit felt a tearing pain. Obviously, true monarch of North Sea's method of penetrating its body was not aimed at its physical body or its massive blood chi. Instead, it directly attacked its true spirit. Even though the shell of the tortoise race was hard, its interior was the softest, especially its demon soul and true spirit. They were the softest and weakest parts of the tortoise. Thus, it could withstand true monarch of North Sea's attack. In this way, true monarch of North Sea managed to severely injure the true spirit of the giant tortoise with just a single attack. Obviously, he was not completely helpless against this blood chi monster. Roar *, the giant tortoise was enraged. How many years had it been since it was heavily injured by anyone? With its boundless blood chi, it even dared to eat the heavenly map raw. Unexpectedly, it was severely injured by true monarch of North Sea in just a single attack. Fortunately, even though its true spirit was weak, it had more than one true spirit. The number of stripes on its shell was equal to the number of true spirits he had. I would like to see if you will kill all my true spirits first or if I will eat you first. Titled Weapon, True Martial Snake Head. Even though the giant tortoise was not very smart, it was not hopelessly stupid. Seeing that its mystical ability was ineffective against true monarch of North Sea, it used its Dharma treasure, its titled weapon. Suddenly, its short tortoise tail extended like a snake and lashed towards the illusory true monarch of North Sea like a whip. Unlike the slow speed when the giant tortoise stepped on people, the speed of its tail lashing was as fast as the world's most turbulent water. How could true monarch of North Sea expect the giant tortoise to have such a move? He had not seen this move in the past and thus, it was rather hasty for him to deal with it. The other party's tail lashed out so quickly that true monarch of North Sea could not dodge in time and could only defend on the spot. As the power of true monarch of North Sea's title was activated, the surrounding area suddenly became misty and misty. In the misty rain, 480 ancient temples were faintly discernible in the rain. When the giant tortoise's tail swept over, those ancient temples suddenly moved forward and blocked the path of the giant tortoise's tail, attempting to block it. The ancient temples were smashed one after another by the giant tortoise's tail. However, those destroyed ancient temples ultimately weakened the power of the giant tortoise's tail. Every time an ancient temple was destroyed, the power of the giant tortoise's tail would be weakened a little. When more than 300 ancient temples were destroyed, the giant tortoise finally ran out of power and could not move forward anymore. What kind of defensive mystical ability is this? How can it block my power? The giant tortoise was shocked. Little did it know that true monarch of North Sea was actually more shocked. One must know that when he visited Nantian in the past, he had offended an ancient cultivator from a secret race. At that time, the cultivator's full-powered attack had only destroyed 300 of his ancient temples. This true martial old turtle's power was too terrifying. It actually had such power as well. Even though his avatar had descended and the rain temples were slightly weaker than they actually were, didn't the true martial old turtle's avatar descend as well? Could it be that the original body of the old turtle was already able to compete with some level 3 quasi-saints even though he had yet to reach level 3 quasi-saints? Again. The giant tortoise's tail swept towards true monarch of North Sea again. True monarch of North Sea wanted to use the same trick and reform the shattered rain temples to block in front of him. However, this time, the giant tortoise's attack was not just a simple tail whip. The tortoise's tail suddenly changed when it got close. A ferocious snake head grew out of nowhere at the bottom of the tail. The snake head flicked its tongue and had 2 snake fangs in its mouth. The snake's fangs were not ordinary fangs. The tips of the fangs shone with an ancient sword light that had been passed down since ancient times. The snakehead's biting speed was too fast. True monarch of North Sea did not even see clearly what the snake's fangs were made of. His 480 rain temples were already destroyed by the snakehead along the way. The wounds of the rain temples that were bitten by the snakehead were very strange. They were not like the 2 dots that a snake would have when it bites someone. Instead, they were cut vertically into 3 sections. It was as if the rain temples were cut vertically into 3 sections by someone with 2 immortal swords. Oh no! What kind of snakehead is this? It actually destroyed all 480 of my temples. The snakehead broke through the defenses of the rain temples and approached him in the blink of an eye. An unprecedented feeling of danger spread throughout True Monarch North Sea's body. He had a feeling that if he did not dodge, he would be cut into 3 sections by the snakehead. Rain escape technique. At the critical moment, True Monarch of North Sea used the rain escape technique along with his dragon, turning into rainwater and dissipating. This was the technique that Water Sect was famous for and was extremely suitable for dodging the enemy's attacks. Although he dodged quickly, the rain dragon was still bitten by the snakehead. 2 ferocious wounds were left on the dragon's body and rain blood flowed out. There was even immemorial sword chi in the wounds that could not be removed. It entered the rain dragon's body through the wounds and wreaked havoc within. Roar! This time round, it was the rain dragon's turn to cry out in pain. True Monarch of North Sea's expression was extremely ugly. His 6th dragon had not even stabilized and now, his 5th dragon was injured. His hatred towards the giant tortoise increased by countless times. The giant tortoise was pleased with its successful attack and whipped its tail towards True Monarch North Sea. The snakehead bit down. Now that it had transformed into a snakehead, there would naturally be another snakehead to deal with the enemy. His tortoise head could finally relax and eat to nourish his injured true spirit. He opened his mouth and finally took a second bite of the heavenly diagram world. Then, it took the 3rd bite, the 4th bite. In just a blink of an eye, he had taken more than 10 bites, causing the heavenly diagram world to shake violently. When it shook, some of the spatial fragments could not be maintained and fell off on their own. This was the sign that the world was about to collapse. Seeing this, be it the Great Water Emperor who was trapped in the water prison or True Monarch of North Sea who was being chased by the snakehead, all of them cursed in anger. If the giant tortoise continues to bite, this world would certainly collapse and no one would be able to snatch Ning Fan's things anymore. Humph. A bunch of trash dares to stop me from eating. You really don't know what's good for you. I will eat and sleep whenever I want. Not even the Heavenly Emperor can stop me. What right do you have to stop me? What right do you have to stop me? Now, you have angered me. This time, not only am I going to empty this heavenly diagram world, I am also going to eat all of you. I won't leave a single one of you alive. The giant tortoise was extremely proud of itself. So, you also want to eat me, right? Ning Fan's voice suddenly came from the top of the giant tortoise's head. Unknowingly, he was standing on the head of the giant tortoise. Eh? You are that immortal King Realm Jr. who brought down the heavenly diagram? How dare you? How dare you stand on my head? Could it be that you want to poop on my head? You're courting death. The giant tortoise was enraged. It violently shook its head, trying to shake Ning Fan off its head. However, how could it do so? Ning Fan was like a tree that had taken root in the ground. He just casually stood on the top of the giant tortoise's head. However, he stood steadily. No matter how strong the tortoise's brute force was, it could not send him flying. I have always been fair in everything I do. Since you want to eat me, I will eat you too. I have eaten even darker octopus balls before. They taste really good. If you use this turtle to make soup, it seems to be very nourishing as well. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, countless gigantic trees suddenly grew from the ground beneath his feet. The giant tortoise's head was originally as large as a continent. At this moment, the continent was filled with towering ancient trees that Ning Fan had planted. Those ancient trees grew in number and eventually, they covered the entire body of the giant tortoise. Looking from afar, the giant tortoise looked like a green cactus that was covered with fine thorns. How dare you? How dare you plant trees on my body? Not good. Among the 5 elements, water is wood. The water element power in my body is being devoured by your wood element power at a crazy rate. Isn't this Junior the Rain Sovereign rank? Why do you have such a high level of wood element power? The giant tortoise was shocked. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more they could see how terrifying Ning Fan's wood element power was. What level of wood element power is this? Wood Sovereign rank? Wood Sovereign rank? No. That's not right. Even the Wood Sovereign rank and Wood Sovereign rank would not be able to devour his water element power so easily. The giant tortoise no longer had the time to deal with true monarch Beihai. It cast him aside and changed the direction of its giant tail, sweeping towards the top of its head. After all, Ning Fan was standing on that spot. This attack of his was going to attack its head as well. As long as it can kill or knock off Ning Fan who was on its head, it would not be a problem even if its head is destroyed once. Who asked it to have such a huge amount of blood and qi? It could instantly regrow its head. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly when his opponent's tail swept towards him. However, he did not dodge it. With his current strength, he would not dare to take the attack of the giant tortoise head-on. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that this attack was extremely powerful since it could destroy all 480 temples of true monarch Beihai. However, it was different now. He secretly approached the giant tortoise's body and launched a sneak attack. He planted countless trees of godhood on its body. The roots of those trees had already penetrated into the body of the giant tortoise. They were crazily absorbing and devouring the water element power of the giant tortoise, turning it into their own. Since the blood and qi of the giant tortoise was too strong, it did not suffer any serious injuries even though it was directly devoured by the godhood tree. However, it did not mean that Ning Fan's godhood tree was useless. Among the 5 elements, water was wood. It meant that with the help of the water element power, it could make the wood element power stronger. At this moment, Ning Fan felt that his wood element power was unprecedentedly strong. This kind of strength did not originate from his wood element power. Instead, it was because his godhood tree had absorbed the water element power of the giant tortoise. Under the help of the giant tortoise's water element power, Ning Fan's godhood tree was unprecedentedly lush and tenacious. When the giant tortoise's tail swept towards him, Ning Fan did not choose to dodge. Instead, he clasped both of his hands together. All of a sudden, the surrounding trees rose and condensed into thousands of gigantic wooden walls, blocking the path of the giant tortoise's tail. Rumble the tortoise's tail that could easily destroy 480 temples of true monarch Beihai could not break through Ning Fan's wooden walls. The onlookers were shocked. This is not normal. It's absolutely not normal. Even a cultivator at the Sovereign Wood Realm or titled Wood Realm would not be able to suppress a cultivator at the Sovereign Wood Realm like this. In the giant tortoise's long life, it was not like it had never fought against Sovereign Wood Realm or titled Wood Realm cultivators. However, none of them could directly devour its water element power like Ning Fan did and assimilate it into his own. Ning Fan's wood element was terrifyingly domineering. The suppression it exerted on water cultivators was almost one-sided. What kind of wood element is this? It's not the Sovereign Wood Realm. It's a power of a higher level. Could it be the true source of Tao Law? In the water prison, Great Water Emperor's face was filled with shock. It can't be the true source of Tao Law. Even a second-level quasi-sage like me can only use a small portion of the power of Tao Law. How could this young man completely master the source of Tao Law of the wood element? What this young man used should only be a small amount of the power of Tao Law of the wood element. However, what's even stranger is that it's impossible for a small amount of the power of Tao Law to cause such a suppression on water cultivators. Could it really be the complete source of Tao Law? True monarch Beihai was unwilling to believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. So this is the insignificant immortal king realm cultivator that I thought he was? He actually withstood the furious attack of the old tortoise Shenwu so easily. Bahan Buddha, who was in charge of guarding the treasure, wore a shocked expression. He knew that he would not be able to do such a thing, but Ning Fan managed to do it as an immortal king realm cultivator. Is this the power of an immortal king of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect? It's really too terrifying. It's fake. All of it is fake. The power of my turtle-snake dual sword combination is not any weaker than a high-grade innate magic treasure. How could you possibly withstand it? I don't believe it. The gigantic tortoise swung its tail at Ning Fan again. the snake head on its tail opened its mouth wide in anger. Its fangs were filled with overwhelming sword intent. Only then did everyone see clearly that the snake fangs of the gigantic tortoise were actually two treasured swords that were close to the high-grade innate magic treasure. The combination of the two swords was comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure. This was the reason why the snakehead could easily break the 480 temples of true monarch Beihai. Now that the gigantic tortoise was enraged, the power of the two swords skyrocketed. It could be said that the power of the snakehead's attack this time was 30% stronger than before. However, it still failed to break through Ning Fan's heavy wooden walls. This time, Ning Fan not only used the 1,000-layered wooden walls to block the snakehead's attack, but he also imitated it by producing the ropes of his wood element divine spark and tied the gigantic tortoise up like a wooden dumpling. The brute force of the gigantic tortoise was too strong. It could even break the void rope of the Great Water Emperor. However, it could not break Ning Fan's wooden ropes. This was not only related to the water element and the wood element. It was also because the level of the divine spark was far beyond the void sovereign realm. In fact, it was not just one level higher than the void sovereign realm but 3 levels higher, the source of Tao Law. It did not exist. The divine spark was not something that was worthless. Even the sage orthodoxies that were of a higher level than the source of Tao Law were still 1 level lower than the divine spark. In the past, Ning Fan's wood element divine spark only had the advantage of being of a higher level. Due to his insufficient cultivation base, the power of the divine spark that he could exert was very limited. This time, however, he continued to devour the water element power of the gigantic tortoise, using the latter's water element to strengthen his own wood element. This was an almost shameless way of fighting. However, it could make the gigantic tortoise lose its temper. Not only did he tie the gigantic tortoise up like a wooden dumpling, but he also used his ability to produce a wooden cage. Then, he added another layer of confinement, trapping the gigantic tortoise inside the boundless wooden cage. Damn it! What kind of rotten wood is this? It's so uncomfortable to be tied up like this. I can't even break free from it. Not good. This is bad. I've lost too much of my water element power. I can't exert any strength now. I'm the dignified true marshal of this generation. Am I really going to be captured alive by a puny immortal king? This is simply a great humiliation. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, remove these wooden cages and ropes and let me out. I want to fight you for 3,000 rounds. I want to eat you whole. I'm so angry. The gigantic tortoise was trapped in the wooden cage by Ning Fan. However, it could only curse and swear inside the cage. It could neither escape nor break free from the cage. There was nothing it could do to Ning Fan. As such, the Water Deluge Emperor was trapped in the water prison by the gigantic tortoise while the gigantic tortoise was trapped in the wooden cage by Ning Fan. The current situation instantly became extremely advantageous for Ning Fan. Among the enemies who came to snatch the treasures, true monarch Beihai seemed to be the only one who was still alive and kicking. Putting aside fellow Daoist Bahan, there are only you and me left in this place. We can finally continue our previous battle. Ning Fan smiled coldly. He leaped away from the gigantic tortoise and dashed towards true monarch Beihai. He did not continue to absorb the water element power of the gigantic tortoise to strengthen himself. It was because the water element of the gigantic tortoise had already been sucked dry by him. It was already weak and powerless. Without a long time to recover, the gigantic tortoise had nothing left to absorb at all. I miscalculated. This brat's means are actually much stronger than what I estimated previously. Even if I summon all 4 dragons at the same time, I still don't have 100% confidence in defeating this brat. However, only 1 dragon came this time. Since I can't do anything, I might as well retreat for now. However, there's one thing that I must be careful about. When I retreat, I must not be caught by this brat's wood element. Otherwise, my water element will also become his wood element's nutrients and I will end up like the old tortoise Shenwu. At this moment, true monarch Beihai had the intention to retreat. He no longer hoped to snatch the treasures from Ning Fan's hands. All he wanted was to leave this place to avoid any mishaps from befalling the 5th dragon. He muttered some incantations, trying to open up a path to escape. However, Ning Fan just raised his hand and pointed at him, freezing him on the spot. His attempt to escape failed. During the short period of time when he was frozen, countless wooden ropes flew out from Ning Fan's sleeves and tied him up. Not good. I must not be tied up. True monarch Beihai did not know what kind of technique he used. He actually coughed out a mouthful of blood and forcefully broke free from Ning Fan's immobilization. After that, he used the rain escape technique in a dangerous situation. Once again, he turned into rainwater and dispersed, avoiding Ning Fan's attack. Ning Fan's control over the rain was not as good as True Monarch Beihai's. Thus, he could not stop True Monarch Beihai from escaping. However, it did not mean that the Rain Master position that he had just cultivated was useless. At least, the Rain Dragon could not turn into rainwater and run away in front of him. While screaming miserably, it was tightly bound by Ning Fan's wooden ropes of the Divine Lattice. Originally, the wooden ropes of the Divine Lattice could not restrain living beings at the level of the Rain Dragon. However, it could devour and absorb the water elemental power of the Rain Dragon. Under the absorption of the wooden ropes, the Rain Dragon's body began to shrink continuously. It was a sign that its power was rapidly depleting. The Rain Dragon wanted to break free from the wooden ropes, but how could it do so? Its power became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was also locked in the wooden cage made of Divine Lattice by Ning Fan. As the Rain Dragon became smaller and smaller, so did the wooden cage. Eventually, the Rain Dragon shrunk to the size of an earthworm while the wooden cage was also the size of a palm. Ning Fan bent his palm and waved it, keeping it into his storage pouch. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with mockery. He looked at True Monarch Beihai who had reappeared. He did not say anything, but it was better than 1,000 words. True Monarch Beihai's eyes turned bloodshot with hatred. He was obviously here to snatch Ning Fan's treasures. However, one of the 6 dragons was snatched away by Ning Fan instead. Now, even if Ning Fan allows his clone to leave, he would not leave. How could he let the matter rest if he does not take back the Rain Dragon? Little Ning Fan. This old man will give you one last chance. If you return the Rain Dragon to me, I will write off all the grudges between us. We don't owe each other anything in the future. If you don't obey me, you will become the archenemy of my water sect. True Monarch Beihai said furiously. Hee. Don't say such stupid words. If you want the Rain Dragon back, show me what you're capable of. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. If he has to find someone among the people here that he must kill, he would certainly choose True Monarch Beihai. You asked for it. Eternal True Body, appear. True Monarch Beihai took a step forward and transformed into his true body, which was 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall. His aura instantly skyrocketed. His true body seemed to be different from ordinary true bodies. However, Ning Fan could not tell what exactly was different. Ning Fan also transformed into his 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall golden flame body and rushed towards True Monarch Beihai. As soon as True Monarch Beihai realized that Ning Fan seemed to have the intention to engage in close combat with him, his aura instantly diminished and he retreated. He had no choice but to retreat. If they engage in close combat, it would be too easy for him to be ambushed by Ning Fan's wood element. If he gets hit by Ning Fan's wood element, not to mention rescuing the Rain Dragon, even his clone would have to die here today. True Lord Beihai's primordial true body looked extremely old. His hair was white and his body was thin. Although he was 1,000 feet tall, he did not give off a mighty feeling. Instead, he looked old. When an ordinary person activated the immemorial reel, their physical body's offensive and defensive attributes would increase in all aspects. However, after True Lord Beihai transformed into the immemorial reel, not only did his physical body's defense not increase, it weakened instead. It was indeed strange. Although his physical defense had been weakened, it was a fact that his cultivation base had increased. And because of this, the part of his defense that had been weakened was all increased by the Rain Will's attacks. The rain intent of True Monarch North Sea, who was in his true form, was so massive that it exceeded Ning Fan's by 60%. Seeing that Ning Fan wanted to engage in close combat with him, True Monarch Northern Sea withdrew his body and flew backwards, maintaining a distance of 1,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, from Ning Fan. Why did they have to keep a distance of more than 10,000 feet? Perfected Lord Beihai could not explain it clearly either. It was an instinct, an intuition. He was the rainmaster who was good at sensing. He could vaguely sense the danger within 1000 zhang 3. 33 m per zhang of Ning Fan. It was as if he would be ambushed by some kind of ability that Ning Fan had yet to use if he were to step within 1000 zhang 3. 33 m per zhang of Ning Fan. It was not because he was afraid of a battle of body techniques that he purposely did that, seeing that true monarch Beihai still refused to step 1000 zhang 3. 33 m per zhang away from him. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. He knew that it was no longer realistic to use the cross-shaped halos to ambush him. Thus, he simply stopped chasing after true monarch Beihai. Instead, he activated the cross-shaped halos right in front of him. In this way, he could be considered to be in his strongest form. With the support of the cross-shaped halo, his mana was almost limitless, and no one dared to get close to him. Since Ning Fan did not give chase, true monarch Beihai also stopped running. He stared at the cross-shaped light ring with a shocked expression. He had expected Ning Fan to have some tricks up his sleeves. However, he did not expect it to be this strange halo that emitted a terrifying aura. This is the Saint Ring? No, that's not right. It's just a little similar. Sure enough, the area within 3000 zhang of this child was a restricted area that he couldn't step foot into. Truly a terrifying kid. He's clearly just a celestial king, yet he actually has so many tricks up his sleeve. Unfortunately, this old man is not to be trifled with. Dao Soldier, Rain Treasure Vault. With a thought from perfected Lord Beihai, a huge rain door opened in the world. The interior of the rain gate sparkled with golden light. There were unknown treasures piled up like a mountain. It was actually a treasury. The treasure vault was none other than the Dao weapon that perfected Lord Beihai had refined for many years. This Dao soldier was not in the form of a weapon. Instead, it was an extremely rare Dao soldier. Otherwise, North Sea's perfected Lord wouldn't have paid so much attention to it and cultivated it for so many years. The treasure vault could devour other people's Dao soldiers and fuse them into itself. Because of this, North Sea's true monarch had schemed against countless rain cultivators and devoured countless rain Dao soldiers. At this moment, when the treasury opened, more than 10,000 Dao soldiers charged over with an overbearing rain of light. These Dao soldiers came in all grades. The weakest was an acquired immortal artifact, and the stronger ones could even compete with some innate low-grade magic treasures. A single Dao soldier wasn't much, but when tens of thousands of Dao soldiers gathered together, it really had the aura of soldiers devouring the world. Unfortunately, even though these Dao soldiers' auras were powerful, none of them managed to hit Ning Fan. As soon as these Dao soldiers entered the range of the cross-shaped halos, they would usually be frozen on the spot, unable to advance any further. Occasionally, there would be a few Dao soldiers that were comparable to innate magic treasures that could tear apart the body freezing technique and slowly advance forward. However, a large amount of their power would also be affected by the body freezing technique. When they reach Ning Fan, their power would usually be less than 1%. Ning Fan's cross-shaped halos had become even stronger. This was naturally because his magic power had increased tremendously recently. Even the cross-shaped halos had become much stronger. With the ocean-defying sword in his hand, Ning Fan only needed to casually swing his sword a few times to destroy those Dao soldiers that were comparable to innate magic treasures. Then, he breathed out a mouthful of flame lightning sea fire. More than 10,000 weak Dao soldiers were burned to ashes in just a few breaths. What kind of halos is this? How can it be so powerful? With this halos, this young man has an additional layer of invisible defense. Within a range of 1000 zhang 3. 33 m per zhang, some weaker magic treasures can't even get close to him. More than 10,000 Dao soldiers were destroyed. They needed time to repair them. On the surface, these Dao soldiers were temporarily useless. However, as North Sea True Monarch chanted an incantation, the broken pieces and ashes of the Dao soldiers suddenly turned into raindrops. The raindrops spread across heaven and earth, forming a killing formation diagram that was several thousand zhang 3. 33 m per zhang, large. There were 9 gates and 6 platforms in the formation diagram. The changes of rain birth and rain destruction were hidden within it. Ning Fan's current location was the center of the killing formation where the rain destruction was located. Not half a step more and not half a step less. As expected, this person is full of schemes and is good at calculating. The attacks that seem to be harmless are actually preparing for the next attack. Ning Fan did not seem to be surprised by the appearance of the killing formation. His giant body of golden flames stomped on the ground. Immediately, a footprint that was burning with blazing golden flames was engraved at the center of the killing formation. All of a sudden, the great momentum of heaven and earth that the killing formation was rapidly condensed collapsed. Countless golden cracks spread from the center of the formation diagram to the entire formation diagram like a spider web. Eventually, it collapsed. A perfectly fine killing formation was actually destroyed by Ning Fan with just a stomp. North Sea True Monarch's expression became even uglier. Even a second-level quasi-saint would not be able to destroy that killing formation so easily. He could tell that the reason why Ning Fan was able to destroy this formation was not because of his own cultivation base. Instead, he had used some kind of special method to destroy the great momentum of the killing formation. He had broken the entire formation diagram with a single point. Being able to use the heaven sealing technique and also control the great momentum of heaven and earth. Could this young man be the descendant of the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor? However, according to what I know, the bloodline of the Eastern Sky Ancestor has long been cut off. It is impossible for such an outstanding person to be born. I wonder which force actually managed to cultivate such a heaven-defying immortal king. Could it be a secret race? When North Sea True Monarch thought that he might have offended a secret race when he offended Ning Fan, his heart turned gloomy. However, he also understood that there was no turning back now. Titled Technique, Rain Swamp Technique. Rainwater suddenly gushed out from the place where Ning Fan destroyed the formation diagram. In an instant, it turned into a rain swamp. This technique was the last resort of the killing formation. Even if someone managed to break the killing formation, they would still fall into the swamp because they did not retract their strength when breaking the formation. He actually has a backup plan. How many steps has this old thief actually planned? Ning Fan's expression turned slightly solemn. He had used a lot of strength when he stomped the killing formation and it was difficult for him to retract his remaining strength. His entire right leg had sunk into the rain swamp, making it difficult for him to pull it out. That rain swamp was definitely not something that could be broken free from with brute force. The more he tried to break free, the deeper he sank. In just a few breaths, half of Ning Fan's true body had sunk into the swamp. True Monarch North Sea seemed to be raising some kind of living creature in the swamp. Ning Fan could feel the intense pain of being bitten and sucked blood from his true body that had sunk into the swamp. That feeling was like being bitten by hundreds or thousands of leeches at the same time. Moreover, there was a deadly poison spreading throughout Ning Fan's entire body, causing his body to gradually become numb and withering. Withering? How could it be withering? True Monarch North Sea's expression changed greatly when he saw Ning Fan's true body turning into a withered tree. This young man actually did not use his true body to fight him, he actually used his clone. Impossible. Ever since I came to this place, this young man did not have any chance to change his true body into his clone. Could it be that he had already made such arrangements before I arrived? He has actually been using his clone to fight me. How arrogant is he? Unfortunately, the level of this young man's wood element is too high. Even though I'm good at sensing, I actually did not notice his wood element clone at all. True Monarch North Sea's guess was right. Ning Fan had already replaced his true body with his clone from the very beginning. His true body was hiding in the profoundine world and was secretly observing everything through the eyes of his clone. Ning Fan was becoming more and more proficient in using his clone. If it was in the past, it would be very difficult for him to use his clone to display various abilities and techniques. Now, however, he could barely do it. Of course, most of the abilities that his clone used were not as powerful as his true body. Only his wood element abilities were on par with his true body. After all, he was a clone of a tree demon. No wonder this swamp of yours could destroy my clone. It turns out that this swamp is your titled void realm. The titled void realm was equivalent to the sovereign void realm of a sovereign realm cultivator. Including old ancestor Lei Zai's titled void realm, it was Ning Fan's second time seeing this technique. This swamp was extremely powerful. Even with Ningfan's tree demon clone's capabilities, it was still destroyed in less than 10 breaths of time. Even though part of the reason was that his tree demon clone was weak, it was also enough to show how dangerous this technique was. Fortunately, it was his clone that was attacked by this technique and not his true body. Thus, Ningfan was not harmed at all. At the same time when True Monarch Northsea noticed it, Ningfan's true body suddenly appeared. His giant body of golden flames wore a ruthless expression. The ocean-defying sword accurately struck the weak point of the swamp. It was because his clone had fallen into the swamp before. That was why he knew where the weak point of the swamp was. Crack crack when the weak point of the swamp was destroyed, countless void cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the swamp. Even though it was not completely destroyed, it still suffered significant damage. Where Ningfan's sword landed, countless divine lattice tree seeds were sent into the swamp. The power of the ocean-defying sword was not enough to severely injure the titled void realm in a single move. However, these divine lattice tree seeds were different. They greedily absorbed the water of the swamp as if they were plundering it. They took root and sprouted inside the swamp. Countless gigantic trees took root in the swamp and grew out from the swamp. On the surface of the swamp, they formed a towering forest. This was a battle between Daos. It was a battle between a divine lattice and a titled void realm cultivator. A divine lattice was 3 levels higher than a titled void realm cultivator. When the two of them fought, it was just like a nascent soul realm cultivator bullying a vein-opening realm cultivator. It was simply a one-sided battle. Moreover, due to the suppression of water by wood, this kind of suppression became even more thorough. The void of the Rainmaster, which could not even be damaged by the ocean-defying sword's weak point, began to collapse under the absorption and devouring of the forest of divine lattice tree. How dare you! True Monarch Northsea let out a furious roar and rushed toward the swamp. He raised his hand and made countless slashes of rain, cutting down patches of the forest of divine lattice tree. However, it was endless. These divine lattice trees had the titled void realm of the Rainmaster as their nutrients. Their reproduction speed was too terrifying. The time it took for True Monarch Northsea to cut down a tree was enough for the forest of divine lattice tree to grow another 100 or even 1,000 trees. He was completely powerless to stop the forest of divine lattice tree from destroying the titled void realm. He could only watch his titled void realm being devoured by the forest of divine lattice tree bit by bit. Moreover, as Ningfan controlled countless gigantic trees to attack him, he had no choice but to run far away from the swamp. He did not even dare to approach recklessly. At this moment, the nature of the forest of divine lattice tree devouring the swamp was completely different from the water elemental power of the gigantic tortoise. The physical body of the gigantic tortoise was being sucked away. What was being sucked away was water elemental magic power. Even if that magic power was temporarily lost, it could be easily recovered as long as it meditated in the future. But what about him? What was being sucked away was the purest power of the titled void realm. It was the origin power of the titled void realm of the Rainmaster. Once it is lost, it could not be regained and one could only cultivate again in the future. Fortunately, he only came with a single dragon this time. He did not destroy the entire titled void realm. It was just 1/6 of the void realm. Even so, it was still considered a great loss. Crack more and more cracks appeared in the void of the swamp. Eventually, the swamp completely dried up and turned into a puddle of dried mud. Countless strange immortal insects that looked like leeches crawled out of the dried mud. Each of them was panic-stricken. However, as soon as those immortal insects crawled out of the mud, they were pierced by the roots of the trees that also followed them out of the mud. Each of them was sucked dry and died a violent death. As a result, the portion of the titled void realm that true sovereign Northsea brought was completely exhausted. Unlike absorbing the magic power of the gigantic tortoise previously, the forest of divinity this time actually gave Ningfan a huge amount of titled void realm power. To Ningfan, who had just broken through to the middle realm of the Rainmaster realm, this titled void realm power of the Rainmaster, which had the same origin, was a great supplement. It directly condensed 1/6 of the void realm of his Rainmaster realm. In addition to replenishing the power of his Rainmaster realm, there was also a little bit of the titled void realm of the Rainmaster realm. It was obvious that he had never cultivated the titled void realm of the Rainmaster before. However, at this moment, he had directly grasped a trace of the titled void realm power. Even though there was not much tidal void realm power, they could be used as seeds to be cultivated. As long as they are cultivated properly, Ning Fan would have a great chance to cultivate another tidal void realm on top of the Rainmaster realm in the future. Do you still want to continue fighting? Your losses will only increase. It's still not too late to escape now. Ning Fan purposely mocked True Sovereign North Sea to distract him. However, he was secretly coordinating with the general situation to seal the heavens and earth, cutting off all of True Sovereign North Sea's escape routes. Escape? Ha ha ha. Why should I escape? Why should I escape? You stole my rain dragon and damaged my tidal void realm. If I don't kill you, I swear that I'm not a human. True Sovereign North Sea seemed to have gone mad with anger. His eyes were blood red. He roared angrily, saying that he wanted to tear Ning Fan into a million pieces. He raised his hand and slashed out hundreds of millions of rain sword rays. The sword rays gathered together and eventually formed an ancient divine statue with 3 heads and 8 arms. It was holding a sword in its hand. It was the divine statue of the Rainmaster that was summoned by the ancient god investiture technique. Fu Suchen had also summoned this divine statue in the past. However, what cultivation realm was Fu Suchen at? The divine statue that he summoned was far less powerful than True Sovereign North Sea's. The divine statue of the Rainmaster that True Sovereign North Sea summoned had the magic power of 18,000 tribulations. Moreover, this was the result of his divine clone descending upon this place. If his true body came, the divine statue of the Rainmaster could directly erupt with the cultivation base of a second-level quasi-saint. As soon as the divine statue appeared, True Sovereign North Sea immediately joined hands with the divine statue to attack Ning Fan from all sides. All kinds of rain element secret techniques were launched at Ning Fan recklessly. The cultivation base of True Sovereign North Sea's divine clone was at the quasi-saint realm. The divine statue of the Rainmaster was also at the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, the two of them had worked together countless times and they had a tacit understanding with each other. This time, their cooperation was not as simple as 1 + 1. With the smooth complement between their attacks and defenses, they would even have the strength to fight against a second-level quasi-saint. As expected, as soon as Ning Fan fell into their encirclement, he immediately defended more than he attacked. It was extremely strenuous for him to deal with them. It seems like Old Man North Sea has really gone mad with anger. He actually summoned the divine statue of the Rainmaster. Ba Cold Buddha's expression was incomparably grim. He knew very well how powerful the divine statue of the Rainmaster was. Seeing that Ning Fan was being attacked by 2 quasi-saints at the same time, how could he still sit still and watch? He immediately wanted to abandon the 3 treasures that he was guarding and go and help Ning Fan. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's voice sounded. Be careful. That old thief North Sea is on your left. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan's voice resounded, the rain of heaven and earth suddenly gathered at the left side of Ba Cold Buddha, revealing the body of True Sovereign North Sea. The True Sovereign North Sea, who was working together with the divine statue, was accidentally struck by Ning Fan's sword. He was slashed into specks of illusory light that filled the sky and disappeared. Illusory technique. It turned out that when True Sovereign North Sea summoned the divine statue, he used an illusory technique to attack Ning Fan instead of himself. Meanwhile, he secretly sneaked to Ba Cold Buddha's side, trying to seize Ning Fan's 3 treasures. He purposely pretended to be mad with hatred toward Ning Fan. In reality, he had already made a judgment in his mind. He knew that he was definitely not Ning Fan's match today after losing part of his titled Void God realm power. In the end, he still decided to run away. Of course, running away was one thing, but he could not run away empty-handed. Ning Fan seized his rain dragon and swallowed his titled Void God realm. Thus, he would seize Ning Fan's treasures to make up for his losses. Unfortunately, his illusory technique could fool Ba Cold Buddha, but it could not fool Ning Fan. Fortunately, even though Ning Fan warned him, Ba Cold Buddha's reaction was still a step slower. He only managed to protect the heavenly Dao box and the paper pouch. In a hurry, he was sent flying by True Sovereign North Sea's sword Qi, and the jade wine pot was snatched away. I got it. After paying a heavy price, he still managed to snatch this jade wine pot in the end. As soon as a whiff of the wine fragrance entered his nose, True Sovereign North Sea felt that his dried-up titled Void God realm power had been regenerated. If he drinks all of the wine, he might be able to recover all of his titled Void God Realm power that he had lost. Moreover, he might even be able to improve his titled Void God Realm power. Old bastard North Sea. Quickly return the jade wine pot to me. Ba Cold Buddha roared furiously. Because he was too angry, he looked like an angry Vajra. He was not injured by true sovereign North Sea sword chi, but he was still sent flying. It was already too late for him to stop true sovereign North Sea from snatching the jade wine pot. He could only hope that he could make up for his mistake and snatch the jade wine pot back. Ha ha ha. True sovereign North Sea's complacent laughter was the only thing that responded to Ba Cold Buddha. How could he return the item that he had snatched? With the jade wine pot in his hand, true sovereign North Sea did not stay any longer. He lifted his hand and was about to tear open the hollow space to escape. Since he was frozen by Ning Fan when he was escaping earlier, the divine statue of the Rain Master that he summoned this time launched an attack in tacit understanding and entangled Ning Fan, preventing him from having the chance to freeze him at all. The reason why he summoned the divine statue of the Rain Master was not to kill Ning Fan. It was obviously to prepare for his escape. His escape this time was perfect. As long as there are no unforeseen accidents, this trace of his spirit clone would be able to escape successfully. However, an unforeseen accident still happened. True sovereign North Sea wanted to tear open the hollow space to escape, but he realized that he could not do so. He thought that he had concealed his intention of escaping flawlessly. However, Ning Fan still noticed him and sealed the heaven and earth in advance. That seal was not strong. If it was in the past, he would only need 3 to 5 breaths of time to break the seal and leave with ease. However, he did not have the time to break the seal now. As soon as his escape plan failed, Ba Cold Buddha caught up to him and entangled him, not giving him any time to tear open the seal at all. Detestable. Detestable. I was just one step away. I was just one step away from leaving this place. True sovereign North Sea was really angry this time. He had already lost his rain dragon and his void-conferred god realm was already injured. If he loses his spirit clone as well, his loss this time would really be irreversible. Ning Fan is obviously just an immortal king. How can he be so cunning? How can he predict every step that I take? I really can't be careless when facing this old thief. Ning Fan inwardly rejoiced. Fortunately, he sealed the heaven and earth in advance out of caution. Otherwise, if true sovereign North Sea really managed to snatch the jade wine pot and escape, he would feel terrible as if he had swallowed a fly. Fellow Taoist Ba Cold. Do you really want to force the spirit clone of mine to die? Just because of a young immortal king that you don't know, you want to form a huge karma with me? How unwise is that? As long as you let me go and help my spirit clone escape, I won't hold a grudge against you anymore. I'm even willing to give fellow Taoist a great gift after this. I remember that you have been looking for the 3 Eras Sirius flower. To be honest, I just happened to obtain one a few days ago. If you let me go, I will give you the 3 Eras Sirius flower. Isn't that what we both want? I can swear a Dao hard oath that I will never go back on my words. If I break this oath, let me die a horrible death. My body and spirit will be destroyed and my divine soul will never be able to enter samsara. Seeing that he could not escape by force, true sovereign North Sea tried to use a soft approach. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Ba Cold Buddha's persistence towards Ning Fan and his belief towards the word Buddha. The temptation of the 3 Eras Sirius flower to Ba Cold Buddha was not weak. However, how could he betray the Buddha and the Hunkin Leviathan for mere worldly possessions? Ba Cold Buddha let out a long sigh and closed his eyes painfully, as if he was recalling some past events in the mortal world. His expression was filled with indescribable helplessness. When he opened his eyes again, all his confusion had disappeared. There was no sadness, joy, anger in his eyes. He just remained silent and gave up. He attacked again and again, trying to take back the jade wine pot. Hiss. What kind of demonic technique did that kid Ning Fan use on Ba Hanzi that he even gave up on the 3 Eras Sirius flower? In the past, Ba Hanzi did not hesitate to fall out with the current Dipunkara just to get a 3 Eras Sirius flower. But today, he is actually willing to give up on this flower. Seeing that the soft approach did not work, true sovereign North Sea's heart was filled with despair. He knew that this spirit clone of his was probably going to be destroyed today. Perhaps the heavens couldn't bear to see true monarch Beihai die. The flooding emperor suddenly broke out of the Zhenwu water prison and escaped. It turned out that after the giant tortoise was captured, the Zhenwu water prison lost its source of power and became weaker and weaker. In the end, it lost the power to trap the flooding emperor. Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist, your name is North Sea, right? You wouldn't mind joining forces with me to split these 3 treasures, right? A glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. The flooding emperor was a proud and aloof person, but he actually put down his pride and took the initiative to join hands with true monarch of North Sea. He had to let go of his pride. The suppression of the palm of emotion was too powerful. Even with the guidance of the sky map, the flooding emperor's avatar couldn't leave for too long. At most, he would have to return to his body after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. He didn't have much time left. He had to do something. His avatar could not be returned empty-handed. This was the chance he had waited for countless years to escape. When true Lord North Sea heard the flooding emperor's words, it was as though he had seen a life-saving straw as he rejoiced. Ha ha ha. It's my honor to be able to join hands with the ancient emperors, so why would I mind? Save me. Save me from this wooden cage and I will also join hands with you guys. I won't eat you guys anymore. Quickly come and save me. I can also make a great Dao heart oath. I will repay you guys. The giant tortoise also requested to join hands with them. In order to escape from the wooden cage, he had become shameless. He actually asked for help from his previous enemies. Both true monarch of North Sea and the flooding emperor had suffered a great loss in the hands of the giant tortoise. From the bottom of their hearts, they naturally wished for the giant tortoise to die. How would they be willing to save it? However, they had a common enemy and a common goal right now. While the flooding emperor was still hesitating whether to save the giant tortoise or not, true monarch of North Sea had already made his decision. Fellow Daoist Water, quickly go and save fellow Daoist Zhenwu. Upon hearing that, the flooding emperor no longer hesitated. He turned into a torrent that pierced through the sky and rushed towards the wooden cage that imprisoned the giant tortoise. At this moment, the 8-Cold Buddha was entangled by true monarch of North Sea while Ning Fan was entangled by the divine statue of the Rain Master. On the surface, there was no one who could stop the flooding emperor from saving the giant tortoise. Seeing that it was about to regain its freedom, the giant tortoise laughed heartily. It was extremely happy and even felt a little proud of itself. Everyone thought that it was an idiot. They all thought that this stupid tortoise would not lie to them. However, that was just an illusion. The great oath of Dao Heart? That's nothing. So what if I go against it? After he got out of the cage, the first thing he did was to leave the flooding emperor and true monarch of North Sea and run away by himself. He was really frightened by Ning Fan's wood elemental technique. Now that he had finally regained his freedom, he did not want to take the risk and fight with Ning Fan again. Of course, he would run as far as he could. It was funny that the 2 idiots, the flooding emperor and true monarch of North Sea, were actually deceived by his great oath of Dao Heart and were actually willing to save him. Ha ha ha. Aren't these 2 people even more stupid than me? Unfortunately, the giant tortoise did not laugh for long. Very soon, he could not laugh anymore. Without knowing why, he suddenly could not move. Countless tree roots broke out of his body. Those were not the roots of the divine lattice tree. Those roots were actually condensed from light, a tree of light. No one noticed that Ning Fan had already placed a tree of light in this place. It had cleverly merged with the natural light and fooled everyone. The seeds of the tree of light shot into everyone's eyes and into their physical bodies. Following Ning Fan's command, those seeds of light began to grow and sprout at a crazy rate. The giant tortoise, the flooding emperor, true monarch of North Sea and even the divine statue of the Rain Master were affected. Their bodies began to feel numb, their magic power seemed to have solidified and it was difficult for them to circulate it. The flooding emperor's expression changed drastically. Currently, his physical body was numb and he had lost the support of his magic power to fly. Thus, he directly fell from the sky. How could he fly to save the giant tortoise? He could not even protect himself. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. He used some unknown method to forcefully suppress the seeds of the tree of light in his body, allowing him to regain some of his mobility. True monarch of North Sea was also in the same situation. Even though he also had a way to suppress the seeds of the tree of light in his body, he was still paralyzed for a while. During this short period of time, the jade wine pot that he had obtained with great difficulty was snatched back by the eight-cold Buddha again. He gained it and lost it again. He himself was even suppressed by the eight-cold Buddha under the 18 ice mountains. Bah! Bahan Buddha only heaved a sigh of relief after he regained the jade wine pot. He thought to himself that it was really a close call just now. If it wasn't for Ning Fan having the light tree as a backup move, the giant tortoise might have been released by the flooding emperor. If that happens, it would be troublesome. He did not think that he and Ning Fan would be able to protect the three treasures under the joint attack of the giant tortoise, the northern sea and the water-submerged sea. Bahan Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. However, Ning Fan did not feel relaxed at all, oppressive, indescribably oppressive. The air was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. He had clearly activated the Tree of Light to launch a sneak attack, but he felt that it was even more dangerous. It wasn't that the sneak attack didn't work, but this time, the enemy was really going all out. Crack, crack, crack. The statue of the Rain Master suddenly lacked strength and could no longer be maintained. It turned into fragments of rain and shattered. The statue's power seemed to have been taken away by someone. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 ice mountains used to suppress true monarch Beihai suddenly collapsed one by one. Amidst the avalanche, a giant who looked like perfected cultivator Hai but was even younger walked out of the mountains. This was not perfected Lord Beihai in his old age. This was perfected Lord Beihai in his prime. This was the second phase true body of true Lord Beihai. An old man listens to the rain under a monk's hut. Stars already appear on his temples. A middle-aged man listens to the rain in a passenger boat, wild geese crying in the west wind. Hee, I didn't think that I would be forced to use my second-level true body. Ning Fan, Baldi Bahan, you two are not bad at all. This old man originally thought that you would be slightly surprised to see this old man open the stage 2 true body, but it seems that you are not surprised at all. The robust true Lord North Sea sneered. In his robust years, his true body was no longer thin and weak. Instead, his muscles were strong and his entire body was filled with inexhaustible power. Under his second stage true body, true Lord Beihai's reign intent had nearly doubled. His cultivation base was only a sliver away from the second stage quasi-saint realm. Bah! Who among us demi-sages didn't know that you had mastered the second stage of the true body? How can I be surprised? Although Bahan Buddha was not surprised, his expression was very grave. It was obvious that he was very fearful of true Lord North Sea's second phase true body. He also returned to his Duan 2 true body. Just as he was about to activate his second phase true body, his expression suddenly changed. However, this time, true Lord North Sea did not just transform into his second phase true body. His true body could actually become younger. His reign intent could actually become stronger. His cultivation base could actually continue to rise and was advancing towards the second stage true body step by step. You have actually cultivated the stage 3 true body? This is impossible. This time, the 8 Chill Buddha was truly shocked. Even in the true world, only a few talented cultivators could cultivate the stage 3 true body. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens for the cultivators of the true world. However, this true Lord North Sea could actually cultivate this body with his identity in the dream world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his talent was heaven-defying. Under the stage 3 true body, the trace of true Lord North Sea's consciousness finally possessed the cultivation base of a second stage quasi-saint. His expression was extremely painful, as if activating the stage 3 true body was too much for him. Amidst the pain, there was also joy because all of his emotions were released at this moment. He had been suppressed for too long. He had been suppressed by Ning Fan for too long. Finally, he could use his full strength. Since Ning Fan did not want to let his consciousness go, he would not leave. Forcefully activating the stage 3 true body would bring a heavy price to this trace of his consciousness. He would accept this price. After all, he could not see any hope of his consciousness escaping. Since that was the case, he would give up on his consciousness and teach Ning Fan a bloody lesson. Little Ning Fan, today, I will teach you what a second stage quasi-saint is like. Boom before true Lord North Sea had the time to spout nonsense, a Dao mountain suddenly fell from the sky, smashing into him and causing him to spurt out blood. He was directly pressed under the mountain. Bahan Buddha was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the stage 3 true body was incomparably heaven-defying? Why was it suppressed by Ning Fan as soon as it made its appearance? What kind of mountain is this? It can even suppress a second stage quasi-saint when he was careless. Does it really need to be so heaven-defying? I am possible. This is the Tao mountain of the sage. You still have such a trump card. You are despicable. I won't accept this. Below the Tao mountain, true Lord North Sea spurted out blood. He could no longer maintain the stage 3 true body, and his true body was smashed back to its original form. After all, he was not a true second stage quasi-saint. The stage 3 true body was still too much for him. Be careful. The source of the danger that I feel is not North Sea. Ning Fan did not even look at true Lord North Sea. His expression was slightly unpleasant. His attention was completely attracted by the flooding Great Emperor. One should know that when he was being chased by the Lord Ant, Ning Fan only felt powerless to resist. However, when facing the flooding Great Emperor at this moment, he felt a chill. The devil blood in his body was actually trembling in fear. What he was afraid of was not the flooding Great Emperor himself but something else unknown. In the first place, Ning Fan did not plan to use the Tao Mountain to deal with true Lord North Sea. He was worried that he would expose too many of his trump cards. After all, he was just fighting the flooding Great Emperor's clone this time. In the future, he might have to fight the flooding Great Emperor's true body. Thus, he naturally needed to reserve some trump cards for emergencies. However, due to the changes that happened to the flooding Great Emperor, Ning Fan could no longer care so much at this moment. He had no choice but to suppress true Lord North Sea with a thunderous method. Only then could he spare all his attention to deal with the flooding Great Emperor. At this moment, the blood light around the flooding Great Emperor's body was fluctuating at a strange frequency. That fluctuation was too abnormal and evil. The flooding Great Emperor's eyes became emptier and deeper. That kind of depth was like a bottomless abyss of the devil Tao. It was as if some living creature was slowly crawling out from the endless abyss of the devil Tao. When the fluctuation of the blood light rose to a certain level, another voice suddenly came out from the flooding Great Emperor's body. It was a creepy laughter. Hee hee hee. That's right. That's it. Flooding, my good brother, quickly let me out. Quickly destroy all my immortal nature and use my power. You should know that you can't do anything by yourself. At the moment when the creepy laughter was heard, the flooding emperor completely lost all of his senses. He raised his head and let out a shrill devil roar, as if he was suffering great pain. His 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large eternal true body pressed his 4 legs on the ground like a wild beast. The blood light around his body instantly increased by a few times. Its original dark red color turned into a demonic black-red color. The black-red blood light did not spread in all directions. Instead, it wrapped around the flooding emperor's true body like a layer of blood cloves. The flooding emperor's hair began to grow rapidly and turned white. Countless white fur like that of wild beasts grew out of his body. He seemed to have really turned into a wild beast. Even his ferocious fangs were growing out. He roared in pain and grinned greedily. No one could tell whether his expression was a smile or a maniac. It only gave people the feeling that he was going berserk. This was the second stage of the ancient devil ancestral atavism technique, ancient devil rampage. Hee 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 hee. Stop struggling. Give me full control of your body. What's wrong with that? That creepy laughter came from the flooding emperor's body again. Get out. The flooding emperor's eyes were filled with madness. He muttered to himself almost instinctively, as if he was trying to resist the corrosion of the voice inside his body. He was losing more and more of his senses. Suddenly, a devil tail that was completely condensed by black-red blood light grew out from his back. As the first devil tail was formed, the flooding emperor's ancient devil essence chi began to skyrocket. His half-saint realm cultivation base rose to the first-level quasi-saint realm in one go. Moreover, it was a quasi-saint realm with 12,000 tribulations. One should know that the flooding emperor could already compete with the old turtle Zhen Wu and true sovereign Northern Sea when he was at the half-saint realm. Now that his essence chi had risen to 12,000 tribulations, the pressure that Ning Fan felt was no less than that of the Northern Sea divine clone who had activated the third-level true body, and this was just one devil tail. As the second devil tail began to form, the flooding emperor's essence chi showed signs of skyrocketing for the second time. Don't even think about it. How could Ning Fan just watch the flooding emperor increase his devil tail and increase his cultivation base? In the end, he still made his move. He swung the ocean-defying sword in the sky. The semicircular slash seemed like it was going to split heaven and earth in half. It was aimed at the flooding emperor's second devil tail, which had yet to form. The water-drowning emperor was like a fool. He neither dodged nor evaded Ning Fan's attack. It was as if he did not hear Ning Fan's attack. Just as Ning Fan's sword attack was about to hit its target, the blood light around the water-drowning emperor's body began to automatically protect its owner, forming a blood shield that blocked Ning Fan's attack. Crack, crack, crack. The slash of the defying sea sword merely left a few cracks on the blood shield. It was unable to completely break through the blood shield's defense. As the crimson light swept across the surface of the blood barrier, even those cracks healed. Is the sea-defying sword not enough? How about this? Ning Fan's expression was as cold as still water. He kept the ocean-defying sword and threw out a true body devil fist. The ancient devil mountain-breaking attack rained down like a thunderstorm, 3,000 ancient demons mountain-crushing strike. Even though the defense of the blood barrier was strong, how could it withstand Ning Fan's 3,000 consecutive attacks? It only lasted for 10 breaths of time under the rain of fists before it finally broke. But because of this delay, the flooding emperor's second devil tail finally grew out. Its ancient demon essence chi rose to the height of 15,000 calamities. The drowning emperor, who was in second last's form, was already much stronger than the North Sea clone. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He actually wanted to condense the third devil tail. Break for me. Ning Fan, who had broken through the defense of the blood shield, finally managed to catch up to the third devil tail's formation. He fiercely struck out the ancient devil mountain-breaking attack at the 3 devil tails of the flooding emperor. The defense of the 2 devil tails that had already taken form was too terrifying. Even the ancient devil mountain-breaking attack that had 3,000 consecutive attacks could not leave a scratch on the devil tail. As for the third devil tail, which had yet to take form, it could not withstand Ning Fan's attack and was destroyed by him. Roar. The flooding emperor raised his head in anger and let out a shrill bestial roar. At this moment, his rampage was stopped by Ning Fan. During the Dharma-ending era, very few people knew that once the rampaging devil tail of an ancient devil is destroyed by someone, it would not be able to regenerate within a short period of time. The destruction of the third devil tail meant that the flooding emperor's rampage could only end here. The second devil tail was his limit. This person's destroyed devil tail did not regenerate. Ning Fan seemed to have realized something. His understanding of the ancient devil ancestral returning technique seemed to have deepened. Unfortunately, the flooding emperor did not give him the time to think carefully. The destruction of the third devil tail had completely enraged the flooding emperor, who was in a rampage state. His bestial eyes locked onto Ning Fan with immense killing intent. The essence chi in his mouth condensed into a gigantic ball of light, and he actually spat out a devil flash at Ning Fan. Devil flash. It was extremely similar to the tribulation flash and barbaric flash. However, there was a slight difference in principle. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing someone use the essence chi of an ancient devil like this. His understanding of essence chi seemed to have opened a new door. However, now was not the time to comprehend it. He must block the flooding emperor's attack. Ning Fan tried to use the ancient devil mountain-breaking attack to block the devil flash. However, it was too hot. As soon as his fist light came into contact with the devil flash, it was burned to ashes. Ning Fan wanted to evade the devil flash. However, no matter how hard he tried, the devil flash seemed to be able to turn and chase after him. As such, Ning Fan had no choice but to face the attack head-on. He activated all of the power of the calamity blood in his body. He raised his finger and cast the tribulation flash, which was 10 times stronger than before. Boom! Ning Fan's tribulation flash, which was 10 times stronger than before, could not block the flooding emperor's devil flash at all. He only managed to hold on for 10 breaths before he was completely engulfed by the devil flash. Hi Immortal! Cold Buddha wanted to save Ning Fan, but he was still one step too late. He could only watch Ning Fan being engulfed by the devil flash, which could destroy heaven and earth, and being burned to ashes. Ning Fan was burned into ashes that filled the sky. He was killed by the flooding emperor. Ba Cold Buddha's heart was filled with regret. He hated himself for not fulfilling his duty to protect Ning Fan. If he had acted a little faster, he might have been able to protect Ning Fan. However, there was no if. Everything was too late. He stared coldly at the flooding emperor who was roaring continuously. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden Buddhist bead which he crushed into pieces. That golden Buddhist bead was his commandment bead. What he was abiding by was the abstinence of killing. He was a Buddhist cultivator. He must abide by the abstinence of killing. Otherwise, it would be harmful to the Buddhist Dharma. However, today, he was going to break his abstinence of killing. Even if this clone of his is destroyed, he was going to give Ning Fan an explanation for his death. That brat died just like that? Something doesn't seem right. Inside the wooden cage, the old turtle Zhenwu was not as worried as Ba Cold Buddha. He had been tormented by Ning Fan and he did not believe that Ning Fan would be killed so easily. When the old turtle Zhenwu's gaze fell upon the ashes that filled the sky, he suddenly understood something. His heart was filled with regret. What he regretted was that Ning Fan really did not die. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. Of course, he was cursing Ning Fan for being despicable and shameless. How was that little thief burned to ashes? He clearly wanted to use the ashes to trap the flooding emperor. Even this stupid turtle could see through the truth. It was impossible for Ba Cold Buddha not to see through it. However, he was just confused because he was too concerned. Soon, he noticed that the ashes that filled the sky were unusual. He could sense it but the flooding emperor could not. In his berserk mode, the flooding emperor's strength had increased tremendously but he had completely lost his spiritual consciousness. This was also one of the biggest drawbacks of the berserk mode of an ancient devil. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect and flawless ability. The flooding emperor who had lost his spiritual consciousness did not realize how terrifying the ashes that filled the sky were at all. When the ashes fell on his beast body, they suddenly turned into tree seeds. As soon as those tree seeds fell on the ground, they immediately took root and sprouted. Their roots pierced into the flooding emperor's beast body crazily. In the blink of an eye, the flooding emperor's body was covered with tree vines that grew endlessly. Those tree vines forcefully absorbed the flooding emperor's water elemental power. In just a dozen breaths' time, the flooding emperor's essence chi was sucked dry. The flooding emperor lost all of his strength while the tree vines obtained great power from the flooding emperor's body. In the end, they grew into a gigantic tree that was as tall as the sky and suppressed the flooding emperor under it. At this moment, Ning Fan's body swayed and he reappeared. At this moment, Ning Fan looked very disheveled. His robes were torn and there were many places on his body that were burnt by the devil flash. Facing the devil flash's attack, Ning Fan used the same trick again. He summoned the body of a tree demon on the surface of his body, trying to use it to resist the devil flash. Even so, he was still severely injured by the devil flash. Is the flooding emperor in his second tail form already so powerful? If I let him summon 3 tails, 4 tails, or even more. Ning Fan's heart was filled with astonishment. He really felt a trace of reverence towards the flooding emperor's ancient devil techniques. What he felt was not reverence towards the flooding emperor himself but the power of the ancient devil ancestral atavism technique. If I also cultivate the ancestral atavism technique to the second stage, will I also be as strong as the flooding emperor? No. That's not right. The flooding emperor probably didn't use the complete second stage of rampage. After all, I broke his devil tail before it was fully condensed. What made me feel danger was not those devil tails but the owner of that horrifying laughter. The owner of that laughter seemed to have wanted to completely take over the flooding emperor's body but he was rejected by the flooding emperor himself. If the flooding emperor didn't reject this, perhaps he wouldn't have lost his spiritual intelligence. If he didn't lose his spiritual intelligence, he wouldn't have been subdued by me so easily. He could not tell what kind of emotion he was feeling. Although he had defeated the flooding emperor, he did not feel happy. The ancient devil bloodline in his body seemed to be dissatisfied with Ning Fan's current behavior. Ancient devils loved to fight and they could not avoid a battle. Especially when both of them were ancient devils, they should defeat the other party in a fair and square manner. How could they scheme against each other? Roar! 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 The flooding emperor who was being suppressed under the gigantic tree also seemed to be dissatisfied. He roared weakly and glared at Ning Fan. He bared his teeth and tried to bite Ning Fan, but how could he bite him? He. You are also an ancient devil? I have never seen an ancient devil as cowardly and despicable as you. You actually won by scheming against me. You don't deserve to be a devil at all. If it wasn't because Brother Flooding Emperor was against me, how could your clumsy scheme work? If I successfully climb out of the abyss, how could you be my opponent? What a pity. I didn't manage to climb out of the abyss in the end. Inside the Flooding Emperor's body, that horrifying laughter resounded once again. It was filled with disdain towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not care about that person's disdain. He was only interested in the person's identity. He asked expressionlessly. You are not the Flooding Emperor. Who are you? He. With your innate potential, you will attain the second stage of ancestral awakening sooner or later. At that time, you will naturally know who I am. Before that, I will be watching you from the bottom of the abyss, waiting for you to come. However, even if you come, the devil spirits, will not accept you because you don't deserve to be a devil. Don't even think about obtaining the true power of rampage in your life. Devil spirit? Ning Fan frowned. He wanted to ask again, but the owner of that horrifying laughter did not care about Ning Fan anymore. He let out a cold snort and went somewhere. In the end, Ning Fan did not really fight against the owner of that laughter. He did not know if it was fortunate or unfortunate. The owner of that laughter was way too dangerous. If he fought against him, it would probably be unfortunate. I don't deserve to be a devil, huh? But so what? Ning Fan shook his head, sweeping away the dissatisfaction in his ancient devil bloodline. His action of scheming against the Flooding Emperor might not be worthy of the title of an ancient devil. However, if he had the chance to do it all over again, he would still do the same thing. Knowing that the owner of that horrifying laughter was extremely strong, he still wanted to fight him head-on. Wasn't that just courting death? All these years, he had lived like this. If he had fought his enemies head-on every time, he would have died many times over. Yang Kai's demon path was not the righteous path of the ancient demon clan. His devil Tao was imparted by the old devil, and he was unscrupulous. It was not an ancient demon, but a black demon. Because of this, the ancient devil's cultivation had always been a part of his four-elemental cultivation. It wasn't the main body, nor was it the whole. All the unhappiness in his heart dissipated and was replaced by the joy of victory. Shouldn't Ning Fan be happy? The Zhenwu old turtle was locked in a wooden cage, the Great Water Emperor was suppressed by a giant tree, and perfected Lord Beihai was suppressed by the Ant Lord's Taoist mountain. The three great enemies had all been defeated. This could be considered a great victory. How could he not be happy? Originally, Ning Fan thought that this battle would be so difficult that he would have to use the three clear lightning talisman. Unexpectedly, the divine lattice of wood would display its divine might in this place and crush all the water cultivators on the scene. In the end, he didn't even use the thunder talisman to wipe out the invading enemies. It was a pleasant surprise. I, Ning Fan, have a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Since you guys provoked me first, don't blame me for being ruthless. Under true monarch Beihai's resentful gaze, Ning Fan first walked towards the place where true monarch Beihai was suppressing. 2 hours later. At the place where the four great ferocious seas of the northern heaven converged. True monarch Beihai's true body, who was closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his sleepy eyes and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Master, what happened? Why did you suddenly spurt out blood? The immortal stone who was guarding at the side was shocked. Detestable. Detestable. This brat is detestable. My clone is so hard to kill, but he actually has a secret treasure that could refine my clone to death and eat it alive. This brat and I will not rest until one of us is dead. True monarch Beihai did not explain to the immortal stone at all. He was already drowned in anger. He wished he could immediately rush to where Ning Fan was and cut him into pieces. Just as he was about to make his move, true monarch Beihai hesitated. He regained a trace of rationality and did not act rashly. After witnessing Ning Fan's heaven-defying wood elemental technique, he no longer had the confidence to deal with Ning Fan alone. Even though his true body was stronger than his clone, how would he know if Ning Fan had used his full strength in this battle? He had already lost his clone due to his carelessness, losing his title and the fifth rain dragon. He could not afford to be careless for the second time. He must be fully prepared before he kills Ning Fan. At the very least, he must invite 3 to 5 of his good friends to ensure his safety. With that in mind, true monarch Beihai no longer condensed the sixth dragon. Instead, he stood up abruptly as if he was going to leave the water sect. "Master, where are you going? You are still injured." The immortal stone was shocked again. "It's all right. When I reach the Eternal Spring Island, old man Xianxia will naturally heal me. It will be 1,000 times faster than me healing myself." True monarch Beihai snorted coldly and flew away from the 4 great ominous seas on a rainbow. He was going to visit his friends. Looking at true monarch Beihai's back, the immortal stone realized that there was one less rain dragon in his body. Even the power of his title was much weaker than usual. He was even more shocked. Who exactly is the enemy? How could he eliminate a dragon from my master's hands? Could it be some second-grade old monster? In the 4th Devil Mountain of the ancient Devil's Abyss, Great Emperor Water was expecting his clone to bring back good news. However, he suddenly sensed something and flew into a rage. His clone had actually been destroyed. Since his clone had activated its berserk mode, it had lost too much of its spiritual intelligence. As a result, it could not send back much useful information. As a result, his true body had no idea what had happened to his clone and how it was destroyed. He only knew one thing: as his clone was destroyed, his water sovereign position actually suffered a lot of damage and was weakened. This kind of situation had never happened before. Damn it. Damn it. It's fine if my clone is destroyed, but why did I lose so much of my power of the sovereign position? Could it be that someone used some heaven-defying method to devour my clone's power of the sovereign position? What kind of joke is this? Who is it? Who did it? I want to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Aha! Poor Great Emperor Water. He did not even know who the culprit was. He had lost his clone for nothing. It was too late for regrets. Inside the sovereign heavenly map, in front of the old turtle Zhen Wu, Ning Fan used the divine refining cauldron to refine the clone of the North Sea Sovereign Realm and the Water Sovereign Realm. The giant turtle was so shocked that he could not utter a single word. That was the clone of a second-level quasi-saint. It was countless times harder to kill than the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor. However, it could not even survive for 2 hours in the hands of this little bastard. How is this possible? What kind of demon cauldron is this? Why is it so powerful? I heard that you have a lot of true spirits. I wonder how many pills your true spirits can help me concoct. I'm really looking forward to it. Ning Fan took out a drop of 10,000 spirit blood from the divine refining cauldron and swallowed it. Then, he looked at the giant turtle in the wooden cage with a faint smile. The giant turtle sucked in a breath of cold air. It had seen many devils before, but it was its first time encountering someone like Ning Fan who directly used the clone of a quasi-saint to concoct pills. He is simply too cold-blooded and cruel. Isn't this bastard afraid that his devil nature will be too strong and he will suffer from chi deviation during his cultivation? When the giant turtle thought that its true spirit would also be concocted by Ning Fan and consumed by him, it shuddered. The turtle clan was timid by nature. It could not be helped. Thus, the giant turtle, which was incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly became terrified. I'm not tasty. Can you let me go? It had no choice but to be terrified. This time, his clone had brought too many true spirits with it. It was fine if one of his clones died. However, if all the true spirits that came with him were to die, it was unknown how many years it would take for his true body to cultivate these true spirits again. The loss would be too great. Let you go? Why should I? Ning Fan sneered. Ning Fan's tone sounded very cold. However, the giant turtle still sensed a trace of a chance to negotiate from his words. Instantly, it was overjoyed. I can pay the price. As long as you don't destroy my clone's true spirit, I can agree to any condition. Really? You can agree to any condition? Even if I want to devour the power of the title of your clone, won't you regret it? Hee hee. I'm already your prisoner. Even if I don't obey you, you will still devour my power of the title. What's the difference? A straightforward person will not beat around the bush. You just need to tell me what I can do to make you let me go. As long as your demand doesn't exceed my bottom line, I will certainly cooperate with you to the fullest. After hearing Ning Fan's words, the giant turtle felt a great pain in its heart, but it still smiled apologetically. Who said that this turtle is stupid? In the face of a great disaster, it was not stupid at all. It could completely understand the situation. Usually, it was just pretending to be stupid to confuse its enemies. How could a fool cultivate to the second-level quasi-sacred realm? What a joke. Since that's the case, I will be frank with you. I must devour your power of the title. After all, it has the same origin as my Rain Palm realm and it can increase the power of my Palm realm. I'm very interested in your turtle snake dual swords. That item belongs to me. I'm also very interested in your chi and blood. I wonder how you managed to cultivate such a level of chi and blood. Can you tell me about it? Besides that, I'm also very interested in the fact that you devoured the sovereign heavenly diagram. I hope you don't mind sharing your experience of devouring the diagram with me. Ning Fan smiled. The giant turtle cried. It seems like I can forget about leaving the world of the heavenly diagram unscathed without paying a considerable price. If I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have come here. It's too late for regrets now. You're not willing? If that's the case, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. It's better if I concoct a pill out of you. Ning Fan pretended to attack the giant turtle. The giant turtle became anxious and hurriedly said. Fellow Taoist, wait. Wait. I agree. I agree to everything. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything. After hearing what the turtle said, Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He liked people who knew how to adapt to circumstances. If it wasn't because he was interested in some of the secrets on the giant turtle's body, Ning Fan would not have bothered to talk nonsense with it and would have directly killed it. Cold Buddha, who was standing at the side, could only helplessly chant the name of Buddha when he saw Ning Fan's various evil deeds. Did I misjudge him? A real Buddha probably wouldn't act so ruthlessly, right? He thought that Ning Fan would first subdue everyone's divine clones and then persuade them with reason and emotion, using the boundless Buddhist Dharma to influence them. However, he didn't expect that Ning Fan would directly eliminate the divine clones of Shui Zhuang and Bei Hai. Moreover, he even threatened the giant turtle with his evil deeds. If it wasn't because he was sure that Ning Fan possessed the sea-defying sword, Cold Buddha might have suspected that Ning Fan was a real devil lord. This heavenly immortal Hun Kuan's temper seems to be a little hot-tempered. He's very similar to me. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Cold Buddha barely found an excuse for Ning Fan and smiled awkwardly. Then, he remembered that he had also nearly broken his vow to kill for Ning Fan previously. His behavior was no different from Ning Fan's evil deeds. He felt extremely ashamed. For a moment, his feelings were mixed with complicated feelings. I've sinned. I've sinned. True spirits were known to be difficult to kill. Of course, with Ning Fan's current magic power, it was not difficult to refine an ordinary true spirit to death. What was really difficult to kill were the mutated true spirits. They usually required special methods to eliminate them. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Ning Fan had once encountered the mutated true spirit of the Dragon Horse clan. At that time, the hearts of the 16 Dragon Horse crown princes were connected. He actually needed to capture all of them before he could kill them. As for the Dragon Horse true spirit, even the divine refining cauldron could not eliminate it. It was really shocking. In order to deal with the Dragon Horse true spirit, Ning Fan had no choice but to buy the complete explanation of the chaotic Kuan true spirit from the heaven-piercing cult to find a solution. Eventually, he refined the 16th prince into a pill and consumed it. His cultivation base improved tremendously. Mutated true spirits were just too rare. Ning Fan had only seen them once since he started cultivating. Today was his second time seeing them. Ning Fan had seen through the background of the Zhen Wu old turtle from the very beginning. What he cultivated was a mutated true spirit. That was why there were so many of them. Child and mother true spirits, according to the complete explanation of the chaotic Kuan true spirit, a demon who cultivates this type of true spirit must first cultivate a strong mother spirit. Then, the mother spirit would give birth to tens of thousands of child spirits. On the day of success, if the child spirits did not die, the mother spirit would not be destroyed. If the mother spirit did not die, the child spirits would not really die even if they die. They could still return to their true bodies and be resurrected after a long period of cultivation. The Zhenwu old turtle came here with his clone. His mother spirit had not arrived yet. Thus, he only brought a few thousand child spirits with him. With Ningfan's current magic power, it was not impossible to refine these few thousand child spirits to death. However, it would not be easy either. It would take him at least a few hundred years to refine them. Besides, these child spirits would not really die. Even if he refines all of them to death, he would not be able to refine a drop of 10,000 spirit blood. Spending a few hundred years without any results was certainly not a bad deal for him. It was more practical to let this turtle go in exchange for something useful. Life was like a drama. It all depended on one's acting skills. Ningfan refined the clone of the North Sea and the water in front of the giant turtle. However, he was just trying to scare it. In fact, he could not do anything to it. What was funny was that the turtle did not know the details of the divine refining cauldron. Thus, it became cowardly as soon as it scared him. Ningfan found this scene to be quite interesting. It would be great if I could take this old tortoise as a pet. It would make a good pair with old Wu Ba. Hee hee. Forget it. This old tortoise's true body is too strong. Moreover, his true body hasn't arrived yet. Even if his true body comes, I won't be able to do it with my current strength. Ningfan's thoughts were racing. His eyes that were looking at the giant tortoise had a hint of a smile. For some reason, the tortoise felt a chill on its shell. Somehow, it felt that Ningfan's smile was a little malicious. Inwardly, it made up its mind. As long as I can escape today, I will definitely avoid this little thief in the future. This thief's wood elemental power is just too terrifying. After the gigantic tortoise paid a huge price, Ningfan finally opened the wooden cage and released the spirit clone of the gigantic tortoise. Looking at the giant tortoise's clumsy manner, Ningfan's eyes flashed with even more joy. The 8 frigid Hell Buddha also had the same smile on his face. If Ningfan also kills the old turtle Zhenwu, he would really misunderstand Ningfan as a devil lord. Luckily, Ningfan finally found his conscience and let the old tortoise go. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Repent and you will become a Buddha on the spot. It seems like this high immortal can still be saved. This matter is over. It's time for me to take my leave. As soon as the gigantic tortoise left, the 8 frigid Hell Buddha bid farewell to Ningfan. Of course, before he left, he had to return the 3 treasures that he had been guarding to Ningfan. That was what he had done. Ningfan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? I've told you before that other than the jade wine pot, the other 2 items will belong to you. In today's battle, I didn't contribute much and I already feel ashamed. If I accept High Immortal's reward, I'm afraid I really won't have the face to return to the Western Paradise. If High Immortal really feels that you owe me something, why don't you pay a visit to the Western Paradise some other day and tell me about the high-grade Dharma of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect? The 8 frigid Hell Buddha suddenly changed the topic and made a request. After hearing his request, Ningfan smiled bitterly. High-grade Dharma of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect? To be honest, I don't know anything about Dharma, let alone the high-grade Dharma of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect. Hee hee. High Immortal is really humble. The 8 frigid Hell Buddha did not care whether Ningfan really did not know anything about Dharma or not. It was fine if Ningfan did not know anything about Dharma because he did. When Ningfan keeps his promise and goes to the Western Paradise next time, he would definitely save him properly and use his supreme Dharma to change him back to the righteous path. No matter what, he could not sit and watch an High Immortal of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect fall into the abyss of the devil path, without giving Ningfan the chance to refuse. The 8 frigid Hell Buddha took his leave again. He tore open the void and left the world of the heavenly diagram. Now that things had developed to this stage, Ningfan also felt a huge headache. He would rather give 8 frigid Hell Buddha 2 gifts than go to the Western Paradise to talk about Dharma. He was a good devil cultivator. Why would he talk about Dharma? If his devil heart was damaged before he could finish talking about Dharma, it would really be a great loss for him. Unfortunately, the 8 frigid Hell Buddha did not even give him a chance to refuse. Wasn't this forcing him to do something he didn't want to do? Either way, it was a one-sided agreement made by the 8 frigid Hell Buddha. Ning Fan did not agree to anything either. Thus, he did not really have to do this. Forget it. If I have the chance to go to the Western Paradise, I'll look for some other things and give them to this person to end today's karma. It's better not to talk about Dharma. Ning Fan let out a sigh. Then, he began to observe the world of the heavenly diagram again. Everyone's divine senses were either dead or gone. Ning Fan was the only one left in this world. He had already obtained the 3 treasures. Logically speaking, there was no longer any meaning for him to stay here any longer. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged in this world unhurriedly and began to cultivate. A few days later, an illusory star appeared in Ning Fan's right eye. With the power of the Water Sovereign that he devoured from the Great Water Sovereign, Ning Fan officially activated the cultivation of Water Yin Yang. The Water Yin Yang was classified into the Devil Yin Yang in his right eye. Since this was not a conventional cultivation method, the condensation of the Water Yin Yang was not complete. He still needed a large amount of fierce element crystals to cultivate before he could officially cultivate the Water Yin Yang. A few more days passed. Another illusory star appeared in Ning Fan's left eye. Using the small amount of true martial title that he had devoured, Ning Fan cultivated the true martial Yin Yang. However, it was also not complete. He would need a large amount of cultivation to truly condense it. Another 10 days passed. Ning Fan completely absorbed the small amount of Rain Sovereign's power that he had devoured. Then, he drank all the immortal wine in the jade wine pot. After doing all this, the power of Ning Fan's Rain Sovereign skyrocketed by more than 50%. It was completely unlike the power that a person who had just cultivated the Rain Sovereign possessed. Yulong prostrated himself in front of Ning Fan, not even daring to breathe loudly. Ning Fan's Rain Sovereign was too powerful. For the first time, Yulong felt an oppressive aura that was no less than that of his master, true monarch Northern Sea. This unlucky Yulong was the one that Ning Fan had captured. In order to truly subdue this Yulong, he released this dragon. Because of this, Yulong could clearly feel Ning Fan's increasingly powerful rain intent as it stood beside Ning Fan. It instinctively wanted to submit to Ning Fan's power. However, its loyalty to true monarch Northern Sea that was ingrained in its bones did not allow it to do so. Are you willing to follow me? Suddenly, Ning Fan opened his mouth and asked Yulong. Yulong trembled and hesitated. It knew that as long as it nods its head, it would be able to survive. However, it could not bring itself to do so no matter what. Survive, that kind of thing was actually not important to it. It was not a living being in the first place. It was just a part of true monarch Northern Sea's ability. To it, life and death were never important. The only important thing was its master. Only, its master, roar Yulong answered Ning Fan with his actions. With the horns of the rain dragon on its head, it unleashed all of its abilities and charged headfirst at Ning Fan. It launched a sneak attack. While Ning Fan was distracted by his question, it finally mustered its courage and launched an attack at Ning Fan, hoping to kill him in a single blow. Is this your answer? Ning Fan's eyes did not have the anger of being ambushed. Instead, there was only pity and sympathy. In the end, all of his pity and sympathy turned into ruthlessness. He easily blocked Yulong's sneak attack and restrained it with his divine lattice of wood. This time, he no longer showed any mercy. Instead, he activated the power of his divine lattice to devour and kill Yulong completely. The entire killing process lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Ning Fan opened his palm and activated his rain palm position. The rain intent of heaven and earth instantly gathered at the center of his palm and formed an illusory rain dragon. It was not the rain dragon of true monarch Northern Sea. Instead, it was the rain dragon that Ning Fan cultivated after devouring his opponent's rain dragon. It was not a living being but a divine ability. It's a pity that you followed the wrong master. Looking at the rain dragon in his hand, Ning Fan sighed softly. This dragon was not the previous one after all. He admired the loyalty of that dragon, but he could not use it in the end. When he closed his palm, the rain dragon turned into rainwater and flowed through his fingers. Then, he patted his storage pouch. Two illusory shadows of a turtle and a snake suddenly flew out from the pouch and circled around Ningfan's body. Then, the illusory shadows of the turtle and snake transformed into two bone-tooth flying swords that emitted the chi of the sea. These two bone-tooth swords were the strongest treasured swords among the mid-grade innate magic treasures. When the two swords were used at the same time, they could fight against high-grade innate magic treasures. They were extremely powerful. They were the turtle-snake dual swords that he snatched from the giant turtle. No, it was not accurate to call them the turtle-snake dual swords. They were actually the titled weapons of the true martial titled cultivators. True martial broken sword. Ningfan did not attach much importance to magic treasures. However, magic treasures that had reached high-grade innate magic treasures would be an exception. A magic treasure of this level could greatly increase his combat power. With this treasure, he would have a hint of confidence even when facing the true body of a second-level quasi-saint. Good sword. It's just that it's a little cowardly and slippery. It's too similar to your previous master. This is not good. Ningfan praised the true martial broken sword and criticized it at the same time. Tortoise sword, master's criticism is right. Snake sword, master's criticism is reasonable. Tortoise sword, master will enjoy immortal happiness forever. Snake sword, master will live as long as the heavens. As soon as the connection was established, Ningfan could easily hear the flattering voice of the true martial broken sword. These two swords are really interesting. They actually know how to flatter their master. Their intelligence is really high. From today onwards, the two of you are my swords. It's common for magic treasures to change owners in the cultivation world. Since you're with me, you can forget about your previous master. Ningfan said again. Tortoise sword, previous master? That cowardly old tortoise is not my master. Snake sword, from today onwards, I will only recognize Lord Ningfan as my master. Tortoise sword, master is so handsome. You're the most handsome man in the history of true martial realm. Snake sword, ah, master is looking at me. He's looking at me. He must like me. Tortoise sword, nonsense. I'm the one that master likes. Snake sword, how dare you? How dare you snatch master from me? Tortoise sword, I'll cut you. Snake sword, I'll cut you. Ding ding ding. Dang dang dang, the tortoise sword and snake sword actually fought each other in order to snatch Ningfan. Ningfan was so embarrassed that he was speechless. Did the two female flying swords fall in love with him? Did they fall in love with each other so much that they became enemies? Cough cough cough, why didn't anyone tell him that these two swords were female? Isn't it normal for two swords to have one male and one female? Ningfan waved his hand and stopped the fight between the two swords. Previously, he thought that these two swords had high spirituality and were very interesting. Now, however, he felt a headache. If these two swords suddenly abandon their enemies and fight on their own when facing enemies in the future, Ningfan would be in danger. It seems like these two swords still need some time to get used to each other before they can be put to good use. Ningfan kept the two swords and checked the other two rewards of the heavenly map. Among the 3 rewards of the heavenly map, he had already drunk all the immortal wine in the jade wine pot. Only the heavenly Dao box and the paper bag were left unopened. Ningfan first opened the paper bag. Inside the paper bag was a drawing made of animal skin. The paper was yellowed. It was unknown how long it had been there. However, there was still a faint smell of ink lingering in his nose. Between the ink stains, there was demonic chi of the 3rd step. Obviously, this drawing was drawn by an unknown saint of the demon race. Ningfan recognized the words on the drawing. It was the ancient demon language. Below the description of the words, there was a drawing of the skeleton of a huge fish. Countless heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures were cast on the fish bones. The weak fish bones were forcefully refined into an extremely powerful magic treasure. Each of the fish bones seemed to have turned into an innate treasure sword. So it's the bone sword forging drawing of the Flying Sting clan. The fish demons of this clan like to forge their own fish bones into innate flying swords. When they fight against their enemies, their bone swords are really powerful. Unfortunately, you're not a fish demon. This forging drawing is useless to you. Seeing that Ningfan had opened a useless item, the Ant Lord was instantly overjoyed. Ningfan was speechless. He forgot to block out the Ant Lord's noise due to a moment of carelessness, and this fellow began to clamor again. How annoying. Seeing that the drawing was useless, Ning Fan casually kept it and opened the heavenly Dao box. As soon as he opened it, the shining light of fortune in the box made him unable to open his eyes. After a long time, the light of fortune faded a little. Only then did Ning Fan see what was inside the box. It was a purple ore that was engraved with heavenly Dao lines. The shape of the ore was like a baby who was sitting cross-legged in meditation. What kind of ore is this? Ning Fan asked the Ant Lord. After all, the Ant Lord was a saint who had vast knowledge and experience. It's actually the absolute fusion stone. Little ant, your luck isn't bad. The Ant Lord gritted her teeth unwillingly. Her tone was as sour as it could be. Since Ning Fan was lucky this time, she became unhappy. Absolute fusion stone? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows, but he did not ask the Ant Lord what it was. His mind was connected with the Ant Lord. As soon as the Ant Lord thought of this item, he could read all the information about it from her mind. The absolute fusion stone. It was a unique ore that was ranked 39th among all the absolute fusion ores in the true world. It was the key material to synthesize high-grade innate magic treasures. In the true world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forge a high-grade innate magic treasure. Even those third-step refinement masters had a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000. In other words, a high-grade innate magic treasure would need to be refined more than 1,000 times in order to succeed. Moreover, that was the success rate of a top-grade Grand Master refinement master. Refining a high-grade innate magic treasure once would require countless immortal materials and an endless amount of time. When the consumption rate was increased to 1,000 times, even a saint would not be willing to attempt it recklessly. This was the reason why high-grade innate magic treasures were rare. It was too difficult to obtain high-grade innate magic treasures through the process of refinement. Thus, the cultivators of the true world found another way to obtain this item. That was through synthesis. With the help of a special synthesis formation and the absolute fusion stone and many other immortal materials, the cultivators of the true world could synthesize several mid-grade innate magic treasures into a high-grade innate magic treasure. Of course, the failure rate of this synthesis was not low. Similarly, if one had several high-grade innate magic treasures, he could also try to synthesize a supreme-grade innate magic treasure. However, the failure rate would be much higher and the amount of absolute fusion stones needed would also be much higher. This stone can help me synthesize a supreme-grade innate magic treasure? Ning Fan was very tempted. If he had a supreme-grade innate magic treasure, he would even dare to challenge ancient great cultivators. Dream on. You only have a fusion stone. You can't synthesize a supreme-grade innate magic treasure, alright? A single fusion stone is only enough to synthesize a high-grade innate magic treasure. The Ant Lord mocked. It's not bad to synthesize a high-grade innate magic treasure. I already have the broken true martial sword which is comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure. If I synthesize another one, I will have 2 of them. When I face my enemies, I will have a great chance of winning even if I have to face the Rain Master himself with 2 high-grade innate magic treasures. Ning Fan was very optimistic. It's not that I want to discourage you, but you are thinking too simply about the matter of synthesis. Putting aside the fact that the failure rate is extremely high, the timing, location, luck and manpower are all indispensable. Moreover, it's impossible for you to obtain the innate synthesis formation. That is a secret formation of the ancient sacred sect of the true world. Even in the ancient sacred sect, not everyone is qualified to know about this formation. You don't even know about the formation and you actually want to synthesize magic treasures. What wishful thinking. I don't know about the formation but you do. Isn't that enough? As a saint of the Hongjun sacred sect, you must know about this formation. Ning Fan said smilingly. Of course I know about it. But why should I tell you? Damn it. The Ant Lord gritted her teeth in anger. She really hated this kind of mental connection. Does it matter whether she tells Ning Fan about the formation or not? Ning Fan could directly know everything in her mind. Why should she take the initiative to tell him? Very good. I have already memorized the formation. In just slightly more than 10 breaths, Ning Fan had memorized the complicated innate synthesis formation without any mistakes. This greatly surprised the Ant Lord. She had spent an entire day to memorize such a complicated formation. Isn't it a little too fast for Ning Fan to memorize it? Even if you know about the formation, you won't be able to gather all the materials. Even though you're lucky enough to obtain the main material of the synthesis, the absolute beginning fusion stone, you still lack a few other supplementary materials. Those supplementary materials are all rare and precious items that can only be found in the true world. The Ant Lord was still unwilling to give up and said sarcastically, I don't have them. I can buy them. With whom? With the heaven-reaching sect. Damn it. If third senior brother finds out that you bullied me, he certainly won't sell anything to you. The Ant Lord was furious. Wasn't the sect master of the heaven-reaching sect her third senior brother? Hee hee. Then I won't let him know. Ning Fan no longer talked nonsense with the Ant Lord. He set up the ancient country trading formation in the heavenly diagram world. This time, he wanted to buy a lot of things. Other than the materials needed to synthesize high-grade innate magic treasures, he also wanted to buy the few items that the giant tortoise mentioned. Thinking about those secrets that the giant tortoise had told him, Ning Fan could not help but raise his head and look at the heavenly diagram world. His gaze did not seem to be looking at the world itself at all. Instead, it was as if he was looking at some delicacies. The Ant Lord, who had a mental connection with Ning Fan, began to feel uneasy. Since their minds were connected, she naturally knew what Ning Fan wanted to do. It was obvious that Ning Fan had developed an appetite for the heavenly diagram world after listening to the gibberish of the giant tortoise. Hey! Little Aunt Ning. You mustn't believe that demon tortoise. I'm a dignified saint, but I've never heard that the heavenly diagram world can be eaten. How can you believe what that demon tortoise said? If you insist on going about things the wrong way, be careful not to play yourself to death. You might even drag my scattered soul to die with you. Hee hee. Even if you've never heard of it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You've also seen it. That old tortoise had personally eaten a large part of the heavenly diagram world. His words still have some credibility. Ning Fan, of course, would not listen to the Ant Lord's advice. He had his own judgment. After activating the trading formation, Ning Fan did not go to buy the items immediately. Instead, he sent a few contact signals to Miss Ling, who was in the little mountain world. Unfortunately, the other party had not activated the ancient country trading formation yet. Thus, she did not receive Ning Fan's contact request. Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. In order to use the ancient country trading formation to contact the other party, both parties must activate the formation at the same time. The probability of this happening was too low. Thus, Ning Fan was just trying it out casually. He was already mentally prepared for the failure of the contact. I wonder if she has recovered the vitality that she lost previously. Ning Fan shook his head and cleared away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he connected the ancient country's trading formation to the heaven-reaching church and quickly bought all the items he needed. One had to admit that Ning Fan was very lucky. Among the supplementary materials used to synthesize innate magic treasures, the absolute fusion stone was the most precious one. It was also the only item that was prohibited from being sold by the heaven-reaching sect. If Ning Fan lacked the absolute fusion stone, he would not be able to buy it no matter what. He had already prepared all the materials, but he did not immediately begin to synthesize the high-grade innate magical treasure. First of all, to synthesize a high-grade innate artifact, one would need to prepare multiple mid-grade innate artifacts. These mid-grade innate artifacts had their own master and secondary masters. The final type of high-grade innate artifact would be closely related to the mid-grade innate artifact used as the main material. Ning Fan had not thought of what kind of magical treasure to use as the main material. Moreover, the success rate of synthesizing magical treasures was too low. Only when the timing, geography, luck and manpower were all perfect could the highest success rate be achieved. This clearly wasn't the best place to synthesize, and the timing wasn't right either. He still needed to make some calculations and calculate an auspicious time. Thus, he put aside the matter of synthesizing magic treasures and took out the few immortal materials and pills that the giant tortoise mentioned. In his mind, he recalled what the giant tortoise had said earlier, afraid that he would miss something. "Little friend, you're asking about the secret of my powerful blood and chi?" This is actually the same thing as me devouring the heavenly diagram. It's because I ate the heavenly diagram that my blood and chi became vigorous. You said that the heavenly diagram can't be eaten? Nonsense. I ate it and I'm still living well. Secret? Of course, there must be a secret to devouring the heavenly diagram. Other than using the power of the true martial title, I also need to make other preparations. It's not like I was born with such a huge amount of blood and chi. In the beginning, my blood and chi were still very weak and the power of the true martial title was also very weak. At that time, I needed to make many preparations to devour the heavenly diagram. I didn't even dare to eat it raw. You're asking me why I want to eat the heavenly diagram? Sigh, this is related to my dream. I don't want to tell you and you shouldn't ask me either. You just need to remember that I'm a tortoise with a secret. That secret is even more important than my life. Ming Fan did not care about what the old tortoise's dream was at all. He only cared about whether the method that the old tortoise told him was real or not. Even though the old tortoise swore that his method was definitely effective, Ming Fan had never tried it before. Thus, he was still a little uneasy. The sovereign heavenly diagram contains the blood of the great Tao. It's really delicious. Once you eat it, you'll definitely become addicted. I'm the most honest tortoise in the world. I've never lied to anyone. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even though the blood of the great Tao is delicious, you can't eat too much of it. Once you eat it, your luck will be tainted and you won't be able to wash it clean. You'll suffer bad luck in the endless reincarnations. Therefore, even the Saint Defier realm and the true world don't dare to eat it recklessly. They even forbid this matter from spreading. But I'm not afraid. I don't care even if I have to face calamities and bad luck. In this life, I must bite the heavens to pieces and suck the blood of the great Tao dry. Only then can I escape from this world and swim back to my hometown. I want to return to the huge water vat of the Skunda temple, a tortoise with a dream, a tortoise that wants to go home. For a moment, Ming Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the old tortoise. However, after that, it felt unfamiliar. He kept having a feeling that there was something particularly familiar about the battle of the heavenly diagram. That's right. That's right, there was indeed something that felt familiar. That unlucky Great Water Emperor had been bullied by the tortoise twice. When old Wu Ba refined the water bottle for the first time, he had already killed a great water clone. This time, the old tortoise spat out a water prison again and imprisoned the great water clone. This great water emperor's fate is really incompatible with that of a tortoise. Suddenly, Ming Fan's eyes narrowed and then relaxed. He seemed to have thought of something, but it also seemed like he was just letting his imagination run wild. Is it a coincidence? Or maybe it isn't. If that's the case, then my soft-heartedness towards this old tortoise can be explained. Otherwise, even if it's troublesome to kill his clone, I would still plot against him to teach him a lesson. If that's the case, is this old tortoise's hometown in my future or in my past? Ming Fan muttered to himself. His words seemed to be a little strange. Not long after, Ming Fan cleared his mind and used the method that the old tortoise taught him to cook a hot pot with various spiritual herbs. The iron pot was temporarily refined using a special immortal ore. The spiritual herbs and the soup were steaming hot and oddly fragrant. When the soup was boiling, Ming Fan carefully peeled off a fragment of the world of the heavenly diagram and threw it into the pot. It was strange. As soon as the fragment of the world was thrown into the pot, it immediately turned into a blood clot and was slowly cooked by the soup. Cooking it in such a manner destroyed the components of the great Tao blood in the blood clot and damaged its nutrients. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Without special treatment, Ming Fan was not a monster with blood and chi. His body would directly explode and he would die if he ate the great Tao blood. Even someone as strong as the old tortoise also ate it carefully in the beginning. Even though the nutrients in the blood clot were severely damaged, Ming Fan still felt like his internal organs were burning when he swallowed the blood clot. Luckily, this kind of backlash was still within Ming Fan's control. Not long after, he digested the blood clot and his blood and chi improved significantly. The sovereign heavenly diagram can actually be eaten. The Lord Ant was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. This was completely different from her experience. Could it be that everything she knew in the past was wrong? This is. After swallowing the blood clot, black qi suddenly rose from Ning Fan's body. That black qi was none other than his black luck. Eating the sovereign heavenly diagram and refining the great Tao blood was too heaven-defying. Of course, it would attract endless black luck to him. Needless to say, the old tortoise Xianwu who had eaten the sovereign heavenly diagram for so many years was certainly a turtle with bad luck. Now, the question was, would Ning Fan become a cultivator with bad luck after eating the sovereign heavenly diagram for so many years? Hee. Wasn't he already a cultivator with bad luck a long time ago? It's just that his luck was not obvious. It was so dark that he looked like a person with normal luck. However, that was not the case. He was a member of the Fuli clan, the clan with the dirtiest luck. No matter how many colors his umbrella of luck was added to it, its essence was still extremely dark. Then, here came the question. Was the increase of black luck scary to a Fuli demon ancestor like Ning Fan? But what was there to be afraid of? The more black luck he had, the stronger his luck would be. That was exactly what he wanted. Originally, Ning Fan already had 7 colors of his immortal luck. Now that his luck had increased tremendously, the 8th color of his immortal luck was gradually showing signs of appearing. However, it was just a sign. It was still far away for him to completely condense the 8th color of his immortal luck. It's not enough. It's still not enough. The amount of luck needed to attain the 8th color of his immortal luck was just too huge. The increase of this amount of black luck was just a drop in the ocean. I wonder if my luck can increase to the 8th color of my immortal luck after eating all of this heavenly diagram world. If that's the case, it would be an unexpected gain. However, there's one thing that I don't agree with. That old turtle kept saying how delicious this heavenly diagram world is. However, when I eat it, the taste is actually no different from duck blood boiled in the mortal world. It's just ordinary. Of course, compared to the ant soup that tasted like feces, this blood boiled in the mortal world was definitely a delicacy. Ning Fan could even drink big bowls of ant soup. Would it be difficult for him to eat duck blood boiled in the mortal world? It was impossible. While Ning Fan was devouring it, the world of the heavenly diagram world finally collapsed. In the northern heaven, the northern sea star region. There was a star sea that ran through the starry sky of the northern sea star region. Because it contained boundless time power, it was called the Time Sea by the cultivators of the northern heaven. The Lost World Palace was built in the depths of the Time Sea. There were also immortal islands with Lost World towers floating above the Time Sea. As the second round of the grand competition of the Lost World Palace drew closer, more and more cultivators arrived at the Time Sea. On this day, a young man in white robes suddenly arrived. He was riding a small dragon that was condensed from rainwater. That rain dragon was too small. It was only 3 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang long and it looked ordinary. That young man seemed to be a rain cultivator. However, the rain intent around him also made him look ordinary. He did not seem to be an expert. The young man's body was faintly discernible with clouds. Perhaps it was because of the clouds that the young man looked ordinary. The young man sat on the rain dragon and flew close to the surface of the Time Sea. He was flipping through an old and tattered book. He looked extremely serious as if he was deeply attracted by the content of the book. Tao Law, Sovereign Position, Source of Tao Techniques, Tao Orthodoxy. It turns out that my divine lattice is actually of a higher grade than the Tao Orthodoxy. No wonder I could easily suppress those water cultivators. There are 5 innate spirits, gods, devils, demons, ghosts, and immortals. The gods are the first of the 5 spirits, followed by the immortal spirits, devil spirits, demon spirits, and ghost spirits. The young man was none other than Ning Fan. The old book he was reading was the fake Tao scripture that the sludge monster had given him. Even though it was just the fake Tao scripture, its content almost covered the entire structure of the cultivation world. It was a great theoretical book. Throughout his journey, Ning Fan's cultivation base improved too quickly. However, his Tao cultivation was too crude. Most of the time, he had to feel the stones to cross the river. He had to be careful with every step he took. Only when he read this book did he realize how many detours he had taken in the past. In the past, his heart devil was Jiha. In order not to sever his emotions when he was forming his core, he even had a scene where they were separated by life and death, silly girl. How could I bear to hurt you? Even if you are my heart devil and I can form my core with a gentle wave of my hand, I still can't bear to do so. However, this heart devil has to be severed eventually. Do you understand? In order to exchange 10 years of innocence for you, I am willing to overturn the heavens. Do you understand? In order to keep your heart untainted, I am willing to sweep away all the dust in the world. Do you understand? In order to keep your heart devil alive, I am willing to erase my emotions, sever my intent, give up my heart and eliminate my thoughts. I am willing to go against the heavens. I will learn from the ancient heaven-defying cultivation and go against the heavens. I will not retreat even if I die 100 times. Do you understand? I don't understand. Have I seen you before? You don't need to understand. Because you are my heart devil that I can't get rid of, cough cough cough. Recalling the mushy words of love when he was young, Ningfan's face suddenly turned red and he coughed awkwardly. So I was also like this in the past. One should know that this fake Tao scripture recorded more than 1,000 methods to retain one's heart devil and form one's core easily. If I had read this book in the past, I wouldn't have to do so many heaven-defying things and form my core in just a few days. After feeling embarrassed, Ningfan suddenly shook his head and smiled. Actually, there was no need to feel embarrassed. It was a waste for a person to be young if he was not absurd. Now that he was reading it, he was really moved and made up his mind. Since that was the case, how could he deny the determination of a young man with his mature eyes? Ningfan swept away the distracting thoughts and kept the fake Tao scripture. Then, he took out another ancient jade slip and sent his spirit sense into it to read it seriously. This was the item that omniscient old man gave him before he left the earth abyss. The contents of the jade slip were all the secret arts and abilities of the Heaven and Earth sect. Omniscient old man wanted to help Ningfan cultivate these secret arts in the beginning. However, Ningfan had to leave the earth abyss for some matters. Thus, omniscient old man simply gave up his responsibility and let Ningfan explore and cultivate them on his own. While he was reading the jade slip attentively, a ray of fiery light suddenly broke through the waves and approached him from afar. That fiery light was none other than a fifth Nirvana Hotian fire gourd. Everyone in the world knew that Ningfan was very interested in gourd magic treasures. When he saw that it was a gourd magic treasure, he took a second look at it. Then, he retracted his gaze. This treasure was not the chi and blood gourd that he had been searching for so long. Interestingly enough, when the fire gourd saw Ningfan looking at it, it immediately felt displeased. Then, it made a turn and attacked Ningfan, as if it wanted to teach him a lesson. It turned out that it was a fire gourd with a spirit. Moreover, the spirit had a bad temper and it hated it the most when others looked at it with disdain. Behind the fire gourd was a scholarly cultivator who was panting heavily. He desperately chased after the gourd but he could not catch up to it no matter how hard he tried. As soon as he saw the gourd attacking Ningfan, the scholarly cultivator became anxious. Grandpa Gourd, I beg you. Don't hurt people anymore, alright? I can't afford to pay for the medicine anymore. Humph. The gourd snorted coldly in an extremely arrogant manner. It completely ignored the scholar's words. Then, the gourd was burning with raging flames. Its ox-chi rumbled as it smashed towards Ningfan. Then, Ningfan lightly caught the gourd in his hand. In an instant, all the flames were extinguished. Hiss. So strong. The scholar's expression changed. He seemed to be shocked by Ningfan's terrifying cultivation base. One should know that this fire gourd was not an ordinary magic treasure. Even an early shedding void realm old monster would not dare to take a strike from the gourd with his bare hands, let alone extinguishing the immortal flames of the gourd. There was only one reason why Ningfan could do this. He was stronger than an early shedding void realm expert. At the very least, he must be at the late shedding void realm. This gourd. Ningfan suddenly frowned. Logically speaking, a mere fifth nirvana post-celestial treasure was not worth his attention. And yet, there was an aura within the gourd that he didn't like, and yet was very familiar with. It was actually the chi of great sovereign luck wielding. Ningfan would never forget this chi no matter what. Ningfan took a deep look at the gourd in his hand. Then, he glanced at the scholar who was flying towards him and understood everything. It turned out that this scholar had been tricked by the fate-wielding the arch. That was why there was a faint aura of the fate-wielding the arch in his body. Within the four heavens, the Fate Controller Great Emperor had schemed against countless people. It wasn't strange for someone in the northern heavens to be schemed against. Ning Fan was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. He also did not have the kindness to save a scholar whom he met by chance from his scheme. He was curious if it was just a coincidence that the person who was schemed against by the Great Emperor of Fate appeared in the Lost World Palace's grand competition. Or could it be that the Great Emperor Master of Fate, who was far away in the southern heaven, was actually paying attention to the Lost World Palace's grand competition and had even made arrangements for it? Junior Sun Liang greets Senior. I'm not afraid of Senior laughing at me. Junior's gourd is a little disobedient. It always likes to run around and hurt people. Fortunately, Senior is fine. Otherwise, I would really be too ashamed to show my face. I hope Senior can forgive me if I have offended you. The scholar said with fear and trepidation. He was only at the early crossing truth realm. When facing an old ancestor Shikong like Ning Fan, he already needed to be careful. Moreover, he had almost hurt Ning Fan just now. He was afraid that Ning Fan would seek revenge from him. A disobedient gourd? Hee. Interesting. If that's the case, remember to keep a close eye on your magic treasures in case you accidentally hurt others again. Ning Fan looked at the scholar with a faint smile. He emphasized the word accidentally as if he was implying something. As soon as Ning Fan said that, the scholar's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to explain himself, Ning Fan suddenly muttered to the gourd as if he had gone mad. After muttering to himself, he threw the gourd back to the scholar. Sun Liang, is it? Behave yourself. Under the scholar's gloomy gaze, Ning Fan gave him a warning in a light voice and left on his dragon. Am I thinking too much? If this person sees through my scheme, he probably won't let me go, and it's even more impossible for him to return the gourd. The scholar's heart was beating like a drum. Suddenly, he thought of something and sneered. After making sure that Ning Fan had gone far away, he reprimanded the gourd. You already knew that this person is strong, didn't you? I clearly told you that you are only allowed to attack cultivators who are below the crossing truth realm. However, you purposely attacked this person and nearly caused me trouble. I should have told you not to be anxious. You must endure your hunger. Humph. The gourd seemed to only know how to snort coldly. It had a bad temper and ignored the scholar. Seeing that, the scholar also felt a headache. He tried to persuade the gourd with kind words. Grandpa Gourd, I know you are hungry and you want to eat some powerful cultivators. However, you have to endure it. Endure it, understand? If you don't listen to me, I won't be able to help you recover to a higher level. Do you want to be a postnatal magic treasure forever? Don't you want to turn back into the man-eating gourd that dominated the southern heaven? Listen to me. Eat some low-leveled cultivators first. Eat them silently. After you recover some of your level, you will eat those Shikong and Swan Yen old monsters. Do it step by step. Don't be anxious. Alright. The gourd remained silent for a long time. Finally, it made a sound of agreement. It seemed like it was convinced by the scholar. Seeing that the gourd was convinced, the scholar heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he brought the gourd to look for the next prey that was left alone, the man-eating gourd. It turns out that the gourd didn't want to attack me. Instead, it wanted to eat me. Hee. It sure has some guts. On the rain dragon that was moving far away, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with an undetectable coldness. However, he quickly retracted it. If it wasn't because he was a little concerned about the chi of the Great Emperor Fate Master and wanted to see what would happen next, he might have already killed Sun Liang. Of course, even if he didn't do anything, Sun Liang would not live for long. With Ning Fan's attainments in the Tao of divination, it was not difficult for him to see the fate of a cultivator in the crossing truth realm. With just a glance, he could tell that Sun Liang's face was filled with death. He would definitely die within a month. Sun Liang was going to die because of the Great Emperor Fate Master scheme. However, I don't know what benefits the Great Emperor Fate Master could gain from this and whether this matter is related to the grand competition of the Lost World Palace. There were countless small islands on the Time Sea, but only a handful of large islands could be counted with one's fingers. Among them, there were 3 islands that were as large as the Emperor's stars. They were the 3 great palaces of the Lost World Palace. The conflicts between the Western Palace, Northern Palace, and Eastern Palace had been going on for a long time. That was also the reason why the 3 islands were located far away from each other. Apart from official business, they rarely interacted with each other. Ning Fan's destination this time was the Western Palace Island of the 3 palaces. There were more than 400 docks of different sizes on the Western Palace Island for cultivators to cross the sea. At this moment, on a remote dock, there was a young lady with red hair. She was looking at the sea with deep resentment. It was Bei Xiaoman at the Cloud Cliff dock. Stinky Zhou Ming. Rotten Zhou Ming. Why aren't you here yet? I've already waited for more than 10 days. How dare you let me down? Even though she already knew Ning Fan's real name, she still loved to call him Zhou Ming when they were alone. It was because the 2 simple words Zhou Ming contained too many memories of her and Ning Fan. Even though the Cloud Cliff dock was located in a remote area, there were still many cultivators who chose to enter the island from here. When they saw Bei Xiaoman muttering Zhou Ming while waiting for someone here, they were all shocked. What kind of person was that Zhou Ming? How could he make the 4th lady of the Lost World Palace miss him so much? Some meddlesome cultivators wanted to ask about it. However, before they could get close to Bei Xiaoman, they were stopped by a tall and sturdy stone warrior. The current stone warrior had already been modified into an immortal king realm puppet. His body was emitting an undying aura force and his expression was cold and indifferent. With his protection, those meddlesome cultivators could not get close to Bei Xiaoman. They had no choice but to dispel their curiosity and leave. There were also some who chose to stay at the Cloud Cliff dock to find out who Bei Xiaoman was waiting for. Rumor has it that the 4th lady of the Lost World Palace hates men the most. If I'm not wrong, she should be waiting for a female friend. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. That Zhou Ming sounds more like a man. Perhaps the Lost World Palace has an important guest that they want to receive. That's why they sent the 4th lady here to wait for him. My name is Zhou Ming. Who said that Zhou Ming has to be a man? Well, I heard that the 4th lady of the Lost World Palace is engaged to the Taoist of the Water sect. She might be waiting for her fiancé here. Oh? The 4th miss of the Lost World Palace was engaged to the Taoist of the Water faction. The Water sect's Taoist had reached the Celestial King realm at such a young age. In the future, he would definitely become a Celestial Emperor. 4th miss is climbing up the social ladder. Seek connections? That might not be the case. I'm afraid fellow Taoist doesn't know that the 4th lady of the Lost World Palace is not an ordinary person. Perhaps, the Water sect has taken advantage of her. Amidst the discussions of the busybodies, a white-robed young man stealthily arrived on a rain dragon. The young man's cultivation base seemed ordinary, and his appearance was unfamiliar. He didn't seem to be a famous figure. The rain dragon he was riding didn't seem powerful, and it didn't seem to be a powerful mount. Therefore, everyone only glanced at the young man once before looking away. They didn't care about him. No one thought that Bei Xiaoman was waiting for such an inconspicuous gigolo. However, the reality was always unexpected. Bei Xiaoman was really waiting for this person. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, the impatience in her heart instantly vanished. Her mood turned from cloudy to sunny. She was filled with indescribable joy. How could she still remember the grudge she had for waiting for him for more than 10 days? I thought you wouldn't come. If you didn't come, I would find someone else to be my chess soldier. Humph. Bei Xiaoman snorted. The smile at the bottom of her eyes betrayed her true feelings. How could she bear to find someone else to be her chess soldier? Of course, she had to leave such a good position for Ning Fan. Good things should not flow to outsiders. I'm sorry. There was an accident that delayed me for a few days. I've made you wait for more than 10 days in vain. Ning Fan laughed. He was naturally amused by Bei Xiaoman's hypocrisy. Accident? You're injured again? Where? Let me take a look. Bei Xiaoman felt uncomfortable as soon as she heard his words. She had long regarded Ning Fan as her gigolo. What was a gigolo? Gigolo was her sacred and inviolable private property. How could she bear to let Ning Fan get injured? She turned Ning Fan over and over again to examine him. Her small hands kept touching Ning Fan from head to toe. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with this at all. After all, she had done this with Ning Fan countless times. This level of body contact was nothing to her. However, this scene was somewhat unusual in the eyes of the passers-by. The mouths of the passers-by were wide open. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The goddess-like fourth young lady, the fiancée of the water-sex Taoist, was being so intimate with a strange man. Could this be the legendary fickleness? Fortunately, Bei Xiaoman and Ning Fan's intimacy was not too excessive. After making sure that Ning Fan was not injured, Bei Xiaoman's smile returned to her face. She brought Ning Fan to an immortal magpie carriage and left for the inner island. Only after Bei Xiaoman had left for a long time did the crowd dare to discuss this matter in a low voice. Hey, did that Taoist of the water sect who was like a heavenly deity get cuckolded? Cuckolded? What do you mean? Please explain it to me, fellow Taoist. This is a slang from my hometown. There is a legend in my hometown. It says that in ancient times, there was a cultivator who went out to visit a friend. All of a sudden, he saw a ray of green light flashing across the sky. He pinched his fingers to calculate and immediately sweated profusely. When he returned home, as expected, his Taoist companion was having fun with another unfamiliar man in bed. I understand now. I understand now. It seems like the Taoist of the water sect is about to encounter the green light from the sky. Don't you guys feel that the man who was flirting with the fourth mistress looks a little familiar? Now that fellow Taoist mentioned it, he does look a little familiar. Someone recalled something and took out a wanted poster from his storage pouch. When they compared it with the poster, they were instantly overjoyed. How could they not be happy? It turned out that the man who had been waiting for the fourth mistress for more than 10 days was the person who was wanted by the water sect. This humble Taoist was wondering why the water sect would suddenly put a wanted poster on this man's head. Now, this humble Taoist understands. I'm afraid that the Taoist of the water sect had already seen the green light from the sky. That's why he was so angry and wanted to kill this man. I'm afraid this man has already succeeded. To think that the Taoist of the water sect is such a noble and virtuous person. To think that his head has turned into a green grassland. Alas, should we kill this man and go to the water sect to claim the reward? Claim the reward? Humph. Do you have the ability to do so? Who do you think this man is? A dignified secret race was trampled by this man. Do you think you are stronger than the secret race? A cultivator called Su Kuan suddenly harumphed and interrupted the discussion of the crowd. Hiss. Why did fellow Taoist Su say that? What do you mean by the secret race was trampled by this man? How come I've never heard of this before? I'm different from all of you. I'm the disciple of an immortal emperor. I have my own channels to obtain information. Although this man keeps a low profile, the immortal cultivators of the northern heaven aren't all fools. Those who are well informed have already guessed his identity. This man's identity is very complicated. Any one of them is not someone we can afford to offend. The fact that he is still alive and well despite being wanted by the water sect is proof of this. With his cultivation base, let alone flirting with the wife of a mere Taoist of the water sect, even if he slept with the wife of an immortal emperor, I'm afraid the immortal emperor wouldn't dare to say anything. Moreover, I don't believe that a dignified Tao De true sovereign would do such a despicable thing to a woman. There must be a hidden story behind this. Hiss. Is what fellow Taoist Su said true? That man who rides the dragon is actually the rumored Tao De true sovereign. That ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian. Everyone's expression changed drastically. How would they still dare to continue discussing about Ning Fan? They dared to talk about the affairs in the streets and laugh at the grassland on the head of the Taoist of the water sect. However, they did not dare to openly discuss an ancient great cultivator. Everyone wanted to pry some more information from Su Kuan, but Su Kuan paid no attention to them. After he cupped his fists and apologized, he actually left in a hurry and headed straight for the inner island. The cultivation circle of the northern heaven was not that big. Ever since Ning Fan created a huge ruckus in the northern heaven, the well-informed cultivators in the northern heaven had more or less received the news that Ning Fan, who was wanted by the water sect, was the great cultivator from the ancient times, Zhao Jian. He must not be provoked, It was also because Ning Fan came to Western Palace Island in such a low-profile and secretive manner. If he was a little more high-profile, countless legendary figures of the northern sky would have gone to the sea to welcome him. The story of Dao de Zhenjun, Zhao Jian saving people had long spread throughout the northern sky, touching countless Num cultivators. The title of Dao de True Lord was also forcefully given to Ning Fan at that time. The Northern Heaven cultivation world had already regarded Ning Fan as the role model of the cultivators in the Age of Chaos and a famous figure of virtue. The funny thing was that Ning Fan himself did not know that he had gained such a nickname. If he knew about it, he would probably laugh until his internal organs bled. I can't be wrong. This person is the Dao de Perfected Lord that Master has been looking for. If I tell them this news, it will certainly be a great merit. Su Kuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and went straight to the inner island. At this moment, his master was temporarily staying in one of the markets in the inner island. Su Kuan was just a life immortal realm junior. He could not be considered as a famous person in the Northern Heaven. However, his master was different. His master was enlightened Tao Li, a dignified Sixth Tribulation immortal emperor. Moreover, because he had taken in countless disciples in the entire Northern Heaven, his reputation was very high and he had the nickname of Peaches and Plums everywhere in the Northern Heaven. Enlightened Tao Li was not an ordinary immortal emperor. He was an immortal emperor who had participated in the Great War in the Desolate World. In other words, Ning Fan had once saved enlightened Tao Li's life in the Desolate World. Ever since then, he had been grateful to Ning Fan but could not repay him. In the past, when Ning Fan appeared in the Pure Yang sect, he chased after him all the way to the sect. After that, Ning Fan appeared in the Ocean Sand sect and he chased after him all the way to the Ocean Sand sect. He had been following Ning Fan's footsteps. He wanted to see Ning Fan again and repay his kindness in the past. He wanted to see Senior Zhao Jian's glory again. Unfortunately, every time he rushed to the place where Ning Fan was, Ning Fan would always lead before him. There was nothing more regretful than this in his life. Enlightened Tao Li even suspected that Ning Fan was unwilling to accept his gratitude. That was why he left before him. Ning Fan's way of doing things was really like the ancient people and it made him admire him even more. However, the problem was that if Senior Zhao keeps avoiding him, he might not have the chance to thank Senior Zhao again in this life. That was a great cultivator from the ancient times. If he deliberately avoids a certain immortal emperor, how could this immortal emperor find him so easily? Sigh. Enlightened Tao Li let out a long sigh. At this moment, he was teaching his disciples in the hall he rented in the West Mountain Market. His sigh shocked the hundreds of disciples who were listening to him. They had never seen their master so depressed before. Why is master sighing? Could it be that the questions we asked just now were too utilitarian and made you unhappy? The disciples asked with fear and trepidation. No. I'm not sighing at you guys. I just suddenly recalled Senior Zhao. Enlightened Tao Li smiled bitterly. Senior Zhao? Which Senior Zhao? A disciple who had just entered the sect asked in confusion. Without waiting for Enlightened Tao Li to answer, another disciple immediately explained. You've just entered the sect so you might not know this. Master is thinking about Senior Zhao. Hiss. Zhao Jian. Could it be that Senior Dao de True Lord Zhao Jian? Master actually knows such an expert? The disciple who had just entered the sect was greatly shocked. To low-level cultivators, Enlightened Tao Li and the other immortal emperors were supreme existences while Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator, was a legendary figure who only existed in stories. Now that he suddenly heard that his master was related to a legendary figure, this disciple was naturally shocked. I don't just know Senior Zhao. That Senior Zhao had once saved me in the desolate land and saved my life. How can such kindness be summed up with just knowing him? I've always wanted to repay Senior Zhao but I couldn't meet him in the end. Senior Zhao doesn't do good for fame and fortune. Ancient customs exist forever, righteousness does not die, this is Senior Zhao's true nature. If there were more kind-hearted people like Senior Zhao, there wouldn't be so many deceitful people in the cultivation world. I've worked hard for my entire life but I'm not as free as Senior Zhao who does good every day. If I can see Senior Zhao again, I'll die without regrets. It's a pity that I can't see him. The disciples were all moved by Enlightened Tao Li's emotional words. They were all influenced by their master and seemed to have become Senior Zhao Jian's believers. Master, tell us the story of Senior Zhao saving people in the desolate land. Disciple wants to hear the story of Senior Zhao doing good in the heavenly cycle. Disciple wants to hear the story of Senior Zhao convincing people with virtue and reforming the entire Light Clan. Disciple wants to hear the story of Senior Zhao having sex with 3,000 women and ascending to the heavens. Disciple wants to hear the story of Senior Zhao punishing the 12 evil tyrants of the true world. Disciple, seeing that the topic had completely changed to Senior Zhao Jian, enlightened Taoli was no longer depressed. His turbid eyes became bright and full of vigor. Alright. If you want to hear Senior Zhao's story, I'll tell you. It's just that I've told you too many times about those stories. Today, I'll tell you a new story. The name of the story is a little long. It's called White-Clothed and Upright in the World, Never Forget to Search for Flowers at the Ends of the World. This story is about when Senior Zhao was young, he once missed a woman. He searched for her for 10,000 miles, but in the end, he couldn't find her. 10,000 miles? To us cultivators, 10,000 miles is just a blink of an eye. Why did Senior Zhao only travel 10,000 miles to search for someone? A nosy disciple asked in confusion. You're too talkative. How can the 10,000 miles that Senior Zhao traveled be the same as the 10,000 miles that you brats understand? The world that we live in is just a speck of dust or a drop of water to cultivators of a higher realm. The 10,000 miles that Senior Zhao traveled might be billions of times further than the 4 heavens and 9 worlds combined. When he heard his disciple questioning his story, enlightened Tao Li's face immediately turned serious and felt displeased. Master, don't tell me you made up this story. The nosy disciple continued to talk back weakly. About this. This story is absolutely true. It's recorded in the ancient records. How can it be made up by Master? A teacher is like a father. If you doubt Master's character, you should receive a small punishment. I'll punish you to copy the Tao Te True Monarch's 200 volumes 1,000 times. You're not allowed to use any divine abilities. You have to use your hands to copy it word by word and comprehend Senior Zhao's greatness from the book. Enlightened Tao Li's face was clearly serious, but his confidence was somewhat lacking. Because the story that he said was really just randomly made up. Even the contents of the book that he wrote were all rumors that were collected from the streets. The authenticity was still debatable. The book that you wrote has a total of 2 million words. If you copy it 1,000 times, this disciple might die. The nosy disciple wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouldn't have asked so many questions. This was great. He didn't have to do anything for the next few hundred years. He just had to copy the book. Alright, let's continue talking about Senior Zhao's story. Just as enlightened Tao Li was about to continue his lecture, he suddenly saw an extremely rude person barging into the lecture hall. He instantly became unhappy. Su Kuan, didn't you ask for leave for my lecture today? Why did you come back? Enlightened Tao Li had always disliked his disciple, Su Kuan. It was because even though this disciple's aptitude was not bad, he had a slippery personality and did not have the perseverance to cultivate. Great news! Great news! Master, guess who did I see at the Cloud Cliff Pier? I saw Senior Tao Te True Monarch. What? You actually met Senior Zhao? He also came to Western Palace Island. Where is he? Quickly tell me. Enlightened Tao Li was overjoyed. For the first time, he felt that this Su Kuan was so pleasing to the eye. He was obviously a promising talent. The same thing happened in every corner of Western Palace Island. When those northern sky-old monsters who admired Ming Fan heard that he was in Western Palace Island, all of them were extremely excited. They could not wait to visit Ning Fan right away. Considering that it would be too rude to visit Ning Fan empty-handed, they did not disturb Ning Fan immediately. Instead, they hurriedly prepared expensive gifts, afraid that the gifts would be too simple and neglect Ning Fan. Ning Fan had no idea about all of this. He rode the immortal magpie carriage and arrived at the inner island of Western Palace Island with Bei Xiaoman. The inner island was not a place that ordinary people could set foot on. Other than the disciples of the Lost World Palace, only second-step cultivators could enter this place. Bei Xiaoman had her own mansion on the inner island. She held a special meaning to the Lost World Palace. Her mansion was also surrounded by 3 layers of internal and 3 layers of external guards. These guards' cultivation bases were too low. Naturally, it was impossible for them to have information about enlightened Taoli. Thus, they did not know that Ning Fan was the great cultivator from the ancient times, Zhao Jian. Seeing that the 4th miss had gone out for more than 10 days and actually brought back an unfamiliar man who seemed to be very intimate with him, the guards' expressions became a little strange. Everyone knew that the 4th miss had an engagement with the Taoist of the water sect. It's not appropriate for her to bring an unfamiliar man home for no reason. A few loyal guards wanted to step forward and advise her. However, before they could get close to Bei Xiaoman, they were blocked by a tall and burly stone warrior. Don't meddle in matters that you shouldn't meddle in. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Stone warrior warned. One should know that Stone Warrior's cultivation base had skyrocketed after he returned from the Guangzhou Earth Abyss. Now, he could be considered as a prominent figure in the entire Lost World Palace. How could ordinary guards dare to ignore his warning? As such, the guards could only turn a blind eye to the matter of Bei Xiaoman bringing Ning Fan home. They could only pray in their hearts that the 4th miss would not go overboard. If she really loses her virginity before marriage, it would be hard to explain to the water sect. Unfortunately, the heavens did not seem to hear the prayers of the guards. On this night, there was a particularly loud noise coming from the 4th miss room. It was said that a few glazed tiles had been shaken off. Unfortunately, there was a restriction around the room. The people outside could not hear the movements inside at all. Naturally, they could not confirm what was happening inside. However, those guards were not fools. Ning Fan stayed in Bei Xiaoman's room for a whole night before he came out. Moreover, the room was brightly lit throughout the night, a man and a woman staying together for a whole night. Other than having sex, was there anything else they could do? Even though no one said it out loud, all the guards firmly believed that their pure and chaste 4th miss had finally been harmed by a certain thief. The next morning, the moment Ning Fan stepped out of Bei Xiaoman's room, he could feel the resentful gazes of the guards. He felt speechless. Didn't I just play chess with Bei Xiaoman for a whole night? Why are they looking at me like I'm a thief? Fine, I am a thief. But the problem is that I really did not touch Bei Xiaoman last night. He had promised to be Bei Xiaoman's chess soldier. However, the problem was that he did not even know what a chess soldier was. As a result, he spent the entire night asking Bei Xiaoman about this matter. He even rejected her numerous attempts to make love to him. In order to explain the meaning of chess soldiers to Ning Fan, Bei Xiaoman had no choice but to play an ancient chess game called 6 Bouts with Ning Fan. It was Ning Fan's first time playing this game. Therefore, he was very unfamiliar with the rules of the game. Fortunately, his intelligence was extremely high. After familiarizing himself with the rules, he immediately became an expert in the game. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was not a genius after all. His intelligence could help him become a 6 Bouts expert in a short period of time. However, he was still much weaker than those chess masters who had spent their entire lives studying 6 Bouts. What surprised Ning Fan was that Bei Xiaoman was actually very good at playing 6 Bouts. She did not look very smart, but her skill in 6 Bouts was unusually high. It was really unbelievable. That night, Ning Fan played more than 20 games with Bei Xiaoman. However, he lost every single one of them. He could not even ask for a draw. It was not that his chess skills were terrible. It was just that Bei Xiaoman was so strong that it was against the rules and logic. TSK, you pathetic ant, maggot, cockroach and grasshopper. Your skills are not up to par yet. Go home and practice for another 1,000 years. You played more than 20 games in a night, but you actually failed to satisfy me once. If you can't satisfy me next time, I will find someone else. After Ning Fan, Bei Xiaoman walked out of the room with dark circles under her eyes. Her face was filled with lust and dissatisfaction. Kiss all the guards sucked in a cold breath at the same time. There was too much information in 4th miss words, as expected. Just as expected. Last night, 4th miss had already fallen into this thief's hands. Moreover, she had been tormented for more than 20 times. Tormenting a young girl who had just experienced sexual intercourse for more than 20 times was not something a human would do. It was something only beasts would do. The way the guards looked at Ning Fan changed again. It was no longer the way they looked at a thief. Instead, it was the way they looked at a beast and a scumbag. Moreover, Ning Fan was not an ordinary beast. This beast had entered young Miss' body for more than 20 times. However, not a single time was enough to satisfy young Mississippi. How pitiful was young Miss. She secretly found a gigolo, but he was actually so useless. Did they misunderstand something? Ning Fan was speechless. You think too much. Let's go. Accompany me for breakfast. After that, I will bring you to meet the other chess soldiers and chess generals. Bei Xiaoman shook her head carelessly. Breakfast? Cultivators don't need to eat. What kind of breakfast are you eating? Previously, I still have the gui water. How can I be compared to the other cultivators? Previously, my body was too weak. Therefore, I ate 2 meals a day without stopping. Even though the problem of the gui water has been solved, I can't change my habit of having breakfast. Hey, cockroach, maggot, grasshopper. Do you want to have breakfast with me or not? Bei Xiaoman gave Ning Fan a disdainful look. Of course, she despised Ning Fan's chess skills. Unless Ning Fan could defeat her in chess, she would call him a cockroach, maggot, and grasshopper for the rest of her life. She would then laugh at Ning Fan's lousy chess skills, ha ha ha. Finally, she could crush Ning Fan in one thing. This feeling is just too wonderful. It's good to be alive. Playing chess with Ning Fan really makes me happy. She decided that in the future, she would use all her time to have sex at night to play chess with Ning Fan. This kind of happiness was even more intoxicating than having sex. Bei Xiaoman wanted to introduce Ning Fan to the other chess soldiers and generals. Unfortunately, before she could take action, she received an urgent order and was called away. It seemed like the elders of the West Palace had something urgent to discuss with her. This greatly disappointed Bei Xiaoman. Initially, she wanted to introduce Ning Fan to a few seniors who were also chess soldiers. Little Ming, I have something to attend to. I'll introduce you to the other seniors another day. By the way, when I'm not around, remember to stay in the residence and don't go out. Since the second round is approaching, the inner island is filled with all kinds of people. Just a sneeze can send out 2 true immortals. It's very dangerous for you to go out alone. I'm worried about you. Be good and wait for me at home. I'll give you a reward tonight. Of course, it's the reward for playing chess with you. Stone Warrior had already driven the immortal magpie carriage far away, but Bei Xiaoman still stuck her head out and kept nagging him. She was worried that something bad would happen to Ning Fan when she was not around. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. With his cultivation base, why would he be afraid of true immortals? Forget it. He was too lazy to explain to Bei Xiaoman, whose intelligence had dropped drastically. Let her be happy. Since Bei Xiaoman was not at home, Ning Fan did have the thought of going out for a walk. There was still someone he wanted to meet on this West Palace Island. Bei Yao. The woman who claimed to be Bei Xiaoman's elder sister in the Star Palace. Liu Bei, it's not that I look down on you. It's just. Forget it. You'll understand in the future. Reality is cruel. Most of the time, people don't have the right to choose their own fate. Liu Bei, we can't do this. This is wrong. I don't like to kill people, but I don't like him getting hurt even more. The memories were swirling in his mind. Suddenly, the stubborn smile and enraged eyes of the beautiful woman appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. Until now, Ning Fan still thought that Bei Yao was one of the 4 sisters. Bei Yao, Bei Qinghan, Bei Li, and Bei Xiaoman. Isn't there 4 of them altogether? There's no problem, right? Alright, even though Ning Fan had met and saved Bei Shi before, he did not expect her to be the eldest sister among the 4 sisters. Back then, I had just reached the divine severing realm not long ago while she was a true immortal of the shedding void realm. At that time, I had to look up to her in order to look at her. Now, perhaps I can talk to her as an equal. However, I always felt that the distance between us wasn't as simple as just cultivation. There was an even greater distance that was difficult to cross. Because of this, I'm not sure if she's willing to see me or not. Ning Fan hesitated for a moment, but he still made up his mind and walked towards the gate of the mansion. He still wanted to see Bei Yao, even if she didn't want to see him. Please wait a moment. Experts have gathered in the inner island. With your Void Refinement Realm cultivation base, it's better for you not to leave the residence. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't be able to explain it to the fourth young mistress. The few guards at the entrance of the mansion wanted to stop Ning Fan, but how could they stop him? These guards were just at the Void Fragmentation Realm. They could not even get close to Ning Fan. As soon as they approached him, they were gently pushed back by a layer of cloud chi that appeared out of nowhere. I can't even get close to him. This person is definitely not the Void Refinement Realm Junior that the fourth young mistress mentioned. Instead, he's a supreme expert at the second step who is much stronger than us. Is he an old monster at the Life Immortal Realm or old monster Duzhen? The few guards immediately became doubtful. Don't worry. After I'm done with my business, I will naturally return to the mansion. I won't make things difficult for you. Ning Fan smiled. His figure finally disappeared into the long street that was being blown by the sea breeze. Without intentionally using the rain technique, he had already sensed a familiar chi somewhere on the western palace island. That was Bei Yao's chi. It was not far away from him. There were 907 immortal mountains on the western palace island. One of them was called the Topsy-Turvy Mountain. The reason why this mountain was called the Topsy-Turvy Mountain was because there was a strange mountain spring that flowed from the bottom to the top of the mountain. In the cultivation world, a mountain spring that flowed in reverse was not considered a strange thing. However, the quality of the spring was also very special. It was obviously spring water, but it tasted like wine when you drink it. Don't you think it's strange? It was obviously not immortal wine, but it could still make a powerful cultivator drunk. Don't you think it's strange? The strangest thing was that those who were drunk by the spring water would have all sorts of messy dreams. They would dream of all sorts of strange things. Most of them could not remember anything after they woke up from the strange dream. However, there were also a few who could remember what happened in the dream after they woke up. There was once someone who learned a divine ability that had never appeared in the cultivation world from the strange dream. There was also someone who saw something that would only happen in the future from the strange dream. There was once a busybody who made a list of the top 10 strange events in the northern heaven. The topsy-turvy spring water of the Topsy-Turvy Mountain was surprisingly on the list. It was the second round of the Northern Heaven Grand Competition. Countless cultivators from the Northern Heaven had gathered in the Sea of Time. Among them, many of them were interested in the topsy-turvy spring water and came here to get drunk. A small number of them wanted to try their luck and see if they could secretly learn a few divine abilities in their dreams after they got drunk. Most of them just wanted to drink wine and enjoy their throats. The topsy-turvy spring water was called spring water, but its taste was better than many fine wines. It was quite popular among drunkards. At this moment, there were a few drunkards who were walking down the mountain in a drunken state. They had already drunk to their heart's content and were about to leave. Suddenly, a drunkard smiled wretchedly and pointed at the mountain path in front of him. Beauty, hee, there's a beauty. It turned out that there was a female cultivator whose face was covered with a light veil and was planning to go up the mountain. On the way, she met these drunkards. The female cultivator was wearing a palace dress and her temperament was extremely outstanding. Even though she deliberately covered her face and it was hard to distinguish her appearance, her plump curves still made people daydream. The drunkards were drunk and had no self-control. When they saw the beauty at the side, they immediately wanted to take advantage of her. You are drunk. Do you need me to help you sober up? How could the woman let the drunkards get close to her? Her phoenix eyes turned slightly cold and the sky-rending pressure immediately enveloped the three drunkards. The heavens have pity on us. These drunkards were only life immortal juniors. At this moment, when they were hit by the sky-rending pressure, they were scared awake. Teasing the sky-rending old monster, did they not want to live anymore? The crowd broke out in cold sweat and knelt on the ground to apologize. When they raised their heads again, they found that the sky-rending woman had already left. She could not be bothered with them at all. Wine is indeed a harmful thing. If those drunkards offended someone else, I'm afraid they would not be able to escape the karma. I really don't know why Elder Lin from the law enforcement court invited me here. Or, does he really have some unspeakable secret to discuss with me? Yuan Yao murmured to herself. The masked female cultivator who was teased by the drunkards was actually her. Along the way, Yuan Yao felt that the surrounding scenery was both familiar and strange at the same time. She had not been here for many years. The last time she was here was with Luo Yu. Wine flags were fluttering on the peak of the mountain. However, the taverns on the peak had already changed. There were only one or two old taverns that Yuan Yao still had some impression of. These taverns were selling ready-made inverted spring water. Naturally, the money earned from these taverns would belong to the Lost World Palace. There were even some taverns here for those drunk cultivators to rest. Yuan Yao masked her face and entered one of the taverns named Seeking Phoenix Restaurant. She concealed her breath, obviously not wanting to be recognized by others. On the second floor, Elder Lin from the law enforcement court had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that the beauty had finally arrived, Elder Lin tidied his clothes and stood up to welcome her. He was a gentle and elegant middle-aged cultivator. His appearance could only be considered as ordinary, but his eyes gave off a sense of righteousness. He was at the peak of the thought fragmentation realm and was an existence that was half a step into the immortal reverend realm. Many people thought highly of his future. Moreover, as he was in charge of the law enforcement court of the Lost World Palace, he could be considered as one of the top 5 people with real power in the palace. Yuan Yao naturally did not want to offend such a person. Her tone was very polite. "I'm sorry. Something happened in the palace which delayed me for a while. Elder Lin, please wait for me. Palace Lord, please don't mind me. I've actually just arrived." Elder Lin invited Yuan Yao to sit down and ordered some spirit fruits and side dishes to go with the wine. Seeing that Elder Lin did not tell her the purpose of his visit, Yuan Yao did not probe further. She could only chat with him casually about the major events that happened recently. From the occupation of the border river to the invasion of the foreign races, from the expulsion of the Light Clan to the Grand Cultivator Zhao Jian, from the chaos of the cultivation world to the heavenly cycle Dao. This Elder Lin was really a talkative person. One would not feel unhappy talking to him. If it was any other time, Yuan Yao would be happy to drink and discuss Dao with such a fellow Daoist. Unfortunately, she had been through a lot recently and was in a bad mood. Moreover, she did not like to drink much, but she had already been persuaded by Elder Lin to drink 6 or 7 cups. She was more or less impatient. "Elder Lin, didn't you say that you have a secret to tell me? Why don't you speak frankly?" Although Yuan Yao was impatient, her question was still polite. "Haha, if that's the case, I'll speak frankly. Once the North Sky Grand competition is over, 4th Miss will marry the Taoist of the Water sect. I secretly think that this is not appropriate." Elder Lin's words were shocking. However, his words did hit the nail on the head of Yuan Yao. Of course it was not appropriate. Xiao Man did not like the Taoist of the Water sect at all. How could she marry him? Xiao Man liked Liu Bei and had already done all sorts of things with him, but what could she do even if it was inappropriate? Yuan Yao sighed bitterly. She wholeheartedly wanted to fulfill the relationship between Xiao Man and Liu Bei. Unfortunately, the entire Lost World Palace wanted to use Xiao Man to form a marriage alliance with the Water sect. She had objected to this matter time and time again. However, how could her objection overrule the opinions of the entire Lost World Palace? It was not that she had never argued with her master, but all her arguments were useless. She was not a qualified mother. She could not even choose the marriage that her daughter wanted. Seeing Yuan Yao sigh, Elder Lin knew that his words had hit the nail on the head. He was secretly delighted. As expected, the palace lord also cares about this matter. Yuan Yao did not say anything. She silently agreed to this matter. She who did not like to drink, drank 7 or 8 cups of wine in one go. Her face was slightly flushed. It's no wonder that the palace lord would mind. I understand the loneliness of the palace lord. When my Dao companion passed away, I was also lonely for a long time. Wait a minute. Why did the topic seem a little off topic? Yuan Yao frowned slightly. As expected, Elder Lin's words were getting more and more off topic. The palace lord and Brother Bei were deeply in love. This matter was once a legend in the northern heavens. However, Brother Bei has passed away for 1,000 years. The palace lord has been single for 1,000 years. It's time for her to find a new Dao companion. Elder Lin, you mean, what does the palace lord think of me? Elder Lin finally revealed his intention. Yuan Yao did not know whether to laugh or cry. She did not even speak much with Elder Lin when they were working together. She really did not know what Elder Lin saw in her. Is this what Elder Lin meant by having a secret to tell me? Isn't marriage a secret? Elder Lin smiled with great elegance. I'm sorry. After my husband passed away, I did not intend to find another Dao companion. Yuan Yao tried to think of a way to reject. Hee. Palace Lord, don't be in such a hurry to reject me. I only know that the Palace Lord and Brother Bei are deeply in love. What I admire is the Palace Lord's single-mindedness towards love. You're wrong. There's no such thing as deep love between me and Bei Chongkong. Even when we hold hands, Yuan Yao wanted to explain, but she suddenly remembered the confidentiality clause and kept her mouth shut. Indeed, the rumor about the divine tree is true. The Palace Lord is still a virgin, Elder Lin. Yuan Yao was displeased and interrupted Elder Lin's words. However, Elder Lin did not feel offended. Instead, it further confirmed his speculation. The way he looked at Yuan Yao became even more passionate. Palace Lord, even the fourth lady is going to get married soon. Are you really going to spend the rest of your life alone? Even though I, Lin Jilong, am not a virtuous person, I am not a person who harbors evil intentions. You should know that I admire you not because I'm greedy for your power as the Palace Lord. To put it bluntly, your power in the Lost World Palace is not even comparable to my power in the Enforcement Court. In terms of inheritance, even though you have an immortal emperor as your master has never put you in his heart. What's the use of having you? In terms of cultivation, you have yet to reach the fragmentary divine sense while I am about to reach the immortal venerable realm. Marrying me will not lower your status. I know that you are in a difficult situation in the lost world. If you marry me, I will take care of you. In the future, your situation will be much better. The four ladies will also be in a better situation. Lin Jilong's expression was extremely sincere. However, the flash of greed in the depths of his eyes betrayed his sincerity. Obviously, he was not really in love with Yuan Yao. Unfortunately, Yuan Yao's heart was in a mess because of Lin Jilong's words. She did not notice the greed in his eyes. She was really moved by Lin Jilong's words. It was not for herself, but for the last words Lin Jilong said. Marrying Lin Jilong would make the situation of her four daughters better. In fact, she did not care about choosing a Dao companion or who to choose as her Dao companion. The reason why she got together with her first Dao companion was to balance the interests of all parties. Therefore, when her first Dao companion was heartless to her, she did not have any feelings for him either. Later on, she was really moved and fell in love with a man named Liu Bei. However, fate played tricks on people. Liu Bei was actually her daughter's love. She did not dare to have such an unethical relationship. It was not because she did not dare to face the criticism of the common people. It was just that she was not afraid to face Xiao Man's sad and desperate eyes. If Xiao Man and Liu Bei ended up together, she would naturally give up the feelings she had for him. If Xiao Man could not be with Liu Bei, how could she let Xiao Man be unhappy and enjoy happiness alone? No matter what, it was impossible for her to be with Liu Bei. Since it was impossible, it did not seem to be inappropriate for her to be with Lin Jilong. As long as her daughter could live a better life, there was no difference whether she married Lin Jilong or the king's hound, right? Yes, there was no difference. But why was it that when she was about to say yes to Lin Jilong's pursuit, Liu Bei's sad eyes appeared in her mind? Haha, just like what the outside world said, this woman is a slutty woman. She was actually moved by me with just a few words. With this as a breakthrough, I should be able to find some information about the divine tree from beyond the heavens. Lin Jilong despised her in his heart, but he pretended to be affectionate on the surface. He wanted to put in more effort to persuade Yuan Yao completely. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Yuan Yao opened her mouth first. As expected, I still can't agree to this matter, Yuan Yao laughed at herself. She thought that she was great enough to make any sacrifice for her daughter. However, if she really got together with Lin Jilong, that person would probably be very sad. That extremely possessive little guy might be very angry, or maybe, he wouldn't. She was destined to be unable to be with Liu Bei in this life, but she still could not bear to see his sad eyes. Even if it was to protect her daughter, she did not want to do anything that would make him sad. Forget it, men were unreliable after all. It was better for her to rely on her own strength to protect her daughter. She had to go to the northern sky to beg for help and see if there was any powerful person who could put in a good word for her, so that there would be a change in Xiaoman's marriage. What? Palace Lord, why did you reject me? Could it be that you think that I'm not worthy of you? Lin Jilong flew into a rage out of humiliation. No. You're very good, but I don't like you. Goodbye. Yuan Yao stood up and walked away. Lin Jilong suppressed the anger in his heart and was about to chase after her. At this moment, the sound of quarreling suddenly resounded from below the Seeking Phoenix Tower. There had never been a lack of quarrels in the cultivation world, and Yuan Yao had never cared about such things. However, there was a man's voice among the crowd. It was so familiar that it made her eyes wet. Liu Bei. Is it Liu Bei? Is it him? How could it be him? Yuan Yao turned her head around in a daze. She stood on the second floor of the Seeking Phoenix Tower and looked outside. She really saw Liu Bei. She saw the little guy who was as arrogant and presumptuous as he was in the past. He was still as presumptuous as he was in the past. He actually dared to tease a mortal Duzhen on the street. Does he really think that his bewitching technique can disregard all the female cultivators in the world? No, it was not accurate to say that he was the one who caused the trouble. It should be said that the trouble took the initiative to bump into him. He followed Yuan Yao's chi all the way to the peak of the overturned mountain. Just when he was about to enter the Seeking Phoenix Tower to look for Yuan Yao, he encountered a woman who tried to blackmail him. The blackmailer was a beautiful lady. Her real cultivation base was at the mid-true realm of the void fragmentation realm. She purposely pretended that her cultivation base was at the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The reason she used to blackmail him was that Ning Fan touched her waist. Alright, he did touch her waist. However, it was actually the lady who bumped into him on her own. That lady looked very petite. Just by looking at her, it made people want to protect her. She also put on a pitiful expression which was as pure as a white lotus. As such, when they heard that such a virtuous female cultivator was teased by Ning Fan, a few burly men immediately felt righteous. They wanted to play the role of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Thus, they surrounded Ning Fan. Uncles, it's him. He was the one who touched me here, here, and here. The lady pretended to be sobbing. After hearing the lady's exaggerated description, the few burly men became even more enraged. They could not wait to give Ning Fan a good beating. Ning Fan gave the lady a meaningful look. She hid herself very well. However, he could still smell a trace of extremely pure wine fragrance from her body. Wine fragrance? Blackmail? Interesting. He really wanted to know what this lady's purpose was. If it wasn't because he was curious about this matter, he wouldn't be unable to dodge even if the lady bumped into him on purpose. Humph. This man is too evil. How dare he commit evil deeds in the inner island of the Lost World Palace in broad daylight? Men, capture this man. Lin Jilong, who was worried about not having a chance to show off his abilities, suddenly became spirited. He waved his hand. Immediately, a few law enforcement disciples of the Lost World Palace came out from the dark and went to capture Ning Fan. He wanted to show off his upright and plain-spoken side in front of Yuan Yao. Unfortunately, Yuan Yao did not even look at him. Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with Ning Fan. Her world seemed to have turned silent. In her sight, there was only Ning Fan. Only when she realized that there were law enforcement disciples trying to capture Ning Fan did she wake up. After that, she felt indescribably angry. She was angry because Ning Fan teased a female cultivator on the street. Even though the female cultivator's blackmail seemed to be full of flaws, Yuan Yao was still angry. Because Ning Fan really touched that female cultivator, her rationality told her that she should keep her distance from Ning Fan. At this moment, she should pretend that she did not see Ning Fan. Her emotions told her that she should teach Ning Fan a good lesson. No matter what, he was still Xiaoman's husband. It was wrong of him to touch other women. There seemed to be too little Yuan Yao's fighting and quarreling in her mind, causing her to be upset. She was too lazy to think about it anymore. In the end, she did not leave Ning Fan behind. Her emotions still prevailed. With a tap of her feet, she jumped down from the second floor and stood in front of Ning Fan. Then, she said to the law enforcement disciples with an irrefutable tone. All of you, step back. Even though she had concealed her appearance, she still used her original voice when she spoke. As law enforcement disciples, they had heard Yuan Yao's lecture in public many times. Naturally, they could recognize her voice. Seeing that Yuan Yao wanted to protect Ning Fan, they did not dare to capture Ning Fan anymore. They quickly retreated to the side. Hey, aren't you guys going to capture him? He has done all kinds of things to me. When the lady saw that someone was standing up for Ning Fan, she was instantly displeased. Humph. A dignified expert like Du Zhen is actually slandering a junior. What kind of logic is this? Yuan Yao was too lazy to talk nonsense with the lady. She unleashed Du Kong's cultivation base and lightly grabbed the lady with her palm. Although it seemed like a casual attack, it actually sealed all of the lady's escape routes. It's actually old monster Shi Kong. The lady was astonished. She just wanted to look for a blueprint. Why was she so unlucky that she ended up kicking an iron plate? That white-robed young man looks weak and easy to bully. Why does he actually have such a terrifying backer like old monster Shi Kong? It was a blunder. What a blunder, asterisk bang asterisk. The lady forcefully blocked Yuan Yao's palm attack. Then, she endured the intense pain and flew backward, fleeing in a hurry. Even though she managed to escape, Du Zhen's chi was still exposed. When the surrounding people saw that the lady was actually old monster Du Zhen, all of them were dumbfounded. How could they not know that this lady had an ulterior motive? They had obviously misunderstood Ning Fan. Seeing that the lady had fled, Yuan Yao did not plan to chase after her. She wished that this lady could run away. If she can capture her and bring her back, wouldn't she be able to stay with Ning Fan again? Are you trying to help me out of this predicament? Ning Fan was surprised. He thought that Bei Yao did not want to see him and would take advantage of the chaos to leave. He did not expect that she still cared about him as much as she did in the past, otherwise? You're just a junior. Do you really have any way to protect yourself after offending old monster Du Zhen? Yuan Yao was annoyed. Was there a need to ask such an obvious question? Her understanding of Ning Fan was limited to the information that her second daughter brought back from the Eastern Heaven. According to her second daughter, Ning Fan was participating in the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Slaughter Palace at that time. He was not too far away from breaking through to the Life Immortal Realm, and he already possessed the strength to fight against a Life Immortal Realm expert. So many years had passed. Yuan Yao did not even need to think with her toes to know that Ning Fan must have broken through to the Life Immortal Realm. After all, his aptitude was so outstanding. However, he certainly had yet to break through to the Du Zhen realm. After all, Du Zhen cultivators were already extremely rare existences in the cultivation world. Even though Ning Fan's aptitude was high, it was impossible for him to achieve this in just a few hundred years. If she did not step forward to protect Ning Fan, who was just a Life Immortal Realm cultivator, would probably end up in an extremely miserable state. He would either be captured and imprisoned by the law enforcement court or be targeted by that female cultivator and fall into a trap. To her, stepping forward to protect Ning Fan had almost become a kind of instinct. It turned out that her rationality and emotions were all wrong. It was impossible for her to leave this place just to protect Ning Fan. However, she regretted it right after she made her move. It was because when she made her move, some of the people who were familiar with her recognized her voice and chi. It was completely useless to cover up her appearance. Hiss. The Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace actually came here personally. She actually stepped forward to protect this white-robed man. Who exactly is he? Rumor has it that the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace is a perverted person. Could it be that this man has some kind of special relationship with her? After all, no matter how I look at him, he looks like a typical pretty boy, fellow Daoist, please be careful with your words, all of you obviously think the same way. Why is the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace looking over here? Hee hee. Everyone, please enjoy your drinks. I'll take my leave first. Yuan Yao looked around angrily. She had made too many enemies and her reputation had long been ruined on purpose. This was also the reason why she did not like to have too much contact with men. Even when she had an appointment with Elder Lin, she would always hide her face and show her tail, afraid that others would know about it. Now, look at it. Once the news of her saving Ning Fan in public spreads out, she would definitely be tarnished by some people. If she knew that this would happen, she would have helped Ning Fan secretly. There was no need for her to jump down and stand in front of Ning Fan. Wasn't this telling others that she cared a lot about Ning Fan? Was that why she put on the posture of a hen protecting her chick and stood behind Ning Fan? Ning Fan did not hear the discussions around him. Naturally, he did not know that they were secretly addressing Yuan Yao as the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him not to hear the discussions that were deliberately suppressed by his senses. However, the problem was that his senses were becoming more and more chaotic, as if they were paralyzed by something. Strangely, his spirit sense could not leave his body. What's going on? His head was getting heavier and heavier as if he was drunk. Wait, drunk? Ning Fan's eyes sharpened as he made a guess. It seemed like the lady who smelled the wine had done something to him. She was only at the crossing truth realm, but she was able to seal his spirit sense and make him drunk. Her means were too powerful. Even a second-level quasi-saint would not be able to seal his spirit sense in one move. Moreover, he had a deep understanding of the word drunk. It was impossible for an ordinary wine fragrance to make him drunk. Obviously, that lady was not an ordinary person. She actually got tricked. Did she become careless because she saw Yao Er all of a sudden? Ning Fan sighed. However, he did not think too much about his spirit sense being sealed. In just a few breaths, he forcefully dispersed the wine fragrance in his sea of consciousness, restoring his spirit sense and consciousness. He secretly spread out his spirit sense to search for the lady who smelled the wine fragrance. However, he could not find any trace of her. He had no idea where she had escaped to. Not a single trace was left behind. Just as he was about to use other methods to search for her, he suddenly heard Yuan Yao moan softly. He was not the only one who was tricked by the lady. Yuan Yao, who had struck the lady with her palm, was also affected by the strange wine fragrance. Originally, Yuan Yao and Lin Jilong had drunk quite a lot of wine. Now that they were invaded by the wine fragrance, their faces and ears turned red and they could not even stand steadily. Liu Bei. I think I've been tricked by that lady. I'm drunk. I'm very powerful. Bring me away. As soon as Yuan Yao's voice fell, she was completely drunk. All right. At the same time when Yuan Yao was drunk, Ning Fan held her up and carried her in his arms. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, he directly carried Yuan Yao into the nearest inn and booked a room. Wasn't Yuan Yao afraid of being seen by others when she was drunk? Then, he booked a room for Yuan Yao to sleep in. How reasonable would that be? Actually, he did not want to do anything with Yuan Yao while she was drunk. He already knew how conservative this lady was in the past. If he takes advantage of her when she is drunk, it would inevitably cause their relationship to drift apart after that. Thus, he just stayed by her bedside peacefully. He placed his palm on Yuan Yao's forehead to help her dispel her drunkenness. In the spring of the overturning mountain, a female demon who had already merged perfectly with the spring water exclaimed in surprise. Amazing. He actually broke my heaven and earth inverted intoxication in just a few breaths. That male cultivator is certainly not an ordinary person. In the past, such a situation would only happen to quasi-saints. Oh my god. Such a weak gigolo is actually a quasi-saint? How did I kick against an iron plate? I clearly kicked against an iron wall. That female cultivator, on the other hand, is beyond my expectation. The dignified Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace is actually just an ordinary void being and not someone who has far surpassed her cultivation realm. She's just too weak. Jiao Xiaojiao, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't provoke that man. If I'm not mistaken, that person's true strength is definitely not any weaker than my true self. Another voice suddenly came from the depths of the spring. The one who spoke was a small fish with a strange appearance. Oh my. Are you still that grandpa fish lord that I know? Since when did you become so timid? Even if he is a quasi-saint like you, you don't have to be afraid of him. Your fishbone sword has already reached the 12 Nirvana swords. If you use all 10,000 of your bones, ordinary quasi-saints will be easily defeated by you. The female demon whose name was Xianxia said in a strange tone. Humph. Don't mention the fishbone sword. Just mentioning it makes me even angrier. If it wasn't for the fact that there was something wrong with the blueprint you found, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. Even if I couldn't cultivate all the Xiantian bones, I would have at least cultivated 1/3 of the Xiantian bones. I wouldn't be like this, with only a pile of 12 Nirvana bone swords. Xiaoyu said unhappily. I'm so angry. You drink my wine every day and disturb me. I don't recognize you as my grandfather anymore. I will never let you drink my bone-strengthening immortal wine again. And I won't let you drink my living blood fiend immortal wine. Especially the awakening demon immortal wine, don't even think about drinking another drop. Humph humph humph. You little girl, I only nagged you a little, and you're already so emotional. This is not good, not good. Xiaoyu said awkwardly. He did not dare to continue to quarrel with the woman as he was afraid that he would not be able to drink in the future. Xiaojiu was even more pleased when she saw Xiaoyu admit defeat so easily. She thought to herself, TSK, what lured you, a sage to be? I can easily deal with him. There was no man in this world that could not be dealt with by a jug of God's wine. If there was, then 2 jugs would be enough. Humph, just you wait, that stinky man in white clothes. The next time you're careless, I'll sneak up on you again and get back at you for what happened this time. I won't be wrong. The thing that Grandpa you Lord wants is definitely on you. The divination is obviously on you. But what if it is wrong again? What should I do? I have already found it wrong many times. If I make a mistake again, Grandpa you Lord will definitely be angry again. Forget it. I will wait for the result of the investigation and then inform Grandpa you Lord. Otherwise, I will be scolded for nothing. 2 hours later. In the first room of a certain inn, Yuan Yao sat on the bed with her clothes half undone. She was so embarrassed that she covered her face with one of her hands. Even though Ning Fan had helped her to dispel her drunkenness, she still went crazy after getting drunk. Only now did she really get rid of her drunkenness. She glanced at Ning Fan with a complicated expression. His clothes were also disheveled. There were also a few rouge marks on his face. She kissed him without a doubt. As expected, wine is not a good thing. She would go crazy when she gets drunk. Her memory of that time was very chaotic and she could not remember the specific details clearly. Yuan Yao checked a certain part of her body. After making sure that nothing had entered her body, she heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like she just kissed Ning Fan and did not proceed to the final step. Fortunately, that was the case. Otherwise, she would really be too ashamed to face Xiaoman. Why didn't you stop me when I was drunk? That's right. You're just a small life immortal realm while I'm a life void immortal realm cultivator. How could you stop me? Yuan Yao said shamefully. I'm sorry. If my cultivation base is a little higher, I might be able to stop you. Ning Fan squeezed out a bitter smile. Of course, that bitter smile was fake. It was because he felt comfortable. At first, he wanted to tell Yuan Yao about his true cultivation base. However, after experiencing this incident, it seemed like he could not bring himself to do so. He clearly had the ability to quickly dispel Yuan Yao's drunkenness. However, when he saw her taking the initiative when she was drunk, he actually withdrew his magic power out of curiosity. He wished that Yuan Yao would continue to get drunk. With his cultivation base, he could easily push Yuan Yao away. However, why did he do that? How many years had he waited for this woman to take the initiative, thus, he did not resist at all. In Yuan Yao's eyes, she thought that it was because Ning Fan's cultivation base was too low that he could not resist her life void immortal realm. Luckily, I only kissed you a few times. If I did something more immoral to you, I would really be too ashamed to face others. Yuan Yao said with relief. Yao you didn't just kiss me a few times. Ning Fan sighed pretentiously. His expression was very much like a victim who had been ravaged. Don't call me Yao. If others hear it, they will gossip again. Yuan Yao blushed and rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Then, she asked curiously, did I do other things to you? She really could not remember clearly. Ning Fan silently pulled the quilt away. Only then did Yuan Yao see that Ning Fan's undergarments had been torn to shreds by her. A certain little Ning Fan's body was filled with rouge marks. Didn't we not reach the final step? How could it be? Yuan Yao suffered a huge blow. Could it be that she took the initiative to help Ning Fan when she was drunk? If that's the case, how am I supposed to face Xiaoman? I tried to resist, but... Forget it. I don't blame you. After all, you and I have done more intimate things. This is nothing. Ning Fan lied without blushing. Not only did he not resist, he even pressed down on Yuan Yao's head, not letting her go, and forced her to do it for 2 hours. Something more intimate. Yuan Yao's face turned even redder. Ning Fan's words had awakened all the memories that she had deliberately tried not to think about. That's right. She and Ning Fan had been like this, and that since a long time ago. But the problem is, things are different now. The current Ning Fan belongs to Xiaoman. I can't, Liu Bei, no, I should call you Ning Fan. What happened today is my fault. Fortunately, even though it has already happened, only you and I know about it. You and I must keep this a secret. In the future, we must abide by etiquette and don't let Xiaoman feel sad. Dong dong dong. Before Yuan Yao could finish her words, she was interrupted by a series of hurried knocks on the door. The one who knocked on the door was the innkeeper. She was a middle-aged woman. Although she was called the innkeeper, she could still be considered as an outer sect disciple of the Lost World Palace. In the past, before Yuan Yao became the palace lord, she had already received Yuan Yao's kindness. She had always wanted to repay Yuan Yao's kindness. Today, when Yuan Yao was in trouble, she wanted to cover up Yuan Yao's relationship without any hesitation. She even stopped addressing Yuan Yao as the palace lord. Instead, she called Yuan Yao by her immortal title in the past, Fairy Yao. Fairy Yao, this is bad. When the elders heard that you were having a tryst with a man in this place, they were clamoring outside the inn to arrest you. Quickly bring this little mister away from the reversed mountain through the secret passage of the inn. Hide for a while and don't let those people catch you on the spot. As long as they don't have any direct evidence, there is still room for negotiation. As for the matter of destroying the traces in the room, just leave it to me. Even if I die, I won't let anyone catch any evidence of your relationship. Rumble Yuan Yao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. It was true that she was drunk. However, didn't she tell Ning Fan to bring her away before she went crazy? How could Ning Fan be so stupid to continue staying in the reversed mountain and even get a room in front of everyone? Even though the rooms in the inn on the reversed mountain were all isolated and outsiders would not be able to sense what was happening inside, anyone would be able to guess what had happened between her and Ning Fan after spending 2 hours in a drunken stupor, right? Could it be that they could discuss the Tao or play chess in the room? You were quite smart in the past. Why did you become so thoughtless after you ascended? You actually brought me to the inn. Yuan Yao was infuriated. She really did not know what to say to Ning Fan. Is there a problem with the inn? Ning Fan asked with a smile. It seems like you really don't know how serious this matter is. I'm a palace made of the Lost World Palace. A palace maid cannot have too much contact with an outsider. Once this matter spreads, I will at most be punished a little, but your life will be in danger. Does your Lost World Palace even have such strict control over the palace maids? Ning Fan was surprised. Besides, since I already know about the matter between you and Xiaoman, I don't plan to have anything to do with you anymore. After all, I'm Xiaoman's elder sister. Ning Fan remained silent. No wonder he felt that there was some distance between him and Yuan Yao that was difficult to cross. So this was the problem. That's right. If he really wants to be together with Yuan Yao, he has to consider Xiaoman's feelings. Since ancient times, it was common for sisters to serve a husband together. However, it still depends on the wishes of the parties involved. Fortunately, Ning Fan understood Xiaoman's personality. With Xiaoman's lively personality, she might not necessarily be angry if she knows about this matter. Perhaps, she might even laugh at Yuan Yao, Fairy Yao. There's no more time. Let's talk about love later. Hurry up and run away with this little mister. Are you going to watch the elders capture this little mister and execute him? The innkeeper urged outside the door. Capture him and execute him. Yuan Yao's expression changed. Of course, she could not just watch Ning Fan being captured. The crime of sullying the palace lord of the Lost World Palace was enough for Ning Fan to die 100 times. Don't be afraid. Follow me. I'll bring you away. Yuan Yao tidied up her clothes. On the other side, Ning Fan had also dressed himself neatly. He was looking at her with a smile. There was not a hint of panic on his face. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, did not have the same leisurely mood as Ning Fan. She pulled Ning Fan and hurriedly went to the secret passage of the inn. Using the teleportation formation at the end of the passage, they secretly left the toppling mountain. In this way, the elders naturally came up empty-handed. They did not find any direct evidence that Yuan Yao had an affair with Ning Fan. Seeing that Yuan Yao had successfully escaped, the innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief and smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. After so many years, she finally repaid Fairy Yao and Fairy Yu's kindness in the past and settled the karma between them. Perhaps Fairy Yao had already forgotten about it. That year, when the two fairies came to the toppling mountain, they had once saved a young girl who was poisoned by alcohol and was about to die. That young girl was none other than her. Fairy Yao is so kind. Little mister must be a good person for her to be with you despite her reputation. Stone God, please bless this pair of ill-fated lovebirds. Next year, during the Stone God ritual in the palace, I will certainly burn a few more incense sticks for you. The innkeeper prayed sincerely. In a remote place on the western palace island. After a flash of spatial light, Yuan Yao and Ning Fan appeared. Seeing that they had successfully left the area of the toppling mountain, Yuan Yao heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Fan, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression. Being caught having an affair and escaping through the secret passage are actually quite interesting to experience once in a while. Where are we going now? Do we want to go back to the toppling mountain for a drink? Ning Fan asked with a smile. If you want to go back, you can go back. No. You can't go back. Even though the Council of Elders did not obtain any solid evidence, many people still witnessed you carrying me into the inn. With the way the elders do things, even if they don't have any solid evidence, they will still capture you and interrogate you. They might even torture you to extract a confession from you. In the end, you won't be able to escape death. No, you have to leave the Sea of Time immediately. Once you are caught, even I might not be able to protect you. Yuan Yao said worriedly. I can't leave. I promised to be Xiaoman's chess soldier. I can't go back on my words. Ning Fan shook his head. You've already met Xiaoman? And you even became her chess soldier? Yuan Yao asked with surprise. Yes, then where are you staying now? Xiaoman can't possibly arrange for you to stay in her residence, right? Is it inappropriate? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Of course it's inappropriate. Yuan Yao's phoenix-like eyes were filled with seriousness. She finally knew why the elders of the Western Palace summoned Xiaoman so urgently today. Perhaps those old fellows had already received the news and they called Xiaoman over to question her in person. This is bad. Before she could think of a way to protect Ning Fan, Xiaoman had already been exposed on the other side. In that case, even if Ning Fan was not guilty of desecrating the palace lord of the Lost World Palace, he would not be able to escape death in the end. In the eyes of those old fellows, the crime of desecrating the fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace might be even more serious than that of desecrating the palace lord. After all, Xiaoman was engaged to the water sect. This won't do. Since the elders of the Western Palace have found out about this, they won't give you a chance to escape from the Sea of Time. It's impossible for you to leave now. You might be intercepted by the troops halfway. How about this? I'll hide you in a safe place on the island first. Then, I'll go and plead for Xiaoman. There should still be room for negotiation. After all, those old fellows also don't want this matter to spread and anger the water sect. Yuan Yao patted her storage pouch and took out an exquisite palm-sized carriage from it. Then, she blew a breath of immortal qi into it. In the blink of an eye, the small carriage returned to its normal size. It was an immortal magpie carriage. The imprint on the carriage did not belong to Yuan Yao. Obviously, it belonged to someone else. Now that they were hiding in the dark, Yuan Yao was certainly not foolish enough to use her own immortal magpie carriage. The chi of this imprint is a little familiar, Ning Fan muttered to himself. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, did not plan to give Ning Fan any time to think. The two of them hid in the carriage and drove towards a certain place on the inner island. Not long after that, they arrived at the residence of the second mistress of the Lost World Palace, Bei Qinghan. They entered the residence through the small door without anyone noticing. After that, Yuan Yao took the liberty of hiding Ning Fan in Bei Qinghan's backyard and temporarily stayed there. After that, Yuan Yao left hurriedly and went straight to the Western Palace Elder's courtyard. Bei Qinghan, who was dressed in black robes, paced back and forth beside Ning Fan. She used a circular fan to cover her mouth and let out a strange smile. "Ku, young man of the Slaughter Palace. Why didn't you stay in the Slaughter Palace? Why did you come to the Northern Heaven? It's fine that you came to the Northern Heaven. But why are you staying in my house instead of staying in Xiaoman's house? Could it be that you want something to happen between us? Ku, I haven't forgotten the rude crimes that you've committed. At that time I used the alias Kuang San. You pinched my hand, dislocated my chin and played with my heart. You really don't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I also don't want to stay here. It's your elder sister who brought me here." Ning Fan casually glanced at Bei Qinghan and retracted his gaze as if he was looking at a stranger. In the past, during the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Slaughter Palace, he had indeed taught this woman a lesson. After all, she had bullied Bei Xiaoman many times. Naturally, he was protective of her and disliked her. Elder sister? Bei Qinghan was slightly surprised. Yuan Yao was clearly her mother. Why did Ning Fan call her elder sister? Could it be, mother is not using her real identity in front of Ning Fan, but why does she need to cover it up? Speaking of which, when she returned from the Eastern Heaven and mentioned Ning Fan, her mother's expression was a little strange. Could it be, Ku, this is really interesting. Since that's the case, let's make things more interesting. Bei Qinghan squinted her eyes and the smile on her face became wider. At this moment, Ning Fan was sitting on his seat and drinking a pot of spiritual tea. She suddenly sat beside Ning Fan and lifted her feet, which were covered in black silk stockings, to kick Ning Fan's leg. Ning Fan frowned. He already had Yuan Yao and Xiaoman. He did not want anything to happen between him and Bei Qinghan. Thus, he grabbed her ankle and stopped her from teasing him. "I'll stay here temporarily and wait for your elder sister to come back. After all, I still have some things to ask her. You can leave now. Don't disturb my cultivation." "Hey! This is my home. How dare you chase me out?" Bei Qinghan refused to leave. Just when she was about to tease Ning Fan again, Ning Fan flicked his wrist and directly threw her out of the window by grabbing her ankle. "He's too rude, he's too domineering. I really don't know what Xiaoman and her mother like about him." At the same time, Bei Xiaoman was being questioned respectfully by the elders in the Western Palace Elders' courtyard. Yes, they were being respectful. Bei Xiaoman was not used to it. It was her first time being treated so politely by these elders. In the past, they would just order her around. I heard that there's an outsider in your residence. Is that true?" An elder with a face full of scars deliberately squeezed out a kind smile and asked cautiously. "Not good. These old things know that I'm keeping a handsome man." Bei Xiaoman was extremely nervous. She was a fool in love recently, but she was not an idiot. Naturally, she knew that there were some things that she could not admit even if she was beaten to death. No. How can I keep a Ning Fan in my residence? There's no such thing. I'm finished. I let it slip. Bei Xiaoman was deeply defeated by her own stupidity. Hiss. It's really Ning Fan. Am I right? All the elders in the Western Palace sucked in a cold breath. If Bei Xiaoman's handsome man was that lord, they would not dare to meddle in this matter even if they had 10 times more courage. The engagement with the Taoist of Water sect? He's just a Taoist of Water sect. He's not even the sect master of Water sect, true monarch Beihai. He's comparable to Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator. Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator, had smashed the entire Light clan into pieces when he was infuriated. How domineering and powerful was that? The foundation of the Lost World Palace was obviously not as good as the Light Clan. Even if all the old ancestors in slumber were to wake up, they would certainly not be able to withstand Senior Zhao's wrath. No, no, no. I really don't have a handsome man. Who is Ning Fan? I don't know him. Wait. I didn't say the word handsome man. Bei Xiaoman was about to cry because of her own stupidity. The other party did not even mention the handsome man, but she said it herself. It's over. It's all over. Her stupidity might get Ning Fan killed. She had the engagement with Water Sect. She was of great strategic importance to Northern Heaven. Even if she does something immoral, no one would do anything to her. However, Ning Fan was different. Ning Fan was just a little void refinement realm cultivator. He was a junior without any background and power. He might be thrown into a pig cage by the Lost World Palace and Water Sect and be skinned alive. Hiss. Handsome man, all the elders in the Western Palace were completely shocked. Could it be that their fourth mistress doesn't know about Senior Zhao's noble identity? How much courage does he need to have in order to keep an ancient great cultivator as his handsome man? Hold on. Fourth mistress doesn't know about this. Could it be that it's Senior Zhao's idea? Could it be that Senior Zhao has some kind of special hobby where he doesn't like his women knowing about his identity and likes to keep his women as his handsome man? The few elders of the Western Palace communicated with each other using telepathy to exchange their opinions. In the end, all of them came to a consensus. They should just pretend that they don't know about Senior Zhao's existence and deal with this matter coldly. If Senior Zhao doesn't want others to know about his identity, only an idiot would reveal his identity. Wouldn't that make Senior Zhao bear a grudge against them? Thus, the elders asked Bei Xiaoman about some trivial matters related to Ning Fan's daily life and sent her away. Indeed, they sent her away. They sent her a few streets away from the entrance of the elders' courtyard. Bei Xiaoman was puzzled and secretly raised her guard. Something is wrong. There is definitely something wrong. The fact that she keeps a handsome man was clearly exposed. However, these elders were not angry at all. Instead, they treated her with unprecedented respect and politeness. There must be something wrong if something is wrong. Bei Xiaoman, who had been schemed against countless times, subconsciously thought that this was another one of her schemes. Yuan Yao hurried to the elders' courtyard of the Western Palace. To her surprise, she found out that Bei Xiaoman was not punished by the elders. She had been grounded for too long before this. Thus, she did not hear much about the rumors about the ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian. Moreover, because she had too little authority, the secret court that was in charge of collecting intelligence did not tell her about the recent confidential information. Thus, she did not know that Ning Fan was the ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian. She also could not understand why the elders of the Western Palace were looking at her with such a strange expression. Elders, may I know why you summoned Xiaoman so urgently just now? Please tell us. Yuan Yao asked. This? The few elders of the Western Palace wore awkward expressions. Not long after they sent Xiaoman away, they received another urgent message. It said that Yuan Yao was having a private meeting with a man outside the Reverse Mountain. Coincidentally, that man was also Senior Zhao. According to the eyewitness, Senior Zhao seemed to have used some kind of bewitching incense. After Yuan Yao fainted, he carried her into the inn for 2 whole hours. The dignified palace lord of the Lost World Palace was actually tainted by someone else. If this was not done by Senior Zhao but by someone else, they would certainly catch the culprit and cut him into pieces. Then, they would punish Yuan Yao, who had lost her chastity, severely. It was not impossible for them to request the old ancestors of the other palaces to abolish her palace lord. But now, would they dare to abolish Yuan Yao's palace lord? Would they dare to punish her? Would they dare to capture Senior Zhao and interrogate him? It was the Lost World Palace's honor that an ancient great cultivator had taken a fancy to a widow of the Lost World Palace, sacrificing a palace lord who had no value to them in exchange for forming a good relationship with an ancient great cultivator. No matter how they looked at it, the Lost World Palace had profited greatly. Of course, they could not let the entire world know about the matter of the palace lord of the Lost World Palace being raped. After all, the Lost World Palace was an orthodox sect. They needed to maintain their reputation. This matter must be handled in a low-key manner. It must be handled coldly just like how they treated Bei Xiaoman. Is there anything that you can't tell me? Yuan Yao smiled bitterly and felt sad. She was the palace lord. Had she lost her power to such an extent that she did not even have the right to know what had happened in the West Palace Elder Hall? Palace Lord, you've misunderstood us. We were just chatting with Fourth Lady. We didn't talk about anything important. If you don't believe us, you can ask Fourth Lady yourself. However, we have heard about what happened in the Reverse Mountain. Yuan Yao's expression changed. Just as she was about to explain, the few West Palace elders comforted her instead. Don't worry, Palace Lord. We will never believe such a ridiculous thing. We're sorry that you've suffered. Palace Lord, please consider the bigger picture and don't offend him. Even if he really has some unreasonable requests, please bear with it and agree to it. I heard that Lin Jilong wants to propose to you? Don't worry, Palace Lord. We have already warned Lin Jilong. No matter how bold he is, he won't dare to harass you anymore. Yuan Yao was puzzled. Did I suffer any grievances? What are these old men hinting at? What do they mean by consider the bigger picture? What do they mean by bear with it? Could it be, the water sect knew about Xiaoman and exerted pressure on the Lost World Palace? Could it be that the water sect made some unreasonable requests to Xiaoman, causing her to suffer? That's why the elders hinted for her to bear with it. Are you really not going to tell me the truth? Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with anger. Her daughters were her reverse scale. She could no longer bear with it. This? The few West Palace elders looked at each other. Even a fool could tell that Yuan Yao did not know Senior Zhao's true identity. Since Senior Zhao purposely did not want to tell them, how would they dare to say anything? Were they tired of living? Hee, I understand. Goodbye. Yuan Yao left sorrowfully and went straight to Bei Xiaoman's residence. She must know the truth from Xiaoman. She must protect her Xiaoman, but soon, Yuan Yao was no longer sorrowful. When she arrived at Xiaoman's residence, she found out that the truth was completely different from what she had guessed. Xiaoman was not questioned by the West Palace elders at all. Instead, she was treated with unprecedented respect. When Bei Xiaoman told Yuan Yao all the questions that the West Palace elders had asked her, Yuan Yao fell into deep thought. She was not stupid. Those old men must have known about what she and Xiaoman had done. The problem was, why didn't they question her and her daughter? This was the key. It was as if those old men were afraid of something. That was why they did not dare to offend them. Could it be because of that matter? My wedding with the Taoist of the water sect is approaching. Is that why those old men are finally afraid? Bei Xiaoman guessed. That's the only possibility. But there are still many things that don't make sense. Yuan Yao frowned, but she could not think of any clues. It was not that she did not see Ning Fan's figure in her mind. However, she could not imagine the young and weak Ning Fan to be someone that the West Palace elders were afraid of. It seems like my marriage with the Taoist of the water sect is not without any benefits. At least, those old men are afraid of me. Bei Xiaoman pretended to be proud. Of course, her happy appearance was just an act for her mother to see. She knew that her mother had been worrying about her marriage recently. She had begged all the powerful experts in the Northern Heaven. Naturally, she did not want her mother to be troubled. Xiaoman, I'm sorry. Yuan Yao was her mother. How could she not tell whether Xiaoman was telling the truth or not? When she thought about the matter between her and Ning Fan, she felt that she owed Xiaoman even more. Just as she was at a loss of what to say, Xiaoman left her and started to look around the residence. No one knew what she was looking for. After searching for a long time, Xiaoman called the guards and said worriedly, "Where did my little Fan go?" "Who knows? Fourth Miss, please forgive us. We don't know. We tried to stop young Master Ning from leaving the residence, but he was too strong. We couldn't stop him." The few Void Fragmentation Realm guards said helplessly. "What should we do? I clearly told him not to leave the residence, but he insisted on leaving. If something goes wrong," Bei Xiaoman became even more anxious. She wanted to go out and find Ning Fan. At this moment, Yuan Yao pulled her sleeve with a complicated expression. "Mother knows where he is. But you can't tell him where you went." "I'm your mother." "Oh, all right. Mother, tell me quickly. Where is little Fan? Even though Bei Xiaoman felt that something was wrong, she did not think too much about it. He's at your second sister's house, not good. I told him not to go out of the residence but he wouldn't listen to me. Now, he's been captured by my second sister. Bei Xiaoman stomped her feet anxiously. Second sister Bei Qinghan loved to snatch her things since she was young. Could it be that she has her eyes on her man this time? Mother, if you have something to do, just go and do it. I'm going to fight with my second sister. Bei Xiaoman took out a whip and rushed to Bei Qinghan's house without taking a carriage. Sherbing smiled and did not follow her. He would not interfere with the fight between the fourth Miss and the second Mississippi. After all, these two sisters were very close to each other. Even if they quarreled with each other, they would still be the best of sisters. If it wasn't because of their deep relationship, why would the second Miss give up the recognition of the Stone Warrior 8 formations and give such a precious opportunity to the fourth Miss? If it wasn't because of their deep relationship, how could the fourth young lady risk her life to rush in and save the second young lady when she was tricked by the Great Elder and mistakenly entered the Seamless Demon Cave? Sherbing, is there something that I didn't think of? I keep feeling that there's something that I've missed out on in this matter. Maybe there's a great danger approaching, but I'm not aware of it. Yuan Yao looked at Bei Xiaoman who was leaving in a hurry and said worriedly. He, the palace master has indeed missed one person, missed that heaven-defying immortal king. However, the palace master can rest assured. Not only is this person not dangerous, but he is also the palace master's family's lucky star. With him around, there will be a sky above the heads of the ladies. Heaven-defying immortal king? He shouldn't be this strong. How old is he? How long has it been since that year? Whether it is or not, why don't you use your own eyes to confirm it? Okay, I will confirm it, Yuan Yao suddenly smiled. He was laughing out of anger. If Ning Fan is really some kind of heaven-defying immortal king, he definitely has the strength to stop her who is drunk. Could it be that this brat purposely pretended to be a pig and lured me to serve him with my tongue? This brat did not become stupid after ascending to the immortal world. He has obviously become more cunning and shameless than before, in Bei Qinghan's residence. Ning Fan was meditating in his room, waiting for Yuan Yao to return. Suddenly, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from outside the door. Accompanied by the loud noise were the voices of two young girls, who were arguing non-stop. Bei Xiaoman, Demon 7, Retreat 5. Bei Qinghan, Spirit 6, Advance 1. Bei Xiaoman, Ghost 4, Advance 2. Bei Qinghan, Immortal 5, Advance 4. It was actually the sound of Bei Qinghan and Bei Xiaoman playing chess. Xiaoman is here to look for me? But why did she cause such a huge commotion? Ning Fan pushed the door open and went out. When he saw what was happening outside, he showed a rare look of surprise. Unknowingly, a perfectly good mansion had turned into a crisscrossing chessboard. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. There were barriers in all directions. As for the room where he was in seclusion, a black word spirit was engraved on it for some reason. The moment he walked out of the mansion, the black word spirit flew to his chest. Wait. Isn't this the 6 games that I played with Bei Xiaoman? There were many types of 6 games and there were also many ways to play it. The one that Bei Xiaoman taught him would be played with 6 chess pieces each, divine, devil, demon, immortal, ghost, and spirit. Among the 6 chess pieces, the divine, devil, demon, immortal, and ghost were the pawns while the spirit was the general. In order to win this game, one must eliminate the opponent's spirit general at all costs. At this moment, Bei Xiaoman and Bei Qinghan had turned the huge mansion into a chessboard. The former was in charge of the red chess pieces while the latter was in charge of the black chess pieces. Cuckoo, my foolish little sister. Do you know why you are so weak? It's because you don't hate enough. It's because you are weak that your little man is able to become my spirit general. Be angry and hate him. Then, live on, and when you have the same intelligence and beauty as me, you can challenge me again. This was Bei Qinghan's laughter after her Chinibu acted up. Damn it. That's my little Fan, my demon soldier, not your spiritual general at all. Give him back to me or I will beat you up. Bei Xiaoman exploded in anger after being ridiculed by Huali. Beat me up? Cuckoo, don't talk nonsense so easily. That will only show your weakness. No one stands in the sky from the beginning, whether it is you or me, not even the chess god. However, the empty window of the throne in the sky is about to end. From now on, I will be the one standing at the top. Ah. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I am still so angry. I want to beat you up. Bei Xiaoman, Demon 5-6. Bei Qinghan, Immortal 4-5. Bei Xiaoman, Former Ghost 4 to Level 4. Bei Qinghan, Ghost 8 to Level 6. Ning Fan was at a loss. Who could tell him what was happening right now? Unlike his blank expression, the guards in Bei Qinghan's residence and the guards that Bei Xiaoman brought were all praising the chessboard as if they were well versed in the art of chess. Amazing. This is too amazing. Fourth miss move has the elegance of a chess Taoist. Second miss move has the essence of the accumulated firewood old man. Unbelievable. Fourth miss chess skills have obviously inherited Senior Gu Shiyan's style. This is the real hand of God. Second miss move is unstoppable even if she is reborn after 100 years. Amazing. 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 Ning Fan let out a heavy sigh. How could a game of chess cause lightning and thunder to rumble? Who can tell him why? Could it be that the game he played with Bei Xiaoman was not the real 6 sets of Divine Devil chess and this time was the real one? Speaking of which, do those clever guards really know how to play chess? The 6 Games of Gods and Devils was an ancient chess game with complicated rules. There were 6 types of chess pieces: Divine, Devil, Demon, Immortal, Ghost and Spirit. There were 49 types of terrains on the chessboard: mountain, plain, river, antelope, city, void. There were 24 types of astronomical phenomena on the chessboard: rain, wind, drought, calamity, heavenly blessing, air tremor, meteor. This game involved the changes of heaven, earth and man. As the game progressed, the number of chess pieces on both sides would decrease or increase due to special conditions. At the end of the game, the number of chess pieces on both sides would often exceed the initial number. Ning Fan understood all the rules. What he did not understand was why the game of chess would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Who could explain why the Western Palace Island would be flooded by the torrent that suddenly appeared? Who could explain why the Western Palace Island that was flooded by the flood turned into an ancient desert city in the blink of an eye? Who could explain why a chaos beast randomly spawned at the center of the chessboard and killed the chess pieces of both sides indiscriminately? Who could explain why the cultivators of the Western Palace did not react to such a huge commotion here? It was as if those people could not see what was happening here at all. As expected, everything I saw was an illusion created by the game of chess. Not everyone can see this illusion. The reason why I can see all of this is probably related to the spirit talisman on my body. Ning Fan closed his eyes thoughtfully. When he opened them again, the illusion of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting in front of him had disappeared. Heaven and earth had never collapsed. The two ladies did not treat the entire mansion or the entire Western Palace Island as a chessboard. As expected, they are all illusions. From the beginning to the end, Bei Xiaoman and Bei Qinghan had been sitting in the pavilion in the backyard. They were playing the 6 games with a strange 33-inch chessboard. Guards from both sides of the chessboard were chattering and praising them non-stop. I see. This is such a wonderful move. Amazing. It's so intense. I don't even have the time to blink. It's too heavy. Is this the real 6 games? Ning Fan did not pay attention to the discussions around him. He slowly walked towards the pavilion. His eyes flashed with green light as he stared at the strange chessboard. The moment he stared at the chessboard, thousands of shaman chants sounded from the chessboard and directly entered his mind. All of a sudden, the word spirit on Ning Fan's chest flashed with black light. His mind felt like it was going to leave his body, as if it was going to be sucked into the chessboard. Fortunately, he was completely on guard at this moment. With a calm heart, his mind was naturally easily protected, and he didn't get lost in the illusory world created by the chess game again. Even so, Ning Fan was still inwardly surprised. There were not many treasures in this world that could make him lose his composure. This strange chessboard seemed to be not as simple as it seemed. It wasn't the chessboard itself that was powerful. What was powerful was the ancient witch's voice inside the chessboard. This was Ning Fan's first time experiencing the real 6 games of God and Devil chess. The game he played with Bei Xiaoman was just an ordinary game of six bow, and it was a competition of their chess skills. It turned out that the real six gambles of gods and devil chess required one to enter the interior of the chessboard and kill each other. Bei Xiaoman had lost. She and Bei Qinghan had played 9 rounds in a row, but she had actually lost 8 of them. She had only won the last round, and there were even suspicions that Bei Qinghan had deliberately let her win. In any case, she had won a round, but Bei Xiaoman was not happy at all. Damn it! You let me win the last round. She could tell that Ning Fan's pride was deeply hurt. Kukuku, I've already let you win the first 8 rounds. However, it seems like I didn't let you win the first 8 rounds. That's why I had to let you win the 9th round. My foolish little sister. You don't know anything about strength at all. Bei Qinghan covered her mouth with her fan and said with a strange smile. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Every single word you say is so despicable. Cuckoo, you've lost. So, I'll accept your little fan without hesitation, and no. Only little fan. Only little fan can't lose to you. Bei Xiaoman was so anxious that she almost burst into tears. Nothing can be gained without sacrifice. In order to gain something, you have to pay the same price. But Cuckoo, you can pay some price to exchange for this little man. Bei Qinghan gently lifted Bei Xiaoman's chin with her finger. Bei Xiaoman's face turned red. She angrily slapped away Bei Qinghan's perverted hand. What do you want? Bei Qinghan did not speak her mind directly. Instead, she whispered something into her ear. Upon hearing that, Bei Xiaoman immediately exploded with anger. Are you kidding me? How dare you ask me to be your personal servant? And for 3 days? Cuckoo, you have the right to refuse. If you're unwilling, I can give you some leeway and return your little man to you. Now, it was Bei Xiaoman's turn to be unwilling. Fine, I'll be your servant. I don't need you to give me any leeway. Since it's mine, I'll take it back in a dignified manner. As a result, not only did Bei Xiaoman fail to take Ning Fan back, but she herself also fell into Bei Qinghan's hands and became her personal servant for 3 days. The so-called personal servant was not only responsible for the master's daily necessities but also for warming the master's bed when necessary. Bei Qinghan loved cleanliness. Her only joy in life was to constantly dress herself up and bathe. As a personal servant, Bei Xiaoman had no choice but to serve her even when she was bathing. God knows why she was dragged into the water by her second sister while she was serving her. In the pond filled with flower petals, Bei Xiaoman angrily played with Bei Qinghan for a while. When she was tired, she directly fell asleep on Bei Qinghan's bed. She even asked Bei Qinghan to help her change her clothes. Only when Bei Xiaoman fell asleep did Bei Qinghan's teasing expression change to a rare doting look. She carefully folded the corner of the blanket for Bei Xiaoman. What an adorable sister. Bullying Xiaoman is indeed more fun than bullying little Li. It turned out that Bei Qinghan was a perverted sister complex. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not interfere with the two sisters' play. Seeing that both of them had fallen asleep, he withdrew his spirit sense and stopped probing them. In the past, during the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Slaughter Palace, he mistakenly thought that Bei Qinghan did not treat Xiaoman well. That was why he dealt a heavy blow to her. Now, however, he no longer thought that way. These two sisters were obviously very close and had a great relationship with each other. There was no need for him to protect his elder sister when she was teasing her younger sister. Ning Fan felt a trace of peace that he had not felt for a long time. As the moonlight shone into the house, Ning Fan pushed open the door and went out. He sat in the pavilion of the garden. For a moment, he did not feel that he was in the northern heaven. It was as if he was still in the rain world. His only regret was that Yuan Yao did not come back to look for him even after he waited until midnight. Could it be that she was avoiding him again? This woman, could it be that only when she was drunk would she be willing to show her true feelings in front of him? If that's the case, then, I'll get her drunk again the next time I see her. Since he had nothing to do, he took a ray of moonlight from the sky and used it as a lamp. With the help of the moonlight, he took out the fake Tao scripture and started reading it. From time to time, he would take out the jade slips that omniscient old man gave him and carefully study the supreme techniques of the Yin-Yang sect. With Ningfan's experience, ordinary divine abilities were naturally not worthy of his attention. The only things that could catch his attention were the ultimate techniques of the two-form sect. Immortal Sealing Cauldron, missing. 3 appearances of Cloud Dragon Technique, missing. Plum Blossom Shadow Flying Divine Sword, missing. 3 Worlds Fire Origin Technique, missing. 6 Ding 6 Jia Formation, missing. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, missing. 8 Immortals Ocean Protecting Immortal Spirit Sense, missing. 7 Chi Devil Seed, missing. Mixed 5 Elements Body, missing. Yin Yang 4 Symbols Technique, missing. Taiji Life and Death Realm, missing. Perhaps because Omniscient Old Man's memory was incomplete, the jade slips that he gave Ningfan did not record the complete techniques of the Yin-Yang sect. Most of the supreme techniques of the sect were missing. Only 3 of them were not forgotten by Omniscient Old Man, but he could not remember all of them. This made Ningfan feel a little regretful. He was not interested in ordinary techniques, but those heaven-defying techniques were an exception. That so-called 3 appearances of Cloud Dragon Technique was actually a type of evasion technique. If one cultivates it to grand completion, he could even forcefully evade a full-powered attack from a Nirvana Saint by relying on his protective Cloud Chi. It's too practical. The Cloud technique that was included in the technique was something that Ningfan was interested in recently. Unfortunately, this technique was missing and he could not cultivate it. That so-called 3 Worlds Fire Origin Technique was actually a technique to nurture fire. It could cultivate one's flame to the 3rd step. If Ningfan could cultivate the 3rd step Devil Flame, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the illusory world? Unfortunately, he could not cultivate it because the cultivation technique was missing. There was also the 7 Chi Devil Seed. Once he cultivates it, it could make the essence Chi of an ancient devil cultivator 7 times more powerful. Once he cultivates it, his ancient devil mountain breaking strike would instantly become 7 times stronger. Also, there was the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. On the day he cultivates it, his physical body would become a saint and he would be immortal in the cycle of reincarnation. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Also, there was the Immortal Spirit Sense. Just the name alone was enough to tell how heaven-defying it was. Initially, I thought that I already have a lot of heaven-defying techniques. I didn't expect that the Yin-Yang sect alone would have so many heaven-defying inheritances. As the ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, how powerful would the Yin-Yang saint be when he was at his peak? It's really fascinating. Ningfan sighed with emotion. He wished that he could be born in the same generation as the Yin-Yang saint and admire his glory. After sighing, he began to study the only 3 types of Yin and Yang secret arts. First was the Taiji Life and Death Realm. With his comprehension ability, it was not difficult for him to comprehend this technique. The difficulty was that he did not have enough Yin and Yang Qi to use this technique. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily put it aside. Next was the Yin and Yang 4 symbols. Ningfan suddenly realized that the Yin and Yang 4 symbols was actually the prerequisite of the Taiji Life and Death Realm. As long as he successfully cultivates the Yin and Yang 4 symbols, it seemed like he would be able to obtain enough Yin and Yang Qi. In order to achieve the initial stage of the Yin and Yang 4 symbols, he would need a large amount of immortal materials and medicinal herbs. Coincidentally, these were the things that Omniscient Old Man had asked him to snatch. Those worthless things were actually useful? No wonder Senior Omniscient was behaving like a madman when I left the Earth Abyss and asked me to bring all of those things with me. He even gave me some immortal materials and spiritual herbs. Ningfan smiled. Could it be that Senior Omniscient had wanted to help him cultivate the Yin and Yang 4 symbols from the very beginning? I have misunderstood him. Before this, Ningfan really thought that he was just fooling around when he went to challenge the sect. As long as he cultivates the Yin and Yang 4 symbols, he would have enough Yin and Yang Qi to activate the Taiji Life and Death Realm. The Taiji Life Realm could remove all the restrictions on one's body, while the Taiji Death Realm could make one immortal and live forever. The unity of life and death was the pinnacle of cultivation. It was the Taiji realm. The materials have been prepared. I can cultivate the Yin and Yang 4 symbols on my own. Even though this technique is incomplete, fortunately, the missing parts are not crucial. With my comprehension ability, I might be able to make up for the missing parts on my own. The only problem is that the Yin and Yang 4 symbols also has a prerequisite ability. Mixed 5 elements body. If he does not cultivate the mixed 5 elements body, he would not be able to cultivate the yin and yang four symbols, let alone advance to the Taiji life and death realm. These three types of abilities were actually interconnected with each other. The relationship between them went from shallow to deep. In order to cultivate the mixed five elements body, one would first need to cultivate the minor five elements body and then the major five elements body. Eventually, the major five elements body would advance to the next level and become the mixed elements body. The direction of the mixed elements body's advancement was not fixed. It was different for everyone. According to the introduction in the Jade Slip, the mixed elements body that the yin and yang saint realm advanced in the past was called the primal magnetic extreme destruction body. The mixed elements body that the omniscient old man advanced was called the yin-yang illusionary light body. Not only was the name different, but the abilities of the mixed elements body were also as different as heaven and earth. Coincidentally, Ning Fan also cultivated the great five elements body. If his great five elements body advances to the next level, it was unknown what kind of mixed elements body he would get. The mixed elements body should be able to increase my strength more or less. It's not completely useless. There was not much information about the mixed elements body in the Jade Slip. Thus, Ning Fan was not clear about the specific strength of the mixed elements body. Thus, he did not have high expectations for it. Considering that he needed to find a place of mixed elements in order to cultivate the mixed elements body, Ning Fan had no choice but to take out the treasure-searching compass and locate all the places of mixed elements body in northern heaven. Then, with a flash of his body, he quietly disappeared into the night sky of the western palace island. How could the guards in Beiqing Han's residence have the ability to sense Ning Fan's whereabouts? Naturally, they did not know that Ning Fan had actually left quietly. The bright moon shines above the sea. Even the ends of the earth share this moment. It was a poem that was widely circulated in northern heaven. It described the beautiful scenery of the vast cold palace in northern heaven. The vast cold palace was an ancient sect. However, it had already declined a long time ago. It no longer had its former glory. In ancient times, the Moon Palace had given birth to an immortal emperor powerhouse and had a close relationship with the ancient heavenly court. However, after the ancient heavenly court was destroyed, the Moon Palace's immortal emperor powerhouse disappeared. After that, no more immortal emperors were born in the Moon Palace. Each generation, there were only 10,000 ancient monsters presiding over it. In this generation, there was only a second tribulation immortal venerable left to oversee the Moon Palace. Of course, if the ancient cultivators in the heaven-avoiding coffin were included, the Moon Palace was still a force that could not be underestimated. In the Moon Palace, there was a Moon Ancestor Soul Spring that was especially famous. It was the most restricted area of the Moon Palace. No one knew how deep the Moon Ancestral Spirit Spring was. Since ancient times, none of the moon cultivators who went down to the bottom of the spring came back up. All of them died inside. There was also a certain northern sky quasi-sage who was curious about the Moon Ancestral Soul Springs and wanted to explore it. However, that quasi-sage didn't even reach the bottom of the spring and escaped. At that time, the quasi-sage's physical body was destroyed, and only his primordial spirit managed to escape. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was curious about what kind of danger was hidden at the bottom of the spring for a dignified quasi-sage to escape in such a sorry state. Someone asked, but that quasi-sage didn't say anything. However, some people still felt the aura of primordial chaos from that quasi-sage's primordial spirit. Primordial chaos was the origin of primordial chaos, the origin of primordial chaos. The primordial chaos didn't come from nowhere. Instead, it was born from the tens of thousands of primordial chaos lands. At that time, some people concluded that the Moon Ancestral Spirit Spring of the Moon Palace was also a primordial chaos land. Moreover, it was the kind with extremely dense primordial chaos chi. It wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could set foot in. Since then, no madman dared to enter the Moon Ancestral Spirit Spring to explore. As time passed, more and more people forgot about the existence of the Moon Ancestral Spirit Spring. Only the elders of the Moon Palace knew that the Moon Ancestral Spirit Spring wasn't as simple as a primordial chaos lands. This wasn't just the beginning of the illusionary world's illusions. It was also a place where a supreme existence had placed his thoughts. Junwen, the date of your return is uncertain. 10 years have passed since the moon rose into the autumn pond. Yet, you still shed tears under the bright moon. I regret not meeting you when the moon is high. These few sentences were recorded in the secret scrolls of the Moon Palace. It seemed like they were left behind by the founder of the Moon Palace. However, no one knew who the founder of the Moon Palace was. This was simply too strange. Ordinary sects would usually keep a portrait of their founder. However, the Moon Palace didn't do so. This also caused the descendants to be completely clueless about the founder of the Moon Palace. In the entire northern sky, no one knew who founded the Moon Palace. Tonight was the day that the Moon Palace preached under the moonlight. The Moon Palace was different from other sections. The elders would usually choose to preach during the night and not during the day. This was naturally because the disciples of the sect all cultivated the Tao of moonlight. Moonlight only existed at night. At this moment, thousands of female disciples of the Moon Palace sat on the ground in a circle. Sitting in the center was a blue-robed female cultivator. She was the cultivation imparting elder of the Moon Palace. People called her Fairy Hanwu. Fairy Hanwu had already been lecturing for 2 hours. After she finished imparting her Tao, all the female disciples had different expressions on their faces. Some looked happy, as if they had understood something, some looked confused, as if they didn't understand what she was saying. Suddenly, a female disciple who looked like a little girl stood up and said timidly, "Disciple doesn't understand something. May I ask Cultivation imparting elder to dispel my confusion?" "Don't be afraid. What is it that you don't understand? Just say it." A trace of a smile appeared on Fairy Hanwu's cold face. It was a smile that was not tainted by the mortal world. All the disciples of the Moon Palace cultivate the Tao of moonlight. However, until now, disciple still doesn't understand what the moon is. What is the moon? This question is very profound. It doesn't seem like something you can ask. Fairy Hanwu's beautiful eyes were slightly surprised. Then, she nodded approvingly. She could see that the female disciple who asked the question was at the critical moment of breaking through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. If the doubts in her heart could be solved, the void refinement realm would be just around the corner. You asked about the true void, right? No wonder you are confused. The world we live in has neither the sun nor the moon. Then, where does the moonlight come from? What is the essence? The answer is actually in this moon ancestral soul spring. Your cultivation is still low, so you don't know. The moonlight in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds is actually emitted from this spring and then projected into the whirling world. However, there is only moonlight in the soul spring. No one knows whether there is a real moon at the bottom of the spring. Whether the moon really exists, whether the moon is real or fake, not to mention you, even I can't be sure. This is the true void. You can't see through the true void in this world. You can't verify everything. True void is only a thought in your heart. True void is only a thought. That female disciple's eyes were blank. She sat back on the ground. She vaguely understood, but there was still something she didn't understand. If she could understand it completely, she could truly break through the void refinement realm and reach the void glimpse realm. That female disciple had just sat down. Not long after, another female disciple who looked like a beautiful woman stood up. She bowed respectfully and asked, "Disciple also has something that I don't understand." Disciple also wants to ask, "What is the moon?" This was a disciple who was on the verge of breaking through to the true crossing realm. She was the disciple with the highest cultivation among the disciples of the vast cold palace. Once she broke through to the true crossing realm, she would be qualified to become one of the elders of the vast cold palace. Although she also asked what was the moon, Fairy Cold Dance knew that this question was different from the previous one. You are also asking about the true void. However, the emphasis is not on the void, but the truth. You don't have any doubts about the existence of the moon, but you can't outline the true appearance of the moon in your heart. In everyone's heart, there is a moon that belongs to them. That moon is something that is more important than life. That moon is your Tao. If you can't see the moonlight in the spring, it isn't because the moonlight is blurry, but because your heart is in a mess and the wind is stirring up the moon in the water. Tao seekers are born in the morning and die in the evening. Tao protectors are unafraid of death. What you lack is not Tao comprehension, but awareness. However, I heard that breaking through to the true crossing realm is dangerous, so I am a little afraid. Yes, yes. I heard that crossing the true crossing realm is incomparably difficult. Among dozens of people, there might not even be one person who can succeed. Moreover, when stepping on the true bridge, if you make a mistake, you will. The female disciple said shamefully. Fairy Cold Dance smiled. It's normal for you to be afraid. It's just that you haven't found the person or thing that is worth entrusting your life to. When you find it, you won't be afraid anymore. For the time being, don't go into closed-door cultivation and go out for a walk. Perhaps you will come across some fortuitous encounters that will change your state of mind. Disciple understands. The female disciple sat back on the ground thoughtfully. However, she immediately stood up in embarrassment. Can disciple take a look at Elder's moon? This, Fairy Cold Dance hesitated for a moment. In the end, she changed her true bridge. In the river under the bridge, there was a hazy moonlight. That moonlight was her Tao. In the past, that moonlight was very pure and had a hint of loneliness. However, ever since she went to the desolate land, there seemed to be something else in that moonlight. Eh? There seems to be a shadow in that moonlight. Who is that shadow? Could it be someone very important to Elder Hanwu? Is it a man or a woman? A female disciple with sharp eyes noticed something. Of course it's a woman. Hanwu's face turned slightly red. However, she hid her expression very well. She raised her hand and kept her true bridge. What? So it's a woman. What a disappointment. Some female disciples said disappointedly. Then, is there any man that's especially special in Elder Hanwu's heart? There were still some female disciples who were nosy and were unwilling to give up. They changed the topic. Fairy Cold Dance felt helpless. How was she supposed to answer them? There is indeed. Who is it? Elder has always been indifferent to men. Who exactly is it that you value so much? Tell me. Some of the young female disciples immediately began to chatter. Sure enough, to young girls of their age, talking about love was more interesting than comprehending the Tao. You guys. Fairy Cold Dance smiled bitterly. Perhaps she was attracted by these young girls. In front of her eyes, the figure of a young man in white robes appeared. In the past, it was that young man who saved her life in the chaos of the desolate land. However, he left in a huff. That young man claimed to be called Ning Fan. However, perhaps, the great cultivator from the ancient times, Zhao Jian, was his real identity. What kind of person is that man? The female disciples asked one after another. He. He's a good person. He. Then, may I ask Elder, which part of him is better? As expected, that part is better and bigger. Fairy Cold Dance did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that she was really old and could no longer keep up with the thoughts of these young girls? She actually could not understand what they were talking about. When she finally understood the meaning of their words, she blushed furiously. I don't have that kind of relationship with Senior Zhao. How could I possibly know whether that part of Senior Zhao's body is big or small? What are these little girls thinking in their heads? Could it be that it's not that his body is big but that he's living well? He. Tell us. Tell us. We want to hear it. Really. A female disciple who looked like a young girl was teasing the cultivation teaching elder of her sect. Suddenly, she was careless and the pouch on her waist fell into the moon ancestral soul spring. This unlucky young girl was called Xianxia. This was exactly what it meant by extreme joy turning to sorrow. That pouch was extremely important. It was the last thing her mother had left for her. How could it just fall? Moreover, it had to fall into the moon ancestral soul spring of all places. Now, even a quasi-saint wouldn't dare to pick up something that fell into this place. She would never be able to get her pouch back. Heartbroken, the inexperienced Fan Xiaoya directly knelt by the lake and began to cry. Fairy Cold Dance really didn't know whether she should feel pity or find it funny. She was a dignified cultivator, but she couldn't even hold a pouch. She even knelt on the ground and cried. It really made people speechless. As expected, cultivators raised in a greenhouse had a weak personality. They were practically no different from mortal girls. All right. Don't cry. Just wait a little longer. Maybe that pouch will float up by itself. Fairy Cold Dance clearly wanted to scold her, but when the words reached her mouth, they actually became words of comfort. Moreover, she even made up a lie that even she herself didn't believe. "Elder, you're lying." Xianxia sobbed a few times and said weakly. Although she had a weak personality, she was clearly not a fool. "Anyway, don't cry. I'll find someone to help you retrieve your pouch next time. Don't cry so much." No, she couldn't make up anymore. She simply couldn't find someone more powerful than a quasi-saint who would risk his life to retrieve an ordinary pouch, really. Xianxia was full of hope. Suddenly, the little girl thought of something and was overjoyed. She directly kowtowed to the moonlight. "Yes, I can ask someone to help me retrieve my pouch." According to the legends, this moon ancestral soul spring is a place that even a quasi-saint wouldn't dare to set foot on easily. But if it's an ancient great cultivator, he should be able to set foot on it. If you can't decide on internal affairs, you can ask a senior. If you can't decide on external affairs, you can ask a true lord. Heaven, earth, Tao to true lord, please show yourself. I beg you to help me retrieve my pouch. That is the only thing left to me by my mother. If you can do this, Xiaoya is willing to devote her life to you and will not cheat anyone. Silence. The surroundings were as quiet as death. All the disciples of the Moon Palace looked at this little girl as if she was retarded. It's over. This little girl is beyond saving. She must have heard too many stories about that ancient great cultivator, Senior Zhao. She was actually brainwashed into becoming one of Senior Zhao's followers. If worshipping the moon could get the help of that ancient great cultivator, then the people of the world would have already worshipped the moon until it was rotten. If offering her life to that ancient great cultivator could get help from that ancient great cultivator, then countless female cultivators in the North Heaven would be willing to throw themselves at him. How bored would an ancient great cultivator have to be to come and retrieve a little girl's pouch? Huh? Who is that person? Why is he standing on the surface of the moon ancestral soul spring and not sinking? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed female disciple discovered something strange. Xianxia had just finished praying to the moon when a white-robed young man appeared out of thin air on the surface of the moon ancestral soul spring. No one knew how the white-robed young man was able to ignore the moon palace's protective formation and directly arrive here. When some of the female disciples who were also Zhao Jianying's followers took out the portrait from their storage pouches, they were pleasantly surprised. The person who came was actually Dao de True Lord, Senior Zhao. Heavens, Senior Zhao is actually so benevolent and righteous to such an extent. He actually heard the young girl's prayer. What does it mean by not doing good because it's a small matter? This is it, he is actually willing to travel across the starry sky just for a small matter like retrieving a pouch. What kind of kind-hearted and heartwarming act is this? It's Senior Zhao. He heard my call. He is actually willing to help me. Senior came here on the moon just to soothe the pain in my heart. So warm. So handsome. Xianxia instantly turned into a love-struck fool. More and more disciples of the Moon Palace joined the group of love-struck fools. They kowtowed to Ning Fan, who was standing on the surface of the moon ancestral soul spring, and exclaimed loudly. He is a great cultivator from the ancient times, besides, he is so handsome and so warm. It is not unreasonable for them to be love-struck. The only one who did not become a love-struck fool was Fairy Cold Dance. She stared at the surface of the water in disbelief. She had never thought that she would meet that selfless senior again in such a way at this time and place. For a moment, her eyes were slightly watery, but she was not aware of it. Ning. No, Senior Zhao. It turns out that you can really summon me when I pray sincerely. I actually never knew about it. If I knew this earlier, perhaps I would have already. Fairy Cold Dance, you misunderstood me. This is actually just a coincidence. Ning Fan felt extremely awkward. He just wanted to sneak into the forbidden area of the Moon Palace's soul spring during the night and use the primordial chaos power in this place to complete his primordial chaos body. Unexpectedly, the female disciples of the Moon Palace did not sleep in the middle of the night. All of them gathered around the soul spring. As soon as he arrived at this place, he was already seen by a large group of people. Moreover, it seemed like there was some kind of strange misunderstanding. How could he not sleep in the middle of the night and go around helping others just to retrieve the pouch of a strange young lady? Do these young ladies really need to have such wild imaginations? there is no such kind person in the cultivation world. Even if there is, it is impossible for it to be him. Speaking of which, what is the Tao, the true sovereign that those people are talking about? Besides, the young lady who lost her pouch seemed to have a trace of qi which made him slightly dazed. This kind of feeling was similar to the time he met Xianxia, Su Manuel, and Lin Qingyue, seeing that the cries of the young ladies were getting louder and louder, to the point that the entire moon palace was brightly lit. Ning Fan sighed softly and did not continue to think about the strangeness of Fan Xiaoya. Recently, he had been facing too many idiots. He was already too tired to explain himself every time. He really did not want to say anything more. Now was also not the time to talk. Therefore, even though he had met an old friend, it was not appropriate for him to chat with Fairy Hanwu. After giving her a slight nod, he directly dived into the moon ancestral soul spring and hid for a peaceful time. He was going to be busy with his cultivation. It would not take too long for him to achieve the chaotic primordial body. He even planned to rush back to the Lost World Palace overnight after achieving the initial stage of the chaotic primordial body. However, the others did not know what he was thinking. Countless young ladies were so touched that they shed tears. Ask the world, how many legendary old monsters would respond to the humble request of a young lady? Senior Zhao was the only one. His reputation was well deserved. Senior Zhao truly deserved the title of Tao, the true sovereign. Moon Ancestor, please protect Senior Zhao and keep him safe. Those female disciples who knew how terrifying the moon ancestral soul spring were knelt on the ground and prayed to the moonlight with sincerity just to pray for Ning Fan's safety. Ning Fan was at a loss for words while sinking to the bottom of the spring. Is it because my luck is too good recently? Why is it that no matter where I go, people will sing about my good name? Everyone in the world is busy just for fame and fortune. I, on the other hand, can get both fame and fortune without doing anything. I should be happy about it, but why do I feel a little awkward deep inside my heart, considering that this place was a land of chaotic primordial qi which was rather dangerous? Ning Fan did not let his imagination run wild anymore. He just swept away all the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to dive deeper into the moon ancestral soul spring. As he dived to a sufficient depth, the power of chaotic primordial qi finally began to appear in the water. If the power of chaotic primordial qi comes into direct contact with it, it would actually cause harm to the body. Even a body cultivator at the quasi-saint realm would not dare to directly absorb the power of chaotic primordial qi into his body. Fortunately, as soon as Ning Fan used the cultivation method of the mixed 5 elements body, the power of chaotic primordial qi gushed into his body crazily. It did not cause him any harm at all. Instead, it had clearly become a great supplement for him. Ning Fan's great 5 elements body had been stuck in a state of tranquility for many years. It was just like a tree that desperately needed nutrients. When it suddenly received the nourishment of the power of chaotic primordial qi, that indestructible bottleneck immediately loosened a little. However, it was just a little bit. This level of power of chaotic primordial qi was far from enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of the mixed 5 elements body. He must dive deeper and borrow more power of chaotic primordial qi to achieve a breakthrough. The so-called moon ancestor's soul spring was actually not spring water but a pool of moonlight. Even though Ning Fan had clearly jumped into the spring water, he did not feel that it was real at all. Only the moonlight around him flowed like water, not drenching his clothes. There were also fine traces of chaotic qi mixed in the moonlight, which did not disperse. In that unreachable place, there was an endless amount of moonlight at the bottom of the spring. It was the source of all the moonlight in the illusory world. Ning Fan continued to descend at full speed. His speed was not to be underestimated. Even after descending for a distance of several hundred galaxies, he still felt that the bottom of the spring was unreachable. Clearly, the interior of this soul spring was a world of its own. Moreover, it was a vast and boundless world. Even with Ning Fan's rain technique fully activated, he could not see the boundary of this world at all. Approximately 1 hour later, Ning Fan stopped descending. His current position was already deep enough. The chaotic qi around him faintly exceeded his tolerance. Obviously, continuing to descend was not a wise choice. This is enough. Next, I just need to absorb enough chaotic qi to attain the initial stage of the 5 elements primordial chaos body. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in the moonlight and circulated the 5 elements primordial chaos body. All of a sudden, countless traces of chaotic qi glowed and flowed into his body. If the cultivators of the yin-yang sect saw this scene, they would certainly be surprised by Ning Fan's direct and violent actions. One should know that even the immortal emperors of the yin-yang sect had to be very careful when absorbing chaotic qi. How would ordinary cultivators dare to absorb so much chaotic qi like Ning Fan? At this rate, I will be able to attain the initial stage of the Great Five Elements Primordial Chaos Body in at most 2 hours and obtain the physique of the Five Elements Primordial Chaos Body. This is just the beginning. I still need a lot of hard work to truly achieve the Great Perfection realm. Ning Fan completely immersed himself in his cultivation, forgetting everything that was happening outside of his body. As his cultivation progressed, his body began to undergo various changes. Sometimes, 3 Qi*3, 33 Emperor Qi, magnetic light would spread out to protect his body. Sometimes, the supreme green light would turn into a green bird that hovered above his head. Sometimes, cold light would penetrate his body, as if he was going to turn into a block of ice. Sometimes, flames would burn his body, turning him into a ball of flames. In total, there were more than 400 different transformations on Ning Fan's body. Each of the transformations represented a type of physique that he could choose from. It was not that Ning Fan could choose whatever he wanted. Among the 400+ types of primordial chaos physiques, there were only 5 types of physiques that were compatible with him. It was not that he could not choose the other types, but they were not the most compatible with him. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to cultivate the physiques to the perfect perfection realm. Which of these 5 advancement paths should I choose? Ning Fan carefully sensed the differences between the 5 types of physiques he could choose from. The first physique was in line with his ancient Fey identity. When it was activated, the 5-colored Fey cloud would protect his body, and his defense was quite strong. Among them, the cloud art was something that he was interested in recently. The second physique seemed to be an offensive physique. When activated, one would be surrounded by primeval chaos lightning. Its destructive power was shocking and could make a quasi-saint look askance. The third type of physique pursued extreme speed. It could allow a cultivator's body to turn into a spirit of heaven and earth and fly, increasing their speed by more than 2 times. The fourth physique was an extremely rare treasure-holding physique. Once it was cultivated, the power of the treasures would be greatly increased. Ning Fan was most interested in the 5th type of physique. It was actually a type of physique that was related to the divine spirit. When it was activated, Ning Fan could clearly feel the uneasiness and nervousness of the divine spirit power in his body. This kind of uneasiness did not mean that the 2 types of physiques could not coexist. At least, they were compatible, making it possible for him to cultivate the 5th type of physique. However, the dignified waste divine spirit physique was actually frightened by an unknown primordial chaos physique. It was Ning Fan's first time encountering such a situation. One should know that other than the waste divine spirit physique, Ning Fan also cultivated many other types of physiques, such as the Great Five Elements physique, the Corpse Devil physique and the 6 Desires bone. However, none of the physiques could threaten the divine spirit physique. It was because their levels were different. In other words, the 5th type of physique was actually a powerful physique that was on par with the waste divine spirit physique. In just a few breaths' time, Ning Fan had already made his choice among the 5 paths of advancement. As he progressed, 5 clouds of clear qi began to circle around his body. 4 of them were dark while the other was bright. The 4 clouds of dim qi did not have any power. They were just empty shells, as if they still needed to be filled with something before they could possess power. The only cloud of clear qi that was bright was filled with the power of the ancient divine spirit. That was why it shone with boundless divine light. 2 hours later, the 5 clouds of clear qi completely condensed. This meant that Ning Fan's primordial chaos physique had completely advanced. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. He looked at the 5 clouds of clear qi that were floating around his body with an inexplicable feeling. The jade slip that Senior Omniscient gave me didn't record this primordial chaos physique. Could it be that no one in the Yin and Yang sect had ever cultivated this type of physique? 5 clouds of clear qi, 4 of them are dark while the other is bright. The dignified power of the ancient divine spirit is actually only fit to fill one of the clouds of clear qi. Could it be that the other 4 clouds of clear qi need to be filled with the power of the same level? A sentence from the fake Tao scripture suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's mind. The 5 spirits of heaven and earth are gods, devils, demons, immortals, and ghosts. In front of his eyes, the game of chess that he could not win no matter how hard he tried appeared again. On the chessboard, the gods, devils, demons, immortals, and ghosts of both sides were fighting against each other. I seem to have cultivated the most useless yet most terrifying primordial chaos physique. It's useless because only one of the 5 clouds of clear chi has been lit up so far. Only by lighting up more than 2 clouds of clear chi can the hidden ability of this physique be preliminarily activated. I only managed to cultivate the divine spirit physique under various coincidences. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for me to cultivate the other 4 spirits to light up the second cloud of clear chi. But if there really comes a day when I succeed in cultivating this physique, perhaps I will become an existence that is even more terrifying than the ancient divine spirits. Ning Fan smiled, but he did not show too much expectation. He did not even know the name of the primordial chaos physique that he had cultivated. Then, he might as well ask. Communication of all living things, activate. Like a lunatic, Ning Fan stretched out his palm and spoke to it. Primordial chaos physique, tell me your name. Genesis primordial spirit physique, Genesis primordial spirit physique, Genesis primordial spirit physique, Genesis primordial spirit physique? I've never heard of it before. But it sounds really powerful. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to cultivate it to the perfection realm. Gathering all 5 spirits physiques is simply a fantasy. While Ning Fan was chatting with his palm, his eyes suddenly flickered and he stopped talking. At this moment, strange laughter suddenly resounded in the moonlight current around them. He. Teacher, look. There's an idiot over there who is chatting with his hand. Could it be that this idiot's brain has been damaged by the chaotic chi? Has he lost his mind? It seems like we don't need to do anything to expel him. He will be killed by the chaotic chi. Forget it. It's better for us to do something to expel him. After all, this is an important place of our clan. We can't let these rascals act rashly. Ning Fan frowned. When he first stepped into the bottom of the spring, he had already sensed the existence of some kind of special living being in this place. However, he did not take it to heart. His principle was that he would not attack unless he was attacked first. If the other party did not attack him, he would also ignore them. However, if the other party attacked him, he would not show them any mercy. Moon slash. A few illusory figures flashed across the current. Then, several traces of immortal venerable realm sword chi slashed at Ning Fan. All of them were crescent-shaped sword rays. Those sword rays were not worth mentioning at all. However, what was strange was that those sword rays could actually absorb the endless chaotic chi in this place to strengthen themselves. With the support of the chaotic chi, the mere immortal venerable realm sword rays actually possessed the power of the immortal emperor realm sword rays. Even Ning Fan did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He summoned the reverse sea sword and swung it a few times, shattering all of those sword rays. This guy is really strong. We can't defeat him. Teacher, hurry up and do something. A few anxious voices sounded. All right. All of you stand down. Let me kill this bastard. Great green lotus moonlight slash. Asterisk sizzle asterisk. All of a sudden, Ning Fan heard the sound of thunder coming from the current around him. It sounded like the sharp chirping of 1,000 birds. Then, those sounds of thunder gathered into one and condensed into a green sword ray that was 1,000 zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, long. It was like a green moon in the sky. It was an immortal emperor realm sword ray. However, after absorbing the power of the chaotic chi in the surroundings, its power was forcibly increased to the first level of the quasi-saint realm. These underwater creatures aren't strong, but their sword techniques are just too terrifying. Ning Fan's brows furrowed. The frown on Ning Fan's face deepened. It was not because the quasi-saint sword light was too powerful. Instead, it was because there seemed to be a trace of chi within the sword light that he found familiar, the chi of the sword ancestor. The chi of Ji Qingling. Why do the sword techniques of these underwater creatures carry that woman's chi? Could it be related to that woman? Asterisk boom asterisk. Ning Fan raised his sword and blocked the quasi-saint sword ray. The coldness in his eyes faded a lot. He did not like these underwater creatures who ambushed him. However, if they were related to that woman, it was not impossible for him to let them off. What? This bastard is actually so strong. Even my great green lotus sword technique can't do anything to him. Could it be that I have no choice but to ask the clan leader to kill him? The illusory figure of an old man who was dressed like a Confucian cultivator gradually materialized in the water. His face was filled with shock. Behind the old Confucian cultivator, a few young Confucian cultivators gradually appeared. Judging from the way they addressed him, they seemed to be his disciples. Be it the old Confucian cultivator or his disciples, none of them were alive. They were illusory sword spirits. They were not humans. They were sword spirits who had been guarding this place for generations. So they are sword spirits. Could they be her sword spirits? Ning Fan felt a pang of pain in his heart. In silence, he suddenly recalled the scene where the sword ancestor disappeared from his eyes. He also recalled the soul grass in the divine farmer's 100-herb garden that had yet to mature. Originally, he was not very interested in the moon ancestor's soul spring. Now, he began to care about it. He wanted to see what the bottom of the moon ancestor's soul spring looked like. That woman, did she come here before and leave some traces here? Stop. I don't mean any harm to you. The proof is that if I really want to kill you, I just need to use an illusion technique. There is no need for me to compete with you in sword techniques. Ning Fan sighed. The shadow of the reincarnation tree appeared in his right eye, pulling the old Confucian cultivator and his disciples into the illusory world of an immemorial rainy night. This old Confucian cultivator was just an immortal emperor while his disciples were just some sword spirits of immortal venerables. The reason why their sword techniques were powerful was only because of the sword techniques themselves and not because of themselves. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could kill some sword spirits of immortal emperors and immortal venerables with just a glance using his illusion technique. The old Confucian cultivator was astonished. He was not an ordinary sword spirit. He was not afraid of illusions. However, he was still pulled into this place by Ning Fan's illusion technique. It was enough to show how amazing Ning Fan's attainment in illusion techniques was. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down his face. However, he did not beg Ning Fan for mercy. Instead, he glared at Ning Fan arrogantly. I know that your illusion technique is powerful. Once you activate your killing intent, we will die instantly in your illusion technique. If you want to kill us, just do it. Don't talk too much. Someone will take revenge for me. Ning Fan was speechless. He clearly said that he did not mean any harm to these sword spirits. Could it be that they were deaf and couldn't understand him? Ning Fan shook his head and removed the illusion technique. The old Confucian cultivator was stunned. He could not figure out what Ning Fan was trying to do. What do you mean? Why don't you kill us? Are you really not here to hunt the sword spirits of the green lotus sword? I feel like I've seen your chi somewhere before. When the old Confucian cultivator still wanted to ask more questions, a massive chi suddenly rushed towards him from the bottom of the spring. That was a quasi-saint. He was not a very powerful quasi-saint. He seemed to be a quasi-saint who had forcefully advanced through enlightenment. That was why his magic power was stuck at the bottleneck of the 10,000 tribulations and could not advance any further for the rest of his life. If they were in the outside world, Ning Fan would not be afraid of such a quasi-saint. However, this was a chaotic place. That person probably also knew sword techniques that could absorb chaotic chi. Therefore, even though he was just a weakling among the first-grade quasi-saints, it was highly possible for him to produce a sword light with the power of a second-grade quasi-saint. Facing this person, Ning Fan had no choice but to be on full alert. If there was any disagreement, he would have to fight a tough battle. It's our clan leader. He actually left the green lotus seat and came to save us. The old Confucian cultivator was deeply moved. Every time their clan leader left the green lotus seat, he had to pay a huge price. Save you? He. You are not in any danger. Why should I save you so many times? I'm here to welcome a distinguished guest. A green light flashed and turned into a thin old man who carried 7 swords on his back. This person's cultivation base was not high, but his sword intent seemed to have reached an extremely high level. Once he unleashed his full power, there were almost no first-grade quasi-saints who could match him. Distinguished guest? Where is the distinguished guest? There is only one intruder here. The old Confucian cultivator was puzzled. The old man with 7 swords did not want to talk nonsense with him. The old man only looked at Ning Fan with probing eyes. He studied him very carefully, as if he wanted to peel off every trace of Ning Fan's qi and examine it carefully. After a long time, the old man seemed to have confirmed something. Finally, he smiled and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Ning Fan. Ning Fan said indifferently. I am Taoist 9 Swords. I would like to invite you to my residence for a chat. I wonder if you would like to come? The old man smiled. Where is your residence? The bottom of the Soul Spring. Hee hee. I don't have the confidence to go to such a deep place. If I make a mistake, I'm afraid I will be erased by the primal chaos and be consigned to eternal damnation. Ning Fan said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to lie. When you saw that we have a trace of the sword ancestor's qi, you obviously want to go to the bottom of the soul spring to see the inheritance of the sword ancestor. As for the primal chaos qi at the bottom of the soul spring. Hee hee. The primal chaos qi there is indeed so dense that even second-grade quasi-saints don't dare to go there recklessly. However, you don't seem to be an ordinary person. If you really want to go to the bottom of the soul spring, you might have a way to do it. Besides, even if you really can't do it, our Green Lotus Sword clan also has a secret method to help you do it. The old man said meaningfully. Since you have already said so much, it would seem hypocritical if I still refuse. Hee hee. It's not hypocritical. You and I have never met before. It's reasonable for us to be cautious. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. I definitely don't have any ill intentions when I invite you to my residence. Instead, I have something to ask of you. It's also an opportunity for you. Before you, there were 4 Northern Heaven quasi-saints who visited my clan. There were also 6 other quasi-saints who harbored ill intentions towards my clan. That was why they were expelled by my clan. Fellow Taoist is the 11th Northern Heaven quasi-saint who came here. This way, please. Hold on. Before we go to the bottom of the soul spring, I still have a question to ask. What is it? Feel free to ask. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he regained his smile. Fellow Taoist's Dao name is 9 Swords. Why do you only carry 7 swords on your back? Ning Fan asked meaningfully. It's a long story. In the past, we lost 2 of our swords in order to deal with the invading quasi-saints. Now, we only have 7 swords left. It's hard to make up for it. The old man said with a sigh. I see. Ning Fan nodded, as if he agreed with the old man's explanation. However, deep inside his heart, he was a little wary of this old man. This person did not tell him the truth. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could tell that the 9 swords sword technique that Taoist 9 Swords practiced was actually 7 real swords and 2 illusory ones. From the very beginning, there were only 7 real swords. The other 2 were divine swords that did not manifest themselves during normal times. The 9 swords and 7 swords were related to the secret of this person's divine ability. It was normal for him to be unwilling to tell Ning Fan the truth. However, it was a little too much for him to deliberately make up a lie. This person was treating him hypocritically. Since he was not sincere, it was hard to say if he did not have other schemes. Well, it doesn't matter. Whether he is a friend or a foe, we will know once I make a trip to the bottom of the soul spring. Did Qingling really come here before? With Ning Fan's current state, it was extremely difficult for him to dive to the bottom of the soul spring while enduring the chaotic qi. Of course, if he activates his primordial true body and uses other techniques, he might be able to do it. However, Ning Fan did not reveal his techniques in front of Taoist 9 Swords. Instead, he accepted the latter's help. The 2 of them continued to dive while chatting. Only then did Ning Fan learn that the Green Lotus Sword clan lived at the bottom of the Moon Ancestor's soul spring. This clan did not have a lot of members. There were less than 1,000 of them. Each of them was a sword spirit. Due to some reasons, the sword spirits of this clan could not leave the Moon Ancestor's soul spring. Once they leave the chaotic qi, they would die. Similarly, when they are in the primordial chaos, the power of their sword techniques would often far exceed their cultivation base. They were incomparably powerful. Once, those quasi-saints of the northern heaven who were plotting against this place were defeated. They were living beings who lived in the primordial chaos. To them, the chaotic chi was like water to fishes and air to mortals. It was harmless to them. However, an outsider like Ning Fan would not be able to do the same. He had to be very careful when entering the primordial chaos. In order to help Ning Fan dive to the bottom of the soul spring, Taoist Nine Swords had no choice but to transfer a large amount of the sword spirit's power to Ning Fan to protect him. After diving for an unknown amount of time, an ethereal voice suddenly resounded in the water under the hazy moonlight. It was unknown where that voice came from, but it seemed to have merged with the moonlight. That voice was filled with endless longing. It was the voice of a woman. That voice sounded very familiar. It was clearly the voice of the sword ancestor. The only thing that disappointed Ning Fan was that the voice was not in the language that was commonly used in the cultivation world. Instead, it was a dialect of a certain place. Thus, he could not understand it very well. However, he could vaguely tell that it was a very sad ballad. The snowflakes of 7 Apricot City are flying, the person I am waiting for is wandering, who is this song under the moon for? I woke up from a dream in the middle of the night, my tears dyed the candlelight red, butterflies fly quickly to the faraway place. I don't understand. Ning Fan did not understand a single word of the dialect. However, there was still an inexplicable feeling in his heart that he could not get rid of. Through this song, he seemed to see tall mountains, flowing rivers, and a certain woman who sat on the peak of a mountain since ancient times. Her fingers stroked an ice-cold long sword as she stared at the moon and moon alone for 10 years, waiting for someone to come. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you understand the language of the Yu clan of the desolate ancient immortal realm? Why don't you tell me what this song is about? I have listened to this song for countless years, but I have never understood its meaning. Taoist Nine Swords said with surprise. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. I know nothing about this language. It turns out that this is the language of the Yu clan of the desolate ancient immortal realm. This is the first time I've heard of such a language. Ning Fan seemed to be immersed in the song and was stunned for a moment. Then why are you sad? Taoist Nine Swords still did not believe him. Ning Fan shook his head without answering. All of a sudden, he heard that the song around him disappeared. He suddenly felt lost. This song has existed in this place for countless years. It will only appear on the day when the tide rises and the moon is full. If fellow Taoist wants to listen to it again, you just have to wait until the next tide rises. Taoist Nine Sword explained. I see. Ning Fan nodded and collected all his emotions. He was even more certain that this place was related to the sword ancestor. Otherwise, how could the sword ancestor's song be passed down to this day? He continued to dive deeper and deeper. After diving for an unknown amount of time, a huge shadow suddenly appeared below him. It was an abandoned cultivation planet with a bumpy surface. It was actually at the bottom of the spring. No, it was not accurate to call it a cultivation planet. It was not a planet but a moon that had lost all its light. It was a real moon. A dead moon that had sunk here for countless years. It's actually a moon. There's actually a moon in the illusory world. Ning Fan was very surprised. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing something like a sun and a moon. How could he not be surprised? Even though it was just a moon that had been dead for many years, it still gave him a great shock. The Green Lotus Sword clan was built on this abandoned moon. On the surface of the moon, there were countless withered trees. Those trees seemed to be the remaining roots of giant lotuses after they withered. The Green Lotus Sword clan used the trees as their cave dwellings. Every member of the clan absorbed the moon, lotus, and primal chaos chi here to cultivate. When they saw an outsider, they were shocked. However, when they saw that Ning Fan was accompanied by their clan leader, they were relieved. Each of them whispered softly. Is there another guest? I guess this is the 5th quasi-sage who has successfully arrived in our clan. This person doesn't seem to be as strong as the previous 4. He actually needs the help of the clan leader to reach the bottom of the spring. I wonder if this person can help our clan completely obtain the sword ancestor's inheritance. With Ning Fan's senses, he naturally heard the whispers of the sword spirits, but he did not care about them. His eyes were attracted by a lotus seed pod that was as huge as a mountain. It was a lotus seed pod that had withered for countless years. The lotus seeds on it had long been taken away by someone. There were dried blood stains on the dried lotus seed pod. Those were the blood of the sword ancestor. There was also an ancient sword mark on the dried lotus seed pod. It was a ghastly sight. Even now, there was still a sword intent that could not be looked at directly. She was injured in this place before? Ning Fan could not help but feel a sense of anger. It was like a volcano that had just awakened and erupted in his heart. If I find out who hurt her, if fellow Taoist has good eyesight. You actually recognized the sword ancestor's natal green lotus among the thousands of dried lotuses at first glance. Taoist Nine Sword clicked his tongue and praised. Natal green lotus? Ning Fan concealed all of his emotions and said indifferently. Rumor has it that the sword ancestor had once lost her natal green lotus in this place. The reason is unknown. That natal green lotus was the condensation of the sword ancestor's Tao teachings. Even though it has been destroyed, it is still very valuable to second-step cultivators like us, who destroyed her green lotus Tao teachings? Ning Fan suddenly asked. Taoist Nine Sword was stunned. He did not understand why Ning Fan would ask such a question. However, in order to temporarily maintain a good relationship with Ning Fan, he still answered patiently. There is no way to verify this. Our Green Lotus Sword clan only gained sentience in the later generations. We don't know much about those ancient secrets. We only know that this dried lotus contains the sword ancestor's Tao teachings. Speaking of that Tao teachings, fellow Taoist should have seen some of them. Some of the sword techniques of our Green Lotus Sword clan were comprehended from it. Just as Taoist Nine Sword was getting excited, he was once again interrupted by Ning Fan's strange question. Do you have any of her old belongings here? Her old belongings? Hee. Of course not. Taoist Nine Sword narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself that this Ning Fan was really greedy. He wanted to ask for the treasures left behind by the sword ancestor as soon as they met. Of course, there were some of the sword ancestor's old belongings here. However, those things all belonged to the Green Lotus Sword clan. Why should they give them to an outsider? Even if this person seems to have some abilities and I can make use of him, I will just make use of him. It is impossible for me to give him too much in return. Are you sure you don't have anything? I hope fellow Taoist won't lie to me. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light and he said in a threatening tone. Hee. Why would I lie to you? Taoist Nine Sword's face was smiling but his heart was filled with anger. Despite his identity, he was actually treated in such a manner by a mere devil. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan's value, he would not mind killing this ancient devil. If that's the case, you can tell me your purpose now. Ning Fan withdrew his cold light and said indifferently. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist should be an ancient devil, right? To tell you the truth, in order to break open the lotus pod and obtain the sword ancestor's Tao inheritance, I need to borrow some of the ancient devil's power. No, to be exact, I need the blood of an ancient devil. After all, among the three cultivation systems of the divine, demon and devil, the blood of the devil race is the purest. It's just right for me to water the lotus pod. Fellow Taoist, you won't reject my request, right? Taoist Nine Sword said with a half smile and a half threat. His purpose was to borrow half of Ning Fan's devil blood to water the sword ancestor's natal green lotus, however, which normal person would use their own blood for others? Especially since it would cause great harm to one's body. It was something that everyone would hesitate to do. Taoist Nine Sword was certain that Ning Fan would not agree to it. If he disagrees, he would probably use some force to force Ning Fan to comply. This place was already the bottom of the spring. The chaotic chi here was unimaginably dense. As the sword spirit of the green lotus, the denser the chaotic chi around him, the stronger his strength would be. On the other hand, Ning Fan was an outsider. Without his help, he would not even be able to survive in this place. He would be directly killed by the chaotic chi. He had the confidence to not put Ning Fan in his eyes even though he was suspected to be a quasi-sage. If it wasn't for the fact that the process of watering the devil blood required the guidance of the ancient devil personally, Taoist Nine Sword would not even bother to consider Ning Fan's wishes and directly kill him to extract his blood. I see. So this is your purpose. Ning Fan had long been wary of this person. Thus, he was not surprised when he realized that the other party was plotting against him. As long as fellow Taoist offers half of your devil blood to water the lotus pod, I guarantee that I will let you go after this is done regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Besides, once it succeeds, I'm willing to give you some of the Sword Ancestors' Tao inheritance. What if I refuse? Hee. Forgive me for being blunt. Since fellow Taoist has already followed me to the bottom of the spring, it seems like you don't have any leeway to refuse. Taoist Nine Sword said with disdain. Since that's the case, let me think about it. Of course, Ning Fan did not really want to think about it. He suddenly sensed some changes in the Spirit Nong's 100-herb garden. Thus, he needed some time to investigate it. He walked straight to the bottom of the dried lotus pod and sat on the ground. Then, he divided his consciousness into the Spirit Nong's 100-herb garden to observe the changes of the Sword Ancestor's soul grass. For some unknown reason, the Sword Ancestor's soul grass which grew slowly actually showed signs of accelerating growth after coming to this place. Could it be that the natal green lotus that the Sword Ancestor destroyed in this place is actually the best nourishment for the soul grass? It can accelerate the recovery of the Sword Ancestor's soul. If that's really the case, I might have to feign civility with this Taoist Nine Sword. As long as it can help her, it doesn't matter even if I have to sacrifice half of my devil blood. In the end, Ning Fan agreed to Taoist Nine Sword's request and offered half of his devil blood to water the Sword Ancestor's natal green lotus. The Green Lotus Sword clan wanted to resurrect the Sword Ancestor's natal green lotus and obtain its inheritance. Ning Fan also wanted to resurrect the natal green lotus and return the inheritance to the Sword Ancestor soul grass so that it could grow. Taoist Nine Sword thought that he had successfully coerced Ning Fan, but he did not know that it was exactly what Ning Fan wanted. Seeing Ning Fan reluctantly compromise, Taoist Nine Sword felt pleased inwardly. However, he did not show it on his face and returned to his initial friendly smile. I'm very pleased that fellow Taoist has made the wisest choice. No matter whether it succeeds or not, fellow Taoist is still a friend of my Green Lotus Sword clan. Friend? Hee. I don't need a friend like the Green Lotus Sword clan. Ning Fan did not agree with him. However, on the surface, he still had to pretend to be helpless and resentful. Let's cut the pleasantries. Hurry up and finish watering the devil blood, then let me go. I don't want to stay here for a second longer. Hee. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. If you want to carry out the resurrection ceremony, just the devil blood isn't enough. You still have to wait for another fellow Taoist to help. Before that fellow Taoist arrives, I'll have to trouble you to wait for a while. Taoist Nine Sword smiled mysteriously. He took out an ancient coin and crushed it. It seemed like he was sending a message to someone far away by crushing the coin. All right. That person will definitely arrive in an hour at most. This is the agreement we made in the past. Taoist Nine Sword said confidently. He deeply believed that the owner of the coin would not dare to not come. After all, he also had something on the other party. Humph. It seems like I'm not the only one being threatened by fellow Taoist. Ning Fan seemed to be very indignant, but his real emotion was surprise. The chi on the coin seems to be familiar. It seems to be the Pure Yang ancestral master of the Pure Yang sect. Strange. Isn't that Pure Yang ancestral master staying in the heaven-avoiding coffin to prolong his last breath? Why would he be involved with the Green Lotus Sword clan all of a sudden? Hee. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. It's true that my Green Lotus Sword clan offended you first, but so what? To put it bluntly, if you didn't covet the fortune here, you wouldn't have fallen to the bottom of the spring and been schemed against by this old man. As a cultivator, who hasn't suffered a few setbacks? Fellow Taoist, there's no need to take it to heart. Guards. Taoist Nine Sword no longer bothered with Ning Fan. Instead, he summoned a few of his clansmen and whispered some instructions to them. Before long, more than 100 burly men of the Sword Spirit clan carried a yellow wine jar that was as large as a mountain to the front. This is... Ning Fan secretly released his sense. He had already found out what was inside the wine urn. However, he still asked despite knowing the answer. Fellow Taoist, you're the first true elder devil that I've waited for countless years. However, fellow Daoist, the blood of the ancient devil ancestor is too little. It seems like there are only 4 drops. That is not enough. So, therefore, I want to help you, fellow Daoist, to condense more ancient demon ancestral blood. In this wine urn, there are 300 drops of the blood of the pseudo-ancient devil ancestor that I've collected after hundreds of millions of years of painstaking planning. I've used hundreds of millions of years of hard work to brew it into wine. Even though it's not the orthodox ancient devil blood wine, it's still a rare treasure. If an orthodox ancient devil drinks all of this wine, he or she can at least obtain 10 drops of ancient devil ancestor blood. I've offended you in the past. Therefore, I'll use this wine to compensate you. Daoist Nine Sword pretended to be generous and said. Compensate? Fellow Daoist's words are really nice. You've only mentioned the benefits of this wine, but you've concealed its flaws. If I'm not mistaken, this wine is obviously brewed by extracting the primordial chaos essence. How domineering is this wine? When one drinks it, it's like drinking the primordial chaos essence raw. It will certainly cause great damage to the person who drinks it. Those quasi-saints with slightly weaker chi and blood would probably explode and die before they can even finish 1/3 of this wine. You're asking me to drink this wine. You've got ulterior motives. Ning Fan said coldly. Humph. Now that you're trapped in my Green Lotus Sword clan, do you still have a choice to not drink it? Could it be that fellow Daoist wants to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Daoist Nine Sword's expression instantly changed. He pretended to remove the sword spirit power that he had placed on Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan's expression immediately changed greatly. If the sword spirit power in his body disappears, the primordial chaos chi at the bottom of the spring would immediately rush towards him. Fellow Daoist, why do you have to do this? I'll just drink this wine. Ning Fan said with an unpleasant expression. Inwardly, however, he was trying to hold back his laughter. This was the wine that Daoist Nine Sword had spent hundreds of millions of years to brew. After drinking it, he would be able to increase his ancient devil ancestor blood significantly. Hee hee. That's right. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. I naturally understand that this wine will cause great harm to you. I won't let you drink too much of it. Fellow Daoist only needs to drink 1/5 of it. Where are the beauties? Hurry up and serve fellow Daoist Ning the wine. As Daoist Nine Sword gave an order, more than 10 beautiful figures immediately walked out. All of them were beauties of the Green Lotus Sword clan. Of course, these beauties were also sword spirits. Each of them had already lost their primordial een. No one knew who had plucked their primordial een. The group of beauties set up a table and chairs for Ning Fan. Then, they urged him to drink wine in a charming manner. All of them were using spatial wine utensils. A small bottle of wine contained 500 jin of wine. However, Ning Fan just put on a helpless expression and drank very slowly. He seemed to hate the pseudo-ancient devil blood wine very much. However, this was also human nature. Which ordinary person would have the time to drink the primordial chaos wine, even if this wine brought great benefits to ancient devils? There were probably not many second-step ancient devils who would dare to drink 500 kilograms of it. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not an ordinary person. He was a divine spirit with a crippled divine body. In the first place, he was stronger than ordinary ancient devils. Moreover, because he knew the cultivation method of the 5 elements chaotic primordial body, he was quite experienced in absorbing the power of the primordial chaos. Thus, even if he drinks the primordial chaos wine raw, he would not suffer any harm. However, he could not let Daoist Nine Sword notice it, hence, every time Ning Fan drank some of the blood wine, he would have to pretend that he had suffered great injuries and cough out some blood. That blood was, of course, a disguise. Even so, Daoist Nine Sword was secretly shocked. His heart was filled with suspicion because the amount of blood Ning Fan coughed out was less than what he had expected. Strange. After drinking the primordial chaos wine, the backlash he suffered is much lighter than what I had imagined. Why is that so? Could it be that the physical body of an orthodox ancient devil is so strong that it has some resistance against the primordial chaos chi? Unfortunately, Daoist Nine Sword had never seen an orthodox ancient devil before. Thus, he certainly could not confirm his speculation. He could only keep an eye on Ning Fan and did not dare to underestimate him anymore. Good wine. It's really good wine. Even though this Taoist 9 sword has a bad character, his winemaking skills are really top-notch. Besides, this wine can actually improve the grade of my devil blood. It's really impressive. Ning Fan clicked his tongue in admiration towards the blood wine in his heart. However, he still had to pretend that he was forced to drink it. Secretly, the grade of his devil blood was improving by leaps and bounds. Originally, his devil blood was only at the grade of 4 drops of ancestral blood. He had only condensed 1/3 of the 5th drop of ancestral blood. Now, however, the 5th drop of ancestral blood was gradually being completed at an astonishing speed. Strange. This young man has only drunk 30,000 liters of blood wine, but he is already showing signs of condensing the 5th drop of ancestral blood? Taoist 9 sword frowned. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Initially, he thought that even an orthodox ancient devil would need to drink at least 50,000 liters of blood wine to condense the 5th drop of ancestral blood. After all, not all the blood wine that enters one's stomach could be successfully converted into medicinal power. There would always be a lot of waste. Would it be so easy to absorb the blood wine that contained the power of the primordial chaos chi? It would already be difficult for ordinary quasi-saints to absorb 1/4 of the medicinal power. However, Ning Fan was different. He had the primordial chaos body technique. Thus, he did not waste too much of the power of the primordial chaos chi. Thus, the effect of consuming the blood wine at this moment was naturally much more obvious than the others. This was also because the power of the ancient gods and ancient devils were not interconnected. Otherwise, if the heart aperture of the ancient gods could also produce the same effect, the improvement of his devil blood would be truly heaven-defying. I get it now. This young man is already close to condensing the 5th drop of ancestral blood. That's why he only drank 30,000 liters of blood wine and he managed to condense the 5th drop. However, if it's the 6th drop, it won't be so easy to condense it. Taoist 9 sword came to a sudden realization, thinking that he had found the reason. Just as expected, after Ning Fan successfully condensed the 5th drop of ancestral devil blood, he drank 200,000 liters of blood wine in a row, but he still could not condense the 6th drop. It seemed like the difficulty of condensing the 6th drop of ancestral devil blood was more than 1,000 times greater than the 5th drop. It seems like my guess is right. The reason why this young man can condense the 5th drop of ancestral devil blood so quickly is just a coincidence. Taoist 9 sword felt relieved. He did not like things to go out of his control. However, he did not know that he was deceived by the illusion that Ning Fan deliberately created this time. After drinking 30,000 liters of blood wine, Ning Fan had already condensed 1/3 of the 5th drop of ancestral devil blood. After drinking another 60,000 liters of blood wine, he also successfully condensed the 6th drop of ancestral devil blood. After another 50,000 liters of blood wine, the 7th drop of ancestral devil blood was also successfully condensed. Fortunately, Ning Fan noticed Taoist 9 sword's surprised expression. He understood that his ability to absorb the blood wine was indeed a little scary. It would expose his ability to restrain the power of the primordial chaos and make his enemies wary. Thus, he put on some disguises. Even though he had already successfully condensed the 6th and 7th drops of ancestral devil blood, he suppressed his fluctuations and did not let others know about it. In Taoist 9 sword's eyes, he even thought that Ning Fan had encountered many difficulties in condensing the 6th drop of ancestral devil blood. The cultivation of ancestral blood was difficult, especially for the ancient devil clan which had been deprived of the right to obtain ancestral blood. If it wasn't for Ning Fan swindling Taoist 9 sword's wine by chance, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue increasing the amount of ancestral devil blood. The higher the amount of ancestral blood, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Ning Fan drank a total of 140,000 liters of blood wine and only managed to condense the 8th drop of ancestral devil blood. For the 9th drop, he used 170,000 liters of blood wine. The 10th drop, 200,000 liters. Oh? This young man has finally condensed the 7th drop of ancestral devil blood, huh? That's enough. If he continues drinking it, I'm worried that his body will explode and he will die from the power of the primordial chaos. If that happens, there won't be anyone to water the devil blood anymore. Daoist Nine Sword nodded his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the beauties from urging him to drink and ordered his people to move the wine urns away. However, he did not know that Ning Fan had already condensed the 10th drop of ancestral devil blood at this moment. What he saw was just an illusion that Ning Fan had created. Phew. Finally, I don't have to drink this blood wine anymore. Ning Fan's face was pale and weak. He heaved a long sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Of course, his complexion and expression were all faked. Deep down, he felt that it was a pity. He still wanted to drink more blood wine. Why did Daoist Nine Sword withdraw? Could it be that he had noticed his disguise and was prepared for it? Fine. I'll think about the matter of the blood wine later. The most important thing now is to resurrect Qing Ling's orthodoxy and nourish the soul grass with its power. I'm sorry. Daoist Nine Sword pretended to be guilty and cupped his fists at Ning Fan, as if he was apologizing for forcing Ning Fan to drink the blood wine. In reality, he did not feel sorry at all. Instead, he was mocking Ning Fan for being weak and easily bullied. Humph. 1 hour has passed. The other fellow Daoist should have arrived by now, right? Ning Fan said in an annoyed tone. Soon, soon. While Daoist Nine Sword was comforting Ning Fan's emotions, he suddenly saw a ray of pure sunlight silently shining into the moonlight world at the bottom of the soul spring. Then, he changed the topic. Hee. Fellow Daoist Ning, you don't have to wait any longer. Fellow Daoist Lu is already here. That ray of pure sunlight arrived without a sound, hiding itself from the eyes and ears of the entire vast cold palace. When that ray of light landed on the world at the bottom of the spring, it transformed into the pure young ancestral master. Ning Fan naturally recognized the pure young ancestral master. He had once attacked the pure young sect to denounce them. That was how he got to know this person. Even his pure refinement art was bought from this person. In his impression, the pure young ancestral master was a greedy person who was afraid of death. 9 out of 10 of his sentences were related to the heavenly Tao metal. Moreover, due to his fear of death, he hid inside the heaven-avoiding coffin of the pure young sect all day long. There was a time when even the juniors of the sect did not know that there was such a great being who was still alive in their sect. Although he was greedy for money, he was also an extremely talented person at the same time. The heaven-avoiding coffin that was famous in the northern heaven was invented by him. If it wasn't for the heaven-avoiding coffin, the overall strength of the northern heaven would not be so much stronger than the other 3 heavens. It was all thanks to him. At the same time, the pure young ancestral master was also a titled cultivator who held the title of God of Wealth. His creed was that money can make a god. At this moment, the pure young ancestral master was surrounded by countless illusory figures of money, giving people a feeling that he was impenetrable. Even the primordial chi at the bottom of the spring could not hurt him at all. Ning Fan was confident that he could also achieve such a level of defense. However, he would definitely need to use all of his means. In the past, he seemed to have underestimated the strength of the pure young ancestral master. Even though he was just a first-level quasi-saint, he was definitely one of the extremely heaven-defying ones, eh? Why is fellow Daoist here as well? Could it be that, the ancient devil blood-gushing demon that the Green Lotus Sword clan found is you? As soon as the pure young ancestral master arrived, he saw Ning Fan and was instantly shocked. I've entered the tiger's den by mistake. I have no choice but to do so. Fellow Daoist, please excuse me. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Oh? Fellow Daoist Lu knows this fellow Daoist Ning? Daoist Nine Sword was slightly surprised, but he did not find it strange. It was too normal for the 2 old monsters of the northern heavens to know each other. It would be strange if they did not know each other. Humph. What does it have to do with you whether I know Brother Ning or not? The pure young ancestral master could still put on a good expression when facing Ning Fan. However, he was not polite when facing Daoist Nine Sword. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Fortunately, Daoist Nine Sword also understood that he was the one who threatened the pure young ancestral master first. It was only normal for the other party to have some complaints. Of course, he hated the pure young ancestral master's rudeness. However, it was not like he could not tolerate it before he finished using the other party. Speaking of which, I only found out a few days ago that fellow Daoist's surname is Ning and not Zhao. According to the rumors, fellow Daoist should be in the Lost World Palace now. Why did you come here all of a sudden? Oh right, fellow Daoist, have you thought it through? Do you want to buy the remaining few pure refinement arts? If you buy all of them, I can give you some discounts. As expected, the pure young ancestral master always talked about the heavenly Dao gold. He wanted to earn Ning Fan's money again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the pure young ancestral master was shocked. He was just promoting his pure refinement art out of habit. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that the purity of Ning Fan's magic power was no longer the same as before. The few pure refinement arts that he bought in the past were almost completed. Isn't this fellow's magic power purification speed a little too fast? At this speed, he really needs to buy more pure refinement arts as a backup. The pure young ancestral master was inwardly shocked. When he looked again, not only did the purity of Ning Fan's magic power increase tremendously, even the quantity of his magic power had increased by a lot. His cultivation base was already at the 17,000 tribulation realm. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, even if he uses his full strength to fight Ning Fan, he would at most have a 30% chance of winning. There was a 70% chance that he would lose. Then, here comes the problem, why would Ning Fan, who was much stronger than him, fall into the Green Lotus Sword clan and be controlled by a mere Daoist 9 sword? Could it be that this young man is the same as me? Both of us are putting on an act and feigning civility with Daoist 9 sword? We'll talk about the deal of the pure refinement art later. Let's talk about the proper business first. Fellow Daoist, did you come here to revive this Green Lotus Dao inheritance? Ning Fan asked with a smile. That's exactly why I came here. I'm ashamed to say this. Due to some reasons, I once went out to visit the Dao. During that time, I accidentally entered this place to explore. Due to a moment of carelessness, I left behind some information that could be used against me. Now, I have no choice but to obey their orders. Sigh. The pure young ancestral master sighed. Fellow Daoist, why didn't you stay in the heaven-avoiding coffin? Instead, you went out to visit the Dao and even accidentally entered this place to explore? Ning Fan said meaningfully. This sentence was actually transmitted to him through telepathy. The pure young ancestral master that he knew was both talented and shrewd. How could he be coerced by someone for no reason? There must be a great reason behind it. It was highly possible that the other party did it on purpose. Didn't fellow Daoist also enter the tiger's den by mistake? The pure young ancestral master also transmitted his voice to Ning Fan meaningfully. The two of them only needed to exchange glances to know that the other party had ulterior motives towards the Green Lotus Sword clan. I wholeheartedly want to revive this Green Lotus Dao inheritance. I hope that fellow Daoist will not interfere. Ning Fan withdrew his smile and transmitted his voice again. Then I'll have to trouble you. I also want this Green Lotus Dao inheritance. Can't you share some with me? The pure young ancestral master also withdrew his smile. What if I say no? Fellow Daoist, you really have a big appetite. Do you really want to keep the Sword Ancestors Dao inheritance for yourself? I'll be frank with you first. Without the power of my title of fortune, you won't be able to revive the Sword Ancestors Dao inheritance with just that bit of devil blood of yours. Since I'm contributing to it, I naturally have to share some of the Dao inheritance. Ning Fan frowned. Since Daoist 9 Sword had gone through so much trouble to find the pure young ancestral master, the power of his title was most likely an indispensable item in order to revive the Green Lotus Dao inheritance. Without this person, the Green Lotus Dao inheritance would not be able to be revived. According to Ning Fan's personality in the past, it was not impossible for him to have a share of the fortuitous encounters that he had with the pure young ancestral master in the past. However, he could not do so this time. This was Qing Ling's Dao inheritance. He would not share it with anyone. It's strange. With fellow Daoist's personality, it seems like you shouldn't have such a deep obsession with worldly possessions. The pure young ancestral master frowned. He indeed needed the power of the Sword Ancestors Dao inheritance, but it was not a must. If Ning Fan insists on taking everything for himself, he could only let go. After all, he was no longer Ning Fan's match if they really fight. However, he had been plotting against the Green Lotus Sword clan for many years. It was impossible for him to give up on this matter just like that. 5,000 gold ingots. The pure young ancestral master suddenly smiled and offered a price. His intention was obvious. As long as Ning Fan pays him 5,000 taels of heavenly Dao gold, he would give up the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance in this place. If Ning Fan refuses to pay, he could just leave even if he could not defeat Ning Fan and not help Ning Fan to revive the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance. What? You're saying that he is being threatened by Daoist Nine Sword and cannot leave on his own? Stop joking. How could he be threatened by a mere quasi-saint? Would he, Lu Chunyang, be afraid of a mere Green Lotus Sword clan? Alright. Even though 5,000 gold ingots was a lot, this matter was related to the soul grass of Qingling. When it was time to spend money, Ning Fan would certainly not be reluctant to spend it. He still needed the pure young ancestral master's power to revive Qingling's Dao inheritance. As long as the pure young ancestral master facilitates this matter, it was not impossible for him to pay him some money. Hiss. You're willing to pay me so much money? How refreshing. This little brother admires you even more now. The pure young ancestral master was overjoyed when he heard Ning Fan's words. Even though the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance was precious, he was not a sword cultivator. He only wanted to borrow some of its power. However, if Ning Fan was willing to pay him 5,000 gold ingots, he could achieve his goal with other means even if he did not obtain the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance. What Daoist Nine Sword did not know was that Ning Fan and the pure young ancestral master had reached a private agreement to divide the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance in this place. Seeing that the two of them kept talking to each other through telepathy, Daoist Nine Sword could not help but let out a few dry coughs to interrupt their conversation. Alright. If the two of you want to have a chat, you can find another time. Since fellow Daoist Lu is already here, it's time to carry out the ceremony to revive the Green Lotus Dao inheritance. Someone, set up the sacrificial altar. As Daoist Nine Sword gave his order, the entire Green Lotus Sword clan immediately became busy. Not long after, a temporary sacrificial altar was set up. Daoist Nine Sword personally presided over the sacrificial altar. At the center of the altar was the Green Lotus Dao inheritance that had died countless years ago. Fellow Daoist Ning, please go to the Green Lotus Dao inheritance and water it with your devil blood. If I don't tell you to stop, you can't stop. Fellow Daoist Lu, please use the power of your title to change the fate of the Green Lotus Dao inheritance. When you succeed, I will naturally remove the Green Lotus Sword curse in your body. The pure young ancestral master nodded his head and began to circulate his power of the title to save the Sword Ancestor Green Lotus. Even though Ning Fan had yet to give him the 5,000 gold ingots that he had promised, he knew cultivators like Ning Fan very well. He firmly believed that as long as the other party made a promise, he would not go back on his word even if it meant his death. After receiving money from others, he would help them eliminate disasters. Even though the pure young ancestral master was greedy, he was also a man of his word. Since he had agreed to help Ning Fan obtain the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance, he would do his best to make it happen. However, there is one thing that I don't understand. The amount of devil blood needed to water the Sword Ancestor Green Lotus is not a small matter. It will at least consume half of this person's devil blood. Even with my help, the success rate will not be more than 30%. Even if it succeeds, the Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance will only be resurrected to a certain extent. It's definitely not complete. It can be said that it's useful or useless. It depends on the person. This Zhao Jian is definitely not a sword cultivator. This matter cannot be hidden from my eyes. Since he's not a sword cultivator, why is he so persistent about this Sword Ancestors' Dao inheritance? Could it be that this Zhao Jian is the same as me, a handsome man with a story? The pure young ancestral master fell into deep thought as if his memories had been triggered. For a moment, his eyes became a little dazed. In his daze, he seemed to see the lady who had turned into a flying bird waving goodbye to him before she left. She was so determined, stubborn and reckless, little Yang, in order to protect the Stone Warrior 8 formations that my father left behind, I must become eternal. After I'm gone, you have to take good care of yourself, elder sister Yin Rong, I don't want you to die. Can you please come back? I haven't told you my feelings, sigh. A sigh escaped from the pure young ancestral master's mouth. It was filled with bitterness, but no one noticed it. He collected all the distracting thoughts in his mind and released more of his titled power. The illusory figures of money that blotted out the sky and covered the earth went into the withered green lotus. They were untraceable and unimaginable. It's time. Fellow Taoist Ning, what are you waiting for if you don't offer your blood now? Taoist Nine Sword urged. Ning Fan ignored Taoist Nine Sword. At this moment, the withered green lotus was the only thing left in his eyes and in his world. Using his fingers like a blade, he made a cut. Devil blood immediately gushed out from his arm and poured onto the withered green lotus. He could not allow the devil blood to be used as he wished. The most important thing was how the owner of the devil blood guided the devil blood. Following Taoist Nine Swords' request, Ning Fan began to smear the devil blood on his palm and spread it evenly on the entire green lotus. Before Ning Fan transformed into a human, his mother had also used her blood to smear the demon cocoon to save him. At this moment, Ning Fan only felt that his action of smearing the devil blood was very similar to that incident. There seemed to be some kind of hidden karma involved in it. As Ning Fan's devil blood flowed into the green lotus, the withered green lotus that was originally withered suddenly showed a hint of vitality. That vitality was very weak. However, at the moment when it was revealed, endless thoughts broke out of the lotus and spread across the entire world at the bottom of the spring. There was also a woman's intermittent voice that seemed to have transcended the ancient times. It sounded like she was murmuring, but he could not hear it clearly. Little butterfly. My little butterfly. I won't let you die. Even if I have to give up this sword, I won't. Avakania is the Tao. What you cannot seek is fate. What I cannot meet is you. What I cannot think of is you. What I cannot destroy is me. But now, I am willing to give up everything. I have no regrets. I will give you the chance to be born a human even if I no longer exist in this world. When you become a human, I will use this sword and this scabbard to turn into my parents to protect you and give you the warmth of this world. I will use the desolate mountain to look at the moon and give you a lifetime of moonlight. I will use all the smiles in this life to accompany you. It's a pity that I won't be able to see all of this. Did I pour rain on your heart? Unfortunately, this time, I can't hold an umbrella for you, hee hee. This is the voice of samsara left behind by the sword ancestor when he came to this place in the past. We don't have to pay attention to it. Even if we listen to it, we won't be able to hear it clearly. Taoist Nine Sword explained. Don't have to pay attention to it, but if I want to pay attention to it, Ning Fan felt lost. He could not hear what the sword ancestor had said in this place in the past. He only felt an inexplicable sense of loss and sadness. The rain in tent around him turned into thousands of raindrops as his emotions were revealed, sprinkling on the entire moonlight world at the bottom of the spring. The karma between him and the sword ancestor was so deep. However, he knew too little about the sword ancestor's life. She was like a mystery, she was like a silhouette living in the moonlight. She came and went again and again and again, so this time, I must make her stay. Even if I only keep a trace of her remnant soul and a stalk of soul grass, I will not allow the heavens to take it away. Time passed slowly. Ning Fan's chi gradually became weaker. After all, he had lost such a large amount of blood essence. Even if he was a divine spirit, he could not bear the burden. He had already watered the lotus with 1/3 of his blood essence. However, the life force that the withered lotus gave him was still pitifully little. This made Ning Fan very disappointed. The difficulty of reviving the sword ancestor's orthodoxy was obviously much higher than what everyone expected. Seeing this, Taoist Nine Swords' expression turned extremely ugly. According to this progress, even if he drains all of Ning Fan's devil blood, it would still not be enough to revive the sword ancestor's orthodoxy. It seems like I can only give up. These 5,000 taels of heavenly Tao gold are too difficult to earn. Pure young ancestral master sighed. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. At this moment, Ning Fan offered a drop of ancestral level devil blood and watered it on the green lotus. It was the ancestral blood, and it was the ancestral blood of an ancient devil that was the most difficult to cultivate. Only a madman would pay such a price to revive a green lotus that had withered for many years. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Good job. Taoist Nine Sword was overjoyed. He did not care whether Ning Fan was crazy or not. It couldn't be better that Ning Fan was willing to give up his ancestral blood to water the green lotus. Now, he did not have to force him. Out of the 10 drops of ancestral devil blood, there were only 9 drops left. Just 1 drop of ancestral blood was still far from enough to revive the sword ancestor's orthodoxy. Then, I'll use the second drop. If 2 drops aren't enough, I'll use 4 drops. If 4 drops aren't enough, I'll use all of them. Hiss. This young man really hit himself well. I thought he had only cultivated 7 drops of ancestral devil blood, but I didn't expect him to cultivate 10 drops. I've underestimated this young man too much. Daoist 9 Sword was both surprised and delighted. He's crazy. He's crazy. 10 drops of ancestral devil blood. This madman has sacrificed 10 drops of ancestral devil blood. Does he know what 10 drops of ancestral devil blood mean to an ancient devil? Pure young ancestral master was deeply touched. He somehow understood Ning Fan's current madness. It was because he was once as crazy and obsessed as Ning Fan. For the first time in his life, the way pure young ancestral master looked at Ning Fan was not as if he was looking at a fat sheep. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration and seriousness. Even though I don't know why this young man is so crazy, I know that it must be because of something more important than his life. Ha ha ha. What a great Dao monarch, Ning Fan. I've actually underestimated you in the past. If cultivators of our generation lack this madness and obsession, it's fine if we don't cultivate our Dao. Since you want to be crazy, I'll accompany you. How can I accept 5,000 gold taels from you for nothing? He broke the titled void. The pure young ancestral master was really generous. He actually summoned the titled void and used the collapse of the void in exchange for the divine power of money to forcefully change the fate of the green lotus. The fate of the green lotus was supposed to be extinct. However, the pure young ancestral master actually managed to turn a trace of its vitality around. As such, when Ning Fan smeared the ancestral devil blood evenly, the green lotus finally began to break free from its withered state. It emitted thousands of rays of green light. Countless green lotuses bloomed in the world of moonlight. They looked illusory and real at the same time, dyeing the entire world of moonlight into a blue sky. The reason why the blue sky was dyed with devil blood might not necessarily be for slaughter. The primal chaos green lotus might not necessarily be for eternity. Ning Fan gritted his teeth and endured the waves of weakness coming from his body. Looking at the blooming green lotus in the world of moonlight, he finally revealed a smile. Even though it was just a trace of resurrection, he actually managed to resurrect a trace of the sword ancestors' destroyed Dao inheritance. As long as he gives this trace of Dao inheritance to the soul grass, it will certainly grow a lot. Ha ha ha. The revival of the sword ancestors' Dao inheritance is in sight. Fellow Daoist Ning, fellow Daoist Liu, my green lotus sword tribe no longer needs you too. You can scram now. If you dare to covet it, don't blame me for killing you. Daoist 9 Sword laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Pure young ancestral master also laughed. He was laughing at Daoist 9 Sword's foolishness. The revival of the Green Lotus Sword clan is in sight. Ha ha ha, it should be destruction. The pure young ancestral master did not know why Ning Fan was so obsessed with the sword ancestors' Dao orthodoxy. However, he knew everything. Anyone who dared to snatch something from a devil should be prepared to die. Daoist 9 Sword had no idea how powerful it was. He turned into a streak of sword light and headed straight for the green lotus, wanting to retrieve it. However, before it could get close to the green lotus, it was forced back by Ning Fan's immense baleful qi. What a monstrous killing karma, what a domineering Dao will. This item belongs to me, Ning Fan. I will kill whoever dares to snatch it from me. End of chapter 12:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.